My family home in the UK is old, and many accounts of supernatural experiences. My family home is called the Jolly Anglers. We moved in when I was 1 year old in 1978, and parts of it goes back to medieval times as a wayside hovel. Still has the original Ingle Nook fireplace. It was in a public house, or rather it was a public house or a guest house for many years before we moved in. I'll add a picture of it. So, the earliest record of it that I've managed to find is in 1841. It's from the census. That's when William Rivet is the innkeeper. It was acquired by Stewart and Pattison from Ferrier and Company. That was in 1884, and was still an S&P brewery pub when it served its final pint in 1952. At some point between 1901 and 1911, the Angel changed its name to the Jolly Anglers, possibly coinciding with a change in landlord. We think the poet Jesse Pope, who moved to Fritton Village after he married in 1929, maybe referenced it in her collection of verses, entitled Three Jolly Anglers, published in 1913. In the 1900s, they also added on a tea room. Over the years, my mom could have and should have written a book about the paranormal happenings at the house that many of us experienced, and have had 3 different paranormal investigating teams visit this house. I'll take and upload pictures of historical features when I'm over there tomorrow. Dad built an indoor pool. That was in 1988. Found many seashells deep down when it used to be linked by the sea. Had a small jetty and boats used to moor up to visit it. It's now in the middle of the countryside, and over the years waters receded over a mile away in the distance, but many years ago the sea linked into the lake nearby, and in medieval times was largely dug and then it would extract peat for burning. The village where the house resides seems to have been known to our Roman heritage, for in a small hillock lying about half a mile north of the lake near to our house, people always want to hear the paranormal side of my parents' house, which was part medieval wayside hovel, then inn, and then a pub after that, Norfolk, UK. So I've written some of the strange things that have happened at my parents' house, the Jolly Anglers. Where do I start? Well, we moved into the house in 1978, and in the first 6 months, Mom was in tears and wanted to leave again as she was scared to death of all the strange happenings. Dad was working way offshore at the time, and they'd used all their money to buy the old house, so they knew they couldn't just up and leave. Dad wasn't one for giving in, but he also wasn't one for living it daily. Half the time, it was just my mom, and I was a 9-month-old, and my older siblings were 15 and 17. Now, they say teenage energy can cause spirits to be active in houses, and it affects them. So maybe that could have been why they all saw a lot when I was a baby in the house. One night, Mom was in bed, and I was in the cot in the same room when she woke up and heard rustling coming from the staircase. The staircase is open and goes straight into their bedroom. She then, in the dim light, saw a black shadow floating up the stairs and move very slowly to my cot. She was in shock and couldn't move for a while and watched it float across the room. As the figure leaned into my cot, Mom was petrified, put the side light on in a panic. The shadow just disappeared. She said the noise sounded like crinoline dresses, how the material rustled as like somebody walked along, maybe in like the Victorian area. Another time, my parents also, whilst in bed, heard an old honky-type piano play downstairs and cigar smoke and voices several times in the first 6 months of living there. And note, Dad always went down to investigate with his double-barrel shotgun, but everything went silent whenever he opened the door at the bottom of the stairs. They lived with daily bangs, strange voices, knocking, and footsteps. This was all throughout their lives, and also others, like myself and my siblings, have heard these. This is on a pretty regular basis. My brother and a friend of his, whilst in the lounge one evening, saw the start of what looked like a red woman's dress coming down one set of stairs in the old area which was originally the pub. The pub area is my parents' best lounge, and it was once 2 rooms, but my dad knocked them both into one big one. When it was the pub, it was like a smoking room and the other was like a bar room, which still has a bar in it, but not the original one. My father purchased it from an old retired landlord of a demolished pub in Great Yarmouth. This room has a staircase. Each end one staircase goes into my parents' bedroom. The other staircase, the opposite end, goes up into a small hall, and off of that are 2 bedrooms. One was my brother's, the other was my sister's. But I slept in there with her frequently. My parents built a small bedroom downstairs, which was a section of the larger bathroom, which, well, decades before it was called the parlor room, not the bathroom. We do know from history records that one of the landlord's children many years ago died in the house of tuberculosis, a young girl, about 8 years old. My aunt used to sleep in the old small bedroom when she was visiting us, and one evening was petrified when she saw what looked like flickering candles moving out of the doorframe. On another occasion, she heard breathing which sounded raspy, and a female crying. She ended up sleeping in my brother's room and refused to stay in my little bedroom after the 2 events. Tins in the kitchen have flown out of the cupboards, dented the radiator. Pictures have flown off the walls and also somehow landed on other ends of the room, not just dropped downwards. Small dancing white lights have been witnessed by several people in different areas of the house, also seen by the paranormal research team. All teams have picked up things and seen things, even been poked by an entity. Psychic mediums have come to the house and said that there are many spirits, including a woman who had several children, drowned herself. One young man with a club foot who lived at the pub, and in those days would have been called an imbecile, who owned a black dog and haunts the house too. My mom later investigated documents to this claim, and she saw in the 1899 census that, in fact, a man classed as an imbecile was residing at the residence. Now, before the psychic talked about the woman when I was a little girl about 3, my parents tell me I had an invisible friend. Apparently she was a lady in a red dress, so I said, and she used to push me on the swing outside. I used to talk to her and she'd play with me and my toys a lot. I said she was a nice lady that liked children, but years later a neighbor from the village was at one of our parties, talking about the history of her family. Apparently they had lived in our village for many years, and she had been doing some family research and had recently found out that her great-grandmother had been pulled out of the lake which is near our house. She apparently had drowned herself because twins were prevalent in her family. She had 2 sets and was pregnant again. Her husband had recently died and she couldn't take it anymore. She was very poor and, well, they took the body from the river and they didn't have a funeral home in those days. So they always laid the bodies out in a cold place, which is normally the local pub cellar, where, in fact, she was laid out to be buried in our local pub cellar and held in the post-mortem there, too. She had documents, which, funnily enough, was my playroom as a child in the freezer storage area. Now, no one knows if she died wearing a red dress, but it was, well, apparently she loved children by the psychic, so everybody thinks that, well, that's the lady in the red dress that was my invisible friend as a child. There was an incident once where a family friend's child was over with his mom and his 3-year-old. They go and open doors and they investigate. Fortunately, he opened the cellar door, fell to the bottom. Now, there are big concrete steps to the bottom of the cellar. My father saw him enter the cellar, but didn't see him fall. But when he rushed in, just to see if he could see him, he saw him standing at the bottom of the steps, not even crying. They all checked him over and said, "Are you okay?" He said, "The lady got me." Pointed to an area in the cellar. Apparently gave everybody their goosebumps. Another occasion at the party was there's a non-believer there who was joking about ghosts and what people had seen. Said to the group of people that it's a load of old nonsense. The moment he said that, the old heavy wooden front door creaked open. No one was there behind it. Apparently he went very pale and flustered. Many people witnessed that. Also, people have seen figures in the corner of their eye or movement for years. We all got used to the footsteps, taps, and bumps as it was an old house and it had a lot of people walk through it. It ended up just being a thing you got used to. Mom didn't leave after 6 months. Dad convinced her to stick it out and things did calm down, but never completely stopped. When my grandmother died, my father saw her sitting at the end of the bed looking at her daughter. When I was very ill as a child in bed, I saw a man in a black suit, which I thought was the doctor. Started talking to him, asking where my mom was, and he disappeared. One of my nieces has seen a lady sitting in an old velvet chair in one of the bedrooms. My other grandmother, when she stayed over once, heard what sounded like rings being dropped into the sink, as all the bedrooms have a sink in it. It used to be a guest house. As a teenager, I moved from my sister's old room into my brother's old room at the back of the house, and one night I woke to see a very tall man in a black cape. We have no streetlights in the village, and I never shut my curtains as, we're not overlooked. So the moonlight was coming through my window. He must have been 6'5". His head nearly reached the ceiling. I could see in the light he had fair hair which was slicked back and parted at one side, but he didn't move. It was like a picture in a picture book. I couldn't help but be quite mesmerized for a few seconds on how clear it was. But I lost that feeling, suddenly jumped up and ran out of the room. Didn't even bother putting a light on. I just woke my parents up, burst into tears, and really shook me up. After that event, I even changed the layout of my room so I wouldn't wake up in that position again. Another time I woke up and I heard loud footsteps going around the bend. But strangely, the footsteps were like heavy boots, and they were at like my ear level, not on the ground. To this day, I still find that very strange. They sounded amplified, too. Like another time, a man with straggly long hair poked his head out from one of the sloped ceilings of my room. Each time, I'd shoot out of the room and sleep in the other bed for a few days before I felt safe enough to go back and sleep. Me and my husband and our 2-year-old daughter left at 4 a.m. once. We did this after a family wedding because my daughter was crying. My husband picked her up out of the cot bed and she pointed to a corner near the stairs and said, "Man there." She has autism and her speech was delayed at that age, but she was physically scared of something that she didn't settle there, which was very unusual for her. It scared my husband, so we said, "We're going home now." When we got to our home, she slept peacefully. I believe the spirit was being a nuisance to her. One of my mom's best friends was spiritual, told me that I had a gift, and that I saw spirits. Something I never really wanted, and it scared me every time, even in my own house, grown with a daughter. I have a husband too, and, I'm pretty, I guess you could just say I'm scared that my own people that I see. Every time I see them, I think it's an intruder before ever thinking it's a spirit, and I always go into the, fight, not flight part. I run at them, and I always end up running into my bedroom door. My dad has been dead 15 years, and when he died at a home in bed, and the house was very active again for a while. But my father built a lot of new parts of the house with his own hands, so we all knew he would have put a lot of energy there when he passed. Mom now on her own at the house. She'll be 80 in 2022. She now has limited mobility, but she's very stubborn and has no intention of leaving. It's far too big for her to cope with, but she has a gardener and a cleaner, and I help with a lot of shopping. She says when she leaves this house, it will be in a coffin. My daughter's 11. She stays with her nan every Friday night. It's her routine. And Mom loves having her, and she stays a few days a week when it's summer holidays and school holidays, and she loves the house. But I feel that she is spiritual too. She can sense things, but it doesn't bother her to sleep on her own in my sister's old room next to my mom's, and till about a year ago, she told my mother that she had seen her granddad in my mother's room where she slept on occasions. She asked her questions like, what does she like to do? And after that, she now sleeps downstairs, which is now where my mother sleeps also now due to the mobility. Well, that's some of the stories anyways. There's many more, but these are the ones I can remember off the top of my head. Other experiences. A friend saw a bearded gentleman's face reflected as she passed by a mirror. Mom saw a grotesque male face in gray, similar to what Satan may look like for a split second in her own reflection. It was in the mirror in the bedroom hallway. I heard my music box drawer just click open and the music started playing when I was trying to go to sleep one night as a child. I removed it from my room after that, and my mother also had heard that too. I had china dolls in my room when I was a young teen, and once one of their arms flopped down, got my dad to remove them. They're still in the hallway on a shelf. One night, Mom felt really hot trying to sleep. She felt the heating was on too high, so went to turn the heating down, and the thermostat was in the lounge downstairs. As she went to the thermostat, she suddenly saw the door to the lounge opening. All were asleep upstairs, and she said she ran up so fast up the stairs that she ran out to the top of the nightdress and ripped it. She was shouting when she ran upstairs to my sister to grab me out of the cot and get into my brother's bedroom when they barricaded the door with his wardrobe and didn't sleep at all that night. That was till morning when they all investigated together. Apparently, my brother complained and said that it's roasting hot up here, and she replied with, "You'll have to bloody sweat as I'm not going down till morning." Going up to bed one night, she's turning off all the lights in the lounge. She had a gold latch that she used to flip down to secure the door in the lounge to the rest of the house. One night after she had done, she had walked to the stairs and she suddenly heard the latch flip up, and the door slowly opened. Another scarper up the stairs, perhaps scamper, locked the door behind her and put covers over her face. All the bedrooms have either key locks or bolts on the inside of every bedroom, due to, travelers visiting the pub years ago to rent a room for the night if they wanted to as guests. Mom very much appreciated the locks and bolts, as she did think it was mostly intruders to start with. It's funny when you look back on it all and you think to yourself, spirits can get through locked doors and bolted doors, but at the time it makes you feel really safe and secure that they'll stay behind a locked door, and funny enough, most of the time they did. Many times, my dad was armed with his shotgun, quietly sneaking around the house after hearing bangs and bumps and knocks. It's a big house with many steps, levels, and twists and turns, so it could take him a while to do a sweep search of the house. Mom said she was always so relieved when he came back up to bed and said, "No one's broke in." But they both were always equally perplexed on what the noise was when they heard it in the first place. Paranormal investigators, along with Mom and her teenage grandson, witnessed all the glasses in the bar, which are stored upside down, start to all clink together several times. Years later, they went from a latch lock in the lounge area to a battery-operated alarm door lock, so if it's switched on and a door opens, an alarm sounds. And she set this up religiously. In the middle of the night, she heard the smoke alarm go off. When she went down, half asleep and groggy, to investigate, she couldn't smell any smoke. So she got a stool and checked the smoke alarm, and in her groggy sleep state, she suddenly realized the noise was coming from the door which had been opened. She hastily shut the door and used deadbolt and ran upstairs. Mom was hiding behind the bar one morning after a family party that we had the night before. That's when she felt something or somebody grab her shoulder. There was no one there. There was a small American Indian doll high up on the bar, and it's still there. One day, my parents noticed I was playing with it as a toddler. They say there was no way possible that I would have been able to get that myself, and they said, "How'd you get that from down there?" I apparently said, "The lady gave it to me." So many to recall, but these are some throughout the 46 years of my life. And here's one more to add. Many lights started to flicker for over a month after his death, like touch lamps especially. Also, the solar lights outside the back door used to go off and on, and we sat and watched them several times. Spoke to my dad, sure that he was trying to communicate with us. Many lights started to flicker for over a month after his death. Also, the solar lights outside the back door used to go off and on, and we sat and watched them several times and spoke to Dad. A night shift in radiology. I worked in the radiology department in a hospital in Cardiff, Wales. It was about 3 years as an admin and a clerical officer before getting a promotion where I was working with medicine. During these 3 years, I saw a lot of things, ranging from patients dying in the MRI scanners to patients having an X-ray be inserted in, meat thermometer into their urethra. Whoa, wasn't ready for that. All right. I do that more professionally. During these 3 years, I saw a lot of things, ranging from patients dying in the MRI scanners to patients having an X-ray for inserting a meat thermometer into their urethra. Nights always seem the craziest. One time, a patient came in with armed police after an altercation which involved a knife in the middle of the city center. Just so happened that the person that we had the altercation with was having an X-ray too. This caused a second altercation right in front of me. Chairs were thrown, a trash bin or two, and then a wheelchair. So I've seen things, some funny, some stressful, some sad, and many times bonkers. This one night, something scary. I would start a night shift about 19 o'clock and then work until about 8:30 the next morning. This was the standard night shift for our department. We would usually do 3 nights in a row before going for 4 days off. After the 3rd night, you're ready to go sleep for a week. The strange thing was this was my first night of the 3, so I wasn't even at all tired. It started off normal. I arrived at the department, took over for the day staff, logged into my PC, and during the time we usually would set up our phones or tablets to watch the movies or latest TV series as there'd be a lot of downtime between patients. Like I said, the first few hours nothing that interesting, just your average run-of-the-mill night in radiology. Then it came to my break. Now before I tell you more, I should probably explain the layout of this hospital. This hospital is the largest in Wales. It's a teaching hospital. It's pretty old. Best way to get from A to B to this hospital is through what they call the tunnels or the catacombs. These consist of very dimly lit corridors, old abandoned rooms, tunnels, and other creepy, decrepit areas. The morgue is also found in these corridors, so it's not a nice place to be during the day, let alone the middle of the night. It's the quickest way to get to the place, if you're staff. There's always been rumors and mumblings of strange things happening in these tunnels. Some people say that they saw ghosts in old-fashioned porter uniforms taking wheelchairs to pick up patients. Others say they've seen the shadows following them from the corner of their eyes. But one person has claimed that they were attacked by people wearing an old nurse uniform from the 70s. This place is creepy even at the best of times. But for me, it never really fazed me. I've been down there hundreds of times before, and the worst experience up to this point was having a sluice pipe drip human waste in my head. That in itself was a horror show, but tonight would be something altogether different. Maybe not even this physical world. Like I said before, very quiet night. I've been watching the latest series of One Piece because I'm a geek. During my downtime, then a radiographer or radiology technician from my American friends out there, they come over and take a break and cover for me. I decided to go to the 5th floor with the sanctuary, multi-faith chapel, that's where it was located. It was on a night shift when one of the most beautiful places in the hospital was there, so... But to get there, I had to walk through the tunnels to reach the nearest elevator. I set off on my journey, which would usually take me about 15 minutes, scanned my keycard at the main entrance to the tunnels, and proceeded to walk through. 2 minutes in, I started to feel like somebody was walking behind me. Being a busy hospital and basically the tunnels acting like a highway, I didn't really think anything of it. Suddenly I heard panting like somebody was trying to catch their breath after going for an intense run. So I turned around to check and saw nothing. A bit strange, but thought it was nothing. Maybe just one of the pipes above my head creaking or a generator pumping, so I carried on walking. I kept feeling like someone or something was watching me, was like walking behind me. Out of sheer confusion and fear, I missed my turn toward the elevators and found myself in a large section of the tunnels that I'd never been in before. It was littered with old stretchers, beds, hospital furniture, and equipment. Some of this stuff was over 50 years old, maybe older, just left to decay in a dark, smelly, decrepit, and dusty corridor. So it was starting to really creep me out because, well, in all this confusion, I realized I was lost. It almost felt like I had fallen into the back rooms. Everything looked the same. I could feel a tightening in my chest, and I could feel the start of a panic attack. remember clutching my chest and running down a corridor trying to find a signpost or something to tell where I was. The sense that something was watching me got stronger. Suddenly, I felt something hit my arm in force, almost like someone was using a baseball bat. I remember falling to the ground, pulled myself across the floor toward the cold, dusty wall, and looked around frantically, trying to find an explanation of what in the heck just hit me. Something caught my eye. It's almost like a black mist, glowing red eyes. It's like 20 meters away from me, just hovering in the middle of the corridor. Was this the thing that just had been stalking me the entire time? Got up and sprinted. Ran down what felt like 100 different corridors until I found a housekeeper, a janitor. He asked me what was wrong. I looked pale, but I couldn't get any words out. He then grabbed me by the arms with a firm grip and said, "Did you see it too?" That was the last time I ever stepped foot in those tunnels. And to this day I hear rumors of strange things. I'm not sure what I saw that night. Maybe I was just tired, maybe I was stressed, maybe it was something. Why else would the janitor ask me if I'd seen it too? What else is down there? Well, I can tell you one thing for sure. I won't be going to find out. The hospital I work in is the pretty much biggest one. It's in Wales in the UK in the capital city of Cardiff. It's pretty old and many of the areas are unused and in a state of disrepair. It's a big place. It's very easy to get lost and it can be very difficult to find your way out. There are a network of tunnels underneath the hospital, where the morgue is located and many abandoned rooms and corridors. It's dark, warm, smelly, dusty, and pretty creepy. Anybody else having deja vu? This is where I had my own encounter with something dark. I won't go into all the, everything now, but it's all in my original post. Definitely worth a read. I think the last post we read was the original post. I decided that I wasn't going to pretty much do everything, and, well, I was not going to step foot in the tunnels again, but I changed my mind for science. This is when my friend comes to the picture. Well, it's a different story. I decided if I was going to actively investigate the tunnels, I would need at least one extra person. So who better to ask than my friend Ryan? Ryan is a tall, stocky gym guy, so at least I had a bodyguard. He also works for security, so he's got a fairly decent idea of the layout of the tunnels. Perfect. Ryan doesn't believe in ghosts or unearthly things. Well, he didn't until today. I had heard a story of a girl who was thought to haunt a couple of abandoned rooms under the old children's wards. The children's hospital has a new shiny building on the other side of the campus, so these old children's wards are now strange rooms and patient file libraries mostly. We decided to meet up in the evening to go explore this area of the tunnel. As this was a hive for strange phenomena, well, maybe if we had time we would try some other active areas of the tunnel, but we met outside the tunnel entrance at 2100 hours. We had a plan of action. Firstly, we go make our way to the old area of the tunnels and the rooms where this girl was said to have been seen. Secondly, we explore a little of some of the equipment and the furniture in the rooms. They were really old. Finally, we sat in the middle of one of the rooms and just see what would happen. Pretty simple. But then, if we had time, we would just go for a little bit of a wander. Like I said before, I had an experience in the tunnel a bit over a year ago now, which is still fresh in my memory. But I have Ryan here, so I'm sure everything will be fine. So we scanned our cards and the doors to the tunnels opened. I won't lie, I was very much on edge. We started to walk into the tunnels and made our way through the first few sections. Then suddenly we realized we were in one of the old areas of the building. It then hit me like a ton of bricks. The reality of what I was doing. Am I crazy? I said to myself, no, this is for science. We got closer and closer to the section of the tunnel we were planning on going. The tunnels were dark and poorly lit. Ryan had pulled out his torch. It got so dark. Ryan then shone his torch on the wall. You could see old paintings of animals, clowns, a circus. Old painted faces that the children who attended the hospital painted and stuck on the walls. Perfect setting for a horror movie, isn't it? If I'm being honest, yeah, it was creepy, but I kind of expected something like this, so we carried on going. We finally got to the section of the tunnels we were wanting to get to. We looked around a little and noticed a few doors. 2 were padlocked, one had a padlock that had rusted and was hanging on by thread. The other door had been rotted and basically was dust. put on our face masks because we're careful guys and because black mold and asbestos are real things. Proceeded to enter the rotten doorway, and Ryan flashed his torch around there. Well, there wasn't much in there. Maybe a couple of chairs and an old desk. Nothing worthwhile. So I moved to the next room. I pulled the rusted padlock, which disintegrated in my hands, and then pushed the door open. And I mean, man, the smell that hit us from that room was disgusting. It was a moldy, sticky liquid covering the whole of the floor. I noticed an old gallon of jerry cans of iodine and other chemicals that spilled all over the floor, and the countless carcasses of dead mice and rats that littered the floor was crazy. We decided to skip the room and try one of the more secure doors. This is where things get creepy. Ryan decided he would ram one of the old doors with his shoulder, thinking it would dislodge the old hinges and make the door swing open. It did not. Instead, we heard what sounded like tapping coming from the other side of the door. Ryan just knocked into the door, thinking it was like a dripping pipe on the other side. Maybe it was a rat or something nibbling at the door panel. He did it in a typical dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun beat. The tapping stopped, and, well, we waited a couple of seconds, and as Ryan went to knock again, the exact same beat knocked back at us. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I froze and turned and locked eyes with Ryan. The utter shock in his face told me he'd probably made a massive mistake. Suddenly, before I even had a chance to run, Ryan passed out and fell into my arms. I wanted to run and leave him there, but he's my mate, and I know he would do it for me, so I started to drag him way out through the door, and the knocking stopped, and there was just complete silence. A couple of seconds after, Ryan started to wake up, and suddenly he shot up and screamed, "Mannin!" I jumped a mile and said, "What are you talking about?" He said back to me, "Mannin! It's Mannin!" I looked at him, and he's just staring into the darkness at the end of the tunnel. I realized Mannin was the girl who was supposed to have haunted the area. Maybe she was the one knocking back at us. I told Ryan we should probably find a way out. We both stood up and slowly shuffled away from the door. So we turned to face the way we came in. The door knocked again. The handle started to turn. At that point, I tapped out and started running to the exit. Ryan running beside me, we decided to go longer as the shortcut was more dark areas, and at least longer was fairly lit. But as we got to the cross junction, Ryan turned back and screamed. I'd never heard him scream before. Turned around, and there in the middle of the corridor was a floating black mist with glowing red eyes. The exact same thing I saw before. Face contorted and almost had a child likeness to it. Screamed and wailed at us, and just vanished. Couldn't get out of the tunnel quick enough. Managed to get to the exit, and we just fell on the floor and just looked at each other. We both agreed not to tell anybody not tell anybody else at work about this. But we decided to get help from the hospital chaplains, because that thing was Mannin. I think I fell into an unused dimension. So this is something that happened to me and my cousin a few years ago. 31 years old now, and I believe I was about 27 or 26 when this happened. I lived in Lancaster, Pennsylvania with my cousin, and we lived on a small apartment complex in the middle of a densely forested area. Had a freeway that runs through the middle of the complex. That leads to a highway, which we used to walk to work. And yeah, we walked on a highway to get to work. That shit was scary. So back to the story. Took place over the time span of 3 days. The shift itself only lasted about 3 seconds, but when the shift was over, we had lost about 40 minutes of time. So we worked in a Wendy's in Lancaster. We both worked the same shift as we requested because we liked working together. We always had fun. So one night at around 3:30 in the morning, which is around the time we usually were walking home because we closed the store at 1, usually takes us at least an hour and a half to 2 hours to do everything, so. As we were walking down the freeway that led to my house, because my house is literally a few feet, maybe 50 or 70 feet away from the freeway, my cousin lived not too far from the freeway himself, he literally just had to leave and walk down the road and run between that apartment complex that served as a way outside of the complex, and we were talking as we usually did to pass the time. As we walked, we noticed what looked like a headlight. It was bright and kind of blinding running down the freeway. But there was something odd about the light. It was way too bright for any car that I knew. But I chalked it up to being a new kind of brighter light that I didn't know about. But also there was the fact that there was only one light, so I assumed it was a motorcycle. I didn't really think anything of it at the time, but in retrospect, now I think about it, we also didn't hear any motors or any other sound that you'd hear coming from a motor vehicle, unless it's electric. So we continued walking and talking. But we moved to the opposite side of the road to ensure that whatever motorcycle or car was going by wouldn't hit us. It was dark outside. And when I say dark, I mean dark. There's literally nothing around us, at least other than the road that we were walking on and the trees on both sides, which were, like I said, densely forested areas. And at this time of night, you literally couldn't see anything beyond the first few rows of trees. There was no streetlights, and literally all you could see was darkness. Even with our Even with our phone flashlight, it was only possible to see about 5 feet ahead of us. But since we walked this road every night, we didn't even use the flashlights anymore. We just knew where we were going and it didn't bother us. So we continued talking. But after a few moments I thought, why hasn't this motorcycle passed us yet? Still looking up at the road of the light. And now let me describe this freeway to you. This freeway was a concrete road running down into a highway with a densely forested tree line and a small bridge that was pretty much the border of the apartment complex under this bridge, and it was a small creek that ran through the forested area and around the apartment complex. And on one side of the bridge was our apartment complex, and the other side of the bridge was the forest. The light was still coming towards us, but once it reached the bridge with the small creek running under it, it disappeared. I looked at my cousin and asked him if he had just seen that. He said, yeah, that was crazy. So I asked him what he'd seen. He said he saw what looked like a headlight, thought it was a motorcycle, but it just disappeared. So I told him, yeah, that's what I saw. Glad he saw it too, because I thought it was just bugging. Okay, so we shrugged it off, paid it no mind, and forgot about it. So the next day, once again at around 3:30, and we were walking home from work. We were closing the store, and again we reached this road. Again, after coming back down the block, as we're walking and talking, we see this light speeding down the road faster than it was the day before. This time we stopped walking and talking and just looked down the road to watch the light and see what happened. And once again, true to form, a single bright light raced down the freeway. But this time it didn't just disappear, it kept going past the bridge. And once it crossed over the bridge with the creek running under it, it made an extremely sharp left turn. It's absolutely impossible for any form of motor vehicle to make at that speed, which this light was moving. So once it made that left turn, it flew into the tree line, flying through all the trees. And at this point, me and my cousin looked at each other and said, what the fuck? Then we started to discuss what we've been saying, things like it's impossible for anything to run through the trees like that at that speed. There's no car or bike or anything in the world that could safely do that. At this point, we were still watching the light fly through the trees. Made it about 200 feet into the tree line without crashing into anything, dodging through the trees before it suddenly just disappeared. We continued walking up the road with a weird energy in the air, as we both had just seen what happened and we were a bit uncomfortable. So we walked and talked as always. This time we were wary and looking around for us for any odd experiences. Now here's where things got crazy. It's our third day coming home from work walking down this road. But this time, as we walk down the road, we're literally talking about the experiences we had over the last 2 days on this road. So now we're about a quarter of the way down the road, but this time we don't see that weird light. So we're walking and we're talking about what it may have been. And at this point, we're walking pretty close together. I'm standing about 1.5 feet behind my cousin, and we're talking pretty much just talking over each other's shoulders. He's looking over his shoulder at me, and I'm looking over his shoulder at him. And while we talk, at this moment I pulled my phone out of my pocket and checked what time it was. It was because we had left the store at 2:58 a.m., and it was now 3:37 a.m. So as we walked and talked mid-conversation, the whole world seemed to disappear. There's no warning, there was no shifting effect, no dragging effect, no melting effect, nothing. Just 1 second the world was there, the next it wasn't. Kind of like when a game clips or fails to load properly. So in mid-stride, the world just disappears. I stopped moving, I stopped walking, stopped talking. Just looked around trying to figure out what the fuck was happening at this point. 1 second ago I was on the road in a densely forested, extremely dark area, and the next I was standing in what looks like an unused dimension. To give you a picture of what it looked like, there was no road, there were no trees, there was no darkness, there was no sky, there was no floor, it was just white everything. There were no shadows, there were no shades. It literally looked like I was standing in an unused piece of printing paper. It's like the best way I can describe it for anime lovers is like the first time Goku ever stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. It was just white everywhere. There was nothing I could even see. My cousin who was standing just a second ago, a foot and a half away from me. I was scared. Didn't know what to do. I stopped walking mid-stride with my foot still suspended mid-air. Looked around for about 3 seconds. That's as long as the dimension slip lasted. And just as unexpectedly fast as everything disappeared, it was as fast as it all came back. Now I was back on the road, I could see the trees, I could see the road, my cousin was a little farther ahead of me than I remember before the dimension slip. Before everything happened, he was only about a foot and a half away, but when we came back, it was more like 5 feet away. I attributed this to him not stopping when the dimension slip happened. The reason I stopped when the dimension slip happened was because I had read a few paranormal books which included chapters on wormholes. I read a few stories in which people say that when they were in wormholes, any small movement they did sometimes landed them hundreds of feet or sometimes miles away from where they started. But clearly, my cousin was unaware of this. It took maybe another step or two when whatever happened happened. But when everything came back, me and my cousin stopped and looked at each other. The first thing that came out of my mouth was, "Did you see something?" And he said, "Yeah, what the fuck?" So I asked him what he had seen. He said that it looked like, to him, the brightest lightning bolt he'd ever seen. Like, you know how when light flashes, when lightning comes down and it makes everything turn white? Well, like that, but 100 times worse. Couldn't see anything. Told him it sounded similar to what I'd seen, but I didn't see any lightning bolt. There was no lightning anywhere, just everything turned white. He said, yeah, he did actually see like a lightning bolt. That's just the only way he could explain what the fuck he'd just seen. I was like, so you did see the same thing? Like everything just turned white and there was no shadows, no shades, there was nothing, everything just disappeared, no trees, no road, no you, no me? He said, yeah, exactly. At this time, when I was pulled my phone back out and just checked what time it was, I don't know why, but I have this habit of every time something happens, I look at the time. The clock read 4:20. Now, I know I literally just looked at my phone about 3 to 5 seconds earlier and it said 3:37. There's no way it's been 45 minutes since. I told my cousin to look at the time and showed him his phone. He said, so what are you trying to show me? Told him a few seconds ago I looked at the time and it was 3:37. He was like, nah, get the fuck out of here, you're lying. I told him I was dead serious. After arguing about the time change, we looked up and realized we were no longer where we were when the dimension slip started. We were about 25 minutes, maybe half an hour walk down the road from my house. But now, it seemed like we were past my house. Not by far though, we were literally about 200 feet away from my house, just 2-minute walk back. But it was still fucking crazy. Like, we know that's not where we were before all of it happened. Me and my cousin don't really talk very much anymore, but every now and then we still see each other and chill. But still to this day, every time we see each other, we talk about that night. Has anybody else experienced anything like this? Please let me know, because as far as I'm aware, I've never met anybody else who's had this happen. I think me and my cousin are the only two people who's ever seen anything like this. My experiences growing up. When I was about 5 years old, my parents purchased their first house. It was located about an hour from Los Angeles. It's at the edge of Ventura County in California. I would describe the area as a suburban paradise, but it wasn't always paradise living there. There were a few events that stood out to me over the years. I can't say for sure when these happened. Up until about recently, I tried to forget about all this. But I can't. So here it is. The first event I can remember, I remember pretty specifically, it was Christmas Eve. I was at an age that there was still a magical feeling about the holiday. So I would say between 6 and 8. I remember waking up in the middle of the night feeling very excited. I know I couldn't open the presents under the tree yet, so I meant to just go and have a look at what was to come. I remember getting out of bed and looking down the hallway that led to the living room. That was where the tree was. You couldn't really see the tree from the hallway. It was more to the left than you could really see from there. You could see where the dining room table is, and one of those chairs was a dark figure. I remember it was very tall. I couldn't make out any features really. It was oddly human-shaped, but I couldn't make out arms or legs. Just what appeared to be a head and 4, glowing, just red eyes. 4 of them. From years of trying to block this memory, I can't remember if it was 4 on one head or 2 separate heads with 2 eyes on each. But I do remember there being 4 eyes, and they were seemingly all looking directly at me. When I saw this, I just darted back, went directly to my parents' room across the hall and woke them. I explained what I saw quietly as I didn't want the entity to hear me. My parents, half asleep, assured me it was a dream. I knew this wasn't true and that they weren't going to do anything, so I got on the ground and started crawling back to my room. I remember pausing in the hallway and looking back where the figure stood, and there was nothing. It was gone. I didn't dare go investigate further, and I never saw this since. And throughout the years, not much has happened. Sometimes it sounded like somebody called your name, but when you asked everyone else in the house, they'd say they didn't do it. It seemed to happen often, mostly to my mom. Never thought much of it. Well, that was it for about years and years, and well, later I learned that my father also had an experience. He said he woke up the night for a glass of water, started out in the hallway and witnessed a see-through figure. He simply said it was a large figure that could sort of see through, like a mist. He said he shrugged it off as a dream later, but in that moment it freaked him out. Years later, actually, 2 years ago, the activity definitely escalated. At the time, I had adopted a new hobby. I'd work at it in the garage late at night. Every time I worked in there, it felt like something was watching me. I was constantly looking over my shoulder. Never actually saw or heard anything, but somehow I never really felt like I was alone in there. The house creaked a lot. It always had, but it seemed to be doing it way more than normal at the time. It only added to my paranoia. Oftentimes I'd see shadows in my peripheral vision, especially looking down the hallway at night. Remember one time I was sitting on the couch in the living room laying down looking at the phone, and I saw a shadow in the shape of a hand reaching toward me through the corner of my eye. When I looked directly at it, it slowly slithered away. It seemed so surreal that I didn't even know what to think or how to react. Kinda just sat there, stunned. I couldn't stop thinking about the possibility of an entity being in the house. It consumed me. As things got worse, one night I was looking down at the trash in the wastebasket in the bathroom. It was moving in kind of an odd fashion. When I noticed this, I went straight to bed to sleep. But breathing was happening right next to me. I shut my eyes tight, did not dare to open them. Felt frozen in fear. This lasted about a full minute. When I opened my eyes and looked, nothing was there. Things seemed to fall all the time with no explanation. I would say a few months of this fear went by without taking any action. One of my friends had mentioned in the past that he'd heard strange noises at night. He then soon became really religious, never spoke of it again. I asked him what happened and he said Jesus made it better. I decided I'd join the church and get help with my problem. I spoke to the pastor about what was going on. He instructed me on blessing the house with anointed oil. He blessed some oil, gave me a prayer, went to work. I was instructed to pray over the house, go over all the windows and doors with the oil while praying. At first, this didn't seem to work. I was told it may take a few times. I would bless the house once a week at first, but things seemingly got worse. I was instructed to say, in the name of Jesus, leave this place. And every time I thought something was going on, well, one time I saw a strange light dancing around in the living room. At first, I was looking for reasonable explanations, like passing cars. No, couldn't be. Too constant. So I said, "Be gone in the name of Jesus," and it stopped. But in that exact moment, I heard a noise like something fell. I shrugged it off. The next day, we found out the fridge's water filtration system broke and was leaking everywhere. Soon after, I heard a scratching noise in the wall. I was overcome with fear, so I said it again. "Be gone in the name of Jesus." And again, it immediately stopped. The next day, we found out the bathroom lights no longer worked as well as the hallway lights. And later after that, I had an electrician test it. They said a line must have been cut for the part. It must have been a rat. Thought that was odd. Then my dreams started to be affected. One night I had a dream that the devil was speaking to me through a hole in the ground in the ruins where my house once stood. He was trying to convince me to stop following Jesus, and oddly enough, my dream was being convinced. Sometimes I'd be awakened to animal noises. Usually sounded like a growling dog. I had a cat in the house, but it never made a sound like that. It sounded close by, like almost as if it was in another room. Not outside. My mother told me one night she was half asleep, opened her eyes to see a large dark figure. The next day she asked me if I went into her room. She thought it was me. It wasn't. She said that it looked like it was more faded, and eventually you couldn't see it. Another night I was awoken to a very, very loud screeching. This time it was too loud for me to ignore. Rushed out of bed to investigate, and of course, well, like usual, there was nothing. I woke everybody up and asked if they had heard it, and of course no. But as far as reasonable explanations go for that one, I remember seeing multiple owls in the backyard when I took out the trash earlier that night. And it did sound like an owl screech. It was just unreasonably loud. Last time I remember anything strange is, I was having a haunted house dream. And in the dream there's activity, and once I said it, "Be gone in the name of Jesus," in the dream it ended. I woke up to hear a strange whimpering noise, like a whimpering dog. And again, something I doubt my cat could even do. After that, I blessed the house every day for a while, and eventually my fear faded. There was really nothing ever again suggesting there was anything out of the ordinary. Flash forward a few years. Nothing happened. But it looked, well, rather I was looking through my Facebook archived messages. There was a bunch of messages I received I never saw somehow. Most interestingly, there was a guy who messaged me claiming that he used to live in that house. I thought that was really odd at first, like, how could he have known I lived there? Well, I googled my address and my family's name just comes up, so that settles that. So I responded to him in his original message, and he was asking if I noticed anything about the house, or if it was all just his crazy family. This message was sitting in my inbox for years, it seemed. Thought if I responded now, there'd be no way I'd get a response. But I did. He basically confirmed my suspicion. He said his family was the first family in that house. And it was strange and activity even back then. He told me his brother once saw a woman in the closet. Sometimes they'd hear talking with no explanation. And it wasn't just them. Apparently neighbors had stories too. It's a town with Native American history. My only explanation at this point is maybe when they were building they didn't realize something must have been nearby. There's a park nearby too that's rumored to be haunted. Woman on trail in the dead of night. I was about 18 years old when this took place. It was only a couple of years ago. One of my best friends, let's call him Nick, he used to live a couple of towns over. It was the summer right after we graduated, and we used to hang out all the time. So there's a solid month or two where I would go to his neighborhood and we would smoke for a few hours in my car, and, well, his neighborhood was a very quaint suburb area with lots of old people living there. We had a couple of spots that we would sometimes, like popular forest trails at the front of the neighborhood, and you can see a lot of people running and walking and biking through there throughout the day. And, well, one evening we decided that we would smoke on this trail. This wasn't out of the ordinary for us at this point, so we walked maybe a mile and a half into this trail, casually chatted and joked around as friends do. Eventually, we found a bench where we sat down and started smoking, talking about our days and topics of our interest. We saw a middle-aged man briefly jogging by us as we sat on the bench, and that was the only person we saw during our walk through the trail. By the time we finished smoking, the sun was already going down and it was getting dark. So we mentioned going back to the car and keep rolling up and continuing our session. We started walking back the way we came from. Nick and I were just talking or whatever and can't remember what we were talking about since it was casual. But we'd already gotten into the routine of just shooting the shit all the time. Eventually, we continued walking. It became darker. So dark I couldn't really see much. I was trying to allow my eyes to adjust to the dark. Got to the point where my eyes were adjusting to it, so the trail had more of a bluish hint to it, instead of it being pitch black. Kind of like how horror movies try to portray the night. Although the forest line around us in the distance was still so dark you couldn't really see into it. As Nick and I were making our way through the trail, we got to the point where the trail was straight with a bend at the end of it. It was cutting off our vision from the rest of the path. Couldn't have been any farther than 150, 200 feet away from where the cutoff seemed to be. Nick was on the right side as we were chatting. We were shoulder to shoulder walking at the same pace. As we were walking, a small beam of white light seemed to be cutting through the dark shrouded trees ahead of us. It was slightly to the left off the trail, still in front of us but not off the pathway. In my head, without any concern of the light, I assumed it was moonlight reflecting off the riverbank to the right of us. But as we continued walking toward it, I noticed that the beam of light was moving as well, I was talking at this moment, and as my eyes began locking onto this figure, my words slowly started to drift away into a dead silence. To my surprise, Nick was also locked on this weird light figure. Our pace slowed down as we quietly watched this figure. It was emerging from the forest. Had a whitish-gray figure, seemed unfazed by the ground as it was moving in our direction in the distance. Nick eventually broke our silence. "Do you see that?" He knew I was looking at it as well, but neither Nick or I were religious or believe in spirits, and my brain started to try to come up with the most logical answer, and I quickly replied, "I think it's just moonlight." He responds, "I don't think so." Now, the figure was maybe 60 feet away, and we could tell it was a human shape. It had legs, it had shoulders that moved in pace with its stride. Although it didn't seem to be fazed by the pitch-black ground beneath it, it started to get scared. I started to get scared. It looked like a woman in a white dress walking toward us with white legs and arms and a head. No hair I could see. Knowing all too well what this means in horror movies, my mind begins racing for more rational conclusions. Thought to myself, well, maybe it's a man in a white coat walking on the trail. That only left me with the question as to why a man would be walking to the trail this late at night. My heart began pounding as this woman with a white glow started coming closer and closer. I tried hard to make out a face, but it was night and I could only see the distinct white figure of her. She had the glow of the moon. Everything from head to toe was all white. Nick and I at this point halted in our tracks at the same time. We were locking onto this glowing woman who was walking directly into our path. We could tell that if she were to continue walking towards us, she'd have to walk through us. She was dead center on the path, continuously walking closer and closer. At this point, I was so terrified. I was completely in suspended disbelief. Beside the odd occasion of a door shutting at random in my house, I've never seen what seemed to be a spirit so clearly. I could see this was a woman in a dress. although I was scared out of my mind. An overwhelming sense of tranquility was coming over me, like I had nothing to be afraid of. The woman became so close that she couldn't have been more than 20 feet, maybe 30 feet in front of us at this moment, so close you could guess her height, and she was tall enough to be somewhat eye level with her, so I couldn't see any eyes, though. There was no distinct facial features besides maybe the shape of the nose. Can't begin to express how clear and close the woman got to us. It was like dead in our tracks, just locked onto her, and we sat there silently watching her, getting ready to walk in between us. Without any thought to it, simultaneously Nick and I locked eyes with each other, and a look of horror and confusion in his eyes reassured me that he was seeing the same thing as me. "Dude, what is that?" We quickly shot our eyes back and forth in front of us. She was gone, completely vanished, as if there wasn't at all a glowing white woman walking no farther than 20 feet ahead of us. We began to speed walk in silence. Neither of us wanted to seem scared at first, so much was running through my mind, just trying to comprehend what just happened. Eventually I spoke up and all I said was, "Let's go." We both started running as fast as we could without even looking back. Lost track of how far we were at that point. It was definitely more than half a mile up. But as fast as we ran, it seemed like we were at the end of a trail within seconds. This whole ordeal was probably only around a minute long, but from the sheer horror, it felt like time came to a standstill. We quickly got into the car park near the trail entrance, and I hightailed it back to his house. Nick began saying, "Bro, what just happened?" We both saw that, right? We began confirming with each other that everything we had just witnessed was true. We asked, what did we see? What did we see? How did she show herself to us? What does this mean? My understanding of reality was completely altered. It felt like such a dystopian reality when it occurred, like we stumbled into limbo of some sort. To this day, I have no idea what else it could have been. It was so real, and the area became so unnatural when this happened. What creeps me out the most and kind of comforts my sanity is that we both saw it. We both saw a woman in a dress glowing white walking towards us with an unfazed, uninterrupted stride. Like it wasn't actually walking on the ground. We didn't even hear footsteps or anything. I suggested that due to there being a lot of old folks who live in the area, that it was the spirit of somebody who lived there, possibly enjoyed the trail in their youth. I've also heard that the area was a popular ground during the Civil War. Nick and I reminisce occasionally about our experience. We've even attempted going back with the intentions of seeing her again. However, when we did, I was overwhelmed with the gut feeling to turn back around before we saw something. Since then, I've been more open to the idea of spirits and still can't really wrap my head around what we saw. We tell the story to our friends and loved ones, but when we do, it doesn't have the same surrealness to it. They usually laugh it off as yet another wild story. Except it was actually a truly reality-warping experience. I wonder if anybody has any similar stories or experiences. Thank you for reading. I'm interested to be here for feedback and your stories as well. See ya. I've been dealing with this for about 7 years now. So going back all the way to 2017, honestly, I may have posted before, I don't even really remember, but I lived in a trailer. My grandmother and my uncle lived in it originally. Staying the night there, I was always spooked. Anyways, so me and my mother moved in as well. There was a hallway I refused to go down unless I needed to. There were 2 bedrooms down that hallway. Both frightened me, but I was always afraid to go closer when I got into my uncle's room. There was a feeling I'd get, like no matter where I was, but it'd get worse the closer you got. I'd see shadow figures about the house, usually in my grandmother's room. You'd see other random things as well in the hall. But the worst part was that feeling, and a feeling of being watched. That it was generally from one direction, the hall. If you go into the hall suddenly, it's from everywhere. Eventually, my uncle moved out. I moved in, my mother did as well. That was because I wasn't staying alone. I refused to. I hated that room with every fiber of my being. That's when I learned that while the room had both feelings in it, the closet was the worst area in the entire house. It just felt like it sucked the air from your lungs. I was about 11 during this. My family has always been spiritual, though most ignore and deny it. At that time, both my grandmother and my mother denied it. As time went on, I started having bad dreams about the trailer, but eventually it turned to lucid dreams. At the time, I had no idea what was happening. I had about 3 of them. They all generally started the same. My mother standing there before leaving the room, I'd get up to follow and then go lucid. The first and third time weren't too bad, but the second one is the one that bothers me the most. There was this thing there that I couldn't see but could feel. I knew it was trying to lure me out of the room, so I tried to get back to bed. I remember feeling it grab me, arms, legs, waist, anything it could reach, I guess. As I was fighting it, it lifted me off the ground. All the while, I still can't see it. I grabbed the door frame as it brought me into the hallway. I still remember the way it felt. The trailer itself looked odd, dark and discolored, warped almost. Dust idly floating around and gravity just didn't even work anymore. Ended up bringing me in front of a large open bathroom door. In front of the mirror on the door, disappeared off the back room. I looked into the mirror. I could see myself, but I could also see behind me. Eventually, I got a really bad feeling that if I didn't wake up, something really bad was going to happen when it came back. So I fought to wake myself up. After the third lucid dream, I'd gotten an early birthday present from my great-grandfather, a dream catcher. I put it above my bed, and suddenly no more lucid dreams. Eventually, my mother and I moved out. Time passes and we're now living in a newer trailer. People keep giving me, dream catchers as gifts. Even got one of my own after learning that they stop the lucid dreams I get pulled into. Skipping to about 13 or 14, my cat at the time started destroying them. He liked the feathers, you know? I do. Anyhow, as my dream catchers dwindled, I got pulled into another dream. I got more dream catchers, was fine, they got messed with. Fast forwarding to about 16, I had another. This one was a bit different. Started off as a bad dream, and then I felt it. I got into a car, and as I was doing so, I went lucid. I locked the car, and I could feel it standing there. I always know where it is. Would unlock the doors, and I'd jump back to lock them, and I missed one, and it got in. Then it tried to drive off a cliff. I managed to wake myself up before he went over. I had another one recently. I'm not sure if it was last year or this anymore, but it took place at my great-grandfather's house. It was also a bit different for several reasons. Dream me knew that it was there and kept avoiding the hallway, and eventually even started screaming at the hallway where it was going to go away and leave me alone. The screaming is what made me go lucid, and in a way I could feel its irritation. I fought to wake up, and I had learned as well that I had a dream catcher up there that had been messed with up still, but it had a painting, but hanging was damaged and dream catchers a no-no. What? There's another I'm not fully sure where it fits. I blocked it out. I was reminded as I got further down in typing. I don't remember quite as much as I once did, but got sucked into a lucid dream of my room, the room I still have now. Though it was set up how I'd had it before, changed it around, I heard and felt it coming through the door, so I pretended to be asleep. I heard it come in and felt it sit on the edge of the bed next to me. Felt it loom in to get close to me. Started talking about, generally, as I said, I don't remember as well anymore. How did I think I was going to know I was awake? Was I really trying to pretend? Taunting me, really. That was the first time I'd ever really spoke or even seemed amused. It started blowing on my face. I guess trying to make me react or open my eyes, I don't know. This year, though, I've had so many of them. I'm 18 now, and I had just a bad dream. I ended up going lucid. I was yelled at by one of the antagonists of the dream about leaving. He was incredibly angry that I'd started waking up. Stupid as it is, it scared me, so I forced myself to instead stay in the dream, which I regret, but More recently, though, starting yesterday, I've been dreaming about the original trailer. Now, mind you, before I get into those, the person who now lives in the trailer is a family friend, who said my uncle and his friends had messed with a Ouija board in his room before he moved in. He said none of them would talk about what happened. Frankly, none of them seemed to want to remember. But he also mentioned that it had gotten left in the closet. But back to the recent dreams. Yesterday, it had me and my grandmother going to the trailer. There was a horrible smell, like make you want to hurt, like rotten kind of smell. Nothing much happened. My dream self was cautious of the hallway and walking around the trailer. A dog threw up. There was like 4 or 5, none of which I recognized, and I woke up. This last one I woke up from today. It had me, my mother, my uncle, and his now husband. I remember being in the bathroom, and it looked different. I was uneasy, and I was quick to get back into the living room where everybody else was. Originally, I was standing near where my uncles were sat. Then these weird chime things started going off, and my dream uncle talked about how it happened, and not to pay attention to it because it was down there, basically. Anybody else slightly confused? Raise your hand. I had glanced back because I felt that similar feeling, but my dream uncle said that he don't look back there. I hadn't seen anything and hoped that it was a good sign. Got spooked although the longer it went on, so I went and sat on the other sofa by my dream mom, and my dream uncle started showing pictures on a phone of how they'd seen something down the hall before. I tried not to look, but even though I closed my eyes, I still did. Then the chiming or ticking or whatever got louder and quicker. My uncle, it's the dream by now, told everybody to feign being asleep and not to look. So we all did. I could hear and feel it around, hear it walking and messing with everybody. Then it got to me and it said something. I don't remember, but I mentioned that I wrote something after realizing a connection, and this is it. But then it started blowing on my face, like it had before, trying to make me react or open my eyes. I still don't know. I guess I flinched though, and I got angry. The rest of the dream is random and generally had to do with avoiding being found by it. Some folks I know are worried something's attached to me, and it has been since being in that trailer. I feel like it's taunting me or trying to tell me something, or maybe both. Again, I don't know what it is. I won't say it's a demon or anything. I've had a few folks suggest it in the past, though. But I do know that it's something. I couldn't help you with that one. The White House. No, not that White House. This is a house that I lived in when I was a teenager. In my family, we referred to it as the White House because that's what it was, a big split-level white house with a big porch. We lived in a very small town at the time. We lived on the outskirts of town in a pretty tiny cabin in the woods. On our rides into town for groceries or to go to school, we would ride past a house on Main Street. It was different from the other houses. It was different in that it was set very far back on its plot, so the front yard was bigger than all the other houses. It was also different in that it was fairly big, at least compared to the neighboring houses. Had a long driveway and an old carriage barn at the end of it. No one lived there, though, for some reason. I always got an ominous feeling from the house. But the summer that I was 12. Well, my mom came home one day. She told me that we were moving, and that she had already found a place and that it was in town. The next day, she asked me if I wanted to ride into town with her so she'd show me the house that she lined up. I was excited to see where we'd be living since we'd been living in the country since we moved to that town. When she pulled into the long driveway of our new place, the one thing I said to her was, "I don't like this house." It was an ominous house. She was understandably irritated with me and replied, "Well, too bad." A week later, we packed up and moved in. Despite my bad feeling about the house, it was pretty nice inside. Moved inside the bottom unit. There's a unit above us that was empty. There were 3 bedrooms and they all had their own full bathrooms. There was also a functional wood-burning fireplace. Thought that was hella cool. Chose the bedroom off the kitchen at the back of the house. had a built-in counter and cabinets. As we were moving in, I started noticing little things about the house. Like there were floodlights in the living room walls, all the kitchen cabinets had numbers on the inside of their doors. All their shelves were lettered. Found a paper taped to the edge of one of these shelves that had Richard Snyder's Meds written on it. That's when my mom told me that the house was like an old county mental health facility at one point. I didn't think too much of it. It was pretty chill for about a month. That was until we started hearing things upstairs. It sounded like somebody dragging something across the floor up there. We'd hear footsteps and somebody walking up the stairs to the unit. At one point, my mom even went to check the door upstairs and it was locked to make sure. She wanted to make sure no one was breaking in or squatting up there. It was locked. She called the landlord, asked him if anybody was working up there. He said no one had been up there since we moved in. Strange. For the rest of the summer, my stepsister stayed with us. We spent a lot of time outside exploring the new space. We were interested in the carriage barn, especially. We weren't supposed to play in there because it was the garage for the upstairs unit. We had our own attached garage. But since nobody lived up there and the carriage barn was unlocked, my mom said we could go in there, but to be careful not to fuck with anything. Apparently, there was a ladder that went up to the upper part of the barn. It was a very old-looking ladder, and we didn't really trust it, so we didn't look up there. There was also a little cute, windowed room in there. There were built-in shelves and a table in the center of the room. There was also an old piano in this room. For some reason, when we went into that room, we started to pretend that we were ghost hunters. We were asking who was there and who they were, and, well, we even left questions on a pad of paper. Left it in there with a pen. Nothing happened that, but mind you, the only thing that we knew about this property was that it was an old county mental health place. And that really wasn't that frightening to us. We just felt that that carriage barn had more to it. We stopped playing there after a few days. Nothing significant happened in the house until autumn of the first year there. I had my best friend at the time. We were there after school. We were in my room shouting the shit, and we just both saw a man. He was in a yellow coat standing at the stove. He was there long enough for us to notice him, but gone before we could see him clearly. That was the only time I ever saw something in that house. The other times were like things on the TV going on and off, or the channels changing on their own. If we were listening to CDs, they would skip tracks or the volumes would fluctuate. The other was feeling like you weren't alone. Whatever was there made me feel scared. Never really that scared. It actually sometimes felt friendly, and sometimes it felt sad. It felt like it just wanted to let us know that it was there, but that we could all live together. It was strange, but nothing that was too bad for me, given the shit I've experienced in the past. One thing I didn't like was that my little sister saw something. She was very young at the time. She was 2 years old, and she pointed at my mom's closet and told me, "A guy go in there." The strangest thing that happened in that house happened to me. I was 14 at the time. This is going to sound like sleep paralysis, but I'm not completely sure really what it was. It was around 12 a.m. I was just about to sleep. That's when my body started to feel like there was static coursing through it. It felt like someone sitting on the edge of my bed, but I couldn't see them. All I could hear was static and whispers and a car engine starting up. The car sounded like it was coming from the direction of the carriage barn. I also felt inexplicably sad to the core. I tried to scream, but no sound would come out of my mouth. I was trying so hard to scream that my throat hurt. I tried to move, but every movement that I made was like stop motion. Couldn't stand no matter how hard I tried, so I crawled off my bed. And toward my bedroom door. Finally made it to the threshold of my doorway, and the sun was up. The feeling in my body faded. I slowly stood up. My body was getting ready to leave for work when she saw me standing there. She said I didn't look so good. I asked if I was okay. Told her that I didn't sleep well, but she said that she's called the school for me, told me to stay home. I was honestly fucking shook. I don't know how to explain to her what happened, so I just didn't. It wasn't until after we moved out that my mom told me that, well, really what she learned about this house. There was a man who lived there long before. It was a mental health facility, and his name was Kenny Whitney. He lived there and he gave piano lessons. He was also a gay man. When he came out to his family, they disowned him. He drove his car into the carriage barn, started it up, and breathed in fumes, and he killed himself. I think that's what happened to me, was Kenny trying to tell me who he was or tell me what happened. When I go back to that town, I feel drawn to that house, catch myself staring at it when I pass it. I dream about it often find myself wishing I could live in it again. There's something wrong in my house. Falling toys. The earliest thing I can remember that really freaked me out about my house was the recurring experience of soft toys that I had put away on top of my wardrobe. They would suddenly fall to the floor. I would notice that a toy had definitely been on top of my wardrobe before I went to bed. It would be on the floor when I woke up the next morning. Being a very young kid, it did freak me out, but I didn't really understand ghosts or anything, so I just kind of laughed it off. I was thinking it was the wind or poor placement of the toys. But as this became more common, I became more unsettled. I remember once I heard a soft thud, turned to see a toy hedgehog now on the floor. I was fed up at this point. And, well, I picked up the toy and I said to the empty air, "If that was you, do it again." Nothing happened, so I brushed it off and tried to go on. Told my younger sister about what had happened, and we both laughed about it. I asked if she had any similar experiences. She said no. The last time I can remember a toy falling from my wardrobe was the worst of all. My sister had a friend over for a sleepover. She told her friend about the weird experiences. The friend asked to see it, so they came to my room. All three of us stood near the doorway, and I noticed the hedgehog on the floor again. I called out once again to the empty air, "If there's somebody here, knock a toy off the wardrobe." We all waited in silence until suddenly there was a soft thud and a toy had fallen. I don't remember much of what I was thinking. Well, all I remember was hearing somebody scream and running out of my room. A toy hasn't fallen off of the wardrobe since. Sounds in the night. The next thing I remember happening in my house is a collection of small, unsettling things that happened in the middle of the night. I've always had trouble sleeping, so it wasn't uncommon for me to be awake long into the night when everybody else was asleep. It was during these unsettled nights that I would hear and experience a lot of things I couldn't explain. The most common thing I remember happening was various creaks and sounds of people moving around. It wasn't unusual for my floorboards to creak, but they'd only creak when people were walking around. But every time I would check to see if anybody was up and moving, they'd all still be fast asleep. My sister's door would still be closed. There were also many occurrences of hearing sounds of scratching at my door if it was closed. This wasn't something that worried me, as we had always owned cats, so I would just go and open the door and let them in. However, on multiple occasions I opened the door to an empty corridor with no cats even upstairs. That never sat right with me. The most disturbing and unexplainable thing that happened in the night was something I'll never forget. It had been a completely normal night. I had fallen asleep moderately easily. But a few hours later I woke up and I couldn't get back to sleep. I was frustrated, but I was so young that I didn't have a phone to keep me entertained. So I was sat doing nothing until I could fall back asleep. However, before I could even get tired, a loud crash sounded through my room. I looked up frantically to see a small yellow ball bouncing on my floor like it had just been thrown into my room. I was terrified. Picked up the ball and ran into the corridor expecting to see maybe my sister or my mom, but the house was silent. My parents were fast asleep. My sister's door was closed. And for context, my sister always closes her door at night and always knows when her door opens. That's because her door has always been unbearably loud when opening. creaks and floods the entire house with noise, so I immediately knew that something had left her room that night, or rather had not. Moving doors. Another common occurrence in my house that still happens to this day is doors opening and closing without any wind or human influence. The most notable instance of this was one day when I was washing my hands. Suddenly the bathroom door swung closed. I looked up in a panic and watched as the door began to swing open and closed. I shouted out to see if anyone was on the landing, but my family were all downstairs. I cautiously turned around and called out for whatever was there to prove itself by closing the door. After a few seconds, pause. Door slammed shut and I screamed. Quickly opened the door and ran out of the bathroom. Once I'd calmed down, I went back to the bathroom thinking it might have been the wind, but to my horror, the window was closed tight. The Ouija board sessions. For Christmas one year I asked for a Ouija board. I was a weird kid. I used the board a few times with family in locations other than my own house. I'd never been confident enough to use it in my home. Knowing that already concerning experience I had over the years, I was too scared to risk communicating with whatever may be living in the house. But one night I decided that I felt brave enough to use the board in my house. It was around 2 a.m. Got the board out, ready, and opened it. Using the safest methods I knew, I sat with my fingers resting on the planchette for a few minutes. I was too scared to ask anything. Felt like all of the courage from moments ago had vanished into thin air. I sat in tense silence for a few minutes before finally asking a question. Is anybody there who would like to communicate? I asked quietly, not wanting to wake others in my house, and almost instantaneously, the planchette slid across the board. Felt a shiver run down my spine, and I hadn't expected a response, especially not one this quickly. I tried to quell my building panic as the planchette flew across the board and sat firmly on yes. I sucked in a sharp breath and tried to think of what to ask next. What's your name? I asked, and more cautiously, no response. How old are you? Still nothing. Asked a few more questions, still to no avail. I had got one explicit response and then nothing more, not even a shift, and the planchette sat completely motionless on yes. Feeling defeated, I shut down the board. However, I couldn't leave it just like that. I had an uneasy feeling brewing in my stomach. I sat and contemplated what to do for a while before, deciding to reopen the board and try again. I repeated the opening process and got ready to ask the question again, this time with more determination. Is anybody there who would like to communicate? I asked once again. The planchette flew to yes, and this time with more force. I had to swallow back a yelp at the action. I repeated the same questions of the previous session, and still I received no response apart from the first response. My blood just ran cold. I felt as if there was a looming presence in the room watching my every move, but I couldn't see anyone. Closed the board frantically and hid behind my bed. The feeling of pure terror didn't leave. I didn't fall asleep that night. Never used that board in my room since. Sometimes when I see it in the corner of my eye, I can still feel that terrifying presence looming over my shoulder. The house on 16th Street. This house was the house that my mom grew up in. The woman who raised her owned it. She ended up renting it from her when she was 8. When I was 8. I was gonna say. We lived there until just before my 10th birthday. Anyway, this is a story, so let's get to it. First thing happened days after we moved in. We had a beautiful Persian cat that was given to us from a friend. This cat's name was Kiki. Kiki. He was an extremely obedient cat. He didn't like being on the furniture and absolutely hated being outside. We had him at the house for about 3 days before we never saw him again. We searched the house top to bottom. We looked in every single room, cabinet, and under every piece of furniture. We looked outside in bushes and trees. We scanned the alley behind the house and kept an eye on the road in front of the house for this boy. Well, he was just gone. There could be logical explanations, but about a week after living in that house, I started hearing things when I lied in bed. My brother and I had rooms on the second floor. That was while my mother and her boyfriend were on the first floor. Every night as I tried to fall asleep, I could hear somebody walking up the stairs. Sometimes it sounded like running, sometimes it sounded like two people coming up them. I would also hear the floorboards of the hallways creak as if somebody were pacing across them. I always left my bedroom door open at night because I was too afraid to close it. I could see the hallway from my bed, and I would hear these footsteps, but never see anybody come into the hallway from the stairs. There was just never anybody there. The school that I went to was across the street from the house, so when I was in second grade, I came home and noticed that I didn't see my mom's car in the driveway. Obviously, that meant that she wasn't home. I walked into the house and called for her a few times anyways, and, well, there's nothing. As I made my way through the house, I started to hear her voice. It sounded like she was having a phone conversation. It was coming from the basement. I called for her once more before making my way to the basement. The moment I placed my foot on the top stair, the talking stopped. I was scared, but I still went down to see if she was there, but she wasn't. There was no one in the house. I was the only one there. Ran up those stairs as fast as I could, straight out the front door. Waited on the front lawn for my mom to get home. She showed up about 15 minutes later and asked why I was sitting on the lawn with my jacket and backpack still on. I gave her some kind of an excuse. I didn't tell her what had happened because I didn't think she'd really believe me. I never left alone, well, never felt alone, rather, in any part of that house. But the basement felt 10 times worse. It was a large basement and with 2 large rooms, but the first was paneled and carpeted, had a very small closet-like room in it that was lined with shelves. The woman who raised my mom used to pickle beets and other vegetables and stored them in that room. The second room was the laundry room. It was large, just cement and rock. In the finished room, we had a TV and a futon, and my mom's boyfriend, weights and workout equipment, as well as his guitar collection all down there. The second summer that we were there, we bought a new guitar at a yard sale. He was hella geeked out about it and brought it to the basement as soon as he got home. Set it on a stand in the center of the room, went upstairs, called a friend. About 15 minutes later, we smelled smoke. We noticed it come from the basement. They ran down there, and his new guitar was on fire. It was burning from the headstock and the top of the neck. Put the fire out and looked for a source, but there wasn't one. The guitar wasn't plugged in into any amp, and there was no walls or outlets, and it was in the center. He assessed the damage, and the guitar was ruined. The fire burned so hot that it burned through every cord, and the headstock was nearly charred. The last thing that happened in that house was the absolute worst. It was the same summer as the guitar fire. My cousin came over to spend the night. She never really slept over before, so we were super excited. It was when I went to bed that all hell broke loose. I had 2 single beds in my room in case I ever had somebody over, and, well, this was the first and last time. I was already asleep in my bed when I woke up with the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard in my life. I sat up and looked over at her, and she was crying and screaming, "Oh my God, did you see it? Did you see it? What was that? Oh my God." I was sleeping, so I didn't see anything. All I could say was, "What?" My mom and her boyfriend came running up the stairs into my room and asked what was going on. My cousin was fucking hysterical. She was so scared that she couldn't even move. My mom's boyfriend had to carry her downstairs the whole time. I could just hear her crying and saying, "What was that? Did you see it?" I was stunned. I was in complete terror. I just sat in my bed too afraid to move. After about an hour, my mom came up and just told me what my cousin was doing, that she was going home. I asked my mom what happened. She told me that everything was okay, not to worry about it. About a week later, I asked my mom. I asked her again. She told me something, and it chilled me to my bone. She told me that my cousin told her that she heard somebody coming up the stairs. When they reached the top, it was just a big black thing, like a cloud almost. That when it got into the center of the hallway, it grew, filled the hallway, and blocked out the light. I just looked at my mom, and I was so scared that I didn't have any words. She asked me if I'd ever seen anything like that in the house. I ever saw, but I did tell her about the footsteps. To this day, I've never spoke to my cousin about it. She's never brought it up and I'm too afraid to ask her about it. We moved out that autumn. Years later, I brought it all up to my mom, told her everything that I experienced living there. I was nervous, but I just wanted to tell someone. She surprised me by telling me that she experienced the same things, and some even worse when she lived there as a kid. She told me that she once rolled a ball into a small, with a jarred pickled shit in it. She said that the ball stopped in the center of the room, that all the jars shattered and they sat on shelves. She also told me that the neighbors would often call the police and tell them that my uncle, who was a child at the time, was on the roof of the running around in his underwear. That's what they wrote. When the police got there was never anybody on the roof, and sometimes this would happen when no one was even home. She said that this was a pretty constant thing. All I know is whatever lives in that house never felt like a human spirit. Didn't feel like an animal. Didn't feel natural. Felt menacing. My haunted houses experience. Time to take a stroll down Erie Street. I'll try to be brief, but I have 4 haunted house experiences. 1. I moved around quite a bit as a kid to my dad's job. We moved to Wausau, Wisconsin for 6 months when I was in 3rd grade in 1970. Maybe that's Wausau. I kept seeing things move, and I was hearing voices in my room. My parents chalked it up to an overactive imagination and no more night gallery for you. It was 30 years later when my mom told me somebody had died in my room. 2. We moved back to Appleton and lived at my home for about 6 months. My parents had problems with the landlady. It was weird when I moved back, as I went to the same school I was attending at Sacred Heart. I thought people traded homes when they moved. It was like a time warp when I went to the same Mrs. Hoffman's class. We moved across town. It was I think it was 1213 East Francis Street. That's 1972. We lasted a year there, as it was a small ranch house with 3 bedrooms, and my mom, dad, 2 sisters, and new baby brother outgrew it. My sister Amy talked about a man being in the basement. We would hear somebody walking up the stairs at night. I always got the heebie-jeebies, and, well, so did my friends when playing in the basement. My parents told us years later that somebody committed suicide in the basement. 3. We moved down to block 1301 East Francis in 73. My parents' room is downstairs. Our 3 bedrooms are upstairs. My brother's room was always colder, and I keep having bad dreams about a boy who lived in the attic in my bedroom closet. I also felt being watched playing with my chemistry set in my dad's workshop. Lights flickered, like always. Us kids would race downstairs to the pantry to fetch some canned goods or something out of the deep freeze, race up like we were being chased. Our parents poo-pooed this evening, even though the cupboard doors would slam. Our parents poo-pooed. Poo-pooed. With an H, as in the bear. While our parents poo-pooed this evening, though, cupboard doors would slam and no one was in the kitchen, stuff would appear or move. One time the closet door in my sister's room opened and slammed shut. My other sister Sarah said that she saw a little girl with red eyes often by her bed in the middle of the night, and also by the downstairs closet. We were there till about 78. 4. I lived with 2 guys in a condo in Reno. I told them from the get-go something was off, but my roomies just told me to shut the hell up. My silky terrier would often be standing on my bed whimpering, like a sort of don't understand sort of a growl. In the middle of the night, we all heard footsteps. They were going up and down the stairs. I was a stage hypnotist, and one roomie, John, wanted free tickets to impress some woman for my show. I wondered what the heck as I saw John nonstop texting through the entire show. After the show, he says, "I have to go home. Dominic is having a meltdown." Seems Dominic heard something in my room and my dog Ziggy was growling at my closet. Dominic demanded the spirit show itself and then heard a crash. He snapped a pretty clear picture in which we posted onto the internet. Dominic challenged the ghost because that's what they did on TV, so shit got wild. We had 3 Ghostbusters tell us the same story. They told Dominic not to say anything as they wanted to experience it themselves. We left for 2 hours and came back to EVPs and orbs on the camera. They said that the young boy and girl liked my dog, but there's also a dark man. We had Terry Landry from the news come out to do a Ghost Hunters team and said the same thing. 5. Not my house, but a friend's. I was doing the long-distance thing with a woman from Pittsburgh. She was psychic. We had a dinner at my friends Cheryl and Dave's. After dinner, the dogs start barking and the parrot squawking. Cheryl said it's our ghosts. We investigate, we get some cool EVPs, and get several pictures with orbs flying about. We get home and the woman and I just get this feeling like somebody just walked over our graves. I've only had that feeling once before. Bonnie said the ghost traveled with us home and immediately saved my house. What is your haunted house experience? Well, I was dating a woman who had an abusive, sick, and twisted ex-husband. She had 3 kids and said, "You are the opposite of my ex and the kids. Joe, Sarah, and Jake adore you." She worked full-time at a disabled children's home and was attending school full-time at night. I helped by watching the kids, I made dinner and helped with their homework. Good on you. I enjoyed also taking Sarah Bear to club softball practice. I'd often take Brandy to University of Phoenix and Reno, about a half-hour's drive away. I'd always get her port of sub sandwich just the way she liked it, and the kids were old enough, like 13 years old, to kind of wash themselves for a few hours. Things were going well, until her ex committed suicide. She was feeling guilty about it even though, well, he beat her and sexually assaulted her. We were in bed and having an argument, and there was a loud bang. His picture had flown off the wall and crashed to the floor. There was a buzz in the air, and you could smell sulfur, too. We were fully creeped out, and it was like a long, sleepless night. She was feeling so guilty that she broke it off on St. Patrick's Day a week later. Ran into her kids often, and they said that they really missed me. I really missed doing and reading lessons with 3rd grade Jake. I learned she got her degree, got that job promotion at the place she loved, and married an army sergeant with 3 kids of her own about 6 months later. Anybody else run into a jealous ghost? 3 kids in 6 months. Doesn't seem likely. My many ghost experiences. Experience number 1. The first ever experience was a few months after my grandma, on my mom's side of the family, passed away in the summer of 2018. I was laying in bed and cuddling my cat, in which I fell asleep. It was pretty dark in my room, but there was a nightlight on. That was had and on at the same time. Everything, of course, was fine until my body froze up and I felt forced, like my eyes opened and my head turned, which I saw a person who was pitch black standing by my bed. I guess it was a she, since she had what looked like a big head of curly hair. We stared at each other in what felt like forever before this white grin appeared on her face. Then I finally blinked and she was gone, as my door slowly closed on its own. I asked my family in the morning if any of them checked on me in the night. Everybody said no. Since then, I've developed really bad insomnia. And no, I do not believe it was my grandma. Experience number 2. This one was a bit nicer, and similar stuff happened with my mom. We had 3 cats named Toby, Foxy, and Shadow. All have sadly passed away. Now we have 1 cat named Felix. Every now and again we'll feel something move against her legs and think it's him. But nope, nothing will be there. Or we'll see a figure of a cat, but it won't be Felix. The one time I felt my bed move and saw him move down like something was there on my bed, then it was just gone. My bed. Sorry, it is memory foam, so we still have no clue. We don't even know how this could happen. So to me, I think it was my cat Foxy who often did that. Experience number 3. Short, but still happens often. A shadow figure will stand in the crack of my doorway if it's opened and just stand there. It'll only go away if I close the door, and then it won't let me leave. Worst part is, it's at maybe 6 feet, the exact size of the door frame. Otherwise, it's chill. Experience number 4. Another shadow figure who actually made me run. I was refilling my water bottle in the kitchen. Little explanation, so, we have the front door that's to the staircase. It goes up and down to the main floor in the basement. When you go up the stairs, you have to go to your hall to your left, the living room's on your right, and the kitchen archway is in front of you. After I was done, I started heading back to the hallway, and then I looked over down the stairs, peeking behind the banister. It was something crouching and fully black again. I froze, and then it moved, so I sprinted down the hall and almost slammed my door. I sat leaning against the door for like half an hour. Thought something broke in. Decided to go back to bed, and once I woke up, nothing happened. Nothing was stolen. No one was dead. Now, every time I fill my water bottle in the middle of the night or get a snack, I have to make sure I'm not going to see it again. Experience number 5. Almost forgot this one. Good part of these are I'm going to sleep, so it's fun, but this one happened after a really bad nightmare. I don't really know what it was about, but I woke up and just felt pressure of something bad. Just anger, to be honest. I could hear these boots pacing. My floor's carpet, but it sounded like it was on wood. I refused to move and tried to calm myself back to sleep since I couldn't do anything, not even speak. Experience number 6. These next 2 are the most recent ones. For an odd reason, there's been a very eerie feeling in the hallway, and I think Felix, my cat, can agree. Different time, I was filling up my water bottle, and I was just stalling with my cat since the hall felt off again. My room's at the very end of the hall. It won't stop, so I quietly asked something like, "Hey, can you stop making the hall feel off? Just for tonight, please and thank you." Next thing I knew, Felix started waltzing down the hall with no issue. The hall hasn't felt like that since. Experience number 7. This one still makes my neck hurt, literally. So the way my bed is placed, I'm able to sleep facing the wall. The rest of the room is open. It felt like I was half asleep or half awake, but my eyes are still closed, and all of a sudden it felt like the room went quiet. Way too quiet. Then I heard a, "Hey." What I thought was a man's voice. Right after, I felt this cold air right against my neck before it felt like I was electrocuted by a finger right at where my neck meets my skull. Then I woke up fully and my body ached, and my head hurt and I started crying. In the end, I fell back asleep facing my room with my blanket covering most of my head. Then the very next night, I told off the spirit, and anybody who could listen not to touch me when in my room, or at all, would be better. My mom's side. Story number 1. Since I don't have the full story, these might be a little bit shorter. She said that she talked with her mom, my dead grandma, at least once in her sleep. She doesn't remember much of it, nor do I, and it could have been a full dream. My mom hasn't seen her ghost in a while, so I'm hoping at least my grandma's fully moved on. My cat Felix on multiple occasions will refuse to get on the downstairs couch. Why, you may ask, is because that's where Foxy used to hang out. When we brought Felix in, we didn't do it slowly. So Foxy was mad and upset that we replaced her and the old roommates, so we would often stay on the couch downstairs with my mom, Foxy's always on my mom, like a baby. She thinks during those times Foxy Ghost might be hanging out around the couch. My mom's experience number 3. My mom will often see a dark outline of a cat. She'll think it's Felix, but the next thing she knows is she'll see him sleeping somewhere close by and getting comfortable, but like fast asleep. And from what she's told me, she thinks it's our cat Shadow. So you can think of Shadow being a black cat with long fur. And if you remember, Toby and I don't think either of us have seen him around at all. He was a big old ragdoll cat and he was just lazy and doesn't want to show himself. Reminds me of me. Strange occurrence after a night of paranormal deep diving. To give you a bit of background, I'm a man in my mid-30s. I'm happily married to my wife of almost 3 years, together almost 10 years. We own a nice little duplex in a suburban part of Buffalo, New York, where we live peacefully with our 2 dogs and rent out the other part of the duplex. Our rental unit has been vacant for a couple of months while we continue to update, facelift, fix some things. So as of now, it's just my wife and I in the house with the dogs, of course. We're both pretty open-minded people, but for the most part, haven't really experienced anything that one would call supernatural or paranormal. That being said, I consider myself to be a bit more sensitive than the average person when it comes to energy and vibes, be it with people, animals, or places. Our house is about 100 years old, and while we've never experienced anything too crazy, I get the feeling that there's some kind of spiritual presence in the house. I often experience strange smells. And not only that, but I hear unexplained knocks. Generally have a sense that we're not alone. Anyway, this particular experience happened to me just a few nights ago on the very early morning of June 29th. I've been out of work for 2 weeks due to surgery. Because of the pain, either sleeping in our bed or the couch, depending on what's more comfortable. This night I felt the couch to be more comfortable, so that's where I slept. Much of the day prior to that evening, and into the night as well, I spent on my phone, perusing certain subreddits, including this one. And for no other reasons other than finding the topics interesting and having a heightened interest that day for something spooky. While reading through experiences and viewing creepy photos, I had an interesting feeling of wanting something to happen. As I've said, I've never experienced anything in my life that I would call blatantly paranormal or supernatural. But this particular day, that feeling of wanting to experience something took over. Further into the evening, my wife arrived home at around 9 p.m. after working a long day, joined me on the couch while we watched the Netflix documentary. We watched The Devil on Trial. At the end of the documentary, I jokingly made a comment, something to the effect of, so exorcism and all that's all bullshit, which I don't actually believe. I was just making that comment in more of a direct correlation to the fact that the, documentary pointed out Ed and Lorraine Warren as scam artists and took advantage of people. After that, my wife took one of our dogs and went to bed in our bedroom. I stayed on the couch. After my wife retired for the evening, I turned on the show, A Haunting. I did this as background noise, and continued reading various posts of experiences in the subreddit and other similar groups. At around 1 a.m. I turned off the TV, put in my earbuds, sleep mask, put on some binaural beats, which I've been going to bed with for the better part of a year now, as they help me sleep and stay asleep. My other dog lay in the ottoman next to me, with arms outreached, and I lay back slightly upright to sort of ease my stomach pain with my left hand on my dog. Slowly but surely, I doze off. I begin to have a strange dream. Can't remember what it was about, but I remember it was very strange. Not disturbing, I don't think, but just odd and perhaps supernatural in nature, as I often have these types of dreams. At around 3 a.m., I wake up and I've moved from my upright position to a more fetal-like position with my legs twisted and over on the ottoman next to my dog's bottom half. Felt something with my foot, something hard and scratchy. I reach down and pull out from under my foot a small piece of wood. At the time, I must have been half asleep still because I didn't do anything, but the piece of wood on the end table and laid back down, and I just continued sleeping. That morning I wake up and I sort of forget about the experience until my wife and I happen to be sitting on the same couch. She's on the phone with her mom. I look over at the end table and I show it to my wife. "We gotta talk." She makes a confused face and says, "Wait until I'm off the phone." Mind you, I didn't recognize the piece of wood, and my only rational thought was that maybe one of her dogs brought it in from outside. But as practical as that could be, it'd be highly unlikely as to them literally never bringing in anything from outside. They're very good boys. Not only are they good boys, but they're clean, they never get into things around the house, and never destroy stuff or pick up things they shouldn't. Nevertheless, I asked my wife about the piece of wood. She explains that it looks like a piece of wood from one of her decorative bowls or vases. Sure enough, that's where the wood came from. The piece of wood was also exactly like the others from the decorative vase that sits at the top shelf of an old hutch that's my wife and that belonged to her great-grandmother. I asked my wife if she put the wood there to mess with me, to which she swears she didn't. My wife doesn't lie, let alone joke about things like that. If she would have done it, she would have admitted to it. The vase is far out of the reach of the dogs, and no one else has been in the house for months besides my wife, myself, and her animals. In conclusion, I'm convinced that this was something sort of paranormal or supernatural. Really can't come up with a logical explanation for it. The question is, after being in our house for almost 5 years, is this the first time something like this has happened? An interesting piece to this is that the hutch on which the vase sits, it's mostly dedicated to her past loved ones. The shelves contain mostly books, and the rest is filled with pictures and sentimental trinkets from our deceased relatives, including my mom, who passed away tragically about a decade ago. My grandpa was very close with, and my wife's grandparents. Was one of our deceased relatives attempting to communicate with me or us? Was it my mom saying hi? Was my grandpa trying to fetch with her dog? Was it some other unearthly presence in the house who didn't like the comment I made about exorcism and they felt the need to prove to me that this stuff is real? Who knows? My wife is definitely more freaked out than I am over this. I'm more interested than anything. Actually, I would like to sleep on the couch again and set up a camera to record in case something else were to happen. What are your thoughts? Jailhouse Horrors. I work full-time as a deputy sheriff in a very rural part of the northern U.S., right outside of a Native American reservation. Although I do several things for the sheriff's office, I mainly work inside the sheriff's building itself and in the jail. In my time in law enforcement, I've seen many things I can't understand, but here are some of the most memorable. Medium security madness. Inside the jail lies a medium security housing unit. The inmates stay within their cells from 2200 to 0500. During that time, several inmates are allowed to go out and assist with cleaning and laundry duties. I've always had a weird feeling inside the cell block, but every once in a while my fellow officers and even some inmates see a man that we call the Watcher. Late at night as officers walk the cell block, we'll constantly see a man behind us wearing white inmate worker clothes. Sometimes when you turn your head to check behind you, and sometimes it's right in front of you. Never seem to know when you'll see him. Do a double take as a result of him being gone. He appears to every officer the same, and to some senior guys it's a rite of passage for when younger officers ask about the long-haired old guy out of the cell at night. Well, this is compounded by the fact that old cries for help are heard occasionally only for officers to run out of the office checking cell to cell for somebody in distress, only to always find no one awake. I personally believe that I've heard my last name called to me while sitting in this housing unit. Heard it plain as day next to me. There's no one awake and all the inmates were asleep and accounted for. This particular housing unit has a long history of suicides, overdoses, and violent fights for the better majority of the last 3 decades. My first paranormal encounter here started even without my prior knowledge. Other officers only disclosed the information after I inquired. Hell's Kitchen, literally. The kitchen is another hotbed of activity, with two spirits appearing in the same manner and performing the same activities to each other each time we see them. The first is a larger man, maybe 6 foot, 250 pounds. Nearly every officer who's seen him describes him in the same context. He can be seen as soon as you unlock the kitchen and look up from your keys. He's dressed in white kitchen worker clothes, standing at the sink washing his hands. It's as if he's about to start his shift. My first encounters happened right after I was off FTO and started night shift. For nearly 2 weeks straight, I would seem to double take only to see nothing in his place. For weeks, I thought I was crazy, not asking anybody or anything about him. Only after one day that my supervisor comes running into the office screaming about seeing something in the kitchen, only for his horror to be compounded when I gave an exact description of the individual and the task he was performing. My supervisor is a devout Mormon and a firm critic of anything supernatural was scared badly. He refused to enter the kitchen for a long period of time. The second spirit of the kitchen is the exact opposite of the man in white. He's faceless and only a faint orange glow is seen. The same shade as an inmate's jumpsuit. He's seen when you go to lock the kitchen door. The squeak of the inmate's shoe is heard and an orange glow rushes you, as if he's trying to escape the kitchen before the door's closed. The kitchen also has a history of inmate death, with records from the 90s reporting of inmates breaking in and using the kitchen knives to slit their wrists. Maximum security, the non-stop horror. Maximum security. No place in the entire jail has more terror than the maximum security wing. Activity is non-stop, from random doors slamming to lights turning on and off. A personal favorite of mine is when you're there and the inmates can be seen at night walking the top tiers on cameras, and in person, only for you to rush in about to confront an inmate for being out past bunk up, only for every door to be secure. Random screams are heard coming from areas where no inmates are housed. Footsteps happen so regularly that many officers don't even react anymore. But my all-time favorite is the time when an officer witnessed a female inmate through one of the white glass. Exited her cell in the middle of the night without him unlocking it. The inmate processed, wrapped a noose around her neck, climbed the railing, and jumped off top tier. Several officers witnessed this happen. Radio calls to dispatch were made, emergency tones rang out, only for officers to open the cell block door, make entry, and see nothing. The odd thing about this incident was that the cell block only housed male inmates, but several years prior was a dedicated female housing block. Cell 19. One cell in the jail has been a shithouse in particular over the last several years. Cell 19 has housed dozens of inmates, but most either have some mental episode that results in them being institutionalized or moved out within a few days. Examples include completely normal inmates going to bed only for them waking up in the morning to screaming and rushing out and giving an evangelical sermon warding off evil. Normal inmates get housed only to have a horror show of a health issue in the day following. Heart attacks, strokes, and seizures for inmates normally for good moderate health. In the most recent cases, an inmate who was like a prior co-worker of mine in another job attacked several officers inside the cell following cries for help. It took 6 officers a taser, pepper spray, and a restraining chair to subdue him. The reason why officers responded was he was choking out his cellmate. It was completely without cause. Following this, the inmate was placed in observation, was seen taking off his socks and shoving them to his mouth only for him to be saved from passing out when an officer took them out. The inmate in question the next day has been seen looking directly into the camera and breaking his hand seemingly without pain. The man's in his 70s. Conclusion. Many things can be explained to simply being in a high-stress environment and, well, the nature of a jail. But many things experienced by officers with no prior knowledge of the happenings. The fact that they happen so often is why I felt the need for posting. If you think the story's false, then simply consider it entertainment. True story, haunted house. My grandma's around 75 years of age. She lives alone and prefers to be a recluse. The house she's lived in has been the subject of discussion for many moons. Creepy stories, supernatural stuff, and that sort of stuff has always been exchanged during family gatherings. My mother and her siblings had tried to get her out of the house and move in with us many times, but to no avail. She simply likes to be left alone. So at this point, I'm around 15 years old. My father never let me or my siblings stay away for longer than a day. We saw our grandma at least once a month because my dad enjoys long drives. But we always return by nightfall. So my grandma always complains that she never gets time with us because of all the other cousins that are staying with her during the summer. That's mostly because they live nearby, and hence have stories about the house. So, when I turned 15, my dad had an epiphany. He says it'll be good for me and my younger siblings to stay with my grandma for a few days. Now, the stories that we have heard are kinda scary, so my younger sister, who's afraid of the dark, wasn't looking forward to it that much. But I convinced her it was all fake and that if the house was haunted, my grandma would have been able to live in it for that long, and well, she's not completely convinced, but she does agree. On the other hand, I was really looking forward to it. I had all the freedom to call my friends at night and nobody would say anything. When it comes to ghosts, I simply don't believe they existed. I come from a family of strong theists. I believe in a God who would protect me, and that blind belief rendered me sort of oblivious to supernatural demons and whatnot. So my sister and I go to her place. Now there are 3 bedrooms in the whole house. One is where my grandma sleeps, which has 2 beds. One is where my grandpa used to sleep, and one is known to be the most haunted room of all of them, by the way. My grandpa's room had his stuff on the bed, so my choices were to sleep in grandma's room or the haunted room. I picked the haunted one easily. Not because I was brave, but because it was private and I could talk to my friends at night. My sister said that she would sleep with my grandma. The first day was fine. I didn't get much sleep that night. In fact, I slept early in the morning because it was impossible for me to sleep in that room for whatever reason. Now, the thing about that room is the windows are all wooden, so not even a bit of light would get in. Not in the morning, nor at night. The 3rd day, my sister says that she's going to start sleeping with me because my grandma apparently had a creepy habit of walking around the house in the middle of the night. I know, that's a definite red flag. So for the 4th day, which is the day of the main incident, my sister and I are together in bed. It's around 2. I hear the pendulum clock ringing through the house. I know my grandma's up because I hear shuffling outside the room. My sister's asleep behind me. It was pitch dark in the room and I wasn't particularly afraid. I was just randomly thinking about stuff about my teenage drama. I'm facing upwards looking into the dark and one of the hands is hanging out of the bed above my head. Our bed didn't have a headboard but had sort of a wood covering on the top and the bottom. So I'm in my own head, and my train of thought gets broken by something hitting behind my bed, like somebody knocked on it once. I freeze and my mind's erasing, so I think it was me. My hand still hanging back, I must have jerked it unconsciously, so I stay like that, aware of my hand still hanging back. My sister's still sleeping beside me. A few seconds later again, a huge knock, this time a bit more loudly and strongly. Now guys, at this point, I'm officially scared. Slowly pull my hands down and it was pitch dark. Couldn't get a single word out of my mouth to call my sister. Pull my hands down and I touch my sister's hand and I squeeze it. This is no joke. My sister jerks herself away, doesn't even ask me what's wrong. Starts chanting mantras my dad taught us. Well, I wind up joining her, and a few seconds later, a lighter knock behind the bed. This time, both of us hear it. We hug each other, too scared to do anything, and continue praying. When dawn broke and my grandma was officially awake, we switched on the light and checked the entire room for rats or holes that rats can come into. Nothing. There's nothing behind the bed or beneath it. My grandma was a clean freak. There'll never be a rat in the house anyways. I go back to bed and I just fall asleep. We don't say anything to anyone. We called our parents to bring us back, but they weren't home and my dad told us to buck up. We continued to live in that house and that room for about a month. In fact, we barely got out of the room. I don't even know why. By the end of the month, we got attached to the room and the house. A lot of creepy and scary things followed that week, but Dad did say to buck up, so we bucked up. We went back home after about a month, told my mom about, everything that had happened. It was after I left that room in that house that I realized I felt lighter doing so. My aunts, after hearing her story, screamed at my mom for letting us stay there so long. Apparently, Uncle went crazy in that room. He shut off all the ventilators and made sure no light came in and locked himself in the room for months. My family had to sign him into an asylum. It took years of recovery to get him out of his own head. And after that, we never stayed there alone. But that said, my sister and I stopped being afraid of the house after a whole month. When we go back there, it's sort of a welcoming vibe. It's like we made peace with the contents of the house, whatever it was. But I'll never forget what happened that month. If you want to hear more about what happened, let me know. I can't rationalize the happenings of today. For context, I live alone in a 2-bed, 1-bath house on the edge of town. Prior to tonight, everything's been fine and normal. At around 2 p.m. today, Pacific time, I got home from running some errands. I unlocked the door to my house and entered. I set my groceries on my kitchen counter, tossed my keys into the couch as I made my way to the restroom. As I closed the doors to the bathroom, I heard what sounded like a giant thud or slam coming from the kitchen. It scared the hell out of me. I quickly threw the bathroom door open and ran to the kitchen's entrance, thinking the milk had toppled out of the bag, only to see my refrigerator door wide open. I froze for a second before entering the kitchen, as, this was the most unnerving and confusing thing to comprehend. I went and closed the fridge door quickly and tried my best not to wet myself. What could have been the heavy door, or rather what could have caused the heavy door to fly open? I keep the door to my house locked, and I'm 99% sure I could have beat any intruder to the exit. As I entered the kitchen to close the door, I felt super unsettled, as if something was peeking around the corner staring at me. I don't really know how to describe it. Around an hour ago, like 6:10 p.m., I was finishing up some work for my psychology class in my bedroom with the door closed. That's when I heard some loud footsteps pacing in my hallway. I grabbed my pistol that I had stashed under my desk and made my way to the door. When I opened it, I was half expecting to see an intruder in my hallway. There was nothing. I cleared my house room to room slowly and carefully. Needless to say, I can't explain these two events. I've lived in this house for almost 7 months. I've never experienced anything like this before. What can I do to get rid of this? The house feels so alien right now. I'm going to stay with a friend tonight, and I'll follow tomorrow if anything else is out of place when I get home. I went to stay with my friend last night. I hate couch surfing, but anything for a little peace of mind. Pulled the trigger and bought 2 cameras with a small monitor through Amazon. They'll be here tomorrow. I like the idea of having these for security reasons, but I'm equally as concerned to see something beyond comprehension. I don't want to worry anybody with any ridiculous actions. I'm not a trigger-happy guy, and I have no intention on actually shooting a home intruder. I use my firearm as a deterrent and don't wish to harm anyone. If I suspect any uninvited people, I'll call the local authorities. Hope that clears that up. I came home at around 9 a.m. with my friend Bruce. We both contemplated the idea of a squatter or an intruder, so we searched both inside and around the house, the attic to the foundation. Found nothing but your typical house insulation and dust. We looked at the floor to see if there were any dirt tracks or missing items. Nothing notable on that end. As far as we can tell, nobody's been in the house except for myself and a few friends over the past 3 weeks. We decided to ask my neighbor to see if they noticed any, lurkers or transients around their property. Rick, my neighbor, answered the door. He's been a real help in the past, borrowing his lawnmower. He was understandably confused at my question, hadn't noticed anyone or anything strange. Rick had invited myself and Bruce in for some tea or coffee. He obliged, as a free warm cup of English breakfast is always up my alley. We spoke for a bit about college and work, but the conversation shifted to last night's happenings. Rick was interested in the refrigerator door flying open, so I recounted the events best I could. Rick told us that between occupancies, he and his wife noticed lights being flicked on and curtains being opened and closed, which they found strange. I asked if it could have been my landlord cleaning up. He said it was unlikely due to the lack of cars being in the driveway. Bruce asked if any of the other tenants have had any issues with anything odd in the house. Nothing like what you've experienced, Rick said. After 45 minutes of conversation, we thanked Rick and went back to my place. When Bruce and I returned to my place, there was an undeniable feeling of dread. The best way to describe it would be the awkward, heavy silence after somebody finished yelling at you. Bruce and I decided to toss a typo negative vinyl, October Rust, on the record player to settle things down and chill out. Bruce was sitting across from me and we both heard something fall in the kitchen over the music. We both jumped at the sound. We rushed out of my room to investigate. Both the salt and pepper shakers had fallen from the top of the stove and down into the metal next to the burners. The drawer, too, which contains my silverware, was wide open. Bruce just nodded to me and shut the drawer. Bruce admitted this was strange. No fridge door flying open and hitting the dishwasher strange, but strange enough. He stayed with me until noon, and ever since I've just had this looming feeling of unrest. Been closing every door behind me and double-checking the locks on my doors and windows. I wasn't an anxious guy before, but I kind of am now. My ex had a change of plans, so I'm home alone tonight. I'm a little unsettled about the situation, but I'm going to try to keep things slow. Tomorrow when the cameras arrive, I'll set them up and get some sneaky angles. I've got some assignments to wrap up for class tomorrow. My Alexa's been chumming at random intervals, which is pretty unusual. But I've been doing my best to ignore it. I might try to assert my dominance over whatever is messing with me. I'm not really sure how to approach this fully. I don't want to dive down a rabbit hole tonight. To address the notion of something following me home, I don't really like the idea of some malicious entity attaching itself to me, and I've been thinking about places I might have picked something up accidentally. Freaks me out. Fairhaven is an old town. I'm going to look into some of its history this weekend. I think my ghost stole my phone to make a point. So this was a few years ago. Me and my ex, which at the time was my girlfriend of 8 years, was living together in a small apartment in Manhattan. We were having some serious relationship issues at the time and ended up separating a few months after the situation. But being with me for so long, she had kind of gotten to the point that weird shit tends to happen around me. But for a span of about 4 or 5 months, the activity had gotten out of hand to the point where I had actually started documenting it. I wish I still had the evidence to post. So literally, pretty much daily, we had started experiencing paranormal occurrences. Things falling over when no one was near them. Door opening by themselves. Hearing someone when you were definitely alone. White orbs flying by, black orbs on other days. The thing is, they'll fly right by you, and if you follow them with your eye, which wasn't easy as the speed they moved at was outrageously fast, they would fly right into the wall and vanish through it. There was one thing that really made me start documenting this shit, and here it is. So we all had all of our gaming systems hooked up to one TV, but I ran out of games to play on my PS3 and Wii at the time, so usually the only system that we would usually turn on was the Xbox 360. All we ever really used it for was to connect to our phones via USB or wire to play our music and watch anime. Or maybe we would download download shows onto our phones through the media center. But we'd always, connect it to something, and it was always on. So one day we were just listening to music on the Xbox. It's in the media center when we noticed that on the little Connect screen, there's like 3 people registered in the room. Problem is, we were alone. Not only in the room, we were alone in the house. The other problem was how fucking impossible it was for a person to be where said person was registering. We had bunk beds, and on the top bunk was a huge pile of clean clothes that we didn't feel like folding. So according to the Xbox, there was somebody standing over our head, occupying the same exact space as the top bunk bed and the clothes. More specifically, going through the bed and clothes. Well, when we first noticed this, we reset the Xbox to see if the Xbox was just tweaking out, but still. We said fuck it. So, this is the weird part. We turned on the Xbox every single day for the same purpose. Sometimes it was there, sometimes it wasn't. When it was, we would check it out every now and then to see what it was doing. Sometimes it just stood there, sometimes it would wave, and sometimes it would even look to have been dancing. So me knowing nobody would ever believe me if I told them this every now and then, I would take a few seconds of recordings of this. I think I had 3 or 4. So on another day, we're all just listening to music sitting on the bed playing cards silently. That's the music stops for no reason. Confused, we look up to see only to find that the voice command had been activated. Problem is, neither one of us said anything. So I pull out my phone, start recording the TV screen and explaining what had just been going on. And even though me and my girl at the time were completely silent, according to the Xbox, someone that none of us could see or hear was speaking. Pretty much just showing that little mic icon with the sound waves emanating even though the room was completely silent. Now, all of this happening and other undocumented occurrences going on, I opened the notepad on my phone and started actually logging everything that I could remember happening when it would happen. I had about 2 months of logs on the phone. Then for 2 more days nothing happened. Then on the 3rd day after making the log, I heard somebody in the bathroom on my way to go to it, so I stopped and logged before going in. When I got inside, I logged that no one was actually in the bathroom, and I just, hit the save button. Felt the phone pulled out of my hand. I was a bit startled, but I picked the phone up and made an entry for that incident too. I then used the bathroom and went back to my room with my girlfriend. Continued playing Assassin's Creed. I decided to replay out of boredom, and I sat down on the bed and grabbed the PS3 controller with my right hand, and with my left hand I placed my HTC One cell phone on the bed next to me between me and the MS. While playing, I got a text message from a friend. Without pausing, because I was in a safe place in the game, I picked up the phone and looked at the message. I replied and placed it right back at the same spot. 3 minutes later, I decided, fuck this, I'm tired of being bored, and asked my lady if she wanted to go out for dinner. She said yeah, and we got up and started getting dressed and ready to go out. So I get up, change my pants, and immediately go to grab my phone to put it in my pocket. I wanted to make sure that I wouldn't forget it, but it's gone. So I asked the lady if she's seen it. She said the last time she saw it was when it was in the bed between us. I replied, yeah, me too. So I go on a rampage looking for it, checking the room 4, even 5 times. So confused as to where it could have gone, I even took the sheets and blankets off the bed and shook them out, expecting my phone to fall out, but it never even did. So I decided, fuck it. I'll find it when I get back home and finish dressing myself. Just as I'm finished putting on my scarf and hoodie, I look down on the bed and there it is. Sitting right on the bed in the exact same spot where I'd left it, right on top of the mess of sheets I'd pulled off the bed. I look at my girlfriend and I ask her where'd she find it. She replied, find what? Told her to look, and she looked down, not knowing what I was talking about, and reiterated, find what? I answered, my phone, where'd you find it? She looked at me with a confused look on her face and said, I didn't. What do you mean? If you didn't find it, where'd it come from? I thought you found it. No, I thought you found it. Okay, whatever. I just picked it up, put it in my pocket, but later disappeared again, but this time I never found it again. The White House. No, not that White House. This is the White House I lived in when I was a teenager. My family, we refer to it as the White House because that's what it was, a big split-level White House with a big porch. We lived in a very small town at the time. We lived on the outskirts of a town, a tiny cabin in the woods. Our rides into towns or groceries or to go to school, we'd pass a house on Main Street. It was different from all the other houses. It was different in that it was set way back on its plot so far from the yards, bigger than all the other houses. It was also different in that it was fairly big compared to the neighboring houses. It had a long driveway with an old carriage barn at the end of it. No one lived there, though. For some reason, I always got an ominous feeling from that house as we rode by it. The summer that I was 12, my mom came home one day and told me that we were moving. She had already found a place, and it was in town. The next day, she asked me if I wanted to ride into town with her, and she'd show me the house that she had lined up. I was excited to see where we'd be living, since we'd been living in the country since we moved into that town. When she pulled into the long driveway of her new place, the only thing I said to her was, "I don't like this house." It was the ominous house. She was understandably irritated with this and replied to me, "Well, too bad." A week later, we packed up and moved in. Despite my bad feeling about the house, it was pretty nice inside. We moved into the bottom unit. There's a unit above us that was empty. There were 3 bedrooms and they all had their own full bathrooms. There was also a functional wood-burning fireplace. Thought that was hella cool. Chose the bedroom off the kitchen. It was at the back of the house. Had a built-in counter and cabinets. As we moved in, I started noticing little things about the house. There were floodlights in the living room, and all the kitchen cabinets had numbers on the inside of the doors. We found a piece of paper taped to the edge of one of these shelves. It had Richard Snyder's meds written on it. That's when my mom told me that the house was used as an old county mental health facility at one point. Didn't think too much of it. It was pretty chill for about a month until we started hearing things upstairs. It sounded like somebody dragging something across the floor up there. We'd hear footsteps and somebody walking up the stairs to the unit. At one point, my mom even went to check if the door on the stairs was locked to make sure nobody broke in and was squatting up there. But it was locked. She called the landlord and asked him. For the rest of that summer, my stepsister stayed with us. Spent a lot of time outside exploring the new space. We weren't really interested in the carriage barn. But sometimes we were. We weren't really supposed to play in there because, well, it was a garage for the upstairs unit. We had our own attached garage. But since nobody lived up there and the carriage barn was unlocked, my mom said that we could go in there, but be careful not to fuck with anything. There was a ladder that went up the upper part of the barn. It was a very old-looking ladder and we didn't really trust it, so we didn't really look up there. There was also a cute little windowed room in there. It had built-in shelves and a table in the center of the floor. There was also an old piano in this room, and for some reason we went into that room and started to, pretend that we were ghost hunters. We were asking who was there and who we were and why they were there. We even left questions on a pad of paper and left it in there with a pen. Nothing happened with that, though. Mind you, the only thing that we knew about in this property was that it was an old county mental health place. It wasn't really frightening to us. It just felt like that carriage barn had more to it. Well, nothing significant happened in the house until autumn of that first year. And my best friend at the time after school, and well, we were in my room shooting the shit and we both saw a man in a yellow coat standing at the stove. He was there long enough for us to notice him, but gone before we could see him clearly. That was the only time I ever saw something in that house. The other times were things like the TV going off and on, like changing channels. Well, this one time, my sister was very young at the time. She was 2 years old and she pointed at my mom's closet and told me, "Guy, go in there." And the strangest thing that happened in that house happened to me. I was 14 at the time. This is going to sound like sleep paralysis, but I'm not really completely sure what it was. I was around 12. My body started to feel like there was static coursing through it. I felt someone sit at the edge of my bed, but I couldn't see them. All I could hear was static and whispers and a car engine starting up. The car sounded like it was coming from the direction of the carriage barn. I also felt inexplicably sad to the core. Tried to scream, but no sound came out of my mouth. I was trying hard to scream, but my throat hurt. Tried to move, but every movement that I made was like a stop motion. Couldn't stand up no matter how hard I tried to crawl. Crawled off the bed and toward my bedroom door, and I finally made it to the threshold of my doorway and the sun was up. The feeling in my body faded and I slowly stood up. It really wasn't until after we moved out that my mom told me that she learned about the house. There was a man who lived in there as long before the mental health place. His name was Kenny Whitney. He lived there and he gave piano lessons. He was also a gay man. When he came out to his family, they disowned him. He drove his car into the carriage barn, started it up, and breathed in fumes. Killed himself. I think that's what happened to me when Kenny was trying to tell me that, well, he was trying to tell me what happened. When I go back to that town, I feel drawn to that house. Catch myself staring at it when I pass it. I dream about it pretty often. I often find myself wishing I could live in it again. Well, I often find myself hoping I'll see you guys tomorrow. See ya. Am I psychic? My story. I'm Sophie, 25 years old. I've had a running joke between my friends and family being a psychic. Although in recent years I'm starting to genuinely believe I am. So I've always believed in spirits and life beyond death. I grew up in a haunted house for the first 9 years of my life. Either something followed us to the next house or we got unlucky and moved into another haunted house until I was 18. My first experience with the paranormal was my imaginary friend called Millie. According to my parents, he used to frighten me and make me cry. I was a toddler until I was about 6 years old. I remember when I was around 6 or 7, my sister had her friend over for a play date. For some unknown reason, I felt the need to say, Millie's getting jealous. My mom and my sister and her friend left the house to go to the park, but upon our return, all of the bed sheets had been ripped off the duvets and they were scattered along the bedroom floor. My sister and I shared a bedroom growing up. The TV was face down on the floor, but the screen wasn't shattered. We're talking like 90s early tube TVs. The huge ones, like the smash sound when they fall from that height, right? But another experience growing up in the same house was around when my grandpa died. Bought a Disney Castle toy for my sister shortly before he passed away unexpectedly. It had a clock tower on it. Not an actual clock, just a sticker of a clock with a toy that made it sort of a bell sound. After my grandpa died, bang on midnight, you bet that clock tower would start going off. It really frightened me and my sister as we were really young at the time. After a few sleepless nights full of crying, my mom eventually shook the batteries out. Peace. Or so we thought, because again, for a week after that clock continued to go off at midnight. Super spooky. My mom threw that toy away, and I don't blame her. I've had countless of other experiences growing up, but this would turn into an essay. So let's get on to why I think I'm psychic. I have nighttime hallucinations since I was a toddler. I'd wake up at night and see people or animals in my room, usually staring at me or running at me or just not noticing them there. Got put down to me being young, but still happens now and I'm 25. I hear random words and voices before I fall asleep. Some of the things I've heard or seen are so random I can't imagine it's something my brain would make up. Here's some of the sightings and psychic experiences that I've had. An old lady peering through the ladder of my bunk bed, furious face sticking her middle finger up at me, well, shortly after my family moved into an old house. Seen 3 girls crouching on the floor, hiding and cowering away from my dream catcher. Countless black shadows and scary, unsettling entities in my room. Once when I was 9, I woke up to my mom stood with her back to me. I spent what felt like 10 minutes asking her if she's okay and why she was there, just for my mom to call out from her bedroom, "Shut up, Sophie, it's 3 a.m. Safe to say, I hid underneath my covers and cried, realizing that my mom wasn't stood with her back to me. I dreamt of Michael Jackson the night before he died. Interesting. I dreamt of my dog a year before we got him, but I didn't realize this until he grew up, as I saw him as an adult dog, not a puppy, so it took me a while to realize. In October of 2019, I had a dream that I was on a bus in my local area. The streets were completely empty. There's no people or cars, and it was like a ghost town. Got off the bus, went to the woods, and saw my gran, who's been dead for 10 years. She was so vivid, and I could smell her old perfume, and she was even wearing her red coat. She hugged me and told me, "Things are going to get strange for a while, Sophie. But you're strong, and it'll be fine. I love you so much." Never thought much of that dream until COVID hit and the lockdowns began. I believe she was warning me about COVID, especially as I have severe asthma. I've experienced a severe 4-day migraine 3 times before a traumatic event that's happened in my life. As soon as that event has happened, the migraine disappears. It's a running joke with my family now that if I get a migraine, everybody needs to hide. Toys would regularly move around at night on their own. This has ended up with me developing a phobia of certain Barbies and China dolls because of this. One night when I was around 14, I woke up screaming, "Don't drink it!" Exact same moment I woke up screaming, my 7-year-old brother woke up screaming too. He said they had a scary man in his room offering to drink. Makes my blood run cold still typing it. My mom and sister were awake at the time and said we both screamed at the exact same time, so there's no way it was one of us waking the other person up. Super scary. One time when I was 18, I was having a sleepover with my friend. I woke up to see a bald, terrifyingly thin man-looking creature crawling toward me on the bed. Behind him was a tall, pitch-black shadow man. Must have been 7 foot. My dog was there and he was growling and barking at the crawling man toward me, trying to protect me. My friend Ben woke up and started screaming, "Who are you?" As soon as we turned on the light beside the bed, they vanished. It took us an hour to muster the courage to run out of the house. We drove to Tesco and sat in the car park until it was light outside again. Ben still brings it up sometimes on the being of, one of the scariest moments of his life. I often know when something is wrong with a friend or family. I say what people are thinking, feel people's emotions, know when someone's about to call or text me. Dreamt of my ex cheating on me the night before he broke up with me. Found out he was cheating 2 weeks later. My mom also had similar things happen, but not to the extent of me. My mom's side of the family say that we're in tune with the spiritual side of this universe. I guess I feel like a fraud saying I'm without an unbiased opinion. What do you guys think? Black Mass. I'm a 23-year-old male, and I've been reflecting on paranormal encounters I've experienced in my childhood. I've been wanting to express my experiences to others. I'll jump right into it. When I was 7 years old, my family bought a house in south central Pennsylvania. The house was brand new. It was built in 2007 and in a development by Ryan Homes. As fortunate as I was, I can still say without guilt, I didn't like this house, and still do not like this house. I'm glad to no longer live there. For a majority of my childhood, I felt as though I was being watched from a distance. It was always very uncomfortable for me, and as I always felt the need to retreat to my bedroom. I always felt like I was invading somebody or something else's space. By the time I was 12, I was pretty convinced that something else was inhabiting the house. Something I'd interpreted as hostile. Tried to convince myself my experience is all in my head. I had a fear of the dark, and I was aware of how that might influence my perception of these paranormal experiences. But the internal debate as to whether or not something was in the house continued. Besides feeling watched, there are various paranormal experiences which I will now describe. I'll only describe these couple for time's sake. My dad was in the military, was often stationed for very long periods of time. He was absent for most of my childhood. He'd return every now and then for a few months to a year or so before leaving again. When I was in the 8th grade, he had returned home momentarily. I had my neighborhood friends over and we were having a sleepover. There were 3 of us. We were sleeping in the living room, and of course, I was in the middle of the night and I was the only one awake. Lay on the floor closest to the kitchen. I was just lying there, staring into the dark kitchen when I started hearing slow and heavy footsteps coming down the hallway. I'm honestly getting spooked just writing about it. At first, I thought it was my dad. Then I quickly realized they were oddly slow and oddly heavy. I was anticipating seeing his silhouette as the moonlight cast just enough light into the kitchen for me to be able to see objects. As the footsteps exited the void of the hallway into the moonlit kitchen, I suddenly stopped breathing. I was in complete shock. I could hear footsteps but couldn't see any silhouette. Couldn't see any silhouette. They continued to approach me slowly, and I just lay there in fear. I was completely frozen. They continued to approach me before stopping about 8 feet away from me. They were standing directly across from me, but I lay there for several minutes waiting, but the footsteps never continued. I finally felt the courage and woke up my friends in a panic. The next incident proved to be the nail in the coffin, and confirmed to me what I was experiencing was at the very least tangible. I was about 15 years old. It was the midday of the daytime on a bright and beautiful summer day. I was home alone with my dog. Couldn't tell you what I wore that day, or what I ate, or who I spoke to, but I can tell you this. I stepped out of my bedroom, which was on the second floor, and walked over to the steps overlooking the foyer. I looked down to see my dog resting peacefully by the front door. I began to walk down the steps. I immediately noticed the space around me felt heavy, like someone had placed fans against the windows or orientated them so they were pushing air into the house. So quiet, very quiet. It had not occurred to me this might be something paranormal. In fact, I felt very relaxed. That feeling you get when you meditate. I walked down the steps and decided to lie on the floor and cuddle with her. She wasn't much of a cuddler, so it really wasn't unusual for her to pull away from me after a minute or so. Of course, I wanted to cuddle her for longer, so I pulled her back down to the floor, but it really wasn't me that she had a problem with. After pulling her down 2 more times, I gave up. I lay on the floor, I turned my head to look at her, and noticed that she was staring down the hallway with her ears up. She was clearly looking at something. I sat up and looked down the hallway with her, and all of a sudden she got up on all fours. The fur on the back of her went up, as did her tail, and then she started growling. This was extremely unusual behavior for her. She was a rescue dog and was severely abused as a puppy and was not verbal. While I found this unusual in the moment, I thought she might be overreacting to some stimuli that I couldn't hear or see. Maybe she thought kids playing outside were intruders in the house. Maybe she saw the reflection of a car driving by. She was a very sensitive dog, and doing so much as holding a ruler in your hand would scare her. But then I saw it. This black circular levitating mass darted across the hallway. Had I blinked, I might not have seen it. It's about the size of a beach ball. It was very dark. It didn't even scare me at first, and obviously I was shocked. But in that moment I realized everything I felt was real. I mouthed the words, "No fucking way," as my jaw remained open. Not only did I see it in my direct vision on a clear and sunny day, my dog saw it too. I've told this story to my mother many times. She told me that when we first moved in, I told her I saw a black figure darting rapidly back and forth at the bottom of the stairs. I don't currently remember seeing this, but based on my age and the significance of this, I hope it'll soon come back to me. Apparently, I told her my grandfather wouldn't let it come up the stairs. I remember on several occasions I'd gone upstairs to the safety of my bedroom. After shutting my door behind me, I'd put my face up to the door and I'd say something along the lines of, "You can't come in here. This is my space. You can't come in here." I felt a little silly, as I could easily see how this might be an imagined fear, but this illustration is just to paint a picture of just how real this was for me. Hope you enjoyed reading about my experience or found it interesting. It was darker than the darkest night. To set the context, I'm from a small town in India, and this supposedly cursed or haunted mango tree is located in the outskirts of a neighboring village. That's on the road that connects my town and the village on the border of a field. This incident took place just a few months ago. I, an 18-year-old male, was on my way from a doctor's appointment with my parents and dog. It was late at night, around 1 or 2 a.m. I was asleep during the incident in the passenger seat. My dad was driving and my mom and dog were in the back seat. My mom was awake, so we're on our way back, and all of a sudden I wake up and come going down a slope. My mom's screaming, "What happened?" My dog's scared, and I remember descending slowly under a barberry tree. There's this mango tree on the other side of the road. So in the field in front of the field where our car crashes into. Thankfully, nobody was injured and the car didn't have much damage, just a damaged bumper. The real experience starts here. So we got out of the car, looked around, we're in a random field. We've fallen in pretty, maybe 8 or 10 feet off the road from a janky dirt slope. My mom asked my dad, "What happened?" He replied, "There's a speeding car or something coming from the front and it had intense lights. I swerved from the road to avoid a collision." Mom said, "Which vehicle?" "I didn't see any car or whatever. I was wide awake." "Probably you were falling asleep. It's late. Leave it. Call someone for help." The road was just a few meters away and we climbed up the slope to stop somebody for help. 5 minutes later, a fleet of 3 tractors came. Dad stopped them and asked for help. They first tried driving the car up the rugged slope, but that didn't work. They even tried pulling it up with the tractor. That didn't work either. More fence would have left it with more damage. So we decided to call the police for help. We sent them off and Dad called emergency police helpline and told the operator of our predicament. She asked the usual, was anybody hurt or whatever, and wired the call to the nearest patrol car. Okay, but this patrol car, so my dad's also a cop, he works in the jail department, and he's pretty senior to this guy. This guy picks up and asks, "Anybody hurt?" Dad replied, "No." He says, "Is it required to come?" What? That's what you're being paid for," Dad yelled back. "Yes, absolutely. I have my wife and my kid, and you have to come here right now." He meekishly replied, "Okay, I'm on my way, but you could ask for a lift, can't you?" Dad's even more furious and yelled, "Yes, would you treat a civilian the same way, let alone a person from the department?" He instantly came to his senses and said, "Yes, sir, I'm on my way." So after this debacle, we're left waiting for the cop car to arrive. As mentioned, it's a secluded area, so they took their time. And also a side note, my Labrador, who can really be pretty vocal when he sees strangers, is completely quiet and almost scared the whole time. Now it's around 2:45 to 3. We're standing by the still road. It's pitch black. I looked at the mango tree in question. Saw something sitting on one of its branches. It was darker than a pitch black night with 2 red dots where eyes should be. Chill went down my spine. I didn't show I was afraid. I just told my parents that we'd go in and sit in the car. It's too dark here. They agreed and we waited for the cops to arrive. The cop car arrived at the scene by 3:40 a.m. or 3:50 p.m. They made sure the car was safe. They said they'll tow it into the morning, and the patrol officer was shouted at by Dad some more, and they dropped us home. Then my mom said, "I felt something bad there, something really filled with malice, something dark." I also opened about what I saw, and I said, "I saw something sitting on the mango tree branch. It was darker than darkness itself. It was cold, sweating, in summer, and I was just, somehow I managed to sleep that night, or I guess that morning. But why am I writing this now? Well, there's been a fatal accident at the same spot. A few days ago, a group of 11 people were returning back from a wedding of their friend in the village late at night. They weren't drunk. They crashed into a mango tree near the mango tree in question. The tree fell in front of their car and killed 5 people on the spot. Another 2 people died on the way to the hospital. 2 people are, they're pretty injured, while 3 people are in intensive care. One person who died is my dad's colleague's friend's nephew. After this incident, many people have told us about their experience with the trees. It's been a pretty big topic of discussion around town. My mom's physiotherapist assistant, who's from the same village, told us, said that his friend died and he was jogging past that tree. and a branch had apparently fallen on him. Around 12 years ago, 2 men died when they were going past the same tree, and a branch fell on them. They were my uncle's acquaintances. These are the ones that I know. There must be more. Thank God that we survived whatever it was. May all of the people who died there rest in peace. May all of the injured people get well soon. I'll second that. Spooky experience in a motel in Washington State. For starters, this experience took place way back in 2015. I was talking to a friend of mine recently and mentioned the story. He convinced me to post this here. I don't use Reddit and rarely ever talk about this, so I'm by no means seeking any sort of attention or points. Chances are I probably won't even see any replies or anything. Well, you're on Paranormal M. And also note, I've had sleep paralysis before, but this was not that. I was still able to move and grab my phone. Context. In 2015, I was a college student outside of Seattle, Washington. A few friends of mine wanted to go on a spring break trip up to Ocean Shores. It's a small town on the coast of Washington State. Well, because we were broke college kids at the time, we decided to book the cheapest flight in town. Or place, sorry. A small hotel called Westerly Motel. We were a party of 5 people, 3 guys including me and 2 girls. We're all just friends and brothers, and we didn't really care about anybody sharing the same room, so we arrived at the Westerly Motel. Everything was fine. The place had a living room, a bathroom, and a small bedroom. It was pretty small overall, but hey, we got what we paid for. It was agreed that the 2 girls would get the bedroom and us 3 guys would sleep in the living room. There for 3 nights total. The trip itself was fine. There wasn't much to do in Ocean Shores, so our original plan was to see the ocean and the beach. But when we got there, it had all these really smelly and gross stuff washed up on shore. The local told us it was actually a fish or whale carcass. I have no idea how legit that was, but that was definitely not seaweed, and it smelled horrible. Nasty. The first 2 nights were completely normal. We all played board games and drank alcohol. It wasn't until the last night that my experience happened. The spooky experience. My 2 male friends slept on a couch and a chair. No idea how I was even able to sleep. I was the only person sleeping on the floor, and at around 4 a.m. I woke up. I didn't physically get up, but just opened my eyes. I remember reaching my arm over to grab my phone, seeing the time, and thinking, fuck, wish it was sunrise. Because the atmosphere was super spooky. It's hard to describe. The air felt stuffy and cold, and I know the phrase gets overused, but it literally felt like somebody was watching me. The closest thing I can compare it to is actually a video game about ghosts called Fatal Frame. Throughout the game, there are certain rooms that have a high-pitched sound, indicating there's something in there for you to interact with. It gives you a sense of something is here, you know? I know that's a weird comparison, but it gives the most accurate feeling to what I felt that night in the motel room. I tried going back to sleep, but I felt so paranoid and scared that I couldn't. I remember my feet were actually shaking because I was so scared. I tried coughing a little to signal to my buddies on the couch, like, hey, you guys awake? Well, I didn't get any response. The weird thing was that I somehow just could instinctively tell that the source of all this fear was coming from the bathroom. I was closest to the bathroom because I slept on the ground. Like I could feel that something was not right with that bathroom. It scared the crap out of me even though I couldn't see anything. It also felt dangerous to move. Like the universe was saying, don't get up, don't move, just go back to sleep. You're not supposed to be awake right now. That's literally what it felt like. Thankfully, after 15 minutes or so, I was able to fall asleep. The next morning, everything was pretty much normal. As my friend and I were checking out of the hotel, I noticed while I asked the front desk, is this place haunted or something? Chose not to. On the 3 or 4 hour drive back to Seattle, I casually said to my friends, hey, were you guys awake this morning? And to my surprise, my friend actually said something like, at 4 or 5 a.m.? I said, yeah. Then my friend said, yeah. Weirdly enough, it got quiet and we both just knew to leave the conversation at that. It was pretty awkward, but that was literally it. I could tell that he also experienced what I felt at 4 a.m., and just like me, didn't want to talk about it. Felt sort of cursed to talk about, honestly. Aftermath that scared me. That was the end of that experience, but fast forward to 2020 during COVID. I was bored. Stuck at home, that Ocean Shores trip came back to mind. I was curious and just Googled Ocean Shores Westerly Motel. First thing that came up was actually a COMO4 news article written in 2014. The article states that in 2014, at the exact motel we stayed at, there was a man who locked himself in the bathroom in a standoff against police. He started a fire and died of smoke inhalation in the bathroom before being taken to the hospital or something. You can find the article itself if you just Google KOMO News Westerly Motel. When I read it, it scared the hell out of me because I remember that night and remembered sensing something in that bathroom. I would definitely consider myself a skeptic, but that night felt very supernatural, like you could just feel it in the air that it was not normal. Before that, I just used to snicker at anybody saying that they felt watched, but, I get it now. I was looking at reviews of Westerly Motel and secretly hoping somebody else had a similar experience, but alas, nothing. But yeah, just wanted to share the story. The motel is actually still around, so if by any chance anybody else experienced something like this, just know that you're not alone. And I second that gesture. Appreciate you and see you. Strange dancing silver-faced person by lake? ? This story takes place about 1.5 years ago, so my mind is a bit fuzzy. But it was one of the most strangest and weirdest events I've experienced. At the time of this story, I was a freshman in college. I'm a very introverted person. I've only made a few friends throughout my time in college, about maybe 3 or 4. Also, at the time, I had a bit of a fishing phase where I loved fishing. I still do, but at the time, I loved almost every single day. I only really fished the common freshwater fish, bass, sunnies, a few catfish, etc. But I was looking to go for something bigger. I was looking to catch carp. My college campus does have a lake, and it does stock it for students to fish from. My school isn't near a gas station, shopping center, or anything of the sort, so I just go walk to get some fish supplies and, didn't have a car either. So it was really the only thing I could be dependent on was, getting this and bringing it from home. Carp are also very sloppy fish, so they'll eat just straight up food, anything that can produce a pungent odor, so, just get some food from the dining hall and whatever, and I would just fish with that. Carp also prefer wet, sticky, rainy, or overcast weather, and they're more active during the darker parts of the day. I sat in my room bored until about 6:37-ish when I started hearing raindrops on the window. I didn't immediately go straight to fishing. Rather, I just went to the dining hall at dinner. Dinner. Came back with leftovers to retrieve my rain jacket, boots, and fishing gear. I was taking my time, so by the time I arrived at the lake, it was about 8. Now, this lake is pretty modest in size. You could probably see 90% of it regardless of where you stand. 3/4 of it is bare grass where a walking path strolls by, while the remaining bit's trees and other brush. I stood on the bank and threw my line in the water, leaning against a tree. Couldn't go on my phone because of the rain, so my line was focused on my line of sight was focused on my line until something caught my attention. I spotted a person, or at least what I assumed to be a person, right on the outer edge of where the trees and brush begin. Now, it was a rainy night and street lamps don't really stretch to where they were standing, so I guess you could take what I say with a grain of salt. But they were wearing light white-colored pants, a big black sweatshirt, and no shoes. And just what appeared to be socks. They were standing in a very marshy, swampy area as well. And if they weren't getting completely soaked from head down with the rain, they were getting soaked from feet up with mud. There's also some black box with a small white light coming out of it which pierced through the night insanely bright. and through it was like a very small light. I'd assume maybe a quarter-inch big from where I was standing, but the amount of power it had was incredible. I would walk back and forth from the edge of the lake, look at the lake, and skip or dance back behind a tree multiple times. This was all the while picking up on this small cube and pointing light in the direction of different areas, going back behind the tree, revealing at the lake's edge, skip back behind, reveal themselves to move back, go back behind the tree, and do this all over again. I watched them do this multiple times, making my, I try to make a noise or something, but at this point I was more entranced by them rather than my fishing. It wasn't until they went back behind the tree this time, walking normally, stayed behind for an uncomfortable amount of time, before slowly walking to the lake's edge and, like they had a sixth sense, looked directly at me. However, from the only light emitting on them, I could only see a metallic, shiny, silvery sheath coming from their entire face. No holes cut out for eyes or mouth. You may think it could have been a clear face protector, but I saw what I saw. They stood there, maybe 30 seconds. Not once did I look away. I don't think I even blinked. But they turned and I saw them walk into the brush, leaving that small cube on the ground, and walked down to what I assume was a walking path which would have led down the trail I was standing on. I went to my tackle box and grabbed my pocket knife from my pocket, hoping I wouldn't have to use it. Though I didn't know if I would have to. As I felt that light shine on my face from the cube, I immediately looked up and it was facing me. I had had enough. Packed up everything quickly and I was walking back toward my dorm. I heard manic footsteps, very much barefoot slaps on a tarmac path. I ran back to the staircase leading up to the main campus, but not without looking down the foot trail. I saw what was my final look at that figure. They were sprinting in the opposite direction with their arms up in the air. Not screaming or anything, but got back to my dorm safe and sound. Nothing happened really the rest of the night, but I returned to the lake early the next morning before my classes, and I found what appeared to be horse-hoof footprints. Not very exaggerated points on the top and in the shape of a bloated V. I saw the wear in the grass the thing left from going back and forth behind the tree, and I didn't find that black box either. Normally I would say this may be some drunk or high student, but that doesn't explain their extremely weird behavior. Those weird footprints in the drying mud or that shiny face that pierced my soul. I'm not sure what I met that night, but I'm not really sure I want to know. My teenage hunting trips on a haunted property. This all happened in the rural area of Southwest Virginia. I was a teenager when all this happened. 14 or 15, not old enough to have a driver's license. We was poor and didn't have cable TV or internet, and it was the time of dial-up even if we did. And so what I had to entertain myself with normally was just hunting. I'd often be hunting squirrels or rabbits after school, and at night we had coonhounds for raccoon hunting in the summer and on weekends. The property owners around us were nice enough to let us hunt, so I was always respectful to what they said. One of the wishes of the farm to the left was for us, if we could all hunt, as if we wanted to, but stay out of the abandoned houses in the middle holler. We would use it as a tool shed for extra barbed wire and fence posts and whatnot. Of course, as a teenager, I couldn't resist taking a peek, but made sure I didn't disturb anything. It was an old mansion at the time. It was a 2-story with an attic and a basement. It had a slave quarters with it and shackles in the basement walls. I'm not sure when it was abandoned, but I could tell it had never had indoor plumbing or electricity added to it. I assume it had not been lived in for a long time because of this. However, it was remarkably sound, like all the glass was still and the windows and the floors and walls hadn't rotten. Couldn't even see much damage from a leaking roof. I also couldn't see any signs that animals used it, like raccoons chewing up on the walls or in the den. Never seen any scat droppings. And anyways, like I said, the farmer was nice enough to let me hunt, so for the most part I respected his wishes. Didn't go into the house, because he could easily deny my hunting rights. This house is also in the holler next to my red glowing light experience. If anybody'd like to read about that, check my profile. Often my stepdad would be with me, but I'd also take the coon dogs out and go hunting alone. When hunting dogs, you let them loose. You wait for them to run a raccoon to a tree depending on how hot the track is. It might take a while, and the direction they run might turn 3 or 4 times. So while waiting for them to howl or tread, you sit and wait in the chase. Or treat, sorry. While standing, you don't need a light and you don't need to waste batteries, so you turn it off and wait in the dark oftentimes. You can just see better without a light once your eyes are fully adjusted to the dark anyways. So many times, even though this house wasn't near the road or any source of light, other than what we carried, we could sit and watch what looked like a candle being carried through the house from the windows, even though nothing around it could possibly be reflecting any light. We could hear knocks and bumps coming from that house, but I could explain that as an animal rummaging around, even though it seemed like animals kept a 50-yard gap from the house. Even the cows wouldn't graze that close. Often lights would run dead if we stayed on long enough in that holler. Again, I could chalk that up to a coincidence. Once, I can't remember if it was in the early spring or in the late fall, but I had been squirrel hunting in a light jacket as the temperature was chilly, but not cold by any stretch. As I reached the back property close to 2 miles from home, the temperature suddenly dropped, and an incredibly strong wind set in. It was maybe 30 miles an hour wind sustained. I started to get cold, coldest I've ever been. I'd been winter camping and sat in a deer stand when the temperature was 0, but I wasn't dressed for this, and I knew I had to take shelter, and that house was the only thing that could help me, so I made my way in. The relief of being out of the wind was instant. I could feel pain in my face, and the hands and the skin I had exposed started to warm back up. It was fantastic. Since I was already in, I decided to look around again. I went upstairs and checked in all the rooms. It was completely empty. Same with the ground floor. Besides the fence equipment the farmer kept in the front area, so it was all pretty boring. I made my way to the basement. It was dark, but my hunting pack is always having a flashlight for backup with hunting raccoons. As I opened the door and looked down the steps, I got that feeling that I shouldn't go down. But being a teenage boy with my manhood on the line and not to be scared and a 20-gauge shotgun in my hands, I went down the steps. The atmosphere felt heavy. The air felt musty and stale. I looked around, and my area was bare other than some old shelves on the wall to my left and those rusted chains mounted to the wall on my right. Walked over, touched them, and as soon as I did, bam! Heard a door upstairs slam close hard. Now it was during a windstorm, so I was willing to chalk it up to the wind, but the house was closed up and not drafty. Made my way back up in the atmosphere upstairs, same as the basement. Cold and heavy. It was like I was no longer welcome. I'd warmed up, but the wind was still blowing, but it died down, so I left and made my way back home. That's the most interesting thing that happened to me at that house. It's been 15 years since I visited it. When I was a teen, I didn't have a fancy camera phone or record any of this. But, I would also be trespassing now. I'm not really sure I'd get permission to go ghost hunting. And no, I will not give the location of this house. It's not my property. And I don't want the farmer's land disturbed. He was nice to me for all those years. I won't disrespect him like that. I just thought you all might enjoy some hunting tales from years ago. I started hearing footsteps when we first moved in. For some context to us moving, me and my family were moving between states with our 2 dogs. We stopped in Tombstone, Arizona. We were staying there for the night. At some point in the day, a man sitting on a bench across the street from the store stops us. He says to look up to the window because we could see a silhouette of a ghost. I was the only one who didn't see it. And later on, we go to our hotel, and the next morning, my brother and my mom both said that they woke up in the middle of the night in sleep paralysis. They both said they saw a figure in our room. Fast forward some, we get our new house for a few years. Eventually, we get a 3rd dog. While living here, the others claim they saw some paranormal events. Some at home, some out around town, and off some side roads. Again, I never saw or felt the presence of anything. So finally, we're moving into our current residence. And this is when I absolutely experienced something paranormal. And before I say what I felt, I'll talk about what I didn't have. Our 3 dogs weren't with us at the time, and they were either at a pet hotel or an apartment one of our parents was at due to work, and they moved here before the rest of us. I cannot recall whether we had slept in our current house at this point, and I know for certain that we had just begun unpacking. I only had my bed unpacked, and we didn't have Wi-Fi. There's nothing for me to do at home, and even though I was a sophomore in high school, I didn't have my own cell phone. I hadn't even started attending my own school yet. So my parents and brother decided they wanted to go to jiu-jitsu class. They already knew I didn't care to go, but they asked me one more time if I'd like to just watch. I once again declined. If I had the foresight to realize we didn't have Wi-Fi, I probably would have gone with them. Not too sure why my mother didn't leave the phone for me, because in my older houses this was something that happened a few times. It was already pretty late in the day. Alright, to the story. I'm now home alone, no dogs, no entertainment, no Wi-Fi, no phone. Well, I had a 3DS, but not my charger. Playing games for a bit when I noticed it was about to die. Realize I left my charger in the car. My fun is now over. Can't recall what I'm doing, but for about 10 minutes I'm slowly getting bored. Something starts to feel off, but I brushed off as being a new house and being all alone. It was a very quiet night, sitting on my bed listening to the echo of the highway a few miles out. Normally I can't hear it when the AC's turned on, but when it's turned off and dead quiet in my house, I can hear it. So the only things I can hear is the echo of a distant highway and the gentle ringing of oncoming tinnitus. You and me both. Then I hear a footstep. Sounds like someone was walking on the carpet. There's just this distinct noise to it. The door to my room was wide open, but even if the door was closed, I would have heard a footstep. Even if I did close it, I couldn't lock it. Every doorway in the hall was open right now. Sitting there frozen in place, and what felt like a minute go by, and I heard another footstep. It's undeniable that I'm hearing a footstep. I slowly start to stand up and very cautiously make my way to the bathroom. When I walk out into my doorframe, the feeling that something's wrong starts to flood into me. I don't move at all, I'm just standing there waiting. That's when I heard a third footstep. Quickly dart for the bathroom across the hall and close the door, locking it. For a few minutes I don't hear anything. Then I hear another footstep. This time it immediately gets followed up by another one, then another. I can roughly tell where it is, and I hear it walk up to the bathroom door. At this moment I was convinced that there was somebody in the house, and well, the next few minutes there'd be quick bursts of footsteps, as if somebody was speed walking between rooms, like stopping for a minute and then moving to the next room. Sometimes it stopped in front of the bathroom door, and it was like a louder, constant movement. This went on for a few minutes. I knew that if there was a person in my house, I probably couldn't fight them off. For some reason I decided to say, "Go away," the next time the footstep came to the door. At this point I was getting annoyed and still very scared. There's a prolonged period of silence before it moved to another room. It comes back and I go, "You better leave right now." Silence. It moves to another room. The final time I say something, I say, "Leave me alone," and it goes away. I could still hear it moving around the hall and going to different bedrooms, but it seemed to have stopped waiting at the bathroom door. But also it was back to slower footsteps, as if somebody was trying to be quiet. Eventually the footsteps walked away and sounded like they went somewhere else in the house. I quit hearing them for the remainder of the night. I was too scared of what happened and stayed in my bathroom. Overall, I heard something walk for about 45-ish minutes. My parents came home, they were gone for about 2.5 hours. Explained what happened, and we checked the entire house, after which everybody claimed it must have been a ghost. They were all surprised at how shaky I was, and that I looked pale. To this day, I'm still skeptical on what really happened. Never witnessed or heard anything paranormal like this by myself prior. For the past few years living here, others in my family have experiences, and they've seen things, even footsteps. Haven't had any more encounters, at least. Ambergate Pumping Station, Derbyshire, England. In the summer of 2008, I was employed as a contractor and control systems engineer by Severn Trent Water. I was working in Ambergate Pumping Station, just next to Carsington Water in Derbyshire, just near the village of Matlock. It was late in the afternoon, around 4 p.m. I was asked to go to the pumping station. I was rather busy that day. Initially asked why one of the operators couldn't be sent instead. Someone jokingly said with a laugh, "Well, it's haunted, and Sausage, a nickname of one of the operators, Sausage won't go back in there." Whilst I believe in ghosts and had my fair share of weird, but not particularly disturbing paranormal experiences, I just thought somebody was having a laugh and wasn't really being serious. Ambergate Pumping Station is one of those old Grand Victorian pump houses. It's quite deceiving as it extends around 3 stories below ground. Here's experience number 1. I descended the 3 flights of metal stairs to the bottom of the pump house. I carried my small bag of tools down along with the folding metal table. Despite being a warm summer's day outside, it was cold, damp, and dark in there, being quite dimly lit and with no natural light. The job wasn't a big one. Test a panel, trace out the fault, pretty normal stuff. I'd been in there for maybe 10 minutes when my bag of tools flew off the table behind me, 6 feet across the room, hitting the wall with a thud and a clang. It spilled all of its contents, mainly spanners, screwdrivers, and other random stuff. I didn't see it happen, but as soon as I heard it hit the wall, I spun round. I was quickly bewildered as I was completely alone in there. My tool bag wasn't balanced on the edge of the table where it might have fallen off. It would have to be lifted and then thrown. Plus, it weighed around 10 kilograms. I gathered all my tools, put them back to my tool bag, set it back down on the table. Unfortunately, my job was almost finished. My tool bag wasn't moved a second time. 5 minutes later, I picked up the tool bag, folded up the table, and made my way out. Drove back to the Severn Trent offices near the village of Clay Cross. When I got back, one of the guys said, "Have fun in there, Neil." I said, "Mm-hmm." Didn't say anything more of it. Experience number 2. 2 weeks after this, I had to go back out to Ambergate. And this time, this experience, although nothing was thrown, was far weirder. I entered the pumping station at around midday. I had the usual bag of tools and folded metal table with me. I switched the lights on and descended the stairs down to the bottom. As I stepped off the final metal step at the bottom, the light switched off. I set my tools down on the floor along with my metal table and slowly just groped my way up the 3 flights of stairs in the pitch dark. I unfortunately didn't have a flashlight, and this was well before the times of smartphones with lights. So, given my previous experiences, I felt a bit unnerved by this climbing the stairs, but there's nothing else I could do. Finally, I made it back up the stairs, and after some fumbling around, found the light switch. I switched it, and hallelujah, the lights came back on. I gingerly walked back down the steps, and lo and behold, I reached the bottom step, and click, the lights went off again. God damn it, I thought. This time I felt even more nervous climbing the stairs in the pitch black, but I had a plan B. I went out to my car, and in the boot I had some duct tape. I cut a large piece of this duct tape and taped it firmly across the light switch. For a 3rd time I walked down the stairs, and when I go to the bottom of the stairs, and the lights started to flicker like a lot. It was as if somebody was at the top of the stairs playing with the light switch, but now couldn't turn it off. I could also faintly hear the click-click of the light switch being pushed over and over again. Stayed in there 10 or 15 minutes until my job was done, but all throughout this time the lights were flickering as if somebody or something was messing with the light switch, but couldn't turn it off. Hell no, I didn't like it in there. Completed my job and got the hell out of there. I've told a handful of people with regards to the first experience that somebody said, "Oh, you must have put it on the edge of the table and it fell off." But that doesn't explain how it ended up 6 feet away. They tried to explain the second incident with the lights as like a colleague playing a prank on you, but I'm 100% certain it wasn't. I didn't see anybody else in there. I heard no footsteps, no voices, no one entering or leaving through the heavy metal doors of the pump house. Plus, this location is fairly remote. It's like a colleague, they would have had to follow me there and then drive back. That's pretty unlikely to go to that extreme to play a prank. Fortunately, I've never had to go back, and I don't want to. Story. Just to preface, I'm pagan. I feel like that's important to note here, as it's the main reason for my interest in anything paranormal. I recently gained another friend, Lauren, who's also been practicing witchcraft for quite a while, so I was quite excited to finally have another person to talk about it with. We quickly realized that we shared a love for anything supernatural, ghosts, cryptids, anything of the sort. Decided we want to form a YouTube channel for ghost hunting, just generally anything otherworldly. We messed around with some spirit box apps for a while, wanting to get a taste of using them before sinking money into getting the real thing. We settled on an app called GhostTube. It seemed to be the only one that was legitimate. It had no repeated or pre-recorded sounds, and we could hear short bits of audio from local radio stations, which spirit boxes are supposed to, scan through. Aside, we wanted to test it on my pendulum, something we both were very much believing had something attached to it. My pendulum is an old Catholic rosary I found years ago. I was at a wedding for a family member. I was walking to the building and I got the strangest urge to look into one of the bushes lining the entrance to the building, so I did. And there it was, this old, rusted, and broken rosary, tangled in its branches. Despite me being terrible for losing things, I've had it since then. I feel its energy strongly. I cannot make myself get rid of it. Other friends feel extremely overwhelmed or made uncomfortable by it, but don't want to hold it. Well, they don't want to hold it. When used as a pendulum, it gives negative answers to anybody besides me. We were sitting in another friend's living room when we finally decided to try and speak to whatever entity was clearly possessing my pendulum. And for once the spirit box was completely silent. Besides the faint sound of static, nothing else was coming through. We had used the spirit box a couple of times before this. It had never been silent before now. There was always something coming through. I suggested that since the rosary was seemingly attached to me, they should try leaving the room and have me talk to it alone. They agreed. As soon as the door closed behind them, the spirit box immediately burst to life with nonstop noise. Couldn't make out a lot of it, as there were sounds overlapping each other and it was a bit overwhelming. Finally, it went silent for a moment before saying emotional. I asked if it was talking to me or about me. It responded in the clearest voice I'd ever heard come through the box. No, not you. It was coherent and drawn out enough that it couldn't have been a clip of sounds from the box skimming through stations. I immediately called my friends back in and they walked in, with Lauren asking what it had said. As soon as they set foot back into the room, the spirit box loudly says, "Them." We all look at it in shock, and even more so for them when I explained what it had said before they walked in. After that, it went back to being silent. I didn't really feel upset, mostly just surprised. Despite that, I suddenly had tears rolling down my cheeks and turned cold to the touch. I know that sounds like some silly horror movie trope, but it happened. It was ice cold despite us being in a warm room in the summer with no AC. My friend Lauren wanted to go next, so my other friend and I left the room. For a few minutes, she frantically called us back in, clearly very unnerved. According to her, the spirit box wasn't really answering her until she mentioned me, to which the spirit box responded, "Ivy?" which is my name. She then asked for its name, and it started saying very slowly in an almost robotic way, "My name is," before being cut off by a female voice laughing. which is when she called us back in. It had all been a male voice leading up to this, which is why it was so odd. She said the voice absolutely felt malicious. She felt a chill go down her spine when it laughed. We all sat around attempting to speak to the female spirit, asking it why it laughed or if it could tell us its name. It said nothing until I said, "Well, you were certainly speaking fine when you were trying to scare my friend." I guess this got its attention, as it then laughed again and then told me to shut up. We kind of laughed over this a bit, and it was finally my last friend's turn to go. When she was in the room alone, she essentially could barely get out a word out without, like, the spirit box was just telling her to shut up. She was trying to talk to the female spirit, but the male one was the only one responding. First, we thought it might have been malicious, but looking back, we think it might have been trying to stop her from speaking to the female entity. I tried by myself again, asked if the female spirit would tell me anything about itself. The only response I got was finally the woman's voice, and it loudly sighed before saying, "I'm over it." That was the last thing that was said. We aren't too sure which voice would have originated from the rosary, if any of them. I can only hope it wasn't the female one, as I certainly don't want that attached to me. But either way, it was certainly an experience for all of us. And so are those stories. See ya. The unoccupied apartment room. Back in university days, I lived in a small 3-bedroom apartment with 2 other roommates. My roommate was on the topmost floor of the building, and also the last room on the floor, the corner room. It's numbered 707. Our only neighbor is 706. That's been vacant for a while. This far side of the building is very quiet and sparse of people in general. There are 3 bedrooms which are joined in an upside-down L shape. 1 room in the middle, 1 room on the left of it, and another room below it. For ease of storytelling, I'll call it the middle room, the bottom room, and the left room. My room is the bottom room. To be noted, these are Japanese rooms in a Japanese building. So wood flooring, sliding doors, sliding closet inside the room, thin wood panel wall between rooms. The left room and middle room both had heavy sliding doors. Between the middle room and my bottom room, there's a hollow space that's pretty large with a closet and a sliding door as well. It's the closet where you fold and store the futon and such. If you ever watch Doraemon, it's the same closet that he sleeps in. The story happened on a summer vacation. The owner of the middle room had been away for a few days and won't be back until the new semester started. So one night, I left the room. The owner was chilling in each of our rooms, and the left room owner, we'll call her Lefty, she was supposed to leave for summer vacation in a week and has been packing. Kept hearing loud thuds and the sounds of something hitting the floor and wall. But I ignored it because I assumed she was just packing. About 2300 at night, Lefty texted me, "Yumi, are you okay? You sick?" I was so confused. Lefty continued, "I kept hearing somebody sneezing and coughing. Isn't that you?" I said, "No, I've been quiet this entire time. Isn't it you who's been moving around and packing boxes?" Lefty said, "What? I haven't been packing anything at all today. I've been on my bed playing with my phone the entire time." Immediately I put down the headset and laptop and just sat straight on my bed looking at the text on my phone. I was feeling somewhat disturbed. About 5 minutes later, Lefty came into my room and we both sat together confirming with each other what we just heard, and she heard somebody sniffling and sneezing. I heard thuds and sounds of something on the floor, like the sound of boxes or something pushed against the floor. So we sat in silence in my room. The sound came again. Thud and knocks. Looking at each other, we figured it out. She thought the sound came from me, I thought it came from her. But in between our 2 rooms, the common space, the unoccupied middle room, there was knocking, thud, the sounds of boxes moving, and there was a sound of footsteps for sure. It sounded like a very active person inside the room the entire night. Neither of us wanted to go check, so we tried to ignore it and just slept through it. Fast forward to morning. Lefty is an early riser. I don't really wake up until 9 or 10. My bed's on the right side of the door, but I sleep facing the door. I just woke up and I heard loud footsteps from outside my room like somebody was running. I saw a short shadow passing through the cracks of my slightly open door. It took my sleepy brain for a while to process this. Like running footstep sounds is very common because my room's beside the front door. So every school day my roommates would make this commotion outside my door when they're going out of the house. However, the first thing I finally noticed, this is summer vacation who'd be running in a rush like this in the hallway. The second thing, that shadow looked too short to be my roommate. It's the height of a child. The third, I can see the shadow through the cracks in my slightly open door. Who opened my door? I don't sleep with my door opened. Feeling scared, I immediately texted Lefty. I asked where she was. She said that she left the house at 7:30 a.m. because it's Sunday, church, and, well, she's about to go get lunch. She didn't open my door nor touch my room, and it was closed when she left. I immediately got up and ran out of the house to meet Lefty and told her about this morning. We decided to drag another friend and asked him to help us check our apartment and see if there's anyone or something. The three of us walked into the apartment and toward the middle room. We noticed something weird. The door was slightly opened. It was a sliding door and quite heavy. There's no way it can open by itself. And we confirmed that neither me nor Lefty had touched that door since the owner left last week. It was always closed. Our friend opened the room and we just immediately felt chills. He asked where we heard the sound coming from and said that my room had sounded like it came from very close, like right on the wall connecting between my bottom room and this middle room. That's when we realized the wall connected between my room and this middle room, where we heard all the activities. It was inside the closet. The Bone Pit. I had a wonderful childhood exploring the woods in a rural small village in Finland. We had so many beautiful places to play in. We went through every nook and cranny. We had a lot of abandoned barns and houses, and when the elderly didn't get anybody to continue the family business of running a farm, a lot of places just got forgotten. Also, places couldn't be sold because the location was too remote or houses too moldy to fix. I missed the lovely ring of old spruces near my house. It was spooky how the trees grew in a perfect circle. It sometimes got fairy rings of mushrooms inside it too. But that place got torn apart and a sparkling new road was built on it. Shame. So there were a lot of spots to check out. We got them all memorized. We'd go through the whole village in a day sometimes. When we wanted to check out the same spot again, we played an awesome, there's this awesome place underneath a willow tree on the riverbank. Or it was in this swing-shaped tree in the woods. Wherever we knew there was something cool. We knew the place was like the inside of our pockets. There was this one weird anomaly that, well, you could never find it twice again in the same place. First time I found it, I was 7 or 9. I was playing in a small meadow near my cousin's house. Stumbled upon a small pit in the ground, big enough for an adult to fit in, curled up in a fetal position. Didn't seem to have anything growing on it. It had sun-bleached bones in it, though. They seemed to be swine bones, and they were in pieces. No skulls or ribs to be seen, but I had found pig bones before, even cow bones. They were sometimes the only signs that somebody lived there after a dilapidated house had collapsed or something like that. But this was at a meadow, though. But I still don't really think too much about it. I'd dump bones a bit further away from my house, too. Perfectly reasonable. But then something caught the attention of, well, young little me. I looked away from the pit, and when I turned my attention back to it, having taken no more than 4 steps away from it, I couldn't see anybody there anymore. Or can't see that there anymore. So I did a circle around the area and even parted some grass from the meadow. Thought maybe it was covered or hidden by grass, but I just didn't remember it. Couldn't find it. Yelled over at my cousin, who I was exploring with at the time, and told her what happened. She just shrugged and told me, "Yeah, it just disappears sometimes." Continued walking. She was a very untrustworthy person, so I thought she was just yanking my chain again. Tried looking for it a bit more, even to just spite her for trying to fool me again. It had been on the meadow, on the edge of the dark old forest, but I couldn't find it anywhere near the woods. I went up down to the edge of the woods in search of it. I only stopped looking when my cousin had walked quite a distance away from me, so I had to run after her to catch up. I did find the pit again next year. I remembered it, and it looked the same as ever, and no grass had grown inside it still. Wanted to inspect the bones closer, but decided against it, feeling a bit creeped out at this point. I turned my back to tell my friends about what I'd found, still standing except for turning my head, and when I looked back it was gone. Most of all, I felt frustrated. I was pissed I couldn't show anybody else the bone pit. Felt like the damn thing was taunting me. One time my little sister found it and yelled excitedly and a bit spooked about how there's bones there, come look, but I was already frustrated of it and I just told her, yeah, sure. I was just dismissing her. She was not satisfied with this, wanted to share this experience with someone, so she fetched Mom, dragged her by the arm to the spot, and it was gone. She was perplexed and searched around, parting the grass, even crawling a bit to find it, but to no avail. I told her to just let it be, and Mom had this fake, but... Well, my mom had this supportive mom aura about her. I was telling my sister how she's sure there was a bunch of old bones here just now, and oh yes, sure, that must have made my sister more agitated, feeling like nobody would believe her. I didn't know why I didn't tell her about it in more detail. Must have been real cranky that day for some reason. Thinking about walking over there just to have a pit disappear again on me just made me crankier. Earlier this year, I met up with my sister and mother and started reminiscing over some old memories when the focus went to the weird and scary stuff we experienced. So the bone pit came up. Sister told me how frustrated she was to never have anybody believe her. I told her then how I actually did believe her, but I was just cranky since I knew the nature of the pit. It would disappear before anybody would come up to it. She got animated and wide-eyed and just happy somebody actually believed her and had witnessed it too. I wondered if the ground on the meadow was just too bumpy, maybe the pit couldn't be seen from any other but one angle. But to be honest, that felt quite unlikely. It would have disappeared in us 3 times in places we knew really well. 20 years later, I still feel like it's just some apparition, which just appeared and disappeared with no explanation or reason. My 2 stories, hauntings. So I don't believe in ghosts. However, I do have 2 stories from my life that triggered my interest. Let me tell you them. And let me say, as a skeptic, I still get slight chills thinking about them. And yes, the second one scared me way more. 1. When I was a teenager, I competed all over the place. One time, we got put in an old nun's rectory. They locked us in our rooms at night and kept boys and girls in separate floors. We were like 17 to 18. The place kind of just creeped me out. I'm not religious at all, and all the imagery made me uncomfortable. There was this big Jesus cross at the end of the hallway in front of a red-tinted window. That shadow was just the worst. So I could barely sleep knowing I was locked in a room. Not great when you gotta compete, which made it worse. The next morning, I way overslept. When I got up, I immediately went looking for my team to get ready. I heard loud voices coming from my buddy's room. We were up on the 4th floor. I walked in, voice stopped. No one there. I noticed that there was a small air grate, so I assumed it was coming from downstairs, but I went down each floor looking for people and no one was there. Turns out the nuns were gone for the day and everybody else was like 2 buildings over getting a speech from the coach. I was the only one in the building. This one is the one that genuinely scared me. I worked in a rink as a teenager. And man, I got there early, like 5:30 early. So I walk in one day and turn on the lights in the main rink area. Up above, overlooking the ice, is like a mezzanine. It's all glass. and on the other side of that wall or mezzanine is a basketball court. The canteen's below the mezzanine. The girls in the canteen always say they heard footsteps up in the mezzanine, and me and some other guys had to go in a few times to ensure them that there's nobody up there creeping. The door to this mezzanine auto-locks. We need a key to open it from the outside. We always left the basketball court lights on so we could see anybody on the cameras who broke in. The whole building had security sensors on the doors. They were sensitive, and wind would sometimes cause them to go off, the doors shaking. So, after I switch on the lights in the main rink area, I look around and notice movement in the mezzanine across the rink. I look up and somebody's going back and forth. Now, since there are 3 ways into the rink, I assume it's my boss setting up chairs for an event that day. I wave, the person turns and waves to me. They're backlit by lights from the basketball area, so I can't make them out. And of note here, the security has to be turned off separately in a few places at the rink I worked at, so I turned off the security at the end I was in, and it distinctly beeped when I turned it off. I walked down to the other end, walked up into the mezzanine. No one's there. The alarm proceeded to go off because I set it off in the main hall entry area with my presence. I immediately called my boss to call him an idiot for not shutting off all the alarms. The cops come automatically because of the alarm. Went back down to find him. Proceeded to set off the 3rd and final alarm at the last set of doors. My boss picked up, told me that he was in town 40 minutes away to pick up a load of wood when the store opened. I immediately started scouring the building. When the cops came, they helped, but no one was there. Checked every camera, which clearly caught me running around hunting for this person, and also the cameras aimed at every door. No one came in or out. No one was on the camera in the mezzanine. I've never been able to explain this. The person was distinct. They distinctly waved back. I could see them the whole time walking down toward the mezzanine. I only lost sight of them when I entered the main foyer and walked up the stairs to the mezzanine itself. All of the exits had cameras. All of the cameras captured me hunting for the person. The cops thought I was nuts and watching me look for the person on the video as I got more and more frustrated. I was alone in that whole facility. I, over 15 years later, still hate that mezzanine. 2 people I know have died in that rink, on the ice and before that. To this day, new staff mention hearing footsteps. I've scoured that mezzanine for hiding places more than once. Directly after footsteps were heard and never found anything, so... Now, I don't believe in ghosts, and I do believe both instances are explainable as 1, voices do somehow travel over the distance through air vents. 2, my brain backfiring like wild with the odd lighting. I just wanted to share the main reasons I'd taken interest in this stuff. Try to keep an open mind. The worst case of demonic possession ever. Halloween is near, and here I am to boost the hype up for you guys. So all the horror movie fans out there, most of you might be familiar with the 2005 horror movie The Exorcism of Emily Rose. But did you know that the movie's based on a true event that took place in 1975 in West Germany? The event is so shocking that if you read the whole post, a couple of sleepless nights are guaranteed. The incident is about a girl named Anneliese Michel, born in 1952 in West Germany's Klingenberg. As a child, she was said to be brought up in a very religious way by her Catholic parents. She was termed as a very bright young girl. Everything was okay until 1968. That's when the 16-year-old experienced her first epileptic seizure, experienced paranormal presence for the first time. Over the next 4 years, she experienced 3 more seizures, even after doctors examined her and found nothing severe to describe her condition. She was prescribed some medication, but this did little to no good to her. By 1973, Anneliese was already suffering from depression, but things got worse after that. She started hallucinating demonic faces and hearing voices during praying. Told that she was damned to rot in hell, She also complained about smelling feces and burned objects which weren't there. Other people would also state that they smelt the same smells. She also exhibited intolerance to holy objects such as crucifixes, Bibles, holy water, and so on. She was unable to visit the church. It was reported that once as she was walking toward a holy shrine, she felt the ground burning her feet. By this time, Annalise was convinced that she was possessed, blamed her mother for it because her mother had a child before marriage, and Annalise believed the curse for her infidelity passed on to Annalise. Her parents by this time were also convinced that she was possessed, contacted a local priest for an exorcism request, which was denied the first time. In the meantime, she started showcasing even stranger behavior, such as hurting herself and her family. Also started consuming spiders, flies, and worst of all, her own urine. She also showcased inhuman strength. It's reported that she could throw her sister around the room as if she was nothing more than a rag doll. It's also rumored that she once bit the head off a bird and ate it. She became even more sick considering the stuff she did and blamed herself for all of it, stating it was just because of her past wrongdoings. The bishop in 1975 finally granted the Michel family request for an exorcism. A priest named Arnold Renz was given the responsibility of performing the exorcism. The first exorcism was performed in September 1975, which was then followed by 60+ more exorcism sessions. In the sessions, Annalise would scream in terrifying demonic voices, was said to be possessed by 6 demons named Lucifer, Cain, Judas, Hitler, Nero, and Fleischmann. Annalise eventually stopped eating as she stated the demons within her wouldn't let her eat. Her physical condition became very concerning as she only lost weight and just became extremely sick. But surprisingly, she also showed incredible strength even then. The exorcism sessions would benefit the poor little girl very little. She died on the 1st of July 1976. It's reported that she predicted her death beforehand accurately. Her dead body was estimated to weigh only about 68 pounds. After her death, the 2 priests and Michael parents were prosecuted and put on trial during 1978. The court was presented the tapes and the priests had recorded during the exorcism sessions. You guys can find some of the recordings on YouTube, but fair warning, the audio clips are extremely disturbing. The court ruled the priests suspended for 3 years and fined them, but none of the 4 accused served any jail time. After that, the Michaels requested the body of their daughter to be exhumed and buried again in a better funeral. Many thought that was the end of the horrific event, but they were very wrong. On June 6, 2013, the house where Annalise lived and died caught up in flames. Locals reported seeing a figure which was believed to be of Annalise. While the mayor said it was the work of teenagers, the terrifying part about it is that it was the 6th day of the 6th month of the year of 2013, which means 2 + 1 + 3 = 6. That's 3 6s, 666, or the devil's number. There it stands in the car headlights. I've only shared this story with those closest to me, but every time I go back to it, fear twists my gut. I get goosebumps and tears welling up in my eyes. Before I tell you about it, a little background on me. At the time, I'm 40 years old, married with 2 children. I enjoy walking, nature in the mountains. I take photos when the weather permits. I'm not religious, and I try to hold on to a Cartesian thinking. This evening of August 22nd, 2017, all the indicators are green to go. I go to take photos of the Milky Way in the mountains, hoping to get some nice shots with fir trees, or at least trees. At 10 p.m. I throw my gear in my trunk and head up to a village 30 minutes away. Arriving at Bullet, everything's set up, but the weather decides to play a trick on me. The sky is filled with high-altitude clouds. It's not the first time, and after I look at the satellite animations a little further on, the sky seems more cooperative. I take to the road again, heading for La Creux de Vannes, a well-known geographical place in the region where I live. When I arrive near the parking lot that leads to the path to get there, I'm greeted by numerous flashing lights. Police, fire department, ambulance. Everybody's there. They're at the top of the mountain in the middle of the forest. I'm stopped and questioned about my presence. I explain why I want to go up there. The police explain that the site's not accessible and ask me to leave. I'm getting tired and I decide to go home empty-handed. That's for another time. Shiver runs down my spine. I've been driving through the forest for a few minutes. I then come to a clearing, driving slowly for fear of running over nocturnal animals. And there in my headlights, he's there. The side of the road, it's there. My eyes are riveted to his. I'll only see him for a few seconds in the end, the time it takes to overtake the car, but it feels like an eternity. He's tall, very tall, over 2 meters. He's also very skinny, sickly skinny, and his skin is as white as a full sledge, completely naked. He has a little black hair that's sort of tousled on his head. His arms are crossed over his chest, immense fingers dangling from the tips of his hands. He's covered in blood everywhere. He follows me with his eyes staring into mine. I'm overcome by primal fear. My whole body's screaming at me to flee, to get away as fast as I can. It's as if my survival instincts are begging me to get as far away from here as possible. By reflex, I mash the gas pedal and drive at breakneck speed to reach the edge of the lake and leave this forest that oppresses me. I keep looking to the rearview mirror, unaware of the danger I'm exposing myself to by driving at this speed. The tears of fear streaming down my face are absolutely uncontrollable. I'm terrified to the core, like a 5-year-old whose lights have gone out in the cellar. When I finally reach the edge of the lake, I pull over to the side of the road and try to regain my composure. Clinging to reality and rationality that's always built my life like a lifeline, I feel like I'm going mad. Thinking that maybe somebody had a car accident and was in distress, and I didn't stop to help. I hate myself for having reacted badly, for having been overwhelmed by unreasonable fear, so I call the police. I'm still breathing hard. Tell them who I am, that I haven't been drinking or taking drugs, and that they'll probably think I'm crazy. But no, they're benevolent and listen to me all the way. Finally get home, and my fear explodes into my belly. This look never leaving me, it's just piercing me again. Tell them what happened to me, and I start crying again. 2 hours later, at 3 a.m., the police ring my doorbell. There's 3 of them. They're obviously taking this very seriously. They ask me for more details about the time and place. Luckily, I know the place perfectly well. I give them the GPS coordinates of what happened. The next day, where I was heading, made 2 headlines in the local papers. 2 people had died there in the middle of the night in a micro-light accident. With no news from the police after several days, I contacted them and also learned that a carcass had also been found several kilometers away with no one at the wheel. But I'd done the right thing by not stopping. Never hear the end of it. I'm now 47. I've been back there many times, day and night. It's a place I love. I've always found it hard to believe in the supernatural, even though I'm convinced that many things go beyond our understanding of the world and shatter our certainties. Girlfriend and I had our dreams hijacked and shared a nightmare. Basically, I had a dream that I was in my room. I was having sex with a girlfriend. She's always reluctant to have anal sex. This is relevant, I'm sorry, and didn't know the story was going to start out like this. So anyway. So she was crawling away. Oh, geez. So she was crawling away on all fours, playfully escaping me, trying to have anal sex with her. Suddenly, though, my dream was hijacked. Suddenly, 3 cats appeared in our room. Oh, no. A bunch of objects moved on their own. This is when the dream's vividness and lucidity became enhanced, and very raw and unnerving. I pointed to a decoration hanging on the wall. I was like, look, it's moving on its own. My girlfriend was then sitting in a chair next to the bed. She was feeling very uncomfortable. Yeah. That's when the pillow on her bed sort of sunk, like somebody placed their head on it. I yelled, look! And as we stared, the rest of her spot on the bed sunk down. We wanted to leave the bedroom, so we opened the door, and right outside of our bedroom was my aunt for some reason. Then the carpet in front of us depressed like something was standing on it. Then the carpet turned into white linen. It raised up and started engulfing my aunt while she cried for help. I wanted to move forward, but my body was paralyzed, and it felt like my real body was paralyzed for some reason too. But when I was paralyzed, I was shown just a still vision of my living room window with the blinds up. I was looking down at my sunny lawn. Then I snapped back to my aunt being sucked down into the linen, and the linen then falling to the floor in a pile. That was while I could still hear my aunt's muffled cries for help. I ran to her and I yelled, give her back, let her go. I reached for the linen, lots of dust particles blew around me, and then my body went paralyzed again. I was shown the same exact still vision of my sunny yard. This time I really struggled to move so I could save my aunt. Then it felt like I was forced or like shoved out of my dream. It felt like I was being a nuisance, so I was like ejected from it. So I woke up in a jolt. It was jarring. Man, my hands are shaking writing this. That's when I woke up. It was raining and thundering, which was unsettling. Then my girlfriend made a noise in her sleep. It took my attention, so I was listening closely. Then she screamed some gibberish and woke up frantically. I guess that gibberish was actually, go away, but in Hmong. She said her dream took place in the same location. First our bedroom and then our living room. She said that while her dream was going, an entity showed in like an upside down of our living room window. The same one that I kept being forced to look at when I was paralyzed. She said it looked like a female body, but it was totally black. It was like a shadow, but it had large butterfly wings. She said it was sort of beautiful in a way, but it was also terrifying because it had red glowing eyes. After some talking, she said that her dream started out pretty sexual as well. Then later in the day, she told me it was me trying to have anal sex with her. When she said that, my heart sunk because, well, the more details I heard, the more similar our dreams were. The similarities really made us uncomfortable. The dream was extremely vivid. She was very shaken up and thought it was strange. Strange how we both woke up in the same 30 seconds from a similar nightmare regarding evil entities involving the same window in our living room. She often dreams in more of, like, her own family's house rather than our house. She's really groggy this morning because she was afraid to go to sleep last night. It's because she was so scared. So I don't know if this is paranormal, but there's just so many similarities that we felt it wasn't a coincidence. We both have been on edge since it happened. It doesn't help that another storm hit last night, and now we have hail damage in both of our cars. But anyways, that's what we're dealing with at the moment, and we're weirded out. Well, that was an interesting first story. Story. At the end of year 9, which is 2018, I believe, our school took us on a trip to Germany for extended teaching of our German class. The first 2 of 5 days were fine, but got weird after that. We stayed in a youth hostel that was connected to a forest at the back and an abandoned translation at the front. I'm going to translate that into train station, both of which we were told to stay clear of. On the early morning of the 3rd day, me and the people in my room witnessed one of the staff members fighting in a range and storming out whilst we were on the way to breakfast. Later that day, after a few activities, we had returned to the hostel for a short break and some games before our next outing. Whilst there, somebody had the idea to sneak off onto the train tracks. Aha. I wasn't usually the type to disobey rules when I was younger, but since the only two people I knew were going, I didn't want to be left on my own, so I went too. When we got there, we walked quite far down the tracks. Found a shipping container with a small tent and a fire on the outside. With someone crouched with their back to us, messing with something in their hand, one of the boys there shouted, "Person." They shot up, spinning around at us and looking like a deer in headlights. It was the lady who had quit and stormed out a few hours prior. Suddenly, she started charging at us, pointing and shouting words. They weren't English, and they weren't German. We booked it back to the hostel and both joined our kids' table playing tennis. An hour or so later, we saw her re-enter the building. I think we told a teacher, but I'm not so sure. The rest of the day was normal, and we went back to our rooms and slept. That night, I had a horrible nightmare. I was in a forest at a campsite with chanting coming from the surrounding areas. As the chanting got louder, blood started coming from the trees. The first in the center turned black with some figures and some creature emerging from it. Its body was slim and tall and had a disfigured face and an unhinged jaw with limbs that bent in unnatural ways. I crawled out of the fire and started charging at me. The chanting got so loud it started to hurt, and as the creature got close, it lunged. That's when I awoke, at the same time as another guy who was with me when we went in the train tracks. We looked at each other, clearly terrified, and before we could speak, we heard chatting outside our window. Our room led us to a clear view of the forest behind, and when we looked out, we saw the woman staring right at us, holding up her hands and chanting something. When we finally pulled ourselves away from hing her, we got talking, watching. Turns out he too had the same nightmare. We stayed up for the rest of the night and went down to breakfast. There we spoke with the others that were there with the days prior, and they too had the same nightmare. Whilst we were talking, a teacher came with us and said that she was happy with how our room was left. Or rather, wasn't happy. She led us back to clean it, and we were all shocked. The room is meant to be clean, with beds done and window and door locked. But when we got there, the door was open with the room trashed. When we looked closer, we found scratch marks on the back of the door and handprints on the outside of the window. We were on the 3rd floor. That was the occurrences that I really won't go into detail about the rest, because more or less the same. On the last day, we went to a barefoot trail on the forest connected to our hostel. Everything seemed to calm down as we arrived, and so we tried to enjoy ourselves. The leader of the trail said he had a special surprise for us when we were all on a school trip or something. Led us to a campsite. The same campsite from our nightmare. We were meant to sit and enjoy s'more and everybody else. But I think we were too scared to go near the fire, so we stayed by the trees where we saw the same scratched we found on our door. When we got home from the trip, everything went back to normal. We never really brought it up again. Gesundheit. Brookstone. I've had a few incidents in my life, but this is much more of a recent one, to which I feel comfortable sharing. To start this off, I need to mention that I lived with my grandparents when I was very little, maybe 2 or 3. This was all the way until I went to boarding school when I was 15, and I'm 18 now. I moved into a new house and a few acres of woods when I was 6. It was a dream. Big yard, built a tree house in the woods, got a dog, good kids in the neighborhood over, and well, everything outside the house was good anyways. We had gotten the house for a steal. It was out in the countryside south of Olympia. I remember in the beginning not being able to sleep in my room, which persisted all the way until I was about 12. That was where I would have to sleep in another room and be guided into me slept into my bed. When I slept, all the lights had to be on. The music had to be playing. I never really understood why, but I knew I must have these things. One day, my grandfather was out of the house, and my grandmother and I were playing some game at the kitchen table. I started to get scared and told her the monster was out. She brushed it off, but I continued starting to cry. I was shaking like that monster was out. The only way to stop it was by turning off all the lights and playing music. Finally, probably out of sheer oddity of the situation and my persistence, she turned on all the lights, but the one in her room, she played my music disc. I should note that the music was a Christian CD. Around this time, I started seeing the eyes on the walls, which would never go away until I left that home. Whenever I would go around a corner, purple or bluish eyes would look at me from the corner. It would always scare me, though, well, eventually I kind of got used to them. Not much happened until I was about 13. At this age, my grandfather had passed the year prior. My grandmother would go get groceries at times. On two very distinct occasions, I remember seeing a dark figure the height of my grandmother's bathroom doorframe would be standing there watching me. She would come upon me climbing onto the roof with a kitchen knife. I was so scared. I really started to notice the darkness of the house by this point. There's a clear cloud of somber mass just lay over the entirety of the inside of the house. One thing I very distinctly remember feeling and describing was a tickle in your mind. Whatever the somber essence was, it felt like it would sit at the edge of your mind, not attacking, not impeding, just observing, and at times getting closer and feeling its way around. I eventually went to boarding school for being a dumbass. My grandmother was left alone. When I came back, I was visiting before I went to my new apartment home, new permanent home because, she was in bad health. I sat at the couch at maybe 9:30 and started retelling these stories. These stories that I had as a kid, and some other things that had happened to me and how I felt. Out of the blue, I felt a chilling feeling, and all the dark shadows that were from the adjacent room seemed to magnify and darken immediately. I started to tense up and started telling my grandmother. She claimed to feel nothing. I felt this thing start to, I don't know what else to say, but attack me. As I'm writing this right now, the sink just turned on by itself in my house across the room from me and just turned itself back off. But anyways, I could feel my skin being pulled. It felt like something was trying to get underneath it. My mind felt invaded. I don't know how to describe it other than I felt like I was being entered into out of anger or malice and hate and pain and sorrow. After a very long time of prayer and hugging, I finally fell asleep. After I finally moved up to my permanent home, I was talking to the financial advisor that helped purchase the house. He was a very close friend, and my grandma had told him about the incident. He then began to inform me that the house was gotten for such a low price because the previous owner's daughter had committed suicide in that house. They'd wanted to get out of there. At my grandmother's funeral, somebody had mentioned in a passing joke about my grandma. They felt weird things in the house, and how she was just, an old paranoid lady. To this day, it freaks me out a bit. Not a dream. When I was younger, 8 or 9 years old, I lived in a very poor community right next to a cemetery. A neighborhood kid named Desi had become really good friends with us. Sometimes, but was a gang member, always in trouble with the police and always bullying and fighting everyone. However, since we were next door neighbors, his family knew mine, and I think he was nice to us because he didn't want problems within his circle. Desi was something else. Let me give you a few examples. One time in the middle of spring break at around 10 at night, we had to make a late-night errand. While getting into our vehicles, we saw Desi in the road in front of the house frozen, just standing there with a clown mask on. Didn't even move. I looked out and noticed him 15 to 20 minutes before we left. When we drove off, he was still there staring. He didn't budge. That was one vivid, weird moment I remember him doing. We had an abandoned house on the opposite side of Desi and his family's, and I also remember him inviting me to welcome spirits and demons into the abandoned home. He wrote down some satanic words and poems on a sheet of paper, folded it up, and slid it under the front door, which was locked. The following day, we were having dinner one night. I explained to my family what he had done. They wanted me to stay away from them pretty much completely. Yeah. Although he was the way he was my only friend at the time. So I got upset and started talking back to my mom. Something inside of me that I could explain consumed me. I lashed out, even cursed at my mom. Keep in mind, I've never in my life considered to even talk back to my mom, let alone a curse word. So I ignited a huge argument within the house. My mom started blaming my dad as to why I was being the way I was, and they had a huge argument. They went their separate ways that day. They didn't even talk. We had a bedroom with 2 beds in it where we would all sleep. Me, my mother, brother, Jacob, dad, everybody. So one of the beds was right in front of the doorway in the hall that led to the living room. My mom slept in the bed opposite of the hallway with my brother Jacob, and my dad slept on the living room floor, leaving me alone in the bed in front of the hallway. I was asleep with foggy eyes and felt a weird coldness just consume my body, so much so that it startled me and woke me up. I remember looking at a window or box fan while opening my eyes, and when I turned over, I saw something I'll never forget in my lifetime. It was a tall being. The head was near the ceiling. That's 8 or 9 feet. From the waist down, it has thin legs resembling that of a goat. Hands were like wings. Face was completely solid black with yellow eyes being the only thing that illuminated the face. It also has hair only around its neck, similar to that of a lion. It just hovered looking over me for a few seconds, and it turned around, stomping, and took off fast-pacing to the living room and immediately jumped back. I couldn't believe what I had seen. I know for a fact what I saw was not human, and wasn't fake. Not a dream, it was real. I remember pinching myself to just make sure I wasn't in a dream, and I was shocked. I was so scared I didn't go back to sleep, and this happened at like 3 or 4 in the morning. I tried slipping into my mom and brother's bed crying scared, and my mom pushed me off the bed and told me to sleep alone because she was upset with me. I tried explaining to her what I saw while crying, and she said, "God is punishing you." Grabbed my arm and put me in the bed alone. Went back to lay with my brother Jacob. I was so scared, didn't even want to look down the hallway for fear I'd see it again. Stared at the window box fan for hours, eagerly awaiting daylight. I was so scared I didn't go to sleep until around 9 or 10 a.m. when we had breakfast. In my head, I was questioning myself. I was thinking, am I seeing things? Am I hallucinating? Was I imagining things? And as I'm there thinking, my dad calling me and my brother Jacob out firmly, and they told us, "I don't know who was running in the hall in the middle of the night, but you don't have any business being awake at that time," threatening to ground us if we did it again. It was at this moment I knew that I saw something real. It happened 30 years ago. Never seen anything paranormal or scary since. I remember it so vividly. It always lingers in the back of my mind. Till this day, I will never forget what I saw. Strange occurrence in the mountains. This all happened back in 1985 and 1986, but these are things that my friend and I will never forget. I was working the summers at an old retreat in North Carolina mountains. Had about 50 other young adults. It was great fun. While the place had lots of modern buildings, it was ruled over by a hulking white building built in 1912. I think it's important to note that most of the building is just an extension of the mountain itself. It was built using the trees from right where it stands, as well as the rocks and boulders used for the foundation. It's 3 stories, but really 5, counting the basement and the attic full of bats. It was great watching them pour out of there every night. The front of the building is an enormous portico with white columns stretching up 3 stories. That porch is full of rocking chairs from which you can see a majestic view of the Smoky Mountains. But the back of that building, that's where we worked. Back of the building was hugged by two large wings, forming a U-shape back there. We entered our housekeeping facilities via a fire escape that stretched straight up to the second floor entrance. A single green metal door. That door was one I knew well. Housekeeping was my department for 3 summers, and even though this was now just the end of my first summer, I was well acquainted with it. It was big, green, metallic, and heavy as shit, with a pull on the outside and a bar to push it on the inside to open it. It did not stay open. In fact, fire regulations required it stay closed at all times. It was engineered to shut automatically. So of course, during the summer, with no air conditioning in the building, we kept it propped open with a full bucket of water during the day. Regulations be damned. Sorry this is long, but I feel like all this information is important. A few nights before we all left, we were cleaning out our dorms, trying to turn it into a party. That was when we all ran and put our cleaning supplies. So around 9 o'clock at night, my best friend and I drive our lazy asses down to the back of the building. It was only a short distance, but there was a very steep incline that we didn't want to walk. Parked my car right in front of the stairs and we get out. At this point, we both just began to feel odd. The air was still and stuffy, and I felt positively enveloped by this building. Standing in the middle with those massive wings rising around us. The building was completely dark, and since we'd been shutting it down for the winter, it was already locked up tight. My friend had been with me earlier in the day when I locked that door, the one to the top of the stairs. As we climbed the stairs, I felt positively oppressed, and I had to stop. My friend did too. Told him I was scared, and he admitted the same. He'd never felt scared of this building before. I'd spent plenty of time in it alone, exploring the basement and the attic. We pressed slowly forward again. And a few steps up, I literally felt an icy chill going down my spine. I know it's a stupid cliche, but I've never felt anything like it before or since. Like someone pressing an icicle down the length of my spine. Finally, we reached the top of the stairs, and the instant I put my foot on the top landing, that freaking door swung open wide and stood open for us. It was revealing the short entranceway bathed in red light of the exit sign. It wanted us in there, and we both felt it, but it didn't feel welcoming at all. In fact, I've never been more scared of anything in my life. I get freaked out about it now, like 37 years later. We both just stood there, completely stunned for what felt like minutes before I completely freaked out and started screaming incoherently. I scrambled down the steps, jumping way too many times on the way down, and we both ran up the steep incline, yelling and screaming. Everybody came down and searched the building with us. It was empty, of course, and the door was shut fast and locked when we got back. No one could have pushed that door open and run away without us hearing them. The floors squeaked when you walked on them, and somebody running would have been very loud. We've looked at this from every angle. I just have no explanation for what happened. I worked there for 3 summers in that building. I have more stories if interested. My friend stayed to work throughout the winter one year and saw the Hat Man in the same building. Nightmare I had that formed into something in real life. I, an 18-year-old female, have grown up in a Christian household. I've gone through a lot of family trauma since 5th or 6th grade that made me push away what I grew up knowing as far as faith goes. I also grew up knowing Catholicism and understanding that it comes from the same doctrine as Christianity. I wouldn't call myself a Christian because I don't agree with a lot of the things that they teach and follow, but do believe in God and paranormal stuff. This dream happened very recently, turned into a physical entity that was following me around. I had this dream a week or so before Christmas of 2022. In my dream, I was going to Mass with my family. At first, the dream was good. I walked into this huge cathedral, and on my left-hand side, sitting in the pews, was Ozzy Osbourne and Sharon. I'm obsessed with them, so in my dream, I turned to my older sister and was freaking out with joy. Nice. We sit in the pews on the right side, and Ozzy and Sharon come to sit with us and talk about how much they like her hair. We're all redheads, so it's a regular occurrence for people to talk about her hair. Soon after that, they left, and the whole setting of the church flipped. It feels dark and heavy. This church was in the middle of the desert, like BFE. It's nighttime, and there's fog outside everywhere. For some reason, I'd gone outside for something, and when I came back in, I accidentally left the side door open. Some fog was creeping to the church. The priest stopped talking and walked up to me and my family and started pointing at me and calling me evil, saying I had let the devil in. My grandma turned to me and told me that I should go outside because I was kind of just upsetting the rest of the church. I go outside and there's no source of light besides the tiny one on the other side of the church. After being outside for a few minutes, I began to get scared. So instead of fully going inside, I go to this little side room that's connected to the church. I go through the first door leading inside the little room, and when I go in, across from me is the other door that leads to the main part of the church where everyone else is. I decide to stay inside the little room, so I don't upset people again. The room I'm in is supposed to be like a confessions room, but without the booths. The walls were painted light blue with clouds on them. They were covered with crosses. The room is very dim. I pressed my back against the wall behind me and I started to pray. On the wall diagonal from me, there's what looks to be a statue of a priest standing on a pedestal. But this priest is wearing a purple turban and purple and gold robes. All of a sudden he turns his head to me. Thought he was a real priest. Because of how scared I am, I run up and I ask him to pray for me and to protect me because of how scared I am. As I'm doing this, I'm kneeling on a big cushion on the floor. This quote-unquote priest is looking down at me. He has a very white complexion with sunken-in cheeks and eyes, but the sunken parts are black. He tells me, "If you want me to pray for you, you need to hurt yourself." So, of course, I'm taken aback from this, and I respond with, "What?" He gets in my face and repeats what he said to me, points to the ground in front of where I was kneeling. I see a sharp knife, scissors, and a tiny hatchet. They're all laid out on the floor. I say, "What?" again, and he continues to tell me I need to hurt myself. Finally, I run out to the priest in the main part of the church where the sermon was being told. I tell him everything that's happened. He took my hands, told me that he was a priest, and he was thrown out of the church, and that an unholy entity took over his body and that they keep trying to get him out. The priest told me to look up, and when I did, the ceiling had dead people on it. When I woke up, it had been around 3 a.m. and I felt something in the room with me, but I ignored it, went back to sleep. I didn't have another dream that night, but this one plays in my head all the time. Thought I'd share it on here. I've had a lot of weird things happen to me. Dreams before deaths. I'm in college now, but from the age of 9 through 17, I went to a music camp a few hours from my house in the mountains in the middle of nowhere. I loved it every year. It was magical. It was all thanks to a very old woman who owned the property with her husband till the 50s. Anyways, she was very elderly, and her oldest son lived with her and was also pretty old. He ends up passing away beginning of the semester in August from long-term illness and complications. I didn't know him very well. He only conducted for the most advanced students, who I wasn't grouped with until my last few years. Can't remember the days of the week exactly, but for ease, I'll say I had a very long and difficult dream on Monday night. Can't remember the details of it very clearly, but I remember waking up in the middle of the night panting as if I had been holding my breath. So I was hot and my heart was pounding and a sense of dread so bad I had to turn my lights on just to be sure there wasn't a maniac about to stab me. I managed to go back to sleep and continue my routine on Tuesday as if it hadn't happened. I later find out Friday that he had died late into Monday night and early Tuesday morning. Sad news that it hit, but also got me realizing that I had woken up panicking the same night. Fast forward to winter break. I have a similar dream and wake up panting and gasping. I was hot and disoriented and scared again. This time it was actually Friday morning around 2 a.m. because I checked my phone to use the flashlight to scan my room and make sure I was safe. I go back to sleep and wake up to texts from friends in several different states who had gone to camp with me. The sweet old woman who had co-founded the camp had passed early in the morning. This time it hit even harder that I had that dream again. Last instance. I had a neighbor who lived across the street and over one house to the left. I'd seen him as a kid, but as I grew older, I'd started to forget about what she looked like and her voice and such. This was after high school. I was maybe 20 then. It had been years since I'd had any bad dreams like the ones I'd had with the camp founding family. Well, anyways, it was summer. My mom comes and asks if I'd be willing to help her neighbor since she'd recently had a stroke and her family was out of state at that point and had been looking bored and didn't see why I didn't just go and do it. So I do, and we have a blast. I set up a routine. Every Monday I take her grocery shopping, and every Tuesday I go in and visit her and cook and just generally be silly. It was honestly a highlight looking back at it. So I'm leaving Thursday, and she says she'll call me if she needs me Monday, because some people had known about her condition and brought her food and goodies. She doesn't know if she needs to shop again so soon. I go home and forget relatively soon, and well, she'd said anything. Well, I don't even know what they're writing here, but then Saturday night I have another horrid dream and I wake up as usual, panting hot and scared. Now, since it had been a few years since the last dreams of this scale, I don't immediately put it together. It's the weekend and still summer vacation, so I just kicked my sheet off and finished my night. Then Monday rolls around. She doesn't call. I remember that maybe she doesn't need me. I let it slide. I go out with friends that night. And then Thursday comes, no one calls, and I think maybe she's got somebody else, or she's tired, or something. Next Monday rolls around. I get no calls, so I go over and ring the bell. I call her phone, it goes to voicemail. She also keeps her car in the garage and has a fence that keeps you from going to the front door and knocking. So I have no idea if the car is actually in there, and I can't peek into her living room or kitchen because of the locked fence. I go home and wait for Thursday, which comes and goes with no news, so I figured that she's dumped me and gotten an actual caretaker or something. It's not 2 weeks after. My mom breaks the news. While I was asleep, she had seen the ambulance and the police outside. They'd taken her body to the morgue. She had died 2 weeks prior when I had my last horrific dream from another stroke and had been in the house ever since till her son had to come check on her. I was the last person to see her speak and see her alive. Farmhouse. So maybe 10 years ago when I was still a minor, my mother had a boyfriend. My mom has 3 kids. He has 3 kids. My mom and her boyfriend wanted to move in with each other, but they had to find a big enough place. As corny as this sounds, we found a little farmhouse in McMinnville, Tennessee. Still to this day I can remember how to get there so well. We all moved to this big white farmhouse, and behind the farmhouse was crops. So I remember pulling up thinking it was something like out of a movie because we'd never lived in the house before, and we'd always lived in trailers or stayed on people's couches. I remember how big the porch was for some reason. So, to this day when I meditate, I think about, which is so odd to me, but I remember when we moved in, we chose our rooms. Me and my sister chose the downstairs room. My mom and her boyfriend chose the downstairs room around the hall, and all 4 boys chose the 2 upstairs rooms when we moved in, and everybody's good, and we're just getting settled in like we're decorating, and I want to explore more of the house because it's a really big house. I remember always having a little odd feeling about this house. I also remember one of my first memories being there is thinking about, wow, this is a bunch of dead cats around this house. What? So me and my stepdad, we go upstairs to explore more of the house because there's more windows. There's more windows than there is room. So it didn't make much sense. Upstairs, there's 2 rooms. We go into the room and the walls and the floor, the ceiling, everything painted. But that's how we get to the attic. The attic was in that room. So we go up there, we found Ouija boards. We found all kinds of crazy stuff. Remember finding itty-bitty bones, and on the other room, other 2 boys were staying. Remember there being like this white plywood thing screwed into the wall, and I was like, it doesn't match the rest of the wall. It doesn't make much sense. So we took it out, went in there, and it was a whole nother room. Like, you have to be very careful when you walked in or you'd fall through, and there were nurses and bottles. Nurses? There were nurses and bottles of some type of liquid. We never opened them, and then crazy-looking dolls, and then in the cellar there's also nooses. Neuces. And then maybe a week later, when everybody started seeing shadow figures, my mom described the one she saw as a tall, dark figure in the doorway. The doors would slam shut all the time, and things would be violently thrown across the room. But my biggest thing to the story, and what I'm still looking for help on, is my little sister, who's grown now. At the time, she was in elementary school. I remember I was having a sleepover with some of my friends, watching some cartoons on a VHS tape on my TV. All of a sudden, the TV goes static. I was like, what the heck? Then my sister, who's asleep, starts kicking the wall. Her bed was up against the wall. She starts kicking the wall, and then heard, head cutting the wall. That next morning she wakes up and she's like, wow, I'm really sore. And I was like, yeah, I had to tell you because you were kicking the wall. A few days after that, my sister starts getting sick, and my sister was never the type of kid to get sick. She couldn't walk, she couldn't talk, she couldn't feed herself, and everything took a turn for the worse. It was like the house turned into something pure evil. Lights would shut off, still doors slamming, you would see playing this day. It was very, very scary. And then my mom wakes up at 3 a.m. and my sister's Vanderbilt, and my mom, if she would have waited one more day, that she would have died. They wouldn't have figured out what was wrong with her for the longest time. Okay, the stories today make no sense. She had walk pneumonia and something else. But I remember that she couldn't walk, she couldn't talk, she couldn't eat, she couldn't function, and ever since then she's had seizures, really weird seizures. But I remember I could come home from school one day and I told my mom that either we're moving out or I'm going to live with another family member. And that I was talking to my siblings with me, and we moved out that same day. Ever since then, I've always seen shadow figures out of the corners of my eyes. I always feel like an energy change in the room, and it scares me. So I don't know if I'm looking for advice or I just wanted to get that off my chest because it's something I've carried with me for years. Gotta organize that. I have a ghost for a roommate. How do I talk to him? On 4 separate occasions, myself and 3 other people have seen an entity in my apartment, in which 2 who saw it at my apartment describe it as an older man in his 40s or maybe 50s. The first time I was having a video call with somebody was while I was eating pizza in my kitchen. A few moments after I left the kitchen, my friend asked if I was going to share with my roommate. I lived alone. They described it as a black shadow in the background. I didn't think much of it as maybe just somebody walking by. The second time, a girlfriend of mine claimed she could communicate with spirits. She asked her to, and, well, basically, the conversation was very short, but it went along the lines of this. Are you here? I'm here. Does he know about you? Yeah. Okay, bye. She got spooked, I guess, and cut it short. As we were leaving, she said that he was staring at us from my porch, an older man. Third time I had a friend over who said that they were sensitive to spirit energy, and they could communicate. The second we walked in my apartment, she felt the energy, said he was harmless, but maybe just lonely. She felt him in the kitchen, and when we were leaving, she said that he was watching from the porch. I never mentioned the other encounter to her before this. The fourth time, I was live streaming on Twitch. I wish I saved this clip because I looked at the corner of my screen and somebody walked past me coming from my kitchen to my porch. Looked like a black shadow, kind of. But so today I talked to a medium. Now before I say what she said to me about the spirit, I never gave her any details on my experience with this spirit. I never told her of any of the other encounters other people have had either. But she claims it was like a middle-aged man named Joe. He had died of a heart attack sometime in the 90s. At first I was like, okay, sure. But then she said a couple of things that kind of caught my attention. She said that he likes my pets, which is funny because I swear I only see my cat looking up at somebody. But I mean, it could just be in my mind running with the thought, but sometimes I swear that cat's looking at someone. Another thing that he mentioned was he liked my guitar. He had one just like it. My guitar's a 90s Peavey, which would make sense if he had supposedly died sometime in the 90s. The other thing he said is that, well, he said it with a smile, is that he likes pizza. This is what really caught my attention. The first encounter I had with him, he was behind me in the kitchen while I was eating pizza while just video chatting with a friend. I asked her what he didn't like that I did, and she goes, he doesn't like it when you play loud music. I play in a rock band and we used to practice in my spare room. Needless to say, it got pretty loud in here. She says he's a good spirit, enjoys when I have company over, and just likes to make his presence known. Tonight when I got home, I went into my bedroom and lay down. I felt a sudden rush of energy and emotion as I sat on my bed and my light started flickering in my room. I think it was the spirit. Honestly, I'm not sure what to make of any of this, but I wanted to share this in a group of like-minded folks. I'd like to establish a direct communication with the spirit, learn more about it, and who it was as a human. I have a couple of ghost apps on my phone, but they seem really gimmicky. I was thinking of trying a Ouija board, but that seems like it could be a whole other story. Anybody have any suggestions on how this could, possibly make me form a better connection with the spirit? Any thoughts at all on this? She said his name was Joseph Swanson, likes to be called Joe. I don't know how long my landlord has owned this building, but I'm going to try to find out anything I can, if that person even exists. Not on a cartoon, that is. I was a regular at a business that never existed. A few years ago, I would stop several times a week at a gas station on my way to work. It was nearly always the same attendant, and she and I would chat as well as greet the other regulars filtering through the day to the early hours of the morning. She knew my cigarette brand and would have them sitting on a counter for me when she saw me coming. A man would usually show up around the same time and grab a few energy drinks. We would exchange pleasantries about work or spouses and pets. Didn't always get gas there because I worked over the state line and it was cheaper on the other state. Around this time I went through a divorce, switched jobs, which meant that stopping at this gas station was no longer a part of my normal routine. Around a year later I was driving by the area with somebody and noticed that not only had the gas station shut down, but had been demolished and the area grown over in a quick time. I said something about how the area had been naturalized very quickly. It was met with confusion. According to them, there had never been a gas station there. I inquired with several other people after this exchange, and they all agreed that there had never been anything built on this piece of land. I'm sure it was the right place. It's located on the main road right across from a shopping center. No mistaking the location for any other place. So what happened? Ghost gas station? Parallel universe? Glitch in the Matrix? I have no idea, but it's bothered me ever since. I doubt that there's an address. It's just a wooded vacant lot off of Queen Street in Martinsburg, Wyoming. It's close to the Dunkin' Donuts. It would have been around year 2013 or 2014. One of the people I'd spoke to about it was friends with the owner of the land. Said that there'd never been any development there. It may not have been a large town, but not so small that I'd ever seen the people there or every morning before and since. Yes, Gecko. Beyond knowing the guy that came in around the same time as me, an energy drink guy, I never got a name or anything. The cashier's name was something very innocuous, like Carol, possibly. The same person that said it had never been developed also told me that it was a popular cardboard village for the local homeless. True, you could see their tents, and the owner left it vacant, so they had somewhere to set up camp. I'm going to go check Google Maps and see if there's any information. And yes, to those who have looked, it's a wooded area behind the Duncan. It may have been King Street, not Queen. There's only 3 main streets, the other being Winchester Ave. It's definitely not Winchester. It's been over a decade and at least 3 banks ago. I can't look up any statements. At least, they would have been paper back then anyway. Most likely been using cash due to a controlling partner. Even if I had control of my card, which I wouldn't have wanted him to know where they were while I was buying anything, but it is Wyoming and a drug user or homeless encampment, so yeah, there's probably something weird happening there. Having been raised in the South, I maintain that the area of Wyoming isn't really Wyoming, but still the foothills of the Appalachians. So creepy stuff happens here. Oops, West Virginia. Oops. Many of you have found the vacant lot where the gas station was situated behind the Dunkin' Donuts across from the retirement assisted living home, the community gardens, or something like that. As far as I or the internet sleuths can tell, there's never been a business there. I don't really have an explanation for anybody. I'm sure of the location because it was a straight shot to 81 going to work every morning. Never left the main view of the road. Some have slightly cemented that this is where Queen Street becomes Edwin Miller Boulevard, but I think to myself and locals would probably still refer to it as Queen Street or North Queen Street till you get to Eco Lodge. And as I stated before, it's not a large town or difficult to navigate as long as you stay on those 3 main roads. So I'm leaving it there for now. I've known since the first time I noticed it had disappeared that it was something supernatural. Being an Appalachian native, we don't really question those things. I just wanted to share my experience and see if anybody else had any similar happenings. The time I almost died. I'm a fairly accident-prone person. So bad that I've broken toes so often that I can tell from the pain if it's broken or not. I'm so bad that on a football field of pavement in a parkway, there was a patch of ice that was no bigger than a softball. I somehow managed to slip on that, sprain my ankle. So this story about what happened to me was a true event. Shouldn't surprise anybody really about my almost death. It's actually kind of funny now. But it was so unfunny then, and in Canada, there's a popular tourist spot that's on the border of Canada and the US. It's called Niagara Falls. It's got beautiful waterfalls, plenty of gift shops, and hotels and motels and other activities. One summer, my mom and I went to stay there for the weekend as a vacation. Now, we were pretty poor. This was the first time we could afford a cheap hotel, gas and food, and some touristy stuff, all while being able to afford bills and food. So my mom looks up the cheapest hotels and resorts, restaurants, etc. We planned around that. She found a 2-bed hotel with a small bathroom and a mini fridge for about $100 a night, so she took it. When we got there, the clerk was nice, and when my mom and I were walking to her room, I saw 2 pools. An outdoor pool with around 10 dirty, originally white plastic lounge chairs and tables with faded umbrellas around them, and, well, the water was filthy. So I immediately decided that, well, I was against that. After my mom and I settled into the room, I told my mom I wanted to get into the pool. Well, that was in a separate building, with 1 set of white doors and the walls all windows, about 15 fabric lounge chairs, and the water was clean, but nobody else was there. There's no lifeguards, no other guests, no one. So I changed into my swimsuit and jogged over to it. Then I put my towel and cover clothes and got into the pool. At 12 years old, I was about 5 feet tall, so I could touch the bottom of most pools. Most pools are very, strict, I guess. They usually go on a very slow slope from the shallow to the deep end, just so you know where you're going. However, this pool did not. This pool dropped immediately to the deep end with no slope or warning. Well, my dear friendly reader, now might be a good time to tell you that even today, at almost 21 years of age, I can't swim. I'd like to float around, relax, hang out in pools, and as a kid, I'd like to see how far I could go without going to the deep. I was doing this and I found out that there was a drop. I took a huge gasp of surprise, which filled my lungs with water. I flailed around, trying my best to get to the ledge, still breathing in the water. I screamed for somebody to come and save me. Anyone. I remember seeing a young man who I'd guess was 20 at max across the building from the open door. Saw him look in my direction and walked off. It was at this moment I had resigned myself to dying in that pool. I was sad that my mom would most likely be the one to find me. I was scared about what impact it would have on her. I was worried about what dying would feel like. I was getting tired from the struggle. That's when I felt two large hands on my back and butt pushing me to the ledge. Pulled myself out weakly and my hands helping me out, and my hands rubbed and just pained my back as I coughed up water and tried to get my breath. I looked back to thank whoever was helping me, but there was no one. The hands were only really visible from the effect that they had on me, my coughing and the indentation of them. I laid there for a minute and whispered a thank you to whoever, whatever saved me that day. Got up, grabbed my stuff, and weakly wobbled over to our hotel room. It's been 8 years since that day. Still don't know how to swim. I've definitely learned a few things from that experience. First of all, if a place where you can get hurt looks suspicious, get the hell out of there. Second, there's a difference between cheap and inexpensive hotels. People die in cheap hotels. They're not wrong. Well Digger's Story. My experience starts in New Mexico west of Clayton on 422. I was drilling for a small mom and pop company with a hydraulic rig which only took 2 people to operate. That was my younger brother and I. It was hot that summer and the rig would overheat during the day, so I told the boss man that we would drill at night. That way there'd be no issues. My little brother had the company truck and I had my personal vehicle, which is a 2003 Tahoe. I had my girlfriend with me at the time, so we agreed to meet at the job site after dark. We live about an hour away in Texas, and anyway you would pull off at 422 just after the road tees to another small town. I don't really know the name of it, but you'd have gotten open and closed at least 5 gates to get to the spot. When I got there, I fired up the rig and generator, turned on the lights to check the equipment every time. It was good, so I shut it back down and waited for my brother. I folded the back seats down and was going to try to sleep for a bit while my brother was headed out towards us, so me and my girlfriend jumped in the back of the Tahoe to get some shut-eye. I noticed how pitch black it was in this pasture. There was no moon, no stars, nothing, just darkness about this time. I see what looks like headlights at a good distance far enough away that it was just one light instead of 2 separate headlights, which seemed like they were heading our direction, but not from the direction we came on, from a different direction in the east of us. Puzzled, we watched this light come down what appeared to be country roads, still thinking it was headlights, but still never got close enough that it split into 2 separate lights, so it was pretty far away anyhow. We're sitting there watching it, our heads in the direction, and all of a sudden it does a spiral move and it disappeared. It was like where you stand outside with your finger, drew a spiral in the air, but imagine it was 5 miles away seeing this. I knew it wasn't a car anymore. I look over at her and I asked, "Did you see that?" And she hugs me tightly as we talked about, trying to wrap our heads around it. She points at this red glow that's coming towards the truck slowly from the east. I was in a state of disbelief, sitting there, quietly trying to come up with any logical explanation for what this glowing red mist could be. I thought, like a brake light, or no brake pedal. It was clear if anything like that could press it and the rig and generator were off. Looking around for anything solution, I look around and ask her, "Are you seeing this? I'm just trying to understand this. I'm not tripping or nothing right now." She said, "No, this happening, let's out of here." So I said, "No, let's see what it wants about this." What is this? I said no, let's see what it was. About this time, that mist surrounded the back half of my Tahoe. Looking out the window seemed like looking through a red filter, but not just red, almost like an ultraviolet red filter without the black light. She said, let's go. I said, wait, trying to figure out what was happening. Then a knock on the rear passenger quarter panel scared the shit out of both of us. She screamed, which made me panic, so I turned around to start my truck. I couldn't find the key for a split second, but when I did, I put it in and turned the switch, but nothing happened, like the battery was dead. No light, no radio. Then a split second later, the engine would turn over, but still no lights. A second thud on the rear quarter and a truck turned on. Looked around. Everything was normal again. The headlights came on, but we left out of there right then, and I didn't drill that well. The boss man did. We ended up meeting my brother at one end of the many gates to get to the property. I tried to tell him what had happened, and he said something had hit his truck, but to brushed it off as a stick or something. I told my boss about it. He'd think it was drugs to this day. I still don't know what the hell it was, and I don't think it wants to harm us, because the whole thing just kind of happened. It didn't seem intended, like it just happened to be on its path or wanted to see what the bright lights were in the middle of nowhere. I don't know. If anybody has any similar stories or any info, it would be awesome. I wanted to go back and check it out, but that's the first period. The first period was after. Wanted to go back and check it out, but period. Also didn't want to get shot by a rancher. I definitely understood that last sentence. Me neither. I bought a mystery box from the dark web. I'm a small YouTuber who makes scary and creepy videos, because I always liked the chills and the idea of the paranormal. So when the whole trend with unboxing mystery boxes from the dark web became popular, I jumped right in. The only problem was that I had to buy it in Bitcoin, which I never used. After trying for a while to exchange my real money to Bitcoin, I was finally able to do it. So I placed the order and waited patiently for the package. A few days passed by and it finally came. I was so excited and nervous at the same time to see what the mystery box would contain. I set up all of my camera gear and microphones. I cleaned the table and put on some gloves. Started recording the unboxing, and you could see the excitement on my face. I cut open the box with a pair of scissors, and the first thing I saw at the very top was a note. It had my name and my address on it. That freaked me out a little bit, but I could think of a logical explanation. Yeah. Under the note was a big box and a few envelopes. Thought that the box would be more interesting, so I started with the envelopes to leave the best for last. I opened the first one, and it had a few pictures of different places all over the world. All of them, though, had one thing in common. I went for holiday to all those places. Can't be. It must just be a coincidence, I thought. That's when I looked more clearly at the pictures. In the background, I could see myself with my family. All of them included all four of us in the photo. Could it really be? Did my family have a stalker? I didn't believe it. I didn't want to continue the unboxing, but curiosity got the better of me. So I opened the next envelope, and it also had pictures. This time of my house. You could see the whole house from every point of view. Some of the photos were taken near windows, and I could see the interior of the house. I was so creeped out. I didn't want to open the last one, but for some stupid reason I decided that I'd probably have a really good reaction for my YouTube video. So I opened it. Right away I regretted my decision. This time the pictures were from the inside of my house. You could see my sister opening the fridge, my dad watching TV, my mom cleaning the dishes, and many others. What freaked me the most was when I saw a selfie of a masked man next to my bed while I was sleeping. This whole situation gave me a severe headache. I wasn't thinking clearly. There were so many questions on my mind. The last thing in the package was the small box that I hadn't opened yet. I got so far I couldn't just leave it there like that. So I took one deep breath and cut it open. I almost fainted when I saw what I had inside. It was bones. Not human bones, but dog bones. I could tell from the collar that it was my dog Charlie, who had died 3 years ago, and I buried him in our backyard. Couldn't handle it anymore, went to the bathroom and puked. Took a few minutes in there, lying on the floor, to comprehend everything that happened. Without a second's thought, I grabbed everything, ripped it, and then I burned everything. I didn't want to have any memories from anything that happened that evening. Try as hard as I can to forget everything. I wanted to act like all this didn't even happen, but it was pretty much impossible. Never told my family about it, never will. I, of course, deleted all the footage and never uploaded the video. I even took a 1-year break from my YouTube channel. For that, I started forgetting the event and my life started becoming normal again. That's when my phone rang with an unknown number, and I answered. "Hello, Nick? Did you like the mystery box from 1 year ago?" said a person with a very, very deep voice. I was speechless and turned off my phone immediately. I still try to recover from that. Writing this story really helped me. And I beg you, please do not ever buy mystery boxes from the dark web. I would like to speak to the writer of that story for several reasons. Advice, help, what to do when being haunted. I put some trigger words into the title to hopefully help people who are searching for advice. This is just a quick rundown on what I think a lot of people don't understand about what to do to help reduce lifelong or short-term issues with hauntings. I just wanted to write this as a basic guide to understanding and helping those who are facing problems with paranormal entities. First, you have to identify what it is. This might take you to the core of your belief systems. It may shake you, it may break you down, and, well, this alone is not helpful for whatever you're dealing with. You must accept psychologically that your initial worldview might not be the correct one. Could be a trans-dimensional entity. And land energy, like demonic, discombobulated human spirits, even yourself. The most important part, arguably, is how you approach it emotionally. It's, of course, going to be very difficult, next to impossible for most people to approach these happenings with a neutral emotion. The last thing you want to do is to feed it. Depending on the kind of haunting it is, you'll have different degrees of success. I'm approaching this as an American on American soil. America is a very haunted place for several reasons. I can't discuss other lands except to say that they also certainly have their own latent and energies created by a number of possibilities. Land energies can be neutral but potent. They can be created over a long period of human or other habitations, or caused by human magic alone. An extreme case would be a skinwalker curse. You don't stand a chance against true Native American magic. You at best can make it, lay low, depending on what it was created by, but it will periodically spring up again. Similarly to some demonic presences, if you don't treat it like a staph infection, you just constantly be clearing and clearing. The issue with this treating demonic and dark presences consistently like a wound is that it will get infected again. The goal is to kill it or to send it away, severing the line of connection or harboring protection around you utilizing a number of methods. It requires you to ask for assistance spiritually from the beings and persons who are designed to help you. Call them ancestors or otherwise, but please call upon these figures and create a relationship with them. They want you to create a relationship with them after all. Potentiates what they can do when you're connected to them, and it's very strong. Ask for assistance from the true healers and spiritualists in your area and online. Distance healing is real, and also a good resource. Confirm their intentions and abilities with your own intuition, and their reviews and recommendations. Ask them to come to your home. Have them perform sacred cleansings as many times as needed. Bring over somebody who can identify what's in your home or land. Learn from them. Heal your spiritual body and mind. Use the healing modalities of the globe. Use them to strengthen your spiritual body. Learn to harness your energetic field. Fill it with positive energies and learn to form a barrier, a protective barrier around you. You must learn to feel it and extend its proximity outside of your body to fill the clear rooms, your home, and the land around you. You want to fill it with the utmost divine light presence. Become anchored in a connectivity with whatever divine forces that you can. You will learn so much, heal so much, yourself, the world around you. Take control over your safety and self. We only truly experience such a small amount of their limited perception. It's akin to taking a self-defense class. These are tools everybody should have and are so important for the human experience, and these skills extend far past this life. Take care and be well. Home invasion or something else? This actually happened 4 years ago. So my dad passed away. It was completely sudden. He seemed healthy. At the time, I was a senior in high school, so I had to take some time off to calm myself and be with my mom. I'm an only child, by the way. 2-ish weeks after the funeral, my mom and I decided to head out and take a walk. If I remember correctly, it was the first time I got out of the house. After the funeral, of course. I was really depressed due to his passing, so around 12 p.m. I decided that I have had enough interaction with the world for the day. Told my mom I'll head home first. She gave me her keys, said she'll go to the bakery and come home after. So I reach her house. I notice that our outdoor light is on. Well, that wouldn't have been weird if it was on when we left, but it wasn't. Not me nor my mom turned it on, and the switch is inside the house, so no one could just turn it on from outside. And I mean, it was 12 p.m. We left at 10 p.m. There's no need for the light to be on. Still, I shrugged it off and opened the door. I had a very weird feeling when I went inside. Can't really explain it, but I just felt anxious about something. Anyway, at first I didn't notice anything weird around her house. That was until I went in my mom's room. And oh my God, was it a mess. The light was on in here as well. Had some books on a chair there, and they were all scattered onto the floor. Some travel bags and suitcases. They were all in the closet. They were all just chilling on the floor in the bathroom. Or rather in the bedroom, front of the bathroom. The closet was closed. The drawers from my mom's dresser were open, and some of the stuff she kept in there, they were scattered on the floor. Some picture in my room as well, cupboards open, books scattered across the floor. Heck, even my mom's pillow was in my room. Some figures I had on my desk were rearranged. I guess they didn't like my decor, and well, that's pretty much it. I went to check the living room and saw that only some cupboards were open and some drawers. I was really surprised that they were actually, because, well, somebody would need lots of strength to open these specific drawers. It was almost always impossible to open them all the way, and they were pretty old and difficult to open. But somebody did just that. So I did what every normal person would do. Stayed there, started to clean up, checked every inch of the house. It's a small house, but nothing, absolutely nothing was missing. My wallet, some cash, my mom, and they were all there. Our laptops were there, my phone was still charging, nothing was missing. Even the door outside was locked when I got home. Checked the attic and nothing. Checked outside, nothing. Nobody could have broken into our house. There were no signs that somebody did. I even checked for any hidden cameras, and I watch a lot of crime shows. The drawers in the living room gave me hell. Still don't get how somebody managed to open them all that way. I managed to clean everything up before my mom arrived, and during this time I was cleaning, I still had that weird feeling. Now, some people have told me that when somebody has recently passed away, you may still feel their presence around you. Well, my mom and dad, they didn't live together. I lived with each of them separately. And the feeling I had didn't make me feel good or safe or any of that. It just made me extremely anxious. When my mom came home, I explained what had happened and asked if she had left any lights on or gave anyone the keys to her house. She said she didn't, and even today I don't know what happened back then. I even thought that an earthquake had happened and I just didn't realize it. but aside from the bedrooms and those drawers in the living room, the other rooms are perfectly fine. Nothing out of place. But anyway, that's the story. Sorry for the long post, or if it doesn't really belong here, but I really wanted to share this experience that I had. Bang so loud in the attic that it shook my house. My wife and I bought a house in the country next to a Civil War battlefield in Northern Virginia. The original property was a 4,000-acre plantation that was subdivided into multiple smaller farms. The original plantation house of the 4,000-acre property was situated on our lot about 15 yards behind the house. It had all of its stone foundation, chimney, and a well. Our house was built in the mid-'80s by hand, but the previous owner, who worked for NASA and IBM, passed away after a battle with cancer. We fell in love with the house and the property. You could tell this house was the man's life work. After purchasing the house for a great price, we walked the property with his widow and oldest adult son. Well, they walked the entire property and the house with us. But what I found odd is that both the widow and the son refused to enter the half-unfinished downstairs basement adamantly. Long story with too many experiences to list. My wife and I, over the course of 5 years, friends, family that stayed the night, all experienced poltergeist phenomena. From the TV changing itself to the NASA space station channel regularly, the cabinets slamming, footsteps heard throughout the house, an out-of-body sound of somebody clear as day whistling for a dog. It was all heard by everybody regularly. Sometimes the whistling would be right over our shoulder and our ear like it was messing with us. Sometimes while you were in the shower. And one time in the basement alone, I was painting the ceiling on a ladder. I heard the double whistle right in my ear over my shoulder so loud and clear I jumped off the ladder, backed myself up against the wall to see what was coming. So freaked out I actually ran out of the back door to the backyard, just went around the house back upstairs instead of running through the basement to get to the stairs. I'm not an easily person to shake, but that was just too much. My dog would always stare and bark at the corner of the family room. He refused to go downstairs. I would pick him up and physically carry him downstairs to only have him spring right back up and bark at us from the top of the stairs till we came back up. My wife has had a hand brush across the back of her neck multiple times. Sinks, lights turning on by themselves right in front of us. Keys and other important small things go missing. They would never be found again, no matter how hard we searched every inch of the house. I would wake up around 4:30 a.m. to go to work and regularly find the same 2 doors leading out back towards the old plantation house wide open with bugs and mosquitoes flying in for God knows how long. Maybe all night after we made sure to lock them every night, my mother-in-law was awoken one night by a man's voice asking her, "Who are you?" While living in a haunted house, you have no choice but to ignore the activity. I got used to it. It would come and go in cycles. Never felt like a bad presence or saw any apparitions. Always figured it was the old owner and always joked to each other that there goes Mr. Copper. But one day I was home alone lying on the couch broad daylight after a day of work. We heard a bang so loud it actually shook the entire 3,000 square foot house. It sounded like it came from our attic. I immediately jumped up and thought one of the large oak trees around the house crashed through the roof. Sprinted outside to assess the damage, but the roof was completely fine. No downed trees. My second thought was our AC unit in the attic just replaced fell out on the pedestals and crashed through the ceiling. Grabbed a flashlight and scoured the entire attic to find nothing wrong. I discovered no earthquake in the area and no other neighbors felt anything. Seems like the activity in the house pinned times toward the last month while we were there getting the house ready to sell. It's been 2 years since we moved and have no activity since, but not a day goes by where I don't think about the strange activity in the house. I was just curious if anybody else had any similar experiences, especially with unexplained house shaking and bangs. Regarding the photo of the teen holding 2 kids and a ghost. I work as an officer in investigative capacity, but I'm not an expert in digital photo forensics. My opinion should be taken as that of an amateur. Also, I'm a member of this community because the topic is fascinating, but I am a skeptic regarding the paranormal or supernatural. I ran the photo through 2 sites that you can access and easily see the same results for: Photo Forensics and Forensically. These sites are decent, and we used them when I was in college for criminal justice. On both Photo Forensics and Forensically, they were looking at the ELA setting. It's like the error level analysis. There was no significant irregularities, and in fact, on Forensically, the area containing the apparition is incredibly uniform with the rest of the OP's body. This is significant because the different images have different error levels due to numerous factors, and they operate similarly to a digital footprint. So when a piece of another image is cropped in, it'll show the error level of the picture it came from, which will make the area stand out in a new image. The fact that there is no ELA anomaly here is evidence, though not proof, that the image was not cropped in from another photo. On Forensically, you can look at the noise analysis, which operates at the same fingerprint principle above, and see that there's no significant irregularity here either. There's more than there was for the ELA, but that's likely down to there just being more color and change in the image generally, and not suspicious, as it doesn't really vary greatly from other well-lit portions of the image, so the noise level also doesn't look suspicious. Another setting to look for is hidden pixels on photo forensics. When one image is cropped and pasted into another, some pixels may be covered by the new image. This may also be when using transparency. The pixel may be covered but still contains a color value. So this is a measure of all the pixels which have a color value which are not displayed in the image. The dimensions of the covered area will be displayed, and for this image it's a 1:2. Clearly does not account for the apparition and is likely down to some other cause. Also noteworthy is that Forensically's clone detection shows little to no alteration. And that's what little there is not in the area of the apparition. This just means that the girl was not patchworked together using other colors or elements from the image. Finally, if you look at the metadata, neither of the images show Photoshop information. This would be logged under a software section if the image was run through such a program. I'm on my computer now and I don't see Photoshop on either site views of the metadata. One thing to note is if you try this on your own, I did get Photoshop showing up in the metadata when I first looked at this on my phone, but I believe that's because Reddit puts their border and logo on downloaded images. I believe that was a false alarm. One thing that is weird is if you go to Forensically, look at the magnifier, magnifier 4, set the enhancement to histogram equalization. You'll see that for the OP and the 2 kids, the color transitions are smooth. Everything looks normal. When you look at the little girl, she's incredibly pixelated in contrast. This could be down to the program having a hard time distinguishing colors in areas of little or poor contrast. Like you will notice the monochrome background also is fairly pixelated. But parts of the apparition which are well lit and distinct are also fairly pixelated. Again, I'm a skeptic, but I've heard that the paranormal can cause digital distortions. Make of that what you will. Again, I'm an amateur. But if this is a fake, it's a very good one. There's definitely something going on in this image, and it ain't Photoshop. There's definitely something going on in these stories, but these stories are not my own. See ya. Many times when I was living in Australia, did I have paranormal encounters while growing up. While I lived with my mother, she said that she'd experienced quite strange things happening in our house, from the kettle turning on randomly, even whenever we got a new kettle. From her feeling uncomfortable during the night, when I got to about 10, I believe, one night I got up to use the toilet. I remember seeing a man standing in our hallway, which really scared me. I ended up screaming for my mom to help after running back to my bed. I remember telling her what I saw. Well, I think she actually may be going to believe me, which I think helped me cope a bit. On other times, which this one still scares me the most. Around the same time I was 14, I was in the same house. It was at 6 a.m. in the morning. I woke up to a strange feeling. Someone was watching me from next to my bed the way my back was facing. I slowly turned to see a shadow silhouette. It was standing next to me. It was faceless. I didn't make a noise or anything, but I punched where the silhouette was. When I realized what I did, I laid back straight down away, in a fetal position. A very strong feeling of fear and anxiety washed over me. I couldn't move. I thought it would do something to me. I stayed there like that for about 20 minutes. Slowly turned to find out that I wasn't there anymore. After I moved into my grandparents' house at about 15, I'd started to feel the same things I felt at my mom's about 2 months in. One night I heard what sounded like bare feet running to and from my bedroom door to the back outside door. It was a wooden floor. It was pretty quick footprints. It was like it was running. Then it would stop dead right outside my door. Then it would wait a few seconds, start running again. Texted my grandma asking if she or my grandfather were walking around. Luckily, she normally walks up to texts and she replied no. I guess she woke up. I then said, could you please come down the stairs with our dog and turn the lights on? As soon as she walked out with the dog, I could hear my dog barking and then my grandma walking up to the door. Completely different footsteps. Weird stuff would happen all the time. I'd always feel like something was watching me. I invited my girlfriend over when me and her were 16. She stayed the night with me, and maybe 1 p.m. I could hear the footsteps again. So I woke her up and said, can you hear that? Without saying anything, she listened and then nodded to me yes. Did the same thing. Texted my grandma asking if she was moving about in the house. She said no, and then I got the courage to swing open the door. Trying to act tough in front of the missus, I guess. When I did, there was nothing. There was just a cold feeling of dread. There's 2 more times I'd experienced something, and one time I was having a strange dream of being, tickled in my sleep. I woke up to still feeling this feeling. Started freaking out, and I'm awake and feeling somebody tickling my body. I leaned over my bed, not really sure why. Looked at the floor in the pitch dark, and out of nowhere, this strange blast of air, which felt like sticking your head out of a car window at a high speed. It hits me in the face. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The last incident happened when I came back from living in Scotland. Where in Scotland, I had no issues at all, but I pull up to my grandparents' house with my ex-girlfriend. We were just having a chat in my car. Look in the front window of my grandparents' house and see the same shadow silhouette that I saw all those years ago. Once I get into the house after coming into the back door, I can hear the radio switch on up in the front room, and it turns it off and says, haven't heard it turn itself on. My brother's room. The family that lived in my childhood home prior to us, they had a boy named Jack. Jack grew up to be a sergeant in the U.S. Army. He fought in the Korean War, where he was KIA. My siblings and I were adopted from Korea. We grew up in this house knowing that a boy who lived here before us had died fighting for our countries. Our main source of information was our elderly neighbor lady. So we really knew it was just, that his name was Jack, his last name, and that his plane had supposedly been shot down over Busan. In '99, my little brother was adopted. His name's John, but we all call him Jack. My mom would often insist, like JFK. Though I often thought he was named after Jack in the house, and my parents both denied this to be the case. At some point in the early 2000s, the surviving members of the previous family were in town and stopped by our house. They were curious about how it looked and wanted to reminisce about their childhood memories. They were introducing us to kids and my brother Jack. They commented that it was sort of neat that there is another Jack in the house, and my parents clarified that his name is technically John. We learned that the previous quote-unquote Jack had also been a John. He and my brother also share a middle name, though with different spellings. Think along the lines of Stephen with a V or Stephen with a PH. Weird coincidence, right? Well, the coincidences don't stop there. My brother's bedroom had also been the late Jack's room. Contrary to what my family's always believed, we had thought that my room had been his, but my Poussin-born brother's room was decorated in airplane theme at the time, adding a little cherry on top of the whole bizarre coincidence Sunday. At least if you recall what we were told by the neighbor lady regarding Jack's alleged death. Recently I did some digging. I've come to discover that, based upon Jack's division in the Army, he wouldn't have likely been flying planes at all. In fact, his date of death and the time frame suggested by the division's movements places him somewhere around the Poussin perimeter, but not perhaps within Poussin proper. Even without that perfect level of synchronicity, we're still left with the odd happenstance of my brother sharing the same first and middle names of the bedroom of a man who grew up in the house before us. And for more of the speculative paranormal edition, my brother grew up having night terrors, and by his teenage years, at which point my sister and I had moved out to go to college, he ceased to sleep in his bedroom entirely. He set up shop in the spare bedroom in the basement. Though he's very tight-lipped about anything that he may or may not have occurred or seen in that house, he is terrified of ghosts and the supernatural. He hates to stay at that house alone, and he and my dad both claim that they've heard laughter and conversation coming from the room where the previous family used to listen to the radio. My dad finds this faint chatter comforting, kinda neat. My brother feels essentially the exact opposite. I've not really encountered anything, but I really just wanted, something to prompt me to write all this because, well, came home after a few days out and my brother's bedroom light was on. My dad never comes upstairs. When I asked him about it, he actually immediately suggested I'd left it on or somebody had broken in. When I left the house last week, I had to use my phone's flashlight to navigate. That's because I left so early in the morning that it was still dark out. This also isn't the first time I've come home to find his bedroom light on. Trying to tell myself it's maybe just a wiring problem, but I'm not going to pretend I don't have an absolute heart attack when I see it on when I don't know or anybody's been there in days or even weeks. Is this okay here? My father visited me in my sleep. I was 12 years old in 2002. That was when my father was killed in a car accident. It was his fault. He was out playing around in his go-kart, doing more than 100 miles an hour on alcohol fuel in a go-kart late at night on a highway with his buddy. I'll spare you the rest of the details on that night. I'm 34 years old now, and when I was 17, I had a visit from him in my sleep one night that changed me and changed my life. This visit was a gift that I still think about. Well, that's why I'm writing it today, to get it off my chest and to tell someone. This was not a dream. My body was in bed and asleep, but that's the only thing that this event has in common with a dream. It was as if I woke up in another place. There I am standing in complete whiteness. There's nothing but white all around me. No shadows, no lines, no angles to anything, just white space. Can't see a floor beneath my feet, but I understand that there's something solid beneath them. I'm not falling. I can't see a wall in front of me, but somehow I'm aware that I'm standing next to a giant wall with a door. I don't know who I'm waiting for, but I do know that I'm waiting for someone to open the door. I'm not at all concerned with the things that I don't know, and I'm completely and utterly content. Vividly remember now how I felt as though I was lacking nothing. I didn't need anything. I wasn't without. As I stood there waiting, the door that I can't see but know is there opens and my father's on the other side and I can see him. I run as fast as I could to him and I crash into him, embracing him. The very instant that I came into contact with him, I was filled with the most love that I've ever felt in my entire life, even to this day. The most profound and powerful feeling of being completely loved beyond anything I could imagine just poured into me. Simultaneously, it was like an instant exchange of information. Everything that was inside of me that I wanted to tell him was given to him, and everything he wanted me to know, he told me without words. I instantly knew from him, like telepathically, without any delay. He told me how sorry he was for dying, and I felt how guilty he felt for that. He let me know that he was watching over me. He was doing this always, and he wanted me to know that he knows about how alone I felt without him, and he wishes that he could comfort me, let me know that he's there. I felt his love completely, and his sorrow for being gone. He said he would never have left the house that night if he had any idea that he thought he would have gotten killed or taken from us. I squeezed him so tightly, or released my grip without letting him go. I looked up at him and he looked over to the left, followed his gaze, and I seen a big white crest-shaped couch there in the middle of the whiteness that surrounded us. We held hands, walked over to sit on the couch. I thought to myself, but what will we talk about? He knows everything inside of me. We sat down and I looked at his face. He looked so healthy. He smiled at me so lovingly and so proudly. Then, as if he was saying, "Look what I can do," his eyes turned into two birds flying and his face and head turned into an ocean above his shoulders. What amazed me was that I could still recognize him. I held his hand still. Then I woke up in my bed, and it was at that moment I realized what I didn't even know, that I needed to forgive my father for dying. I wasn't even sure that I was holding on to that hurt and anger toward him before that. It changed my life forever. I love you, Dad, and I hope we'll be together again. My experiences as a skeptic. Those damn apartments. Growing up, I didn't know if it was spirits or ghosts or if they were real. My mind was open to the idea, but I'd never experienced anything to believe it. Anyways, I was 23 when I first moved out of home to my first apartment. I'm 28 now, so this was some time back. I will say that living there for the most part was normal, but on a couple of occasions there were some moments that sent chills down my spine. The first time I was chilling with my lady friend. We were just laying on my couch watching a movie or something, and the kitchen was small, so looking at the TV you can see the whole kitchen. I had a cheap trash can with a lid top and it spins, so to dispose of the trash you just throw it in. We were just chilling. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the lid spin a few times, as if someone slapped it to make it spin. I noticed, but I didn't say anything. My lady friend asks me like 10 seconds later if I saw that. I was like, holy shit, I wasn't tripping. We investigated the trash and nothing. At first, I thought a rat jumped into it or something. We didn't have a rat problem, but I had no idea what else could have done that. In short, we had no idea what the hell it was. We were quite shook for a while. The second moment made my heart sink. I've never felt that feeling ever since. So my girlfriend would come over and, well, this was after my lady friend. I'm not a cheater. She, among a few other of my friends, always told me my apartment had a bad vibe. Like the energy in there was dark. I didn't think much about it. Anyways, we had these two stuffed animals. We won them at a claw machine in our local arcade. After time of her feeling uneasy, for some reason we both concluded that those stuffed animals just gave off bad vibes. She removed them off the bookshelf and put them in my kitchen cabinet before I left to work, just to put them away for the time being. Keep in mind, I dropped her off at her house. She didn't have a key to the apartment and always double-locked it. Fast forward, we get back from work. Decided to take a nap. I laid on my couch, and the way I was laying, the bookshelf was in front of me a bit to the left side of the wall. At the time, I was having a lot of sleep paralysis, and I still do from time to time, but in hindsight, I did experience a lot of sleep paralysis in that damn apartment. So of course I'm waking up in sleep paralysis mode. My eyes are open, I'm unable to move. I look and all I see are those two stuffed animals sitting in the exact spot that they were. My thoughts were, what the fuck? How the hell did those things get back on there? It was impossible for those things to get back on that shelf unless they'd walked their asses back, which is obviously impossible. Or is it? My heart sank into my gut, felt my skin crawl. That feeling of unease just took over my body. After I was finally able to move, I called her and asked if she could put them back before we left the apartment. She swore up and down that she didn't. She couldn't believe what I was telling her, so we were both in disbelief. So, I disposed of those two stuffed animals in a big trash. This time, I was certain that they would never pop up again. I still consider myself a skeptic, as I never again had any other experience with what I believe was paranormal. But the couple of times I did, it was at those damn apartments. Actually, I had a friend who grew up in them. She told me that they were definitely haunted, and she's seen and heard things there too. Anyway, sorry for the longer stories. Hope you enjoyed listening to them. Cheers. Cheers back. My family is being tormented by a spirit. But it's been tormenting my family for the past few months. We recently got a puppy, which has brought a lot of happiness for everyone in the house. Ever since we got the puppy, the spirit's been quite aggressive. It's mainly been picking on my mom, and she's the weakest person really mentally, but my sister, who's chronically ill, has been so active. She's moved more in the past 2 months than she has in the past 5 years. She's made amazing progress ever since the puppy. My sister claims that she's not had anything weird happen and she hasn't seen anything. A few weeks ago, I was talking to my sister. I looked out the window and saw a female entity walking past. She was wearing a raggedy white dress with black hair. She pretty much looked like the girl from The Grudge. She walked past the window in about 1.5 seconds, so I didn't really get a good look at her face. My dad also saw a similar female figure. It was peeking around a corner and staring at him. He saw in the corner of his eye, and when he looked over, it was gone. This has happened a few times now. Dad said a friend who claims to have a spirit walker, like astral projected. Not sure on the term, to be honest, but came to our house at around 1:45 a.m. We had no knowledge of him coming, and at 2:30 my mom woke up for some reason. She asked my dad if she could ask for his friend, and we'll call him Jay. She was curious if Jay had visited at 2:30, which he had. Jay said he saw the entity while he was there. He was avoiding them. I guess he knew that Jay was trying to get rid of it. The next day when my dad asked Jay if he was visiting us last night, Jay said yes. My dad then showed Jay a picture of the Grudge, and Jay absolutely freaked out, saying that looks just like it. Why do you have that picture? I found it very interesting that he saw the same thing me and my dad did. Jay's told us that the entity hates happiness, so that's making it mad. It also hates fires, so we have a bunch of candles set up around the house. The entity's been targeting my mom and feeding her awful thoughts. The other day my dad couldn't sleep because of the light from the candles, so we put it out. As he was trying to fall asleep, he was fed terrible thoughts. Stuff about how he's like a failure and his family isn't proud of him. Things like that. My dad's the most positive person I know. You'd never think like that, but I found it interesting that, well, it happened almost right after he put out the candle. Another similar thing happened to my mom. She was perfectly fine all day and had no negative thoughts, and out of nowhere while folding laundry she had awful thoughts for no reason. Then she looked up and saw that the candle near her was put out somehow. Interesting. We've had strange experiences throughout our whole 20 years of living in this house. When I was about 9, I used to hear an old man speaking to me, and waking up in the middle of the night. I also used to occasionally see a Grim Reaper-type figure that would peek around corners. Not just in my house, but it followed me almost everywhere. But all stopped when I was about 13. When my sister was little, she used to see a little girl standing in her doorway just staring at her. Never went in her room, though. Some more background information is somewhere on our property is a piece of glass that was from the Eastern State Penitentiary in Pennsylvania. My dad had put a piece of glass in a shed with it over the night, and, well, it had collapsed. We've never found that piece of glass, so it's still somewhere on my property. I died in a dream and went to an afterlife for a month. Now this takes place sophomore year of college. I almost died after sepsis from an incident after appendicitis surgery. I was in the hospital for a total of 9 days fighting a fever and on some very strong pain meds. This is the second of 3 dreams I've died and gone to an afterlife, and this is one of the best of them. So first in the dream, I was running a 5K, which ended just past some train tracks. As I was about to make my best time, I saw the train coming, wanted to make it, so I did this stupid thing and tried to beat it. Spoiler alert, I did not. I saw myself start to get pulled under the train, and as that happened, I slowly transitioned from first person to like a third person. The scene zoomed out, and as I did, the scene started to reverse, and I saw my life rewinding. Before I could process what was happening, I realized I was sitting in a movie theater with my life moving backwards on the screen. I didn't have a second to react before I heard a voice from behind me say, "Hey, welcome! Come with me while the story uploads." I don't know what compelled me, but I walked to the back of the theater to this man. When I approached, he was an average black man with short hair and a handlebar mustache. He had a nice emerald suit on. He introduced himself as Waylon, and he was my welcome party. As we left the theater, we entered a 3-story house. He explained on the first floor there was a kitchen with a fridge that when you opened the door it produced exactly what you craved. In the living room was a couch and a TV with all the current media available so you didn't have to miss out after death. I noticed a blue and black box which seemed to be textured like a speaker in the kitchen, and when asked, he said, "We'll get to that later." The second floor is a room full of all types of alcohol and substances to partake in, as well as the top floor, an open vestibule with a bed which allowed you to sleep and lucid dream. After the house, he took me outside, told me about the neighborhood. Every week you got new neighbors, and Sundays there was an ice cream social to meet people. I then questioned him about the movie theater. He explained it was like a way to relive parts of your life, and if you went to somebody else's you could experience what they wanted to show you. It was awesome. I met a couple people I didn't even know, like JFK. The last thing to show was that the box was, I guess, in the kitchen. Or the last thing to show was a box in the kitchen. We walked in and he told me to turn the knob, think of a loved one. I thought of my dad and heard him giving a eulogy at my funeral. It's closure to let you know it's all right without you. I broke down sobbing. Waylon stayed with me until I stopped. He hugged me and then took me to his theater. We lived his wedding day and it was amazing. I spent a month in this place experiencing tons of people's lives and meeting all types of people. I gained an entirely new perspective on human experience. Still remember a lot of it like they were my own memories. When I woke up in the hospital, I was confused. I asked the nurse, "I'm not dead?" She chuckled and said, "Not on my watch, sweetie." This was 7 years ago, and I still remember it so clearly. There's 2 other dreams I remember like this, but, where I died, and others were worse. This was the only quote-unquote good afterlife I visited. I like that one. My first hotel. A couple of years ago, I got a job as a security officer at a resort with an indoor water park. I was on the overnight shift. During my training there, the night manager, we'll call John, told me about how the hotel was one of the last places that a child was last seen alive before disappearing. Can't go into too many details, as the hotel is reopened under a new name, but I was more of a skeptic during this time, so I really believe John and I went about my training. A little later, I began to hear a loud tapping noise in one section of the resort. It sounded like somebody tapping on the ductwork in the hallway. I showed one of the hotel engineers, but they weren't sure what was causing this tapping. So not long after first hearing the tapping, I was checking the hotel fire extinguishers during one shift. One extinguisher was near an emergency exit inside the lower restaurant. The exit door only had a handle on the inside of the door and couldn't be opened from the exterior. That's when there was a loud slamming sound against the door in the dark restaurant. Startled but thinking that somebody was playing a prank, I opened the door to my new fallen slow but found no What? I opened the door to new fallen slow, but found no footprints. Ah, snow indeed. Opened the door to new fallen snow, but found no footprints in it or going to or from the door. Another time in the lower restaurant's kitchen, I was walking toward the door into the dining area. That's when I saw something the staff reported for years. A tall shadow figure sliding along the wall through the swinging door. Turned around, walked straight into the office. I left for a while but returned. Upon returning, my old shift partner and I started to test this entity. Like multiple but pretty bad ideas, no less. We would sit in the hotel spa and wait for stuff to happen. Felt a coldness touch my elbow in one of the rooms. I had a witness, like a shadow figure, peer out of the separate room before disappearing back behind the doorframe, and I noticed the figure. And a few days later, we heard two voices. One a female, childlike voice, and another deeper, almost demonic-like. And a set of loud footsteps going up the stairs, but found nobody inside the entire spa after clearing it. Though it was interesting to challenge whatever's, permanently inhabiting the hotel, it would have consequences. Fast forward a month or two. The hotel is officially closed after being bought out by a competitor. As security staff, we were given 60 days of extended employment under the law. This meant, working alone in the middle of the night, in an empty building, with what seemed to be multiple entities. It all started with the random banging sounds that echoed through the halls, including the time that my old shift partner and I heard what sounded like a bowling ball falling down the stairs. 2 police officers saw an old food warmer violently shake inside the lower restaurant. One refused to check on me afterwards. The same location that I would later see a floating gray mass. There were 2 times that I would hear loud childlike screams emanating from the restaurant. I never did investigate either instance. I was alone and unarmed with no way to easily call for help. Finally, I began to see shadows inside the water park. These would show up in various locations on the child's splash tower, but one watched me start my patrols one night. After hearing a loud bang, I looked up to the slide tower to see a solid black mass. It looked like a pair of head and shoulders staring down at me as I walked through the park. I haven't returned to that property either as an employee or as a guest. Sleep paralysis and my experience with it. I've always believed that sleep paralysis is a form of attempted possession, and those of us that are able to share our experiences of sleep paralysis are those that have proved to be strong for varying reasons for the possession to happen. A few years back, I suffered from sleep paralysis regularly, usually 3 or 4 times a month. I had a suspicion that my now estranged wife back then had an attachment, probably still has it. As weird and unexplained things happened frequently around her, my luck when in close proximity to her seemed to be pretty shitty. But get any distance away from her, my luck in almost the most mundane of things improved dramatically. Now, whether this is a coincidence, a power of attraction, or a negative attachment of hers is kind of up for debate. What is not is what I've experienced. She also claimed to be a Wicca practitioner, but in my opinion, not a very good one. My stepmother, that herself, as she's a practitioner of voodoo, she claims it's a good form of it though, if there is one. They warned me about my wife and that she didn't know what she was doing, and she was going to mess up and allow something in that doesn't belong. My stepmother also did a very weird ritual with me. She did this with my kids too, which she said was blessing us, giving us protection. Didn't think much of it, but the following night when my wife lit a large fat candle and started trying to mess around with Wicca stuff, the candle fell down next to me, but landed right side up. The flame was still lit, and not a drop of wax splashed anywhere. And it was a big candle. I started to believe, well, maybe my stepmother did actually bless me, or just that was me being extremely lucky. As for the sleep paralysis, I've never seen the hag, but I've seen and still to this day see the Hat Man. One experience had me wake up to the door to my apartment slamming, the hallway light flickering, and the silhouette of a demon-like entity on my ceiling directly over my wife as she moaned in her sleep like she was having a bad dream. After a few minutes, I was able to move. I woke her, and she couldn't remember her dream. My door was unlocked. I locked it before bed, and all the lights in my kitchen were on, but nothing was out of place. Another one, I awoke with what felt like something grabbing my head, cussing at me and mocking me, saying something like, "You think you're strong, but you're not strong." But what allowed me to break loose was reciting a prayer to St. Jude. I awoke soaked in sweat. The scariest one was waking up paralyzed. My oldest son sleepwalking to his bed and standing on my side growling. I was actually able to quickly break the paralysis by practice a breathing technique similar to Lamaze that my stepmother taught me. I woke my son up and he immediately screamed something that was trying to get him. Took him to my stepmother next day. Thankfully, she said nothing seemed to be attached to him. Maybe he was just used. Or maybe he was being used to try and get to me, but my breathing to wake up helped stop whatever was happening. I've had many more experiences, but those are far more frightening ones. Strangely enough, as my wife and I separated, the kids and I moved into the first floor of my dad's house, I've no longer experienced any more sleep paralysis. This is what leads me to believe my estranged wife actually has a negative spirit attachment. My daughter's friend. So I tried asking my daughter more questions. Wasn't getting any answers. So my 8-year-old took it upon herself to ask her more questions while they were playing. My daughter said that she plays with Ada through her memories, and that Ada's real, a regular person. And another thing, as I showed her the pictures again, she wasn't sure who Ada or who Sarah were right away. She said, "Who are they again?" She recognized them, but didn't know who they were right away. Once I told her, she knew though. I believe it may have been because she hasn't seen Ada in a while, and Ada showed herself as a child to my daughter, and the pictures are of adults. Although the first time I showed her the pictures months ago, she knew who Ada was right away. And when shown Sarah, she said, "That's me." So my daughter just turned 4, about a year ago. She started talking about her friend Ada all the time. Thought she was just playing and using her imagination. She never actually would play with the friend in front of anybody, so she would just tell me about her friend who apparently met at Nana's, great-grandmother on father's side. I never really thought too much of it at first. One day we were pulling into a Walmart parking lot. My daughter pointed towards an apartment building next door. "That's where my friend Ada died." I was like, what the fuck? Tried to ask her what she meant by that, but she just repeated it and then changed the subject as a toddler often does. I was weirded out, but again just shrugged it off. A few months later, we're pulling into the same parking lot, and she said it again. That's when I knew it wasn't normal toddler imagination. It was just too strange. Tried to ask her more about Ada, and she would just bring her up, but couldn't get any real answers. She only brought Ada up occasionally, so it wasn't something we would talk about every day. It all came to a head one day when my daughter's stepmom texted me asking me if I knew about my daughter's friend Ada. He said I did, and she told me that she'd been talking about this Ada Carter and her sister Sarah. She decided to Google their names. She found record of the sisters, with pictures, and sent them to me. The girl who was Sarah looked exactly like my daughter, only a young adult instead. They have the same big black eyes and black hair, same features. They look related for sure. The girl Ada looked exactly like my oldest daughter also. Seriously weird. But the icing on the cake was that there was also a picture of their mother, whose name was Betsy Larson, the last name of my kid's father's grandparents, the last name of my kid's nana, whose house my daughter had apparently met Ada at. And the thing that gave us no doubt about it was the same picture of the mother that we found online was hanging in their nana's house. The grandfather, who would have known these relatives, passed away years ago, so we couldn't ask him about them. Asked their nana, and she doesn't know who they are. Ada, Sarah, and Betsy are all deceased. Ada passed away in the 1970s. Completely convinced that my daughters communicated with Ada's spirit, and almost believed that she may have been Sarah in a past life. The one thing that's strange is that my daughter says Ada's a little girl, just like her, but Ada died as an adult. There's no doubt that the people we found online are related to my kids and their father. They have distinct features that just made everything all the more convincing. My daughter said many things that have made me believe that she can see things beyond this realm. But this one is by far the most unexplainable. I'm convinced my daughter's ancestors have communicated with her. I lived in a nursing home. When I was 15, I lived in a nursing home. My mom worked there, and at the time we were living in an already haunted home. I've posted about it on here already before, and that was falling apart. We had to move out fast. My mom was close with the owner of the facility that she worked at. The owner knew about her situation and offered for us to stay at the facility. There was an entire wing of rooms that had not been used in years. It was kept clean, but nobody really stayed in it. The owner of the facility told my mom that we could have the last 2 rooms at the end of the hallway. They're each across from each other. The doors to the wing were big, heavy ones. They were really loud when they were being used. The staff and residents didn't use this wing. That was because there was really nothing in there for anybody. It was just rooms with beds. Things were fine for a while. The only thing that I felt for the first few months there was our wing never really felt empty. The walk down to our rooms felt creepy. It just felt like there were people looking at you. The first small thing that really happened was one of my little sisters and I were goofing off with my mom's phone. That was while she was off working. We were recording ourselves, talking in silly voices and making silly sounds. At this point, I had the phone recording, but my sister and I were silent. We didn't know what to do or what to say anymore, so I stopped recording. The next day we went through all the recordings so we could hear how funny we sounded. Forgot about the last recording having no sound, and I played it. It was silent for a second, and then we heard a sound that was like someone drawing in a deep breath. We were shocked and we were really scared. The next thing that happened really scared me. It was nighttime and my mom was working. My sister was across the hall sleeping. I was watching TV. It was a normal night, nothing out of the ordinary, when all of a sudden the door to the room I was in started getting pounded on so heavily. It sounded like the door was going to bust down. I was startled. I said, "Hello?" No one answered. As the pounding was going on, the door handle started shaking like somebody was trying to get in. Mind you, I always left the door unlocked in case my sister woke up and needed me for anything. The pounding on the door was so violent and loud, I was afraid it was going to wake my sister across the hall. As it got louder and harder, I got scared, so I went and hid in the bathroom that was in the room. I was in there listening to the ruckus. I thought, wait, if someone came into the wing, I would have heard the doors open and latch shut. I knew then that there was no way there was an actual person banging on that door like that. Went on for about 5 minutes and then it stopped abruptly. I was shaken, but went down to the hallway to see if there were any dents in the door. There weren't, and there was no one out there either. I went in to check on my sister, and she was sound asleep. I went out and asked the staff if they had heard anything coming from our wing, and they said they hadn't. I even asked if a resident had somehow gotten into our wing, and they told me that everybody was in bed and accounted for. I knew it wasn't a resident, but there was no way any of them could have pounded on the door that violently. And nothing ever happened again, at least while we lived there, luckily. Strange occurrences at 160-year-old station. For context, I work at a heritage railway in the United Kingdom, which for those who don't know, it's a privately owned, basically just a railway that runs steam engines and older trains for fans and the public to enjoy on railway lines that were previously closed. Usually meaning that they're very old. The specific station I was at is around 160 years old, and it's deep within the countryside. There's an unconfirmed story that there have been bodies buried underneath the station from people who died in the early days of its operations. There has been other paranormal activity at this station reported from shadow figures and voices. However, until this instant, I was yet to see anything myself, and I was skeptical that it was true. It was late into the evening one night, and I was just locking up. Bearing in mind it was late autumn and early winter, so the sun had gone pretty far by now, and it had been rather dark. I was walking down the platform toward our staff room, a small building located away from the main station building. That's when I saw what seemed like a person moving rapidly up the other platform exit ramp. But something was off about them. They didn't seem to be moving like a normal person. They were more floating in a smooth motion. When I glanced back to check what I had seen, it had vanished. I was a bit surprised at first, but I decided that it was just my mind playing tricks on me with the darkness, the fatigue. After I returned to the main station building to finish tidying up, me and a colleague we turned off all the lights in the waiting room, closed and locked the windows, and locked the door. At this point, we had finished locking everything up, so we went to the staff room to collect our belongings. Once we left the staff room, we all were just walking back past the station building as we just hear this waiting room light being switched on. Bear in mind, this is an old dolly-style light switch, so it's very audible when being turned on. The sound causes us to all turn around as the waiting room light comes back on behind us. Thinking this may be some kind of electronic interference, we unlocked the waiting room and the light switch had been moved into the on position. We switched it back off, locked the door, and walked away again. As we got back to our cars, we looked back at the station to once again see the shine of the waiting room light. Although this time, we were pretty much too far away to hear the light switch go on. Going back once more, we found that the switch had been put into the on position while there was nothing in the room and all the entrances were locked. We switched it down once more before swiftly leaving, all slightly freaked out at this point. As far as I know, this hadn't happened before, and is yet to happen again on many of the evenings we've been there. There was a sort of strange feeling in the air that evening especially, the combination of the thick darkness and thick countryside as the eerie silence occasionally broken by animal noises added to that creepy ambiance that night. This event was witnessed by two other people who all repeat the same story as I do. The night my grandpa died. My grandpa passed away in April of 2022. A month before his death, he got diagnosed with cancer somewhere in his abdomen. Not quite sure where, but I personally don't really want to know it. His diagnosis was way too late. Doctors told him earlier it was nothing. It wasn't anything they could do for him. We got to spend the first few weeks still at home saying goodbye to his friends and family, but later went to a beautiful hospice with amazing volunteers. Seeing him deteriorate so fast really took a toll on me, especially since I was in the middle of my final examination. My grandpa had a lot of pain, and eventually the decision was made to end his suffering. Hadn't seen my grandpa in like 2 days because the plan was that I wouldn't see him anymore. My goodbye somewhat already happened, so I wouldn't see his further deterioration. The day came and I was in school. I remember it clearly. I was in the auditorium getting a drink during lunchtime. Suddenly I got some sort of gut feeling that I really, really wanted to see him at least one last time. They would give him medication so his breathing would stop at a random moment or something along those lines, and I never asked my mother for details. I called my mom and asked if the medication had already been given, if I could see him for one more time. I was allowed to, and I immediately got my younger brother out of his class, and we both went to the hospice. Got my final goodbye there. I hugged him a lot and told him that I was proud of him being my grandpa. He told me some things, but not everything was very clear. His voice was very quiet. Still, while the things I did understand even to this day, I'm so freaking happy I went to see him one last time. My mom, brother, and me went home, and while in the car, a sad song came on the radio. We talked about the coincidence such as a sad song would come on at that moment, and about my random feeling that I still wanted to say that goodbye. And mind you, I had already gotten it and had fully accepted it up until that moment. Now comes the most bizarre part. In the evening, my mother went to sleep in the hospice with my grandmother and my uncle, so that way they could be with their husband and father. Me and my brother and dad were all in my parents' bed trying to sleep, but anticipating the phone call that would end his suffering for good. We all cried and hugged and talked a bit and tried to sleep. I remember laying there thinking about a lot of things, mostly my grandpa, and how my grandma was going to handle his death and who knows what. I just know I was pretty calm. It was after that we all cried and hugged and we tried to relax, but that's when suddenly a thought popped into my head, and I began to cry intensely. I looked at my younger brother and father and told them I knew my grandpa had passed. I don't know how I knew, how it happened, how it popped into my head, but I just knew as if he had come to me himself to tell me. Not even 5 seconds after I told him he died, the phone rang and my crying mother told us that he passed. I panicked so hard, cried so hard, and just freaked out about the whole thing. About every coincidence that I had deemed a coincidence. But this felt like more. Like something paranormal. I'm not a believer of the paranormal per se, and never had been. But that day changed me a bit. Gave me a different perspective. Just want to know if somebody else has experienced something like this, or if somebody has a theory for it. Everything is welcome. The Black Mass. This happened about 8 years ago. Never told this story in its entirety. But anyways, I was hanging out with one of my female friends one night. We decided to go for a walk to a nearby park. We had a bottle of spiced rum that we planned on drinking once we got there, but we ended up having some on the way. The walk to the park was about 2 or 3 miles from where we started. It took us a little over half an hour to get there. So it was around 7 p.m. It was early fall in Minnesota, so it had just started getting dark when we got to the park. We're talking and drinking and mess around at the park, and for a little while this happens before we decide to go sit on one of the benches that they have there. It's getting a little later at this point, and a bit cold. That's when the sun was setting, so we huddled up on the bench and continued drinking and talking for another good hour. The sun finally sets, and we're just having a casual conversation about God knows what. That's when we start hearing like a low hum. Neither of us thought too much about it, thinking it was just construction or traffic or whatever. But seeing as we're in a public park, it's a very populated part of the town with houses within throwing distance in a direction. So we ignored it, continued our conversation as it got a bit darker. We didn't have a plan for what we were going to do after, opting to just see where the night takes us. Here's where it gets weird. As we're just chilling on the bench, and we were facing an open baseball field with minimal fencing. It's dark by now, and as we're talking, we start hearing the low hum again. But this time it's louder. You can kind of hear which direction it's coming from. We both stop and look across the field to see what looks to be a shadow. We sit there and watch it for a second as it kind of sways, thinking maybe it's just a person. About 30 seconds pass and this thing starts getting larger and closer. We're freaking out now because this black mass is probably about 12 feet tall and maybe 6 feet across. It's coming towards us. Gets maybe within 20 yards of us, and then nothing. I blacked out, waking up the next morning on the porch of my mother's house about a mile away from where we were. I had a terrible headache, although that might have been from the rum. My mom's freaking out because, well, she's asking why I've cuts and bruises everywhere, thinking I got into a fight or something. I told her I had no idea. Sat there for a couple of hours trying to recollect my night, trying to figure out what happened. Then I got a call from a friend I was with. She was in the hospital with a broken wrist and a few scrapes. She asked me what happened, and I didn't even have an answer. She told me she didn't remember anything after the low hum and woke up at the hospital. To this day, I have no idea what actually happened that night. I've since lost contact with the friend I was with, but last time I talked to her, she had no more answers than me. I'd love to know if anybody's had anything similar happen. If anybody's interested in where this happened, look up Cavell Park in northeast Minneapolis, Minnesota. I haven't heard or had anything else happen in this area, so I don't know if, well, don't know everything that goes on, but I would like some answers. And I'd like to point out that if you're walking to a park in the middle of the night with a bottle of rum, and you wake up injured, both parties wake up injured, I think everybody has an idea on what might have happened. Especially since you're no longer friends. Two entities lived in my childhood house. I'll start by saying I never wanted to believe in this stuff, but I couldn't rationalize what I'd experienced anymore after my teenage years. My mom bought her house, which was built in 1920 in the early 90s. I came to believe that there were two entities living there. It was just my mom and I there, and I lived there from early childhood until my 20s. I experienced things the entire time I lived there. Entity number one was shy or friendly. I'd sometimes hear the dining room chairs moving around in the middle of the night. The dining room was sometimes unnaturally cold, but this feeling would vanish quickly. Floorboards would creak at odd times, although this could have been the house settling. When I was about 12, a friend of mine went into the dining room and, they came back looking terrified. They claimed to have seen an old woman sitting on a chair in the corner. And after this, apparently avoided visiting my house again. This happened during a sunny summer afternoon. Entity number two was not friendly. I was terrified of it for a long time. It seemed to exist upstairs in a particular spot. At the end of the hallway was the master bedroom. Next to this was the door leading to the stairs up to the attic. The landing at the bottom of the stairs is a spot in my house I avoided as much as I could. Going up or down the stairs, I would feel cold. I'd feel fingers touching my arm or neck or hear footsteps on the stairs behind me. I was always careful, but I moved quickly whenever I was on those stairs. My cousin and another friend, we're both teenage boys at the time, we both fell down those stairs. The most egregious incident happened with 4 other witnesses present. We were in the living room on a Saturday night playing board games. We were college-aged. Suddenly upstairs, we heard the sound of things falling or being thrown off of shelves. was like one at a time my mom's shoes were thrown from the shoe rack and scattered around her room along with other items in her closet. We legit thought somebody had broken into the house and collected a baseball bat and other makeshift weapons before going up to investigate. We found all these things just on the floor. My friends still refer back to this incident. I experienced a lot of other things from this entity over the years, but some examples are smelling cigar smoke while being in the upstairs hallway, hearing footsteps around the door to the stairs to the attic, seeing a shadowy figure that vanishes when turning a light on, being woken up by a noise or feeling of dread at exactly 2:34 a.m. on many nights. Items even falling off shelves. I got very used to these things to the point where I'd eventually yell out what I thought was the entity telling it to go away. I later learned from my mom that the previous owners had been an elderly couple. They were heavy smokers, and my mom had to just kind of tear out all the carpeting and all that stuff before we moved in because of that smell. I freaked my mom out telling her I smelled cigars or thought the place was haunted. She never believed me, but I came to believe the previous owners never really left that place. Thankfully, every place I've lived since then seemed to be free of incidents like these. Can't sleep because of this. It's been some time since I have experienced unexplainable events. Today it happened, something I never experienced before. My partner was gone for work already, and because of the quarantine rules in our country as of right now, I'm at home, and after a few hours I decide to sleep for a while on the couch. Please take the time to finish reading the story, because I never experienced sleep paralysis, and this wasn't like the stories I've read. What happened was the following. I was inside this dream, having a vacation. I actually was fully into the dream, and I suddenly woke up. I heard these noises coming from the couch. That's why I was completely awake without opening my eyes just yet. You know that feeling where you just wake up and keep your eyes closed for a bit? Well, the first thing I thought clear as day when I heard those noises was, this isn't my partner, which motivated me to keep my eyes closed and listen. As if I could open them at any time, I was fully aware. It was really strange. It sounded like somebody was lying on or sitting on the couch with me. It was an L-shaped couch. It had just enough room for two people to lay on it. It was like how my partner would sound, like turning around, breathing, and making, living noises. A lot of things went through my mind. I couldn't have slept for that long because I have a good night rest and my partner definitely left for work. He isn't home and I was certainly supposed to be alone. Burglar went through my mind next. Really sounded like somebody was in the room with me for sure. Tried to wake me up. Heard it standing up after a while and I heard it come closer to me. This was the creepiest of all, which made me realize this wasn't a burglar at all. I guess I was awake for 30 seconds already, listening to these noises, being frighteningly close beside me. It then imitated my partner's voice as if it was my partner. Tried to trick me or something. Really close to my face, it said, "Hey babe," it scared me to death. Because of this isn't my partner thoughts. I had these straight away when I woke up and I kept my eyes closed. It sounded like him exactly, like a super romantic version of him trying to wake me. Really, this felt more than creepy. Like I felt a kiss on my head and I only think I'm not falling for this. I don't fall for this. Don't open your eyes, it's not him, it's not real, and within a second it sat on top of me. Felt like the weight of it, like a really large human. I was really scared because then I knew 1000% for sure this couldn't be my partner. He wouldn't sit on top of me like that. The way it moved from beside the couch on top of me was unnatural and too fast. Tried to stay calm and tried to move a part of my arm to test out if I still could. I couldn't move a thing, which does suggest sleep paralysis. This is the only thing that sounded the same to me, and believe me, I tested moving myself before I laid down and I couldn't always move myself. When the weight started to get heavier and heavier to the point that I lost my breathing completely, I finally dared open my eyes, confronting whatever it was. And yep, nobody was there. My partner came home 4 hours later. The thought that one night or day my partner will wake me up and it just isn't him at all, and I might fall for this and open my eyes, scares me to death right now. The imagination of what this could have been or could have looked like. Yeah, I can't sleep because of this. My brother and I were punished by Duende. This is a story from when my brother and I were kids visiting the Philippines, where our parents come from. We were in elementary school, and at the time, so was that memory. This area is very country with rice fields and such. There were rarely any buildings higher than 1 story. The street the family home was on was dirt and unnamed. Our older cousins made my brother and I made us both some slingshots. Loved that thing. It was made from the branches of some tree and elastic bands from a vulcanizing shop. After terrorizing the local animals, I got in trouble, so I found this big discarded metal vegetable oil can for target practice. I set up the oil can on top of a small table. I put it in front of this bamboo clump. It made a nice loud metallic clunk noise. So we had a blast until some older cousins come along. They said that we probably shouldn't be shooting there because of Duende living in that bamboo clump. Being a little know-it-all city punk, I decided to ignore them. Besides, I was having fun. My little brother, of course, decided to follow my lead. Nothing happens until the following morning. My memory is also a little bit spotty, and you'll soon understand why. I wake up with a really bad fever. I remember profusely sweating and having a pounding headache. I felt so weak I had a hard time moving unassisted. Couldn't even sit up. I remember my shirt being changed frequently. I was sweating so bad. I remember old women crowding to the room and praying over me. I remember candles with the Virgin Mary being lit. I remember being hit with big leaves. It might be malunggay, like moringa leaves. I remember being made to drink this dark reddish aromatic tea. I remember being carried to the bathroom to bathe in the same dark reddish aromatic tea. Then I remember one morning feeling absolutely fine. It was as if nothing happened. I don't know how long I was sick for. It may have been days, it may have just been 24 hours, one and done. I don't even remember. As for my brother, he didn't really get sick, but one of his eyes got severely swollen. It was like he was smuggling a cue ball behind that thing. He said it didn't hurt when I asked him. His vision wasn't impaired, but boy did that thing get huge. No one knew what to make of it, kind of freaking out until Grandpa came to the rescue. He came with this small vial of rose oil that he put on top of the swollen area. The following morning, it was completely gone. Grandpa said that he went to the bamboo clump with the rose oil and asked the Duende for forgiveness for his dumbass grandsons. He prayed there for hours until he felt like something happened. And that's when he came back with the rose oil. At least that's what people said when I was asking when I got older, but they always said my brother's eye got swollen because he accidentally hit the Duende in the eye while we were doing our target practice. Even though this happened decades ago and that bamboo clump no longer exists, I still treat that area with reverence and respect. I'll greet let's just say I do my farewells to the Duende every time I pass through there. You never know. Sunset Beach Monster. I have this friend whose family rents this specific house thing up in Sunset Beach, North Carolina. They would go pretty much every year throughout my buddy's childhood, and one year when I was like 18, this was 7 years ago, I think, his dad got a nice bonus at work, so he brought me and another friend along. For reading's sake, we'll call the one whose family paid for the trip was named Alex and the other friend Brett. The house had some goofy name, all of them did, and the only one I could remember is Fiddler on the Reef. We spent the week doing various stuff on the beach and going to restaurants and whatever, and on the second or third night, Brett suggested we go walking on the beach in the pitch dark. Alex was not cool with that, and after some prying, he confessed that if you go far enough north at night, the low tide reveals these sand flats, something that'll go on for a while. He said that him and his older brother, dad, and aunt have gone there at some point and experienced that exact same thing, which I believe is as follows. Once deep into the flats, some kind of tall, dark figure, think an artistic rendition of a Wendigo or an Ohio sludge walker if you've seen that, but taller, would follow them. Apparently it would be really slow, but speed up as time went on. Alex said that when he left, after hearing the stories from his family, he went all the way up the flats before looking back. When he finally saw it, he saw it by this, swampy area to the west. Long story short, he ended up running back through the flats and lost sight of it around the rental homes. Around when the rental homes started. Or as they say, around the rental homes structure. Regardless, we didn't believe that this happened. I mean, come on, who would? So Brett and I went to the flats. We did this against the wishes of the hosting family. We left the house at about 9:30 and started walking. It was like maybe 30 minutes to an hour before we would start the rest of the flats. And up until that point, the most interesting thing that happened was us finding a really bug jellyfish that washed up. They feel like thick plastic bags filled with solid jello, if you were wondering. It was. I can't speak to Brett, but I know that I pretty much forgot what we were looking for. It was like an urban legend. Didn't even think to look back until the end of the flats. It was really cool, actually. You could see this fancy hotel right across from the end of the flats, and they kind of lit up the whole area. After talking and goofing off and doing whatever teenagers do, we remembered the purpose of our little trip. And we looked toward this swampy area. We didn't see anything, so we approached the area. Once we got closer, I swear I saw it. Brett didn't. As we kept approaching, he stopped walking and he saw it. He was trying to see if it was moving, and it was. I didn't get too crazy of a look at it, but we booked it back, and we stopped running after like 10 minutes, but still rushed back. That was the extent of our encounter. Saved by my mother? Or was it all just a coincidence and self-inflicted scratches in my sleep? It's 4 a.m. and I can't sleep. It's because this is clogging up my mind and my boyfriend isn't home to talk about it and he's at work. I'd recently made this account to lurk on these kinds of channels out of the interest of, But I am a skeptic. I don't believe in God, or the afterlife, or ghosts, or anything else paranormal. But a couple of months ago I had an experience that's rattled my usual mantra of, there's always a logical explanation, and it's had me questioning my lifelong perception. I'd gone on a camping trip with my partner. We were sleeping in a tent close to a riverbank following a day of fishing. There was a little rain about, but nothing to worry us. There was no reception there to check weather, but that's kind of what we'd gone to this particular area for. Just us getting away for a week alone. I was dreaming, and my mother, who's passed away, appeared out of nowhere and grabbed me in quite a panic. "Wake up and go home now!" She screamed at me and shook me quite violently. I could even feel her fingernails scratching my chest in my dream where she grabbed me in the collared shirt I was wearing. The shrill sound of her voice and the look in her eyes caused me to jolt awake in a huff. Woke my partner up, and my panic and sudden movement, it was about 1 a.m. My partner asked me if it was okay because I was actually quite upset and rattled. I could feel a slight stinging pain on my chest and thinking I'd just been bitten by an ant or a spider while I was sleeping. Grabbed the lantern that we had in the tent and turned it on to see 6 fresh identical scratch marks. There was 3 on either side of my chest on my skin where I dreamt that my mother had scratched me when she grabbed me in the dream. "Where'd you get those?" my boyfriend asked me. I was more than a little bit freaked out. The scratches hadn't drawn blood, but they were quite red and quite noticeable. I had a nightmare that my mom grabbed me and screamed at me to wake up and go home. I dreamt that she scratched me there. I replied, still very confused and looking for another explanation for the scratches amongst her blankets. I don't really believe in this stuff, but my boyfriend does, and he jumped up, dragged me out of the tent, and threw our belongings in the tent back of the car as quick as he could in a jumbled mess. We drove the 3.5 hours home mid-holiday, all while I tried to convince him that it was just a bad dream and that we should go back and live out the rest of our holiday. The next afternoon, my partner practically dragged me into his office to show me his computer that the area where he'd been sleeping in our tent had been hit by a sudden rise in floodwaters. The riverbank that had been camping on for at least 3 meters underwater. He explained to me that the waters had apparently risen within an hour of us leaving. I've refused to talk to him about it, or admit to him that it's got me rattled and lost for explanation. But he recently talked me into visiting my mother's grave to thank her for saving our lives. We mowed the lawn and left fresh flowers. I'm hoping that sharing this experience with somebody that isn't hell-bent on getting me to admit that stuff exists will allow me to focus. Maybe even get some sleep, at last. My apartment is haunted. So I moved in here 2 years ago on Halloween. I know this sounds really fake right now, but I swear to you this is all real. I honestly would love some opinions on what you think is here. I'm going to quickly go through the things that have happened. But please, if you want more details, ask me. I just need to go back to bed for work right now, and I don't have much time or energy. And please note, I live alone with my cat. There used to be a smallish shower curtain rod in my shower. It's a glass shower and doesn't really need one, but my land people put it in there. One of the first nights after I moved in, that rod had been pulled up and off the shower. Hard to explain without pictures, but you'd have needed to push up on the rod for it to have come off. My cat was shut in the closet overnight. Random things will be out of place or moved just slightly. This has only happened a handful of times. However, last night at around 1:30 a.m., I woke up to a loud noise in my room. I thought my shelf of nail polishes fell or something because it's happened and it's loud. I don't really think that's paranormal. However, when I turned on the light, I discovered a small square table I've pushed out from against the wall was literally always where I have it. My cat hates my office. Anytime I'm in there, he'll come in, no matter what he's doing, and just sit and stare at me. He'll stare and meow until I have to leave, and then go back to sleep somewhere. My upstairs neighbors used to live here, said that their daughter, whose bedroom was where my office is now, always hated sleeping in a room. One time I swear I hadn't touched the stove. It was the first thing in the morning, and I have a smoothie for breakfast every day and don't usually use the stove until like dinner time. But I was sitting watching TV and started smelling gas. Went to the stove and one of the burners was turned just enough that the gas was leaking. So, let me also say I've actually never felt threatened by whoever or whatever's living here. And for free, like if you're gonna move my stuff around, at least pay rent, my dude. Except for the time with the stove. I was scared mostly because that happened when I wasn't home. My cat probably still wouldn't be here with me. However, I have noticed that the most activity happens when I'm going through something difficult emotionally. I'm wondering if this is actually technically poltergeist activity. The first few months I moved in and I had a bunch of experiences. I was really stressed just having to move and needing to find a job and new place, new city, new everything. The time with the stove, I was feeling very depressed. pretty suicidal. Last night with the table in my room being pushed right now, I'm dealing with childhood trauma stuff in therapy, and it is no fun. Honestly, never dealt with it until now, but generally there's a lot of negative emotions I'm working through. Ghost of Christmas Past. A haunted hotel stayed right after the holidays. My family, being me, my husband, my daughter, who just turned a year old, went to a spa and hotel right after Christmas. It was a supposed haunted place. They even offer ghost tours and ghost packages. I think that sort of thing is fun, but it seemed like a way for a hotel to make extra money, so I didn't really think of it as being really haunted. Went to high school in Colorado. We visited the Stanley Hotel. I don't mind spooky stuff at all. But anyways, this hotel is located in a small town with hot springs that was built upon because the water supposedly had healing and medicinal properties. There's not really a ton to do there. The town itself was kind of sad and kind of worn down. We went through the town museum that showed the history of the town and the bathhouses and got lunch. When we got back to our hotel, we were down the hall. You could hear radio blasting. It was distorted. It was so loud. And as we got closer, it wasn't just on one channel. It was scanning through different stations. As we stood outside our door to unlock it, we realized the blasting radio was coming from our room. The maid had come in before we left for lunch, so nobody should have been in there. And aside, my dad works for hotels. There's a couple of things I always do because I'm used to staying in them. One of which being to turn off the alarm when you arrive in case a previous occupant set in. We went to sleep in, and this was one of our main goals for the trip. My daughter, who used to be a great sleeper, did a good job sleeping the first night. The second night, she was screaming like something was really wrong. She pulled herself up, pack and plane, just jumping up and down, red-faced. She was desperate to get out. I couldn't get her to calm down. I know she was a baby and it was a new place, and this was unusual. I held her, took her to bed with us, but she clung to me all night. Last thing, my husband got me a massage as a Christmas gift. So I walked down to the grotto area, took my daughter to the pool. In the waiting area, there were these, there's pretty serious feeling, no talking, no noise, no phones. It is a nice spa, and the massage was expensive. Not the kind of place where you would pull stunts. The therapist took me to my room when it was my turn. She said a few things and turned on relaxing music. I think it was ocean waves. Told me to get undressed, to lay on my stomach, and she'd be right back. Got undressed, got under the sheet, and was waiting for her to come back, and all of a sudden the music just turned to FM radio. Got really loud and was searching through a bunch of channels. The therapist knocked and came in. She walked right over to the radio and said, "It happened all the time. Ghosts have been messing with this all day." Then got back to work. Business as usual. Wish I took a ghost tour so I knew more. Thought it was hotkey marketing, but this hotel was definitely haunted. Kinda want to go back to see if it really was one more time. But part of me is genuinely freaked out and wants to stay away. Freaky encounter in the hills last night. Yesterday night at around 12:45 or 1 a.m., myself and two buddies went up to Del Val to eat our Jack-in-the-Box and look at the stars. We initially turned left onto a side road to look to the view because I had never parked there. There were 3 cars and teenagers, so we decided to go a little bit further down into the empty main road. As I was U-turning out, the kids started to start their cars and leave. We turned left out of the side road onto the main road and pulled over to the next right to enjoy the peacefulness. We went out to go eat on the hood of the car, despite it being pretty chill out. Chilly. We started eating our food and chatting about life. We were finishing up, and when I heard what I thought was a weird humming or throat noise, I wasn't immediately startled because, thought it could have been my buddy messing around, but maybe just trying to scare us. but I was confused at the same time because he was mid-sentence when the noise happened. I said, "What was that? Was that you?" He said, "Nah, it literally wasn't me." Sort of a scared laugh. I certainly wasn't off put yet, and we were kind of speculating and laughing about and making jokes about wrong-turn mutants, which we always like to do when we're in outdoors. My friend said, "Yeah, we don't fuck with that old DD." D-Dog. Somebody educate me on this. Immediately after he said that, it happened again. We heard it much more clearly because nobody was talking this time. It sounded like a humanish agony groan that was no longer 3 seconds. It was definitely not my buddy. From our point of view, we're standing by the front of the car facing the passenger rear side where the road starts going down into a grassy hillside. The noise was almost certainly coming from the grass, and pretty close, enough to make me feel like I was in imminent danger. Fight or flight kicked in, and we scrambled into the car, rolling all the windows up while my buddy collected the $30 bucks of Jack-in-the-Box from the hood, locked the doors, turned the car on, and put it into gear. We were driving down the road the opposite way. We just needed to get somewhere that we would have to do a U-turn soon. Not within 5 seconds of driving off, a police truck with his orange lights on passed us, heading into the direction of the noise and where we had just been parked. Pulled over not 30 yards away from where we were parked. He didn't pull out after us, so I ruled out him being suspicious of us. It's like he heard the same thing we did. We drove past by the spot where the kids were parked, and we checked to see if there was still anybody there maybe messing with us. No cars. Maybe it was a homeless or mentally ill person roaming around the hills. In that split second of hearing the sound for the second time, my gut tells me it was some freaky creature watching us through the grass on all fours. And again, the noise sounded human, but not fully, maybe ghoulish or supernatural. I am religious. With good there must be evil. Certainly do not doubt that dark magic exists. Kinda bummed because it's a cool place to get away and enjoy the stars, but now I know if I want to go back. Maybe with a firearm, or maybe with more people. My theory of sleep paralysis, and those that overcome it completely. For a long time I was afflicted with sleep paralysis. All of the effects were present. The weight on my chest, the shadow figures, the voices banging around the house, usually in threes. They would always happen around 3 a.m. or slightly after. I've seen what many call the Hat Man, but never during an episode of SP. Kind of warning, like an episode was coming. It was always sadly right on time. I'd never seen what people call the hag, but I've heard sinister whispering that I associate with some form of malevolent hag. The scariest episode I had was my waking up completely paralyzed except for my breathing, which was very labored. Felt like something was trying to force my eyes closed. It was the sight of a demon on my ceiling. It was looking directly at me with intent. I felt like something was trying to overtake me. My stepmom, who was practicing witch for over 30 years now, said that my willpower may have been too strong for the malevolent entity to overtake me. Because while still paralyzed, I was able to speak. I was able to say, "Get out of my house, you don't belong here. I will drag you to hell myself if I have to." After uttering that, I was able to partially gain access to my legs, and I went and checked on my sleeping children, who were both tossing and turning and breathing heavily. It was as if they were having nightmares. I woke my wife, who was also paralyzed. I helped her and told her to repeat what I had said, which was, "Leave my home, you don't belong here." She too was partially able to move, but we were unable to wake the kids, which was terrifying. Yeah. I called my stepmom explaining what was happening. She told me to burn the sage that she gave me and to throw rock salt all over the house. When I did that, something knocked on my apartment door, but nobody was there. The fridge door opened and my bathroom light began flickering. Strangely, at no point was I scared except for my kids. This was the last time I ever had sleep paralysis, and I'd been having it for 5 years up to that point. My stepmom, who told me that she had done exorcisms before, told me that, well, we may have been up to, against perhaps too strong of an entity, and it gave up. My kids awoke explaining their nightmares, and they were both the same. They said they were being chased by a shadow figure with red eyes. For them to have the same nightmare was evidence enough for me. My theory is that SP in most cases that people see things that are what psychiatrists say. But entities either messing with or demons trying to possess. And those that have had these episodes for them to suddenly stop are people that were too strong for the demons. And I mean people that have had it for years and it suddenly stops. Maybe you're protected or our life force and willpower prove too strong. The malevolent entities or demons eventually give up and move on to someone else. I mean, demons are patient. They will attempt to torment a person for years to weaken them. Yet some, like myself, never weaken. So either they give up, hence the sudden stoppage of the SP, or they try other avenues, or they give up. Paranormal static electricity. My oldest son began complaining to me that our hallway bathroom door kept opening on its own. And his little brother would corroborate as well. And for a while, I just brushed it off as their overactive imaginations. Possibly some kind of draft. Even though we didn't get drafts down that hallway, I was pretty skeptical. And I'd never seen this happen. One afternoon while I was in our backyard having a smoke break, don't smoke inside, my eldest came running and barged through the door in the backyard, almost breaking it with his little brother following, looking terrified. They complained the door was opening and closing slowly, but the area around the door felt weird. I've experienced paranormal events before, but I'd always approach every situation as a skeptic because most of the time there's a logical explanation for an event happening, sometimes not. I told the boys to go back inside, that their imaginations are running wild, that it's fine and I'll be right behind them. They refused to go back inside, so I got up to debunk the whole situation to calm them. When I walked down the hallway, I could feel the unmistakable feeling of static electricity through the entire hall, and it was cold. Very unusually cold. But I turned on the bathroom light, opened and closed the door, and said, "See, everything's fine. Come on, boys, let's go back to the living room." Right when the door opened right in front of my face, the feel of static energy became stronger. The air grew colder. But rather than being scared, I was fascinated and excited. Jokingly looking toward the door, I said, "Okay, if you're real, close the door." The door closed slowly. I was like, "Okay, that's weird." But still skeptical, I said, "All right, open the door." The door opened. Pulled out my iPhone as I had an EMF app on it, and I opened up the app and it was reading very high, over 200 with the electromagnetic energy. I was stunned, but excited, and a little scared at this point. But I was still skeptical, thinking maybe there's a power surge in the house. But it didn't explain the drop in temperature. Finally, in my last attempt to communicate and or debunk, I said toward the bathroom, "If you're really here, turn the light switch." When the light turned off, I slammed the bathroom door closed and ran with the kids back to the backyard, utterly stunned at what just happened. My oldest son looked at me saying, "See, I told you, Daddy, it's not my imagination." I went back inside and started repeating, really, to make the boys feel safer. "You don't belong here. This is not your home. You must leave." I did this about 10 times. The hallway became warmer and the static energy decreased, and my EMF app started reading very low at around 25 or 30 of the EMF field. It still happens every now and then, but after repeating it for it to leave wherever it is, it normally stops. After that, I don't care about what anybody says to me. I know what I saw, and I know what I experienced, and I'm an ardent believer in the paranormal now. A ghost which didn't like me. A few years ago, I lived in a very old house, and mind you, I didn't know any history behind it. But eventually I learned that it used to have a graveyard next to it. But the graveyard was taken down years ago, decades even, and ever since there's a market. And of course, I don't believe in ghosts, and I was pretty excited to have a new place to live in. That was until my brother and I started to see things. We lived on the second floor. Important to note for the next paragraph, and, well, it was nighttime. I, a 15-year-old female, and my brother, maybe 8 or 9-year-old male, were yapping about games or some sort in the kitchen. We wanted to have snacks because we couldn't fall asleep. My back was facing the window and my brother's in front of me, so we could see the window very well. During the conversation, my brother went pale and stared at the window. His face showed true horror. He started to cry out loud. I quickly turned around just to see what was going on. He kept saying that she was behind the window. I didn't see anybody, but I was horrified enough and believed him because he for sure couldn't have faked a cry like that. Next day, my brother had a friend over. They were hanging out in my mom's room. My mom with her friend were sitting in the kitchen. My brother, and his friend were watching TV till they fell asleep. I was half asleep, so every noise sounded pretty sharp to me. Even the TV seemed pretty loud. That's how sharp everything felt. But I heard a very weird noise, like groans. Opened my eyes just to see a full silhouette of a little girl standing right in front of my brother, basically hovering over him. I panicked. The little girl noticed me, and in an abnormal speed went and flew through the door, which is fully closed. I tried to scream for my mom just to realize that I couldn't even scream. I somehow lost my voice within a few minutes. Nothing stopped me from running toward my mom and crying about what I'd seen. After some time, a week before moving out, I was peacefully sleeping in my bed. But then I felt a very heavy presence on my neck. It felt like somebody was choking me and sitting in my chest. I wasn't paralyzed or frozen. I could move enough to try to remove something from me. Which I couldn't because, well, it's a ghost. I struggled enough till I finally was able to breathe. And all of a sudden I heard a groan and loud thumps going toward the kitchen. Grabbed my phone because I wanted to call my mom, since she was working during the night and it was only me and my brother in the house. That was until I realized that it was burning hot. It was basically about to explode. My phone had a warning that it needed to immediately cool down, and it has never happened before. Couldn't fall asleep and stayed up all night, waiting for my mom from work. I don't live in that house anymore, but whoever was there, she didn't like us at all. There may be a demonic entity in my home. My family believes that a few of us have gifts. My mother had a sense of smell, and my aunt has the power to protect and heal. I had the joy of seeing. I had gotten overwhelmed and scared, honestly. I'd asked for it to be taken away. Like my mom said, once I turned 18, I'd slowly get it back, and unless I made the choice again on my own. Years later, which is now, I have 2 younger siblings, one almost 12 and the other 8. I still live with my parents trying to get everything together. My boyfriend had also moved in since we're trying to also start a business, and work better when we're all together. My parents and siblings went to go camping one weekend, and my boyfriend and I were in the living room talking and watching a show. When we turned the TV off, getting ready to go to bed, we both saw a little figure by the front door. A few seconds later, we heard, noises. The dog sat in front of us and didn't move. My boyfriend, which I'll call Jay, went to go investigate. Like a horror movie, Jay decides to peek his head around the corner and say, "We should check out your brother's room." I denied since I started feeling something. He was gone for a minute and I felt something behind me. I felt this pressure, like as though I was heartbroken over something and cried. I was confused. Jay comes back and says that something was in the room and tried telling him to go with him. Something pulled me to go stand in the hall. I felt glued to the floor like someone wanted me to stand right there. Jay opened my brother's door and I got a flash image of what he saw. There was something else in the hallway straight from the one I stood in. This was angry and getting ready to attack like a bull. Jay asked if I could see it and I had to tell him that I wasn't allowed to move. A few weeks later, it's about to pass this weekend, him and Jay start getting into it more. Jay knows how bad they can be, but that's my family they're attaching to. I searched for apps and equipment online, but I haven't, well, I guess you could say I have something coming in this Friday to experiment with, but I found an app that's pretty dead on. It's called Ghost. It's an app and it has many things to do, and that's only $11 that you have to spend. The reason why I trust it's because it mentioned things I haven't even really mentioned to anybody but my mom. I was abused when I was 15 years old and got pregnant by the guy. I had miscarried a few months in. We used the Estes method, and we would try and say things around the lines of being like a child or mom. The only people that tried the Estes method were myself, Mom, and Jay. My brother did try, but I'm not mentioning what he repeated. He's 12, and we all know they can be. I'm stating this because I believe we need help, but more answers at the same time. The entity stated that it wanted myself and everybody in the home, that it had already taken one of our dogs. I don't know if it's powerful, but I just want to protect my family. My Dude Ranch Ghost Experience. Opinions, please. This happened about 15 years ago. My family, 3 kids, ages 15, 13, and 10, my husband and I spent a week at a dude ranch out west. It was great. We rode horses, saw a rodeo, and at the ranch we stayed in a small cabin where the owner's aunt and uncle, both deceased, had lived years before. The cabin had a small living room, a bathroom, and 2 bedrooms with twin beds and windows that started about halfway up the wall. They were higher than normal windows, but not as high as basement windows, if you know what I mean. Found a photo online of my kids' room, which is really similar to the one my husband and I shared. One night the kids were all asleep. I was in my bed while my husband was standing between the twin beds to turn out the light in the bedside table. When he cut the light out, it was before he had time to get into bed, I saw a very bright, clear, circular light about 4 or 5 inches across and kind of just shined on my stomach. It moved quickly around in circles for a few seconds. I immediately sat up and asked my husband what he was doing with the flashlight. He didn't have a flashlight, so there was no way he could have made the light, so okay, just thought it was weird, and I lay back down. I wondered if somebody was outside with a flashlight. But with the windows being so high up on the wall, there was no way somebody could have been shining a light in the way that it was appearing on me. And also my bed was right underneath the window. It just wouldn't have worked. About a minute later, the light was back, shining at my stomach and doing quick circular movements. It was similar to like a tiny spotlight. It was very bright and focused. I sat up again and asked my husband, "Did you see that?" He said no. He was laying in his bed by this time, so I knew there was no way he made the light. I was getting a little freaked out by this point. So he suggested I go check on the kids to make sure it wasn't them playing a joke. Looking back, this is ridiculous because I'm pretty sure we would have noticed one of the kids shining a light on me. But I got up to check because I was really confused about what could be happening. But they were all asleep. When I came back in the room, my husband said, "I saw the light on your bed while you were out of the room." He said it shone for a few seconds, making quick movements, and you could see a source for it, or rather couldn't. Okay, I was sort of in denial about what we were seeing, so I got back into bed, lay there for a few seconds, and then the light came back, but this time moving around in my neck and chest. I jumped out of the bed and told my husband that there was no way I was getting back in there, so he offered to switch beds. Once we switched, the light didn't come back, that I know of. We just fell asleep. Told a few people about what had happened, and the next night we tried to recreate the lights using regular flashlights or mag lights. We couldn't do it. Couldn't come up with an explanation for what it was. I was wondering if anybody out there has had a similar experience or could suggest what the light could have been other than a dude ranch ghost. Well, dude ranch ghost definitely sounds the coolest. door moved and freaked me out. So just thought I'd share what happened over the weekend. Saturday night I was watching my son. He's nonverbal and autistic. He has severe OCD related to his autism. He's 8 years old and very much a challenge every day. His mother had to work inventory at her job, which left her working that night, which isn't uncommon. Anyways, I'm laying in bed with my son huddled up close beside me. He's in the dark with a lot of things going on in my mind. Most prominently in my thoughts are memories of my grandfather, who I lived with as a child, raised me until I started school. After I started school, I went to live with my parents. I'd still stay with my grandpa every weekend. My grandfather passed away when I was 19. It was in a workplace accident at the age of 76. My grandfather used to tell me, "One day I'm going to tell you how you saved my life." And I'd just laugh it off as the idea of me saving his life wasn't being plausible. He was a mountain of a man. He served in the U.S. Navy in World War II as an underwater demolitions team member. He had stories that had Hollywood movies made of him. And this time, well, he was a rough and tumble guy. After he got out of the military and even served time in prison for safecracking back in the 50s. He didn't settle down really until I was born. 7 days after my birth, I went to live with him. He raised me in a home in the woods at the end of a mile-long dirt road. He was my hero. To think I'd ever saved his life was beyond comprehension. Fast forward to current times. Me raising my mentally disabled son, I struggle a lot. A lot of the time when I'm struggling with my son, I reflect on my grandfather raising me. I wasn't mentally disabled, but I was a challenge looking back. Some days I got beaten down and got pretty downtrodden and just wanted to check out for good. The only thing that's kept me around on some of the hardest days is knowing my son will need me in the future. As I laid in bed thinking about all this, my son got up and went to turn the hallway light on. He doesn't really like to sleep in absolute darkness. He got back in bed and huddled up close beside me. That's when I thought, maybe that's it. Maybe that's how I saved my grandfather's life, that he never really got to explain to me. Maybe he too at one point was at the end of his rope, and it was me that gave him the will to hang around. At that point, the closet to the bedroom door closed as if it was pushed shut by somebody. Freaked the hell out. I was waiting on the weight of all in my mind, and that's when this happened. I jumped up and searched for everything that could have caused it. It wasn't a soft closure. It was as if somebody pushed the door closed. Not slammed or angrily closed, but steadily and purposefully. Anyways, it took me about 30 minutes to chill out, including the crying. Not sure if he was sending a sign from beyond the grave or what. Definitely freaked me out. Why not? Makes sense to me. The 1994 Shadow. In 1994, I was at work. I worked in an industrial warehouse. Steel beams, conveyor belts, chutes, slides. Huge metal building. Where I was working at the time, there were hanging long fluorescent lights, maybe 15 or 20 feet high. As I was working, for some unknown reason, a shadow was cast over me. I looked up, didn't see anything. Oh well, kept working. Later in the day, I had to study for some work-related test on the computer in the office upstairs. A coworker at the time comes upstairs and asked if I wanted to go to the bar and have some beers. I said, "No, I can't. I need to get this retention test done, and I need to study." He continues, "Come on, it's Thursday, last day of work. We should be at the bar. We worked a Sunday through Thursday schedule." All right, let's go. At the time, I used to carpool with another coworker, so I ran to the bar with him. We got to this bar called Tony's Hofbrau near University. Lots of young adults, live band, cool atmosphere. We ended up drinking way too much and shouldn't have been anywhere near a car. My coworker tells me, "Let's go to another bar." I said, "I'm done. I need to get home." Again, "Come on, let's just go, a few more drinks." "I'm fucked. This guy's my ride. Let's go then. We get into his Toyota pickup and he's driving insanely fast. I tell him to slow the fuck down. It's as if I told him to go any faster and I'll come around a bend in the road and a big rig is right in front of us and he couldn't stop. He swerved sharply and we went straight into a metal street light pole. The dashboard pinned me against the seat. I saw this white lady, bright and glowing. Didn't even say a word. Then I woke up pinned inside the truck. This guy was trying to pull the door open as the engine was on fire. I was able to unclip my seatbelt and he was able to pull me out of the truck. I lay on the floor and then the paramedics came. It seemed like they were just there, instantly. Time just passed me by like nothing. My coworker was out of the truck and was being held down as he tried to run from the accident. I spent a few days in the hospital. My coworker was arrested and bailed out by his parents. I wonder if the shadow at work was like maybe a precursor to what happened to us. Perhaps a demon was already trying to entice me, following me down the wrong path. Well, a path I didn't really want to go down, but I still did. Cracked under pure pressure. I still don't know why I'd seen that white bright lady. Seemed angelic. But it could have just been the fact that I lost consciousness, and that was my 1994 shadow story. Still wouldn't be able to explain the shadow cast over me on that Thursday. Everything lined up to a horrible ending. The resident ghost scolded my dog this morning. My sister and I lived together as roommates. It's August 2023. That's like 6 months ago. We moved into a new apartment. Well, new to us. The building itself was built in the 70s. That's just fine with us because it means that, well, rent is $400 less than our old place. We've known for a while that this place is probably haunted. It's mostly just, did I see that? Type encounters. Shadows out of the corner of our eyes. I've often said that it feels like one entity and it feels female. One night while laying in bed, I saw a glowing yellow figure walk past me. Of course, it was gone when I looked, but I would say 2 encounters really stand out. One, I saw a shadow walk out of my room and down the hallway. When I looked to see what it was, my sister said, "You saw that too." So it wasn't just me. 2, my sister's in the bathroom off the hallway. Saw something walk past the door so clearly that she thought it was me. Called out to it, only to realize her mistake when I answered from the living room. But this morning takes the cake. We have a dog, a 40-pound pit mix. That's just basically a sweetheart of a girl, but can be a bit prima donna sometimes, and she sleeps in my room with me in her own bed. This morning I was in the bathroom getting ready, like I do every morning. This wasn't enough for my dog, as she was very eager to go out of the room and start her day. I could hear her outside of my bathroom. I have an ensuite. She's doing a little tippy-tappy dance. I then heard what I thought was my sister talking to her. I sleep with the fan on for noise, so it wasn't that odd that I didn't hear the door open. I could only make out a lot of what my sister said, except, well, I could hear her say, "You need to wait," to my impatient dog. I even called out my sister's name, but I didn't get a response. I finished, we leave the room, and I heard my sister greet my dog from her room. There, I thought, it was her. So I go in, only to find her still in bed. Now, my sister isn't a get up and go back to bed for 10 minutes kind. Once she's up, and it made no sense for her to be in my room and then go back to bed as her alarm was about to go off. And just to be sure, I asked if she had been in my room. As expected, she answered no. So apparently my dog has been making friends with a local ghost, enough that it feels like, well, feels free to scold her when she's being a little shit. Just because I know people will ask, we have people below and above us. but I only sometimes can hear them talking, only when it's really quiet. Even then, it's way more muffled than what I heard. And it definitely came from the room not above or below. Also, we're both just fine with sharing our home with a benign spirit. Girlfriend saved me from a sleeping entity. This happened a few years ago, but still freaks me out. I believe in paranormal stuff, obviously, but I have a healthy skepticism. In high school and college, I went on a number of haunted tours in my home state of Louisiana. Never had any experiences, just a healthy interest in ghost stories. Moved across the country to Ohio. I moved in with my girlfriend at the time. Let's call her Anne. We'd been living together for about 2 years. Anne had some awful exes, and so despite sleeping in the same bed if I moved, or hugged her in her sleep, or even if I got up to go to the bathroom, she'd always wake up. She was a very light sleeper. It got to the point I suggested that we get separate beds, but she didn't want to be close, so we didn't. Or she wanted to be close. Another note is I have aphantasia. That's meaning most of the time I don't see stuff when I close my eyes or dream. Sometimes I have a lucid dream, but it's rare. I go to sleep and I dream, and in the dream, I'm in my childhood home sitting on the couch gazing out the window. It's snowing and the snow is piling up in the front patio. That's when my cat Boo appears outside. Boo's been dead for a number of years, but I loved her so fiercely I struggled to get a new pet. Still hadn't got one even then. In the dream, I even knew she was dead. I was moved to tears at seeing her. Jumped up from my seat, rushing to the door to let her in. But just as she came in the door towards me, my girlfriend appeared behind, screaming at me, then ran forward and picked up the cat and threw her forcefully out of the door and slammed it shut. The cat landed in a pile of snow and ran off. But notably, the snow began to rapidly melt in the spot it landed. It was like the cat rapidly melted away as it ran. So I snapped awake. My heart was going a mile a minute, and I know I screamed, but Anne didn't even wake up. Which, only freaked me out more. Shook her awake, but it took me almost a minute, and she was sluggish. Almost like she'd been taking sleeping pills. She slurred her words out before I even said anything about my dream. She rolled over like she was annoyed at me and said, "Ugh, Cat, you never invite dead things inside." Then she went to sleep again. When I asked her about it the next day and told her about the dream, she was stunned, but admitted that she'd felt really tired and didn't even know why. She didn't experience the dream, but she didn't seem surprised, and I told her about it. Just sort of nodded and said she didn't remember saying that when, she did the night before. But you never invite things into your dreams, especially if you know it's dead. I didn't even know that she was into supernatural stuff, but somehow it hadn't come up in our relationship before that. It's been almost 5 years since then, but every now and then I remember it. It freaks me out all over. Alone in forest camping. I quite often camp alone in forests. Never been scared of it, but the last time I was there, it was kind of really weird. Previous visits on that forest, there were other campers, but this time went Monday evening, so no one else was there. Soon as sun fully went down at around 1 a.m. Sun went down around 1 a.m. Oh, never mind. Soon as sun fully went down, around 1 a.m. and it was pitch black, I heard some branches cracking, but I ignored it totally. Like an hour later, I heard literal footsteps, so I went to look out everywhere with my flashlight, didn't see anything. So I went back to my campfire, ignored it again, and I just put some music louder to ignore the forest sounds. But sounds kept happening around 3 a.m., and it got weirder because I could hear branches cracking, like someone was walking out there. Not like an animal would move, or, if it was an animal, I would have seen it. It was on the right side, and then I turned there, and they came from the left of me. I looked there, nothing again from the position next to the sound left me again. That's when it kind of got a little bit spooky, because I was hoping to find another human or traveler making those noises. There was nobody even close to me. Well, as a Finnish person, I kind of told him in my language. Oh boy, I cannot speak Finnish. Oh God. Oh God. Oh my God, I can't do it. Perkele Joset tuota oksien naksua tuolla lopetanina poas. I can't do it. Which is kind of funny when I think it translates to, Devil, if you won't stop that branches cracking, I'm going to grab you from the nape. But Perkele or Perkela, I don't know how to do it. It's common used in curse words anyways here. After that sounds calmed down in some way, some minor sounds that could have been normal mouses. After that, my mind could explain as animals, but I still stayed up until sun rays up again, and it was totally silence. Whew. Actually, with some sunshine, because sounds never fully stop during dark time. But yeah, I don't get scared easily. I go on graveyard alone at 6 a.m. just to hear the same type of footsteps from the past lives. And I think I get along with somewhat. What? But again, I've been camping every year, and I do camp a lot, and this is literally the first time I heard noises that didn't come from animals either. I've been camping before in that literal same spot before, and that night there wasn't any noises. And that time there's only a few people camping, like 100 meters away from me. So I know differences what normal human sounds and what animal sounds in forest, but those sounds I heard can't explain. If it would have been fox, bear, lynx, wolf, I would have seen it. Smaller than those animals don't crack branches while they walk around. Indeed. Random teleporting across town, or ending up on a road that you couldn't have otherwise gotten to. Something really strange has been happening lately, and I know I'm not crazy, because friends of mine have experienced this with me on 2 separate occasions. I swear I'm teleporting across town somehow. This has happened to me 3 times, and it's seriously starting to freak me out. Happened for the 3rd time less than an hour before I started writing these words. I was riding my friend's car back to a place from a movie theater on the opposite side of town. A trip that would have normally taken around 15 minutes. Took us around 5. I noticed what had happened almost immediately, but I didn't want to say anything until my friend, and we'll call him E. He did out of fear of sounding crazy. On the drive, we randomly ended up downtown, close to my place much sooner than we should have. The transition is so seamless that I can't tell the difference until I see man-made landmarks like buildings and stuff. E mentioned that he didn't make any turns that he'd normally have to make to get there. We just ended up there. We weren't distracted by a conversation or anything, and the both of us were stone cold sober. Then he started to freak out a little bit and told him about the 2 other experiences like I'd had, and more on those later, by the way. We made it to my place and decomposed a bit, but in the car I told E about the other 2 events like I'd experienced. The very first time I had something like that happen, I was walking to a gas station to grab a snack after work. Somehow ended up walking on a street a mile down the road. No time had passed at all, and I know this because I check my watch fairly often. The second experience was the more drastic of the 3 I've had. I was in the car with another friend of mine. We'll call him Jay. We were on our way to a Walmart, a 30-minute drive away from this place one morning, and we ended up getting there in 10 minutes. He did notice what had happened shortly after starting the drive, though. We took over in this more scenic road in my state, Virginia, which would be a straight path to North Carolina. Instead of us going toward North Carolina, we ended up on a very similar road much closer to Walmart within a matter of seconds. The transition was nearly unnoticeable until I saw the building I recognized from the part of town the Walmart's in. That experience freaked me out too. I have no clue, I don't know what's going on. To be honest, I'm really scared. I don't know what's happening and I want to find out. Has anybody else experienced this? And another thing that happens is, this has been consistent all through times, is that I, along with E and J, get their horrible burning sensation in your lower chest. You feel this awful sense of uneasiness, and like standing up after an experience like this feels like a burden. Walking around is awkward and clumsy. All 3 times I've had this happen, I, along with E and J, have had this completely sober. Things I've experienced recently in my home. So everything's happened in the last 2 months, I'd say. Door bangs. This one could probably be explained, but felt like it was worthy of being mentioned. I can be sitting playing video games and all of a sudden I hear a huge bang on my door. I brush it off as a breeze until it happens again and again. It's the only room it's ever happened in, so a breeze could really be the reason, so just wanted to hear people's opinions. Random door opening and knocking. Felt like splitting this, since I don't really want it to be too long to read. So my bedroom door, it'll sound like somebody's knocking on it at random times. I'll open it to find nobody there, even when it sounds like nails tapping on the door, which I can't even explain. The door opens mostly happening downstairs. I'll have a door fully shut over and it'll be open, and suddenly, this can just go on for a while, almost as if it's showing me the door to leave. Feeling of being watched. This can happen at all times of night, usually up until about 3:30 a.m., which usually happens as I get hungry. I walk up to my door and I just feel like I'm being watched by a really angry guy. This one really sticks out to me for some reason, because I've been in rooms and it feels like a sweet old granny's in the room, and the other room it feels like an angry guy's watching me. I feel like he usually stands at the end of the hallway and just stares at me really angrily until I go back into the room. I've actually woken up to what I think was a guy standing watching me sleep, but everyone claimed nobody was in my room, but my eyes could have just been playing a trick on me. The phantom smells. For some reason, I'll just be walking around at home at 2 a.m. and since no one's up, I shouldn't be smelling any perfume or cigarette smoke. But it'll be like I'm in a cloud, and it's not even like it stinks out the whole room. It's more like it's just floating around and, well, tried searching for a cause, but I can't find anything. The perfumes usually smell like a granny's perfume. The others just smell like cigarette smoke. Random voices. I can be sitting playing video games and I'll hear somebody saying something in my ear. I'll turn around and nobody's there, though I haven't heard anything while playing video games recently. However, around 40 minutes ago I was walking downstairs and I heard somebody say, "He's coming." It was right beside my ear. And to my absolute zero surprise, nobody was there downstairs. Since I was halfway downstairs, I could always just be hearing stuff. But the stare indent is the first so far. I've been to a psychic medium to tell me anything about ghosts, so I'm just curious what people say in here. I'm extremely convinced I've got a ghost, or at least a few ghosts kicking around the place. Any opinions, explanations, or questions, let me know. My late father-in-law's radio plays Led Zeppelin by itself. My wife and her dad had a very close relationship, shared a bond over music. He loved Led Zeppelin, among many other classic rock artists, but they were his favorite. Being a daddy's girl, she shares this affinity. Unfortunately, he passed away in 2020, and to say a void was left would be an understatement. Shortly after, the family divvied up his belongings, and one of the things my wife insisted on was his clock radio they used to listen to while we worked in the garage. It's one of those generic wood-grain clock radios that were everywhere in the 80s and 90s. Due to its sentimental value, we've been using it as our breakfast nook to play music while the kids eat breakfast. They know it used to be Grandpa Steve's radio. For the past 4 months, it had begun turning itself on between 3 and 4 a.m. The first time it happened, I didn't really wake up, and my wife doesn't remember what it was playing, but she was just super annoyed that the radio malfunctioned in the middle of the night, because it caused her to have to get out of bed, and this resulted in a classic, you pretended it didn't wake you up so you didn't have to get out of bed morning dispute. We never considered it to be that strange of an occurrence, until it happened again a few weeks later. Same time, and once again only my wife woke up, but this time she noticed that it was playing Whole Lotta Love by Led Zeppelin. The peculiarity was now apparent to my wife, and as the reality of her dead father's radio turning itself on and playing Led Zeppelin had set in, she took it as a beautiful moment, went back to bed extremely happy. It wasn't until the morning that she told me about it, and even then it didn't really register to me as anything other than a cool coincidence. A month or 2 later it happened again. This time my wife woke up to hear it with her, or this time my wife woke me up to hear it with her. We get out of bed and walk into the kitchen. Sure as shit, the clock radio reads 3:08 a.m. or something close to that, and it's playing Black Dog. The radio has a physical switch to turn it off and on, and it was in the on position. So we turned it off and laid in bed for 10 minutes discussing what on earth was going on. We laugh and even cry a little, but we aren't fully convinced her dad is communicating with us. Fast forward to last week, when I'm now woken by it. I wake my wife up and we just look at each other like, what the Got up and turned it off, and it again was around 3 a.m. and again playing Led Zeppelin. I wasn't paying attention to which song at this point. I was a bit spooked, honestly. So that's basically it. My wife's father, who loved Led Zeppelin and passed away in 2020, owned a clock radio which now resides in our home and turns on in the middle of the night by itself to play Led Zeppelin. No clue if it's really him or not, but if it is, you should mix it up and throw some Moody Blues in there every once in a while. Let him do what he wants, eh? My one and only OBE. To start this off, I was young when this happened. Very young. But I can still remember it so vividly. My family and I used to live on the top half of a 2-apartment duplex. My dad was at work, Mom was asleep, as well as me and my 2 brothers. My oldest brother woke up to the smell of smoke, so he went and woke my mom. At first she blew it off and kept dismissing him, but once she began to actually slip into consciousness, she could smell the smoke very strongly, prompted her to get up. Turns out the apartment downstairs had caught fire. We needed to evacuate immediately. So my mom got to waking us. Everybody was in a panic, and this is when shit got weird. Before I go any further, I need to elaborate something for this to really make sense. This apartment was haunted. There's been many unexplained paranormal experiences happening, such as voices speaking in tongues, and saying things like my dad's name through a speaker that wasn't even plugged in, the microwave reading 666 when we started attending Sunday school, my best friend, or rather befriending, of a young girl who was very obviously dead. In hindsight, she was deathly pale, always covered in bruises, and all of us experiencing a nefarious male presence that radiated malice, to name some of the few examples. So my mom's standing at the front door. She's ushering us out and down the stairs. I was last in line and heading for the door when I heard my name whispered in one of the bedrooms. I turned and looked. I tried to look through the smoke. I could see the male presence beckoning me to come to him. This is when I left my body. Like I was hovering above myself and literally watching myself as I stretched my arms out in front of me and started robotically walking toward the room, which, mind you, was beginning to sort of sport flames at this point. Suddenly, my mom screamed my name. I snapped back into my body and was standing not even 10 feet from the burning room. I remember becoming hysterical and running to my mom, like I was beyond scared by whatever just happened. Never really knew how to explain it until my teen years, That's when I discovered OBEs, and I'm pretty certain that's what I experienced. Obviously, we moved after that. The duplex got rebuilt and then a few years later burned down again. Remained an empty lot after that. Now, I cannot confirm this, and I have no idea if it's actually true, but I was talking with my mom about this one day years after the fact. It was when I was much older. She said that she'd been told that a man used to live in that house before it was made into a duplex. He was not a good man by any means. This man had a daughter and he was allegedly very abusive towards her. Apparently, the man had ended up killing his daughter and then subsequently took his own life. My imaginary friend tried to kill me. When I, a 27-year-old trans man, was little, between 2.5 and 5 years, I had an imaginary friend, Amy. Many kids have imaginary friends, so the more I've learned about Amy, the more I worry about what it could have been, or if my imagination was just different from other kids. The only memory I have of her is a dream that I remember pretty vividly. I remember racing around the town I lived in to go to different hospitals because Amy was having surgery. I don't know what the surgery was, but I remember feeling a deep sense of dread if I didn't make it to the hospital. I remember calling her on my jelly bean-filled playphone to find out what hospital to go to, hearing her voice and everything. As soon as my dad and I got to a hospital, she would tell me, no, not that one. You need to go to this one. She would direct me to another hospital on the other side of town. And this happened 3 times in the dream. When we got to the last hospital in town, I remember her telling me that I was at the wrong hospital again. I remember her saying, "You're so useless. You couldn't even be here for the surgery when you know you were needed for it." I have no idea why I was needed. This is the only memory I have of Amy. Completely forgotten about her for the longest time until my mom brought her up one day. When I was 14, my family had just moved into a house with a pool, and when my sister and I were picking our rooms. I wanted one that overlooked the pool and backyard. My mom gave me a concerned look for a moment and asked what was wrong. She asked me if I remembered Amy. I looked at her confused, saying that I didn't. She told me that when I was little, my imaginary friend Amy wanted to go swim in the deep end of the pool when I was younger, before he knew how to swim. She wanted me to go play in the room, and the room I wanted not only overlooked the pool, but because it was only partially over the garage, it had a roof access. You had to just pop off the screen. When she told me this, I remembered the dream, and I remembered the person I was on the phone with, and it was Amy. Fast forward about 8 years, and I was drinking with my older sister and playing Truth or Dare. My sister asked me Truth or Dare, and since I didn't want to take a shot of vinegar, I said Truth. She asked me, "Did Amy really make you ask me to kill you?" I was shocked. I looked at her completely confused and asked her to repeat the question to make sure I heard it right. Told her I had absolutely no memory of this, or Amy aside from the one dream. And a few days later I asked her if I actually asked her to kill me when I was younger, and she told me yes. Told her Amy wanted me to ask her to kill me multiple times. I know that there were multiple times in my young years between 2.5 and 5 years old when I almost drowned due to either going into a deep end when I couldn't swim or simply walking to the pool and sitting on the bottom. So confused about what this could have been, or if it was just my imagination. Something tried to kill me in my sleep. I, 27, was out of town over the weekend. I was visiting my family. No one in my immediate family has a spare room, but at least I can sleep in. So I usually stay with my great-uncle. He lives in what was my great-grandmother's old house. The house is old, or pretty much in the same state that it was in that she died like 11 years ago. She was kind of evil. She's particularly not liking me and my siblings, and at one point even banned us for just coming to her house and swimming in her pool as children. The house is filled with pictures of her and her parents and other historic family memorabilia. The house itself is very eerie. Many family members feel uncomfortable in it and think it's haunted. On this trip, my uncle's out of town, but he still let me and my friends who was traveling with me stay there. My little sister, 17, decided to stay there that night with us, but was too scared to sleep in the room by herself. So she stayed in the same bed as me. Around 8 a.m. I woke up on the floor after slamming my head into the nightstand with blood running down my neck. My shirt was also torn. There was a giant scratch and a bruise across my back where it had been torn. My sister called my parents and my dad. It took me to the ER to get 10 staples on my head. We concluded that I must have fallen out of bed, something that's never happened to me before. I've slept in that room dozens of times, and I've never come close to doing that. The amount of momentum it would have taken for me to bust my head open to the extent of needing 10 staples is something I don't even think I could have achieved with being pushed. It's fairly unlikely that my sister would have pushed me out of the bed, although not entirely ruled out. I believe some kind of spirit may have been involved. The night after, I refused to sleep in that room. All three of us just ended up sleeping on couches in the living room. The next morning, I was packing my things in that room with my mom. Randomly sliced my foot open on something stuck in the carpet. When I tried to find whatever it was, there was nothing there. My mom, who's extremely spiritual as a person, with scary, accurate intuition, she said that she's never felt stronger about leaving a room. That morning I also realized that a baby picture of my great-great-grandmother that I usually turn over when I stay there, because it freaks me out, it was still upright and facing the bed. I had forgotten to turn it over. Anybody have any ideas? Are there any demons or spirits with a reputation for doing this? Is it her? Is it the house? Is it me? My partners joked that my bloodline's cursed for all 3 years we've been dating due to many tragedies and freak accidents people in my family are prone to. What do I do? Hire a witch to break the curse? That's an interesting first thought. My first and only experience. I do Civil War reenacting, and I'm often at original forts to do this. One I did in February of this year was in Texas, and it's at an original Civil War fort. It was occupied by the Buffalo Soldiers. This reenactment took place over an incredibly cold weekend with freezing temperatures and sleet. It was fully immersive. Nothing post-1865 was allowed. We were representing new Confederate recruits tasked with keeping the fort, and the extension and the frontier safe. We did everything as they would have, from drills to food, and this we have guard duty. That takes place from 11 to about 6 p.m. Each man was assigned a 1-hour time span during which he had to watch the horses, make sure that nobody stole them. Spend the rest of the hour awake and aware. We stayed in an original building that had long since fallen down. My watch was at 2, and I quickly checked the horses and hunkered down. About 20 minutes in, I heard some voices in the distance, probably 50 or 100 yards away if I had to guess. But any time I tried to focus on them, they'd disappear. I questioned it, but I largely ignored it. A couple of minutes later, I heard somebody approaching where I was. It was being obvious since the area around the building was stone. We had hobnails in our shoes. Then I heard them step into the room I was in. It had been established earlier that anybody who would, fall asleep would be punished. People had already faced corporal punishment for infractions, so I quickly turned to what I expected to be my CO. No one was there. Left the room, looked around, but couldn't find anyone. Went back and waited for my hour to be up, and all the while I was hearing these steps and voices. Got my replacement, went to sleep. The next morning I got talking with others. Without me really saying anything, I had somebody ask whether they heard voices during the night. And as we're discussing this, another fellow comes up and tells us, "Did y'all hear anything weird last night?" I had had about everybody who was there correlate my experience independently of one another. Everything from voices to footsteps, spurs. This place was pretty isolated. No one else was up, and everybody had, nearly the exact same story. I'm not sure what it was. I've never had a paranormal experience before or since, but it left me rattled. Also, as I mentioned earlier, we were representing Confederate soldiers. The fort had housed Buffalo soldiers, some of which had been murdered while they were there. If any spirit would have a reason to get pissed at us, that would be the one. Yeah, I might agree with you. Reliving past experiences. When I was a child, 8 to 12, I'm now 22, they were pretty tame, but the memories are so vivid because of how badly they scared me. First experienced them when I was home alone for a short period of time. Mother had went to go get groceries, my brother was out with his friends. I was eating a yogurt tube at the kitchen table while watching videos. Good old yogurt tubes. All of a sudden, the kitchen sink faucet turned on. I didn't think anything of it, just turned it off and walked away. Didn't even get to the other side of the kitchen before it came on again. And at this point, I was starting to get a little bit concerned. I kept calm and shut it off again. Then I stared at it for a while and don't know if my eye lever ever... I'm just going to read this verbatim. And right I don't of my eye, the lever flipped up, water running again. I remember thinking, nope, running out of the house to my grandparents until I saw my mom's car back in the driveway. We walked in together and the faucet was off. She calmed me down about it and time went on. Fast forward about 2 years. I was again home alone. My parents' house was a bit of a weird layout where there's like a very solid wood sliding door from the bathroom to the master bedroom. Had a normal swinging man door. Excuse me. You know, the normal swinging man door from the bathroom to the hallway. I was brushing my teeth when I heard the sliding door move. I look up in the mirror, sliding door right behind me, and it slammed shut with so much force I don't even know what to compare it to. And this door's heavy. I'd say about 50 or 60 pounds or more. Again, I just thought, nope. Ran out of the house to my grandparents, spent the night there. But fast forward another 2 years. I was staying at my father's house in another town about 4 hours away. I was staying in a spare bedroom that had a rocking chair beside the bed. I woke up from a dead sleep to the rocking chair now turned directly toward me. It was swinging as though there was someone on it. I once again just thought, nope. Ran to my father's room and stayed there. I'm now 22 and these experiences have been buried in the back of my mind for 10 plus years. However, recently, the last 2 months, I've relived every one of these experiences in a dream, but at my current age. And all of them have been the exact same as they were when it happened. Has anybody ever experienced anything similar? Why 10 years later is this all happening, and all so close to each other? May I have a smoke? This is sort of an urban legend of my town. There's this woodworker who lives near the end of my grandmother's neighborhood. This was told by him to the neighbors and ultimately spread to my grandmother. My grandpa told me about this legend. One day the woodworker was coming back from his woodworking job late at night, around 2 a.m. He's a chain smoker who was smoking on the way. His job site was across the railway station and crossed the Turin tracks and cut around 1 hour from his way back. He was on foot, smoking as ever, and at the end of the railway platform somebody was standing in the dark. As he approached him, the person, still clad in darkness, asked him, "May I have a cigarette?" The woodworker said nothing and gave him smoke. The person started walking away from him in the direction of the train tracks, disappearing into the darkness. Next night, the woodworker's again on the same path back from work. He again spotted the same person standing there. This time there was some light, and in the faint glow of the lamppost he saw the man a bit clearly. The man didn't have a head and his clothes were coated with blood. He approached this man unbothered, and again, the headless man asked him, "May I have a cigarette?" The worker didn't hesitate and handed him over a cigarette and walked away without any fear. Side note, no, he was not drunk. He didn't drink. He was sober. Next day, he decided to not cross the tracks, use the foot-over bridge instead. At 2 a.m., the station's nearly empty, with just a few people here and there waiting for late-night trains. Yet the foot-over bridge closest to him was a bit secluded. He climbed it, and on his descent, he again saw the headless man standing near the base of the bridge. Actually, he's a really brave man, so he wasn't scared and rather pissed off with how this ghost was haunting him. He descended down the bridge and ignores the ghost altogether. The ghost is still saying, "May I have a cigarette?" He heard and unheard his request and left for his house. Next day, he falls ill with a high fever. He hasn't told this series of incidents to anyone. Now that he's sick, he speaks up to his wife. His wife, as they were superstitious, speaks to a witch doctor of sorts. The man says that he needs to give the headless ghost a lit cigarette. Then only believe. Next night, 2 a.m. Still burning with fever, he goes to the spot and he could see him and he approached him. He lights a cigarette and hands it over to him. The headless ghost thanks him. Something the ghost hasn't done the last 2 times. It fades into the darkness. The next day, his fever also disappeared. What did I see? A UFO, an angel, or a fairy? I have a question that's been bothering me for about 25 years now. And I'd like to find an answer, find people who saw something similar. I'll provide as much detail as I can, so please bear with me and read through. This story happened to me back in 1998 when I was 13. My little sister had just been born and was a few months old. We live in the Netherlands. We live in Drenthe, which is considered the countryside. I lived in a small residential area, so we weren't near a big city. And there was no army base anywhere close to us. We lived in a flat or an apartment on the 3rd, or the last floor, however you want to look at that. The front of the flat was a huge grass field. It's about 2 soccer fields big. On the other end of the field, there was another flat, same as ours. There's nothing on the field except for 2 trees on our side of the field. They were standing next to each other about 3 meters, like 10 feet apart. The trees were about maybe 10 or 15 meters, like 32 or 50 feet away from our flat. You could oversee the whole field from our kitchen window, as well as a few blocks of the houses, and at the time, I slept on a mattress on the floor of my mom's room. My baby sister also slept in her crib, but my mom would often not wake up during the nights, so I would do diaper changes and night feeds. My mom was a single mom. One night my mom woke up and she said she wanted to know if I saw what she saw, because she thought it was, she thought maybe she was hallucinating. When I came into the kitchen, it was completely lit up, but from the outside. I looked outside through the window and I saw kind of an oval-shaped fireball just hovering there between the 2 trees. It was about 8 feet above the ground, and the ball was about the same size. My mom said that she'd been watching it for about 10 minutes already, asked me to describe what I saw. This way I wouldn't be influenced by what she thought she was seeing. The oval-shaped core had the brightest light I've ever seen. Can't even describe it. Around the core were the flames and the colors ranging from orange to violet. After about 10 minutes, I got into a stage of panic, running to the bathroom and pulling the blanket over my head. Well, I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to. The next day we went in to look for tracks like scorch marks and leftover fireworks. You name it. Found nothing. I also asked people in the neighborhood, and they said it was probably fireworks or lighting from thunder or the sun. It was none of it. Fireworks don't hover like that without any sound. The sun still has to come up, and it wasn't lighting either. And again, there was no sound, and the sky was clear. Does anybody know what I saw those years ago, or seen a similar thing? I'm dying to know. Creepy Granny Story. My life is full of stuff like that. Sometimes it's, even scary how often it happens. That time completely shocked me. Couldn't sleep for about a week, so I was home alone and it was late. So I was trying to get to bed. For some reason, I was feeling so terrified all evening. My heart rate was so fast, I was sweating and I was shaking. I have some problems with panic attacks. I thought this was one of them. So I tried to calm myself, swallowed some pills, and went to bed. Around 1 a.m., I started to wake up because of noises, steps and knocks. So I was exhausted. I was falling back asleep almost instantly. Sometime later, sound stopped, and so was my panic. I thought that it's okay for now and I can fully relax and have some sleep. As expected, I was wrong. Almost immediately after I closed my eyes, I started to see a strange dream. I was in my room and nothing was different. All my stuff was at its place. The only thing, it wasn't night outside, it was evening. Sun already down and the sky was all red. Actually, it was kind of terrifying. So I stood up on the bed, decided to go drink some water. Turned out the door was locked. I panicked because I don't even have a lock on my door. I don't know what to do, so I sit back on bed and start reading my phone to call someone. Panic level was too high. Suddenly a door opened. I froze in fear. A strange man in a black outfit, completely bald and without a face, was standing there. "You may come in, Grandma." Then some old lady actually entered my room, came toward me, and sat on the bed next to me. The man in the doorway disappeared, and the door closed loudly. Granny started talking to me. Never saw her before, by the way, and she just looked very sad, almost like crying. Wanted to calm her, but she refused and started speaking. "My dear, I'm really sorry for what I'm going to do, but I'm completely alone. All my family and friends already died so long ago. I have no one. Afraid at this point, you're the only one who can help me." She started crying. I'm so sorry, I have no choice." I stood up and she laid on my bed. I was really confused and didn't know what was happening. Suddenly a very bright thought just appeared in my head. So fast and strong, like a lightning strike. I realized the old lady was laying on my bed in the same pose and position that I fall asleep. I started choking and woke up almost with a scream. I was so freaked out I jumped out of my bed, turned on the lights, and I couldn't sleep at all that night. So I just watched some, YouTube till dawn. Around 7 a.m., I heard ambulances at our house. I was scared to go out of my apartment and see what happened. Sometime later, my grandma told me that our neighbor from lower floor, they passed out. And yes, it was a lonely old lady. I think I'll never forget that night. One-off loss of time. I've had a weird one that's stuck with me for a while. I don't really know how to make sense of it, but honestly I've accepted that I'm not going to be able to figure it out. Normal day at home on my day off. I just bought my house like 3 months ago. Still getting used to it. I sat down in my sectional in the living room watching TV. I just made some clam chowder, literally my favorite. Set out in front of me while I put on South Park since it was my comfort show and this was probably, around noon. It was bright out and the house was lit up through the blinds. This is where I get goosebumps. I can't for the life of me remember what happened next, and it was like 7:42 p.m. It was like a snap of somebody's fingers and the world moved on without me. South Park was still on, but definitely not near the episode I started on, which was the episode about Yelpers. My food was still untouched where I'd left it. I just wasn't sitting up anymore. I was laying on the couch in front of my fireplace. I never lay there unless I use it to sit and tie my shoes before I head out. Can't really explain the feeling, but I'd say there was an immense raw sense of fear that came over me because I couldn't figure out where the time just went or what happened. There were no pieces to put together. Besides, I just felt kind of sick and out of my body, which kind of attributed to how worked up I got. Never happened to me before. Hasn't happened since. No history of anything like that in the family. Truly at a loss for that one. To make myself feel better, I reheated the clam chowder and ate it. Some answers to things that were asked. I installed a carbon monoxide detector shortly after I bought the house, and it wasn't that. When I woke up, besides the general feeling I had, there were marks on my foot, like it was tied up in a wire thread. But the marks didn't really last, the next day at least. There's no history of an epilepsy or blackouts in the family, and after this, I experienced shivers in my spine. Not painful, but random times, it felt like the center of my spine would get cold and would shoot up and down the length of my back and give my whole body goosebumps. This still happens to me now, but nowhere near as often as when this happened. I'd missed calls and texts, but I didn't text or call anybody while I was missing. That couch is super uncomfortable. I hate it. It's just where I put things on. I have an awesome sectional that I can't get enough of. No idea why I'd randomly wake up on the couch. I would never do it to begin with. I wouldn't even let a puppy sleep on it. Feel free to ask anything else. The next time I go to sleep, I'm going to let everybody know that I was missing. Ghosts are stealing my belongings. Does anybody know what I can do? I'm Indian, specifically a Punjabi Sikh. In my culture, some people believe in pitars. I don't think I'm spelling this correct, but basically it's a spirit that's related to you. And again, I'm not 100% positive. They're stuck on the earth. A lot of the times, they'll steal your belongings. I've been dealing with this for many years. The first time was my mom's money. She would keep cash in the house. She had about $7,000 go missing. It's only me and her living in the house, and this happened when I was a kid. After $3,000 of her money went missing, then 2 years ago she told me that her bank's safety deposit box to take out a necklace and she had jewelry and her parents got her for when she got married. But when she went to the safety deposit box, the jewelry wasn't there anymore. So here's when it gets more weird. I was sitting on my couch one day and one of my hoop earrings went missing, searching all day for it. Eventually gave up, and then in front of me, there it was on the floor. You can say that I didn't see it there, but I'll tell another story. I also have a gold chain that my grandma on my dad's side gave to my mom when she got married, and then my mom gave it to me. I'll also add that she never liked me, and my mom and my parents also divorced. So I felt that chain wasn't on me, and I saw it on me just before because I sent my friend a snap. I look all around me, and it was nowhere to be seen. Went upstairs to tell my mom, and when I came back downstairs, it was laying on my sofa as if somebody put it there. So my aunt goes to India, goes to a psychic, and she said that this was somebody that was related to me, and it's a man taking my belongings. After for a few years, I didn't deal with anything. Just a month ago, I went to visit my family in London. I woke up one morning and one of my earrings were gone. Searched everywhere, and I mean everywhere for it. My family practically destroyed the hotel looking for it. We never found it. At night, I saw a shadow of a short person running. Didn't want to think much of it, but my mom told my aunt to go get the card lady, and she said that it was my grandma that took my earrings, and what freaked me out is that she was a short woman. That is scary. When I came back to my country, it got worse. First, I lost my favorite shirt. Then, my favorite fake ring went missing. After my favorite fake earring and bracelet went missing. And now today was my breaking point. Visited my family in India last year, and it was my birthday at the time. My aunt didn't have much money, so she bought me a gold bracelet as a gift, and that was my dream to own one. Today I went to go wear it. The bracelet was gone. It's the most awful feeling since it was such a meaningful gift. Tired of dealing with this. So if anybody knows if there's anything I can do to stop this from happening or somehow get my belongings back, it would be much appreciated. coworker heard a dog barking in the middle of the field at night, decided to follow it. So my coworker came into work today and told me about her night. She was in bed, and both her and her BD smelled burning and heard cracking around 2 a.m. They both got out of bed to check it out. They figured it was a bug zapper outside. They went and turned that off and exited the porch where they both heard a consistent bark from the field below. This field is no nearby houses or anything, and it's a trek to even get up their driveway. The bark was weird, but sounded like a normal dog aside from the fact that it was just consistent, like bark, 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 almost rhythmic. They decided to go ahead and check out the field. They took her car down, and as soon as the engine was cut, there was a pit in their stomach. Exiting the car, it sounded like the bark was so far away now, even though they were right on top of it. It hadn't moved, but it didn't sound as close as it did when they were in the house. My coworker decided it wasn't a good idea to leave her child alone in the house for too long and went back. About a half hour passed. The dog is still consistently barking in the field. BD decides to go back and make sure there isn't a dog in a ditch or something. What is BD? Okay, I'm going out on a limb. Does it mean baby daddy? If I got that wrong, I'm so sorry, but I got nothing else for BD. Boyfriend dad. Nope. Going with the first one. She decided to call him so he wasn't just out there completely alone. Once he got back there, he started walking to the field trying to find it. The pit still in his stomach, he decides not to call out, but he just wanted to look instead. He left strapped for just in case. The entire time my coworker listened on the phone. The barking grew more intense and the dog went crazy. It had obviously seen the light from his phone or something. He saw nothing, but the barking continued to grow louder, and so did the gecko, until he must have been right on top of it. She had commented at one point that it was so deafening it sounded like the dog itself was holding the phone. Suddenly, dead silence. No running, no barking, no geckos, no breathing. Nothing. The dog found, or I don't know, some message to her father who lives close by, and he had heard the barking too. But he didn't investigate. Insert something clever at the end here. See ya. My pawpaw visited me. In July of 2019, my pawpaw passed away. It was like the roof and walls of a house in our family, and when he passed, it was very devastating for all of us. In the previous months, beginning in December of 2018, he got sick. We all thought it was the flu because it was the same symptoms. And of course, he was stubborn and didn't want to go to the doctor. He got over it, and then in January 2019, he got sick again. Same symptoms. And, well, no doctor. I visited him pretty daily normally, but he'd been working a lot the next 2 weeks and hadn't been able to go see them in person. So I went over there, and my pawpaw was jaundice. The skin turns a yellowish color because they're not exercising bile from their kidney properly. I talked to them like normally, and they pulled my grandma aside and said he's yellow. He needs to go to the doctor immediately. My grandma said that, I know I've said something to her and that he just won't go. Again, stubborn, no doctor. So I had to think of a way that I could make him go. My aunt, his youngest daughter, is like his favorite, I would say. So I called him the next morning and asked if Grandma talked to her, and she said that she talked to her this morning. So I told her what was going on and that I think she could convince him to go maybe. She lives in Iowa, so she was coming down to visit a couple of weeks later. She said that she would try to talk to him. She convinced him to go the week after because, he didn't want to spend the week that they were down in the hospital when he went to tears. We found out he had E. coli, a rare gallbladder cancer, hepatitis B, and cancer that's in his last stage. He had 6 months to live. I got the call that he was coming home, and I said that's great, but he said he's going to go home on hospice. My heart dropped. You know that song by Luke Combs, Because I'm Leaving? The last verse where he takes his dad's hand and talks to him, well, that's what my papa did with me. Fast forward 6 months, I get a phone call and he passed away. A couple of years passed and I was laying in bed thinking about him and crying, and, well, he's buried in the cemetery that I have to pass on my way home. I eventually fall asleep and I'm in a movie theater and a black and white movie's playing, and I look around and I see my papa and his sister sitting in the back. He looked healthy. He said to me that he was fine and he was happy. I hugged him and said I miss you, and he looked at me and said he missed me too. I woke up the next morning and just cried. Well, cried knowing that he was okay and knowing that he was in heaven. One of my many stories, my great-grandmother. A little background. Growing up in my parents' house, we had the largest cemetery in town directly behind our house. To give a picture, there was my house with a 6-foot wooden fence and then a sort of a big bunch of pine trees. That was cemetery land, the area that the cemetery vaults were retained, and then the cemetery itself. The man who originally built the house had put in a gate in the back of the fence because his business was butted to the cemetery property. But when he and his wife divorced, he sold the house, but there were 2 paths that led from that gate. One to his business and one to the cemetery itself. In this cemetery, there's over 3,000 graves. Most of them the flat plaques, very uniform and neat, with a few headstones, a couple mausoleums, and a few private burial sites that require a key. Also, several of my family members are buried there. My great-grandparents, great-uncles, aunts, uncles, and cousins. This is about my great-grandma, who died of a broken heart, 6 months after my great-grandfather died. She would be at her house all the time after he passed, my father and mother diligently taking care of her. She was in her 80s and didn't realize what a treasure she was at the time, since I was in 5th grade. She would often take naps in my room, meaning that I'd have to give up my privacy and hang out with my family when my introverted self wanted to be alone. Then one day my mom was in the kitchen crying. It was because great-grandma had been in the hospital. I didn't really know it was serious. She had died of a heart attack, but really it was a broken heart. She'd never been that ill, but her health took a turn for the worse. That was when she lost her mate. The other thing about my great-grandmother was she was a stickler for cleaning up. She took pride in the house being clean. After she passed, I guess she decided that she liked her house the best. My mom always had a cup of tea in the morning and afternoon. She'd put the mug that she used in the morning near the stove so she could reuse it in the afternoon. We'd all of a sudden start finding it near the sink with water in it. Also, beds that were unmade would be made, especially mine. Since great-grandma would nap in my bed, I never heard the tap of the sink go off, but I did often hear the clink of the mug hitting the counter. There was only ever one mug broken, and this phenomenon was still going on. Not as much until my parents' house was decimated by a tornado. The house being rebuilt on the same property, though. We hope that great-grandmother's ghost hasn't been too disturbed. I think I may have a helper. I've always known that there's something in my house. Maybe some things. I'm a dad of 2 young boys that have been living on the first floor of my dad and stepmom's 3-story brownstone in Brooklyn, New York. And this home happens to be over 120 years old. Going to the basement and seeing the original stone foundation over 100 years ago has me in awe every time. My stepmom is a self-proclaimed witch. She's been practicing a form of spiritual voodoo. No dolls with her. This was since I was a child. She also has a few altars around the house dedicated to her ancestors, and also altars and other forms of spiritual beings. Now, to get to my point, there's been occurrences where something's been helping me. It's not easily explained away, from cabinets closing on their own so I don't hit my head on them with my clumsy self, to being woken up at night at incredibly opportune times. My most recent experience was this week. My son lost a tooth, and me being the tooth fairy needed to go to the, ATM for his tooth reward. But I was super tired and I was dozing out of my super comfy chair while playing PS5. Very nice. The first instance of waking me up happened when I had this feeling of my back of the chair being hit. It was like it was being kicked to get my attention with nobody behind me. I said, all right, I'll go now to the ATM. But I fell back asleep. The next instance that woke me was my arm being pulled or yanked, and this was toward the container my son's tooth was in. It was telling me to wake up and not to forget about the ATM by yanking my arm to wake me, pulling my hand next to the small container I put my son's tooth in. Without a second thought, I said, all right, I'll go now. Called my stepmom down to watch the boys and went to the ATM to get his $10. I came back, I said thank you. Many things like this happen over and over again. It's a helpful spirit. My stepmom was also convinced that I talk in my sleep. Full-on conversations with 2 different tones. Denying this and curious, I placed a camera several nights over me to watch me sleep to see if I talk. Surprisingly, and a bit of vindication each night, tape recorded what she claimed to hear. 2 different toned voices that sound like me having a conversation, but it wasn't me. My mouth never moved. At one time when the talking happened, I was snoring with my mouth open, yet the voices sound like mine. Maybe I'm the spirit in some form of astral projection I'm not aware of doing. But one thing is certain, there is paranormal activity in my home, but a good kind maybe. I also don't care if anybody believes me either. Just like to share my experiences to see if others have had similar things happen. I don't know what I'd seen. This is an experience I had when I was around 14 or 15 years old, so maybe 2004, 2005. I lived in the country of Southwest Virginia. I was a typical country boy. I'd just gotten old enough for my mom and stepdad to trust me raccoon hunting alone. That night, just as the sun was setting, I took the dogs out like I had done before. Went to our hunting grounds, maybe 2-mile walk from home. The hunting ground had a very old house that I've had other paranormal experiences with, but that's for another time. Turned the dogs loose and waited for them to open. A few minutes passed and nothing. This isn't that strange, but after waiting for maybe a half hour and nothing, it was very odd. We didn't have great coon dogs, and normally if I couldn't find a raccoon sent soon, they would just strike a deer track or something, but I heard nothing from them. Began to walk around and call for them, but I got no response. Kept walking and noticed the entire ridgeline to my right had a red glow from the other side of the ridge emanating from the holler. Thought to myself, I guess the farmer is clearing brush. Has a massive fire burning, so I went to check. Wanted to make sure it wasn't a forest fire. But as I got closer to the top of the ridge, I got an uneasy feeling and noticed the light was not from a fire. No smell of smoke. The light wasn't flickering as a light from a flame would. And it was unnaturally bright red. Like how a stoplight on a dark corner will cast a red, creepy glow on everything. And mind you, this is in the middle of a forest and a cow pasture with no electrical power. That's when I realized something was seriously wrong, and I got very scared. I was carrying a single-shot 20-gauge shotgun with birdshot, but my pack happened to have a few leftover buckshot and slug shells. So as quickly and as quietly as possible loaded the slug and kept 2 buckshot shells in my hand. Scared, I backed away and took the long way around to get back home so I could get as far away from that thing as possible. Got back, told my mom and stepdad what I'd seen. My stepdad scolded me for leaving the dogs in the woods, and he thought I was making up a long story being lazy. Didn't even go after the dogs. But about a week after this happened, I woke up and walked into the living room, He jumped up and said I'd seen that red light that scared you. It scared me too. He'd been hunting near the same place, but not quite. He said he had seen 3 bright red flashes that lit everything around him up enough that he could have read a newspaper. That was the end of it. We never had another red light experience after that. I don't know what I experienced, and it's been almost bothering me, but part of me regrets not walking the extra 25 yards to see over the ridgeline to see. Well, maybe that was smart, actually. Did my grandpa say bye to me? A year ago, my grandpa, who I was close with, passed from Alzheimer's dementia. He was a very religious man, which is an important part of the story. On the day he passed, I had a fancy event to attend. Got to the event, and within 10 minutes of being there, I felt a giant pit in my stomach. Got up from my table and felt like I was going to be sick. It was a feeling I'd never experienced before. I ran outside for air and I felt a cold chill come over me. Then the sick feeling just washed away. Felt completely normal for the remainder of the event and returned to my college home with my best friend and housemate. We were in our kitchen just talking when suddenly we heard multiple aggressive pounds from our front door. We went silent, froze, stared at each other. There were plenty of sketchy people that would roam our street, so I thought our house was being targeted. I ran towards the back door to make sure that it was locked, and it was. Both got down on the kitchen floor, turned out the lights, and grabbed kitchen knives just in case. After waiting a few minutes and just listening, we made a run for it upstairs to my bedroom and locked my door behind us. Yes, Gecko. My bedroom at the house was small, had a window that overlooked the busy street we lived on. I peered out the window and saw a man walking on our sidewalk. I watched him. He was wearing jeans, a white t-shirt, and a leather jacket. He was walking in a rush, but paused once he reached her driveway. He turned towards her house and made the sign of a cross at it twice in a rushed motion. I carried on walking. I was just in shambles explaining what had just happened to my friend. Eventually, her boyfriend came and confirmed that there was nobody around the house outside. I felt safe, and eventually we laughed it off. In the morning, my mom told me to give her a call. The sickly feeling I felt at the event had resurfaced, and I already knew what had happened. My mom told me that my grandpa had passed that evening at 6:23 p.m. I went home shortly after the phone call. When I got to my family house, my mom asked me to help make a picture board. I pieced together the photos, and once I was done, I burst out in tears. When I stood back, the photo in the center of the board looked like the man that had made the sign of the cross in front of my college house. It was a photo of my grandpa when he was younger, before he got sick. Sure as hell scared me, but I'd like to think it was his way of saying goodbye to me since I couldn't be there. I don't know if the man was a ghost or not, but it feels like a paranormal experience to me. I think I crossed paths with a skinwalker. I live in Puyallup tribal land. I've heard of Wendigos and skinwalkers. I was on my way home in an area where sometimes the unhoused hang out. So when I saw this thing crossing the road, my brain tried to rationalize it as an unhoused person behaving and looking really weirdly. I'm just gonna change unhoused to homeless, because that's frustrating to me. A few seconds later, my eyes caught up to my brain, and I knew it wasn't just a homeless person. The details of what it looked like are too strange. It jumped down the road ahead, probably 10 yards or so in front of me, began running from my left to my right. It was running from the sidewalk of a parking lot to the front of a local DSHS building. That's where, had it been a person, and at the speed I was going, I would have been able to see them on my right. It was hunched about the size of an Irish wolfhound or slightly bigger. Looked to be running either on all four limbs or so hunched that its long arms almost touched the road. It wore a cape or at least a long coat which covered its body except for the hands, which were long and spindly. This cape thing was light brown, almost looked like it was made out of fur. The worst part was the head. I saw that super clearly. It was a big head with a long snout, kind of like the aforementioned wolfhound, with shaggy brown hair dangling down one side. I could clearly see a long mouth, like long, slightly open. I could see teeth. I saw its eye. It was shiny, almost reflective and orangish. Ran fast, it dangled its arms, and as I drove by, I slowed down to look. But nothing was there. I have a dash cam, so I thought for sure I could check it. The quality's crap because my glass is dirty, but you can see me slow down. I tried to crop those 2 minutes to get a clear view. This is a very bright car light coming towards me on the opposite side of the road that would have for sure been blocked by a person or the animal running across it. So I'm over here trying to email it to myself and it won't send. Trying to save it and it won't save. I get home and I'm telling my husband, who's never seen one or a rendition of one, so I Google it and the first image I see is the one I've attached to this post. I was flabbergasted. It's literally what I saw, minus the jewelry, spear, and feathers. Plus the arms were long and the hands were creepy as fuck. Speaking in tongues while sleeping with my friend. When I were younger, I used to live half of the week at my ex-boyfriend's flat. We call him Christopher. It's in central Paris near a park called Le But Charmant in Rue Carducci. I don't know how to say that. Can't say that. It was easier to me to stay in the heart of the city since I studied at university from Monday to Friday. This guy used to have a mutual friend, who's also his ex-girlfriend. I know, right? Don't judge us, please. They were named Alice. Back in the days, the three of us slept in the same room and shared a very powerful relationship altogether. It was almost like a love triangle, but anyways. Experiences, not about our personal story. Alex and Christopher are really sensitive people who felt energies and spirits. I never judged them since I experienced baffling situations as well, but hey, I want to stay a pragmatic person. But I still can't explain what happened these nights when Christopher and I talked while we were asleep. Alice listened and told us everything in the morning right away. It happened a few times. I have no memories of these events. She was absolutely sure that we were speaking in tongues. There's no doubt about that. The disturbing part, we don't understand and we can't read Latin. She even took notes as we, had some of these sentences and they were part of the Bible. Some of them were related to Lazarus. While Christopher firmly believed in God and is a Christian, a Catholic, I'm not a religious person at all. Of course, I have studied and read the Bible and some other religious books, but I cannot tell you the entire parts by heart. As she's sensitive to this invisible world, she really felt it was something disturbing and unusual. I really want to know this is 100% real and I'm not faking it. I know I often laugh and talk in the night while I'm fully asleep, but this Latin episode never happened to me again. There's always this stereotype about creepy legends in Latin, especially because religion is scary and often used in films and books to play with our deepest fears. Do you think it's possible for our minds to use forgotten data so that we do something possible, like speaking in tongues? Do you have any other theory? Is it related to ghosts or maybe entities? Sometimes I think about this whole story and I still can't figure out what happened. Thanks for your theories and possible explanations. I will say you know more than you think you know. Anybody else ever have dreams in languages that you failed at in high school? I have. My father committed suicide 2 months ago. Seeing crows and toddler talking about his grandpa. My father had end-stage congestive heart failure and committed suicide May 29th. He was in the process of having a heart attack. It was a violent death, gunshot wound to the chest. But he did it for a lot of reasons. The main one being he wanted to control when he died, and he didn't want to die in the hospital, but rather in the comfort of his home. He also didn't want to be a burden to us financially or in any way a process of him dying, meaning us having to change him or clean him. When I went to pick up his ashes from the funeral home, there was a very large crow sitting in the parking lot that caught my attention. I thought it was strange considering crows are considered death animals, but there's a comforting aspect to it. I've always really liked crows, but anyways. I was walking out of the funeral home with my dad's ashes in my hand. My 2-year-old son started saying, "Grandpa, there's Grandpa." Mind you, we never called my dad Grandpa because my son never spent much time with him. It wasn't until he passed that my son started talking about his grandpa. I also think my son's too young to understand that my father's ashes were in that box. I fully believe my son sees his grandpa. I will say that I am Christian, so that's where my belief set lies. I pray often for signs that my dad's in heaven or that his presence is still with me. I don't believe people who commit suicide are damned to hell. He had questionable morals prior to his passing, but after his end-stage heart failure diagnosis, he started praying often. So I think he made his peace with God. Once when I was crying and upset, it was raining outside and a full rainbow showed up. My toddler then said, "Where's Grandpa?" Another interesting thing is I've been seeing crows and ravens. I'm not really sure which they are, but frequently, like on a daily basis. Numerous times a day I saw the one at the funeral home. They literally fly above my car when driving around. It's the strangest thing. Hope it's not a bad omen for me. Like I said, there is a feeling of comfort to it. Just figured I'd share this. It's interesting to say the least. I've included some pictures of a crow sitting outside my house, the rainbow I saw with my son, and a picture of me and my dad. If anybody has any opinions of this, I'd appreciate hearing them. Hope the crows aren't a bad sign. Possible ghost at my great-grand's funeral. This is true. I know the title sounds made up, but I, a 20-year-old female, experienced this with my own eyes and ears. So did my sister-in-law, 16-year-old female. I say sister-in-law because it's easier than my brother's girlfriend, but they're not married, of course. On Friday, the 21st of June, my great-grandmother passed away. Alzheimer's, 81 years old. The following Thursday, the 27th of June, we had her funeral. It was at her church, very Catholic, and I'm not Catholic, but she was devoted. After the funeral, we walked to the cemetery for her burial. I asked my mom if we knew anybody else in the cemetery. She listed a few names. And on the walk back to the church, me and my sister-in-law ended up walking next to this older lady, maybe in her 70s or 80s. She asked if I was a grandkid of my gran, and I said, great-grandkid. She then stated that she was my gran's cousin. She didn't give me a name, but we talked about how big her family was and how I'd not ever met some of the people at her funeral. I then found my mom and told her that she told me that my gran didn't have any cousins. She has one brother who never had kids, and a sister who passed away years ago, also never had kids. So there was no real extended family from them. I asked if maybe it was a distant cousin of my gran, and she said maybe, but they would have been older. I told Mom I'll point out the lady if I see her again. At that after-funeral party, I guess you could say. I don't know what it's called, but just for refreshments and food at like a balls club. I saw the lady again and pointed her out to my mom, but she said she couldn't see who I was pointing to. My sister-in-law saw the lady too. She was short. I'm 5'5", and she was about my shoulders. I had a blue patterned shirt, a black cardigan, black pants and shoes, and gray hair and glasses. Mom couldn't see anybody matching the description. I went and I asked my Nan. She said she never saw anybody like that either. I asked my Gran having cousin, and my Nan, my Gran's daughter by the way, said not that she knew of. Could possibly be distant cousins, but she wasn't sure. After being at the club for a few minutes, I never saw her again. Until we were leaving, my sister-in-law pointed her out again, but just as I looked, she went behind a wall, then never back out the other side. We drove past and nobody was on the other side of this wall. Me and my sister-in-law just looked at each other and just started laughing because what the fuck just happened? So I don't know how to end this, but it was the weirdest thing ever. My workplace is haunted. I love ghost stuff, but don't mess with it because I don't want no bad juju. The restaurant I work in is an old one, but I don't have much of any history on it, haven't searched for it. I can tell you that we have a banquet room leading up to a couple set of stairs which we use frequently for weddings and parties. Probably a few weeks to a month into my job, around mid-September, I was asked to carry some dishes up to the banquet room. This way we would have them ready to go for the wedding party. No big deal. Carry said dishes up, having to make several trips. When I get up to the banquet room each time, I slightly feel like something's different. I don't think too much of it though, and just let it slide as I was in work mode. And just to note, I am an individual that's very in touch with how I feel and the vibes I get from people. At least that's what I think, or I'm just nuts, who knows. But anyways, a couple of weeks go by, and again I'm asked to take some dishes upstairs. This was probably mid-October. Being the team player I am, of course I'm going to help my coworkers out, so, let's do the work thing. The feeling is stronger this time. It wasn't a sense of goosebumps or chills down my spine, it was just a gut feeling of something feeling off. Finished what I needed to do and went downstairs to jokingly ask the waitress if she ever got a funny feeling upstairs. My boss turned the corner looking at me as the waitress answered. And with a giggly smile on her face, she said yes. This building, mainly in the banquet room upstairs, is haunted. She doesn't like going up there either. My boss, the one who turned the corner, told me about a ghost hunting team's done an EVP in the past. That's where a voice said a bartender's name. Some other stories I've told have mentioned bar stools being flipped over like it was closing time, and as well as a blood-curdling scream heard out of the hallway. Not even in the banquet room. But what creeps me out the most about it was that I could feel something off without ever knowing the building was haunted. Throws your senses for a whirl. Trying to distinguish whether it was a bad feeling like I should avoid the banquet room when I'm alone, or if it's just my nerves getting the best of me. It's hard to tell whether or not it was an energy that disliked me or didn't want me there. And now that I know it's haunted, I've been dreading going to work. I feel like I have to go up there alone again. And make sure that I'm not the last person to leave the building because I don't want to risk having an entanglement with the unknown. I also feel that I got that gut feeling as a warning sign. Something wasn't right and my senses knew it. It kind of tells me not to be alone in that place. Always listen to your gut. The York House Inn. My in-laws wanted to get a getaway trip for the weekend. Y'all live in South Carolina right on the border near Georgia. My in-laws are fans of bed and breakfast type places, so typically the best ones to go to on vacation are in Charleston, South Carolina. That's a 4-hour drive they didn't feel like making. They found a historical house. It was in Georgia called the York House. It was made into a bed and breakfast apparently some years ago. It's only maybe a half an hour or an hour drive. It was reasonably priced. They left on a Friday and arrived at the inn around the middle of the afternoon. The inn is L-shaped and has 2 floors. The balcony is on each floor and goes to the full length in front of the inn. Well, no one was at the hotel except a man working the front desk. They said the inside was quaint and although old, had a rustic feel that was nice. The man behind the desk didn't have a lot of emotion to him, Didn't speak much. Not unusual, but a little off-putting. They were brought to their room and the man left. My mother-in-law got an instant uneasy feeling. She didn't say anything to my father-in-law because she didn't want to start anything or make a big deal out of it, but she definitely didn't want to go into the room, so she suggested that they go out onto the balcony. The balcony had many wooden rocking chairs on it. My mother-in-law said she kept looking out of the corner of her eye and felt like somebody was sitting next to her, but every time she looked, there would be nobody there. They sat there for maybe an hour or so. They went out for dinner. My mother-in-law said the creepy feeling went away while they were gone, but instantly came back when they went back to the inn. My mother-in-law and my father-in-law go down to get her purse from the car. And while there, my father-in-law said he kept getting the feeling like he was being watched from an upstairs window. Of course, every time he looked, there was no one there. It was around 9 p.m. by this time. When he returned to the room, my mother-in-law finally broke her silence and said, "I'll stay here the night, but I know I'm not going to sleep at all if I do." My father-in-law, who also was getting a really creeped vibe but not saying anything, decided that they would leave and go home at 9 p.m. at night. As they were going downstairs, they came up and the man working there, he had his hand all held out already, like he was expecting them to come down and give him the key to their room. They drove an hour and a half into the night back home, and Mother refused to bring any belongings into their room in the house and ended up throwing her whole coach purse away. That was because she was that level of creeped out. I have a ghost in my room, and I'm pretty sure that my dog can see it. So I moved into a new house like a half a year ago. I did that with my dad and my younger brother. I got the room that was upstairs, and it's the only room that's upstairs because the stairs lead to my room. Like 3 months pass, my dad says to me, "I believe that a ghost is in your room." So obviously I'm like, "Boy, what?" So after he told me that, my room had a different type of energy. Nothing would go on in my room for like the first year. The only thing weird about it is that there's this one corner that feels like something's there, like all the energy is there. So a year passes. My dog starts to look in the corner, like a lot, and sometimes he'd be under the blankets and randomly jerk up and run out of the blankets just to sit down and look at that corner with his ears perked up. Later, only at night, I would hear these knocking noises in my walls which scared me. I started to believe more and more that this ghost is real. Until today, January 26, 2024, it convinced me 100% that this ghost is real. It's like 7:30 p.m., went into my closet to get a shirt, and there was a full breeze in there. And mind you, there isn't any fan, there's no vents. So, my mind was like, what is happening? I go out of my closet, shut my door, and lay down on my bed. I'm on the phone while watching a show, and then I hear my closet doorknob, and it started to move. I look over, and it's literally turning. I was doing that for a hot 5 seconds, and then it stopped. After that, I freaked out and just remembered, oh yeah, there's a ghost in my room. But after that, I'm convinced that it's real and my dog can see it. I would also like to add that one night when I was falling asleep, something pulled my ear like it was trying to get me out of my bed. I know I didn't imagine it because it felt way too real. He said that when he walks up the stairs, there's like an energy shift. He's also witnessed the door letterbox flip up and down out of the blue. When he comes up to my room, he feels like a pat on his arm. When he first moved in, it was just my brother and my dad who came to the house. My brother started to look around at my room and saw a door handle on the wall and wanted to show my dad. When they went back into the room, the door handle was gone. What is this in my apartment? This started when I was still living with my parents. It's 2015, 2016. It was around 3 a.m. I don't remember the exact time, but it was between 3 and 3:30. Out of nowhere, there were these 3 knocks. Sounded like the noise was coming from underneath my couch storage. Let's call it that. This happened a few times. I had a cat at that time, but she wasn't in the room. Wouldn't have been able to knock so synchronously. Synchronistically, I want to say. This went on for a while. Sometimes it happened more often, sometimes less, but always around the same time, 3:30. Eventually it stopped altogether as far as I can remember. That was in 2022-23. When I moved out in 2023, I started searching for things in my apartment that have been missing to this day, like my new belly button piercings that I'd ordered. Strangely, I put one in before the others disappeared. My body rejected it directly. Eventually, I got used to things disappearing without a trace. My boyfriend then moved in with me, and I made jokes that I had a house ghost named Henry. Found objects in completely different places, and cabinets or doors were open when I was sure I'd closed them, or I wasn't even in the room. And suddenly the door was open. Couldn't be my cat because I was taking her with me. She always was with me in the room at the time. It was just my boyfriend. Once we were both sitting on the couch, I placed a glass on the table and we left the room with the cat, came back, and the glass was on the other side where it couldn't have been reached. About a month ago, I was home alone, lying in bed, and again I heard 3 knocks under the bed. At first, we accepted it and thought it was what it was, because nothing worse happened. But for a few weeks now, we've had a sewing kit on the balcony. My boyfriend sewed something, and it's been out on the small table in the corner since then. The needle was on the table, and it was not possible for the needle to move off of the table because it had a raised edge. So nothing can simply fall off. But a few times the needle was in the front of our chair, which is about half a meter diagonally across from the table. We kept putting the needle back onto the table, and still it would end up there. Today, my boyfriend told me that the needle was upright on the chair. It was stuck at an angle where the backrest and the seat are connected. He saw it, put it back, and I'm really starting to get scared. We both believe in such things and are both sure that it's not normal. My boyfriend's not messing with me because he would often do this during the instance. I hope somebody can help me. Ask Reddit. One day, my girlfriend and brother and I were on our way to a dog shelter in a rural area. We wanted to go play and interact with their rescues and drop off some donations. So we get kind of lost and start down a dirt road leading to the woods. We don't know the area at all. It's midday, so the sun's out and there's no people around, so the drive is, pretty. We're just joking and laughing and enjoying the scenery. As we round a bend in the road, we see an old house with unkept lawn and some broken cars out front, but no obvious signs of people living there. We're still in a good mood and making jokes about the hills have eyes. That's the sort of vibe the house is giving off. But we decided it's best to turn around, and the shelter's clearly not on this road. We follow the road another 10 meters or so to get a clearing behind the house so I can turn around. As we drive past the backyard, we can see the whole yard is full of mannequins. Old, sun-damaged mannequins in all shapes and sizes. Some with clothing, but most just naked and broken. I can't describe how incredibly unsettling this was. There had to be over 50 of them, some without heads, some with only partial heads, and most of them had limbs missing. Some were propped up in kind of strange but very specific positions that had to have been done by somebody deliberately. Some of them were just laying about like they were clearly dropped there ages ago and never touched again. Just a whole yard full of disfigured mannequins in the middle of the woods. Everybody in the car went dead quiet right away. All the joking stopped immediately. I locked the doors and rolled up the windows and started to turn the car around. I told my brother to keep an eye out for the house and my girlfriend to keep an eye on the woods, just to make sure no one was near. Just as I turned around, my brother says, "Someone's looking at us through the curtains." I think that was the most frightening moment of my life. As we pass the house, the door opened and a middle-aged lady comes out and starts walking towards us. She walked right up to the road, and as we approached her with the car, she seemed quite friendly. She gestured for us to stop and roll down her windows, which I actually did. Turns out a lot of people just get lost, and they're looking for the animal shelter like I was. And she was very politely giving us directions. We thanked her and followed her directions, which turned out to be correct. She's just a lady who lives in the woods and collects mannequins. Scared us shitless, though, and I still get the creeps when I walk into that store with dolls. Serious. Do you have any paranormal or fairy or demon or alien encounter real story that you want to add? About 7 years ago, in my house, I began to have weird experiences that we would call duende, which is similar to a dwarf or goblin or a gnome. It first began as somebody knocking the window of my parents' bathroom. They occurred at daytime. First, I thought it was the wind when it hits the window, but I tried an experiment recreating the sound, and it wasn't the same as the wind hitting the window. Some days later, I was walking outside of my yard, saw the line of flower pots that we had, and I began to see something rustling and running toward me in the pots. Ran inside my house and had my door slightly open from the dining room. I was looking at the door, and that's when I saw a small shadow figure with a point on its head. It was walking creepily until it hid behind the cabinet there. I was mesmerized, so I decided to tell my brother about my events. He told me I was being dumb and I was being crazy, even though he had heard the knockings in the window before. So one day when the lights went out at night, he was using his cell phone's flashlight, and that's when a shadow figure began running between his legs, and he screamed about it. Even sometimes he was outside and could see my dog crouch and growl at something. Sometimes there was nothing even there. Even once he was in the bathroom, he heard knocking, and how like if something dropped off and stepped on the tank in the ground in front of the window, like if it was escaping from their mischief. And another day I was just waking up in the morning, heard some whistling, like calling for attention. It was weird because it was like if it came from outside, but you could hear it close if it came from the ambience. The major thing that happened is that one day the house keys got lost. So my mom was angry and made us look for them. We looked for them all day and night, eventually let it go. The next day I went to college and received a call from my mom telling me she found the keys, and asked her, where were they? She told me. They were in the window outside of my bathroom. Did you put them there? I was shocked because neither my brother or I took the keys. My mom was angry enough, so we also discarded the fact that she did it to prank us. And I'm not ending this to prank you. But nonetheless, see ya. My grandpa visited me before passing. 2 days ago, I found out my grandfather's passed away. I live in Australia and my grandpa lives overseas, me visiting every couple of years. We stay in touch over the phone frequently, and I lived with him for 6 years before moving here. He was the most loving grandparent ever, always supportive and always kind. He survived stage 4 cancer 30 years ago, even after the doctor saying that he wouldn't make it. That day while I was getting ready for bed around 12 a.m., I had a sudden feeling something was very wrong, and I should call him. I ignored it, and I thought it was late and I'd call in the morning. I'm awake in bed trying to sleep, eyes open, and I suddenly see strange patterns and a white, blue, purple light. I get the feeling that he's with me. I feel his presence. Can't explain it. It feels warm. A night light starts flickering. It felt like a final visit, a goodbye or a blessing. Can't explain how, but I knew it was him. Thought I was tripping and I fell asleep. At 3 a.m. my dad woke me up to tell me that he's got a call. My grandpa's passed away. It's not fair. Can't stop crying. Been awake since then, and I can't eat, I can't sleep, and I can't get rid of the hole in my chest. I'm supposed to see him in December. He's supposed to come to my wedding and be a great grandfather to my children. We're so close. All I can think of is how he came to visit me, and I should have called him. He had a heart attack, and by the time the ambulance got there, it was too late. The time he passed was around when I felt his presence. I can't even go overseas in time for his cremation because I don't have a visa to visit my country of birth. Lost my citizenship when I became an Australian citizen. So many times so many should-haves. Can't stop crying, and I know how I'll get over this, but I just had to write this and get it off my chest. I never stopped feeling guilty for not calling when I had the feeling. Life sucks. He deserves so much more than what life gave him. I would give anything to see him one more time and say I love you. Can't even remember the last time I said anything to him. I watched him being cremated on video call yesterday, my mom crying over him, saying that I wasn't here. Please come back to me. I don't know how to move on from this. I hope he's at peace where he is now. My house. I live in a haunted house. I know at least one woman was still here. First time I experienced something, I was home during the week. I like to have a space heater on under my desk, and all of a sudden it dropped down like 20 degrees even though the heater was still working. Then I felt a finger poke the back of my neck. I spun around thinking maybe my wife came home for lunch, but it's odd. She works 30 minutes away. And there was nothing behind me. I said, "You aren't supposed to be here, you need to leave." And as soon as I said that, the temperature came back up. Fast forward a few months, and I used to work as a network engineer for a financial company overnight. It was really snowy, so I told everybody to work from home and avoid the roads. About 3 a.m, I told the team I needed to step away to use the restroom. I walked across the family room and did my thing. I returned to my office, went to close the door, but it stopped a couple of inches from the doorway. I looked down, thinking maybe my young daughter had left a toy on the floor before going to bed or something like that, and was blocking the way. Nope, nothing on the floor. I freaked out, thinking maybe I woke my wife and she came down to check on me. Nope, no wife. I said, "Someone there?" I heard a female voice I'd never heard before whisper, "Yes." This time I said, "I told you before, you're not welcome here, you need to leave now." As I said it, the door closed all the way. Since then, we've converted that room into a guest bedroom. It's not uncommon to come downstairs and find a house guest sleeping on the couch, rather than the guest room. That's because they felt creeped out in the guest room. A few months after that, my wife and her daughter flew down to California for Lunar New Year with her family. I had to work, so I stayed home. It was around lunchtime, and I was at the kitchen table, and I heard the same female voice whisper, "Let me in." I was like, nope, never gonna happen. I regularly hear somebody walking around upstairs, and I'm home alone. Not the sound of the house settling, but actual footsteps. Clomp, clomp, clomp. We have a flight of stairs that goes up maybe 15 stairs to a landing before pivoting to the left. If I'm sitting in the corner of the couch downstairs, I can see right up the stairs. I regularly see a female figure standing on the landing out of the corner of my eye. The minute I turn my head, she vanishes. I don't know what this could possibly be. We live in the Balkans, southeastern Europe. About 5 years ago, my mother, grandmother, and aunt went to another city to meet a woman. She's a Muslim woman who uses specific methods with molten lead, water, and reciting Quran verses, the Muslim holy book, to see or hear or simply know information about my family. They've never seen that woman before, but she lives 100 kilometers away from us, So she gets her, lead, drops it in the water, and recites something along the way, and then she takes that bowl and circles around you, and so on. Their visit was a family secret for a long time, until my mother told it to me. Then asked my aunt and grandma individually without them knowing anything in advance, and all of them told me the exact same story. The woman asked them if my infant father went to the hospital on the 40th day since birth, because of his face redness and constant crying, they answered yes. She then said that happened because somebody put some kind of witchcraft on him that night. The woman asked my grandmother if she had a tap next to the house with a white cloth over it, and she answered yes. The woman told her to burn that cloth because somebody put it there to harm her. She then asked my grandmother if you found any dead birds in your backyard recently. She answered yes. Well, she thought it was her cat leaving those birds there. The woman told her, no, it's a person who does it. This is one of the most bizarre, and you don't have to believe me, but she asked my aunt if she lives in a flat, and she said yes. She then asked her if the door threshold is out of stone and it's broken in 2 parts. She said yes. She then said lift the threshold and underneath you will find a small pouch full of sand. Immediately get rid of it. That sand is from the grave of one of your relatives. When my aunt returned home, she really found it. All 3 of them were absolutely shocked and in fear. But they're all Muslims, so they say that the woman simply can communicate with jinn, invisible creatures in Islam. I'm not a Muslim, and I believe that this is something else. But then after some research, I found that the lead ritual dates back to pagan Rome. Why did no one ever talk about it if it works like this? I don't understand anything. How would a stranger know what happened when my father was born 45 years ago? How could she know about that white cloth on the tap? How could she know about the little sand pouch in the front of the flat? She doesn't even know where we're from. This is too much for my brain to process. I see the same girl at different stages of my life, in different locations, always doing the same thing. This began such a long time ago that I can't remember everything perfect. I think the first time I saw her was at around 6 years old by a river. I was with my cousin who's around the same age as me. We were walking and I saw this teenage girl skipping. She was skipping down the path wearing headphones. She was lip-syncing pretty aggressively, making hand movements to whatever song she was listening to, and, I guess you could say really enunciating every word. Thought it was weird, and it was kind of stuck with me because of how much she stood out, but I probably forgot about it the next day. The next time I saw her was at our local mall, probably about a year later. She looked pretty much exactly the same as she did the first time I saw her. Was doing the exact same thing, skipping while aggressively lip-syncing to the music she was playing through her headphones. I didn't think much of it. Told myself she was probably some girl that lived in the area, which would explain why I was seeing her for the second time. Then, a few years later, I see her in a different city my family and I drove to during some break. We're walking around with a few of our other relatives. That's when I see the exact same girl doing the exact same thing. She looks the exact same. She hasn't aged one bit. She's wearing the same headphones and the same hairdo. I've never focused on her clothes before, but I wouldn't be surprised if she was in the exact same outfit. It was questionable, but I never really felt the need to tell anybody about it. I had seen her a few more times after that, but I won't go into detail since it's basically the same idea. I'll be doing my own thing, and then she'll randomly appear looking exactly the same, doing exactly the same thing. I've never approached her, and she's never approached me. We've never even made eye contact. I'll just notice her in the corner of my eye, maybe stare for a bit, and she looks to be on her own, pretty much in her own world without any notice. Haven't seen her in a while now. I'll be about 18 this year, and I think the last time I saw her was around 5 or 6 years ago. But I'm curious. Curious what this even meant, or if something similar's ever happened to anybody else on here. What the fuck is going on? Please help or send advice. I've been living with my boyfriend and his family for a little while now because of the COVID quarantine. They recently moved to a new house and I've been sleeping on the couch in the basement since my boyfriend has a twin bed still and doesn't fit the both of us. I started to notice some weird stuff going on while attempting to sleep down there. There was this toy that was basically a transformer jet airplane with a little speaker that made noises like it was flying. This toy started to go off seemingly at random throughout the night. The first few nights of this, it didn't freak me out enough to think anything was up. Maybe just an old messed up toy with a stuck button. Then a few nights later, it woke me up exactly 3 a.m. going off like crazy. It sounded like somebody was repeatedly pressing the button almost. I actually got really fed up because it woke me up in the middle of the night and ended up putting me upstairs. Despite it being on a different level, I could still hear it going off. That same night I could hear footsteps going up and down the stairs leading to the basement, but I did end up finally falling back asleep. The next day my boyfriend's mom returned the toy to the basement. At about 6 a.m. I was awoken again by the toy going off like all hell. It was going off so often that it wouldn't even complete the noise before starting again. I was mad at this point, began yelling at the toy and the spirit to stop and leave me alone. It got worse, then worse, and it got worse the more I yelled at it. I eventually grabbed the toy and threw it onto the back porch. For the next few nights nothing happened. That is until tonight. I woke up at 4 a.m. to water being poured or streaming onto my feet. Jumped up to investigate where it was coming from and what had just happened. As soon as I jumped up, the steady stream stopped. Only a few droplets of water were coming down once it stopped only a few seconds later. I investigated the ceiling and saw no water damage or sign of leakage. There was a pool of water on the leather couch that I sleep on, but I couldn't find an actual source for the water. Checked on all the animals and all of them were fast asleep. I was worried that the cat had peed on the couch. Even Wen made sure all the members of my boyfriend's family were asleep in case it was one of them trying to pull a prank on me, but they were all still in bed passed out. I hadn't even told anybody of the weird occurrences beside my boyfriend. I really don't know what's going on. Saw something about water poltergeist and I tried to look into this weird phenomenon, and I've never heard of water poltergeist before, but it seems to fit the situation. Has anyone experienced this? I was serving tables in 2014, grave shift. The restaurant was on, quote-unquote, the boats, otherwise known as the casino. So this is a one-way in, one-way-out situation. The only other door is a service door that waitstaff uses to go to the bathroom in the parking garage. That's because we aren't supposed to use the same one as the casino patrons. We have to go through the kitchen to get there, and he would have to pass me. Open the kitchen, I can always see the door and who's entering and leaving unless my back's turned. Beautiful man appears at the booth. Place is dead. Empty, maybe 3 or 4 a.m. Walk up thinking he slipped in and I wasn't looking, and I apologized if he had to wait. He tells me to sit. So I sit with him and entertain him a bit, but like I said, this man was beautiful. He then asks me about my spirituality and then tells me to take a piece of paper and write the 3 things I want most out of life. I don't want to say what I wrote because I'm superstitious, but he watches quietly smiling. I ask him if he's ready to order. He tells me he needs more time, but he would love a water. As I started to walk away, he asked me to read my now folded paper. I say sure and laugh because I often have deep conversations with strangers. And he's been pretty flirty, so I figure it's some type of pickup line. Mind you, he told me to really think about it. But when I wrote it, he says, "Are you sure that's it, no money?" Mind you, this man doesn't know what I wrote yet. I didn't write anything to do with money, only mental and emotional things. I turn the corner to the kitchen facing the one door. I pour his water still facing the door from the soda fountain. I'd be able to see him walk out with my peripheral. I walk fast back to the booth past that door, no one's sitting in the booth, my paper's gone. Still baffles me. Who or what was that? In your opinion, there's no way he snuck past me. So, no malevolence, if anything. At first I was upset because I wanted to get his number, because I felt like he was into me, and then I realized he literally disappeared and got genuinely freaked the fuck out. But also happy and smiley knowing that he wasn't human. Now, writing this sounds like some crazy stuff Odin would do, but he had both of his eyes. For the longest time I thought maybe an angel, but I don't know if I even believe that anymore because I believe in spirit guides. Would they be able to manifest themselves into a human body? I'm like 85% that my house is haunted. The thing is, I'm the only one that'll actually admit something actually off. My house used to be an ice house back in the late 18th century, and then later an apothecary. You can still find the old bottles in the river. That's if you dig down deep enough. We lived here for 15 years, and I've always felt off in the basement. Can't really explain it. Just kind of a sixth sense that tells me something's not right. For the first 10 or 12 years living here, I can't really remember anything happening besides that feeling. Then right before I went off to basic training, I've had 3 separate encounters in this house. The first one being the most bizarre, in my opinion. I was down in the basement playing around at my computer. That's when I felt something fly by my head. It hit my ear and then fell onto the desk, preceded by footsteps going up the stairs. First, I thought it was my dad playing around. Went up to my parents' room and asked my mom to get her husband. That's when my dad jolted awake and asked, "What do you mean?" My mom woke up and was able to confirm that he was there the entire time. Took them back downstairs into the basement to tell them what happened, and look for whatever hit me. What hit me was a little 1-inch piece of plaster. My dad said I have no explanation. The piece fits perfectly in a spot in the wall directly behind me. My second and most notable encounter I actually got on video. I was sitting on the couch in our living room watching, TV, and everybody was out in like a sports event or something. I have a screen door and a glass door to my left that leads to a porch. A little into my movie, I started hearing knocking, like soft knocks at times and then heavier ones. There's no tree branches near my porch, and the screen door has no way of touching the glass. I opened the curtains, no one was there. I then started recording. In the video, I talk about hearing the knocking, and I'm kind of freaked out at this point when you can clearly hear 2 distinct rhythmic knocks. I then call my buddy, asked him to pull his car so it covers one exit from my backyard while I go to the other just to make sure no one's messing with me. Well, there's absolutely nobody there. We went inside, and I was telling him about it when it knocked again. This freaked us both out, but after that, it completely stopped. We spent the rest of the night watching Jackass together. That's a warm way to end a story. Need help identifying Ace. So this was about 20 years ago. Crap, it's been that long, I must be old. I lived in Las Vegas and I was dating a woman a few years older than I was. She worked at an art gallery and had odd hours. When I would get off work, I would sometimes go over to her house and cook dinner and wait for her. She was into spiritual things and I never quite pried. She was into Native American sweat lodges, but we never really discussed it. Apparently, she had left a Mormon church as a young adult. Anyway, she lived in what at the time was the edge of the city. BLM land started about 2 blocks over. I was sitting on her couch one day and saw what looked like a medium-sized dog walk out from the spare room, but then sat in the hallway. She didn't have a dog. Sat my book down to approach it and it was just gone. Odd, I thought. Things like this happen about 2 times more. The dog's now larger, about the size of a large Rottweiler. I slept over a few nights later and was raiding the fridge. Got the feeling of being watched. I turned and he was in the living room. He looked normal but was bigger with red eyes. I blinked and he was still there. I approached him and he vanished. I dubbed him Ace. She never really had seen him and knew nothing of it. Over the next 2 months I saw him more frequently. He fluctuated in size, once growing larger when I looked at him, but kept the red eyes and was becoming more aggressive, and I would say contemptuous. 2 occasions he growled, not a warning canine growl, but more of a "don't screw with me and know your place" sort of thing. I saw him once while she was in the room and she was turned toward him and he vanished. It was odd. We broke up a couple of months later, never saw Ace again. So, yes, I've seen what I'd call ghosts. And no, I don't use Ouija boards. I don't do drugs, I drink in small amounts, and I have no mental illness other than imposter syndrome regarding work. Most tech people do. We know we're frauds and we'll lose our jobs when others figure it out. So my question to the community is this: any idea what or who Ace was? I think there are some things in my house. Maybe. I'll start by saying I moved out from my childhood home recently and my feed was showing me paranormal stuff. I came here to talk about a few experiences in my house that not only happened to me. This happened when I was 15 or 16. I was in the dining room doing homework in the middle of the night. There's 2 doors that lead to the hallway where the rooms are, and normally only one of them is closed and the other's open. I wasn't paying any mind to it since it didn't bother me, but from the corner of my eye, I was seeing a slender silhouette coming from the hallway. None of my male family members had that body type. I turned to see, thinking maybe it was one of my uncle's friends. Oh, there was no one. I went to bed soon after, a bit freaked. The light figure. This happened to my brother. He was 12 or 14. We shared a room, but each have our own side. He told me that he turned around and he saw a light figure at the border of the bed. In a position one can assume it's staring, but it was super quick. Moving stuff. And this time it was broad daylight. There's a cleaning lady that comes to our house. We talked to her a lot since she's basically my nanny when I was younger. We, being the nanny, brother, and me, were talking normally and all, and we're standing. No one was moving, but the things from the backboard, like from my bed to the side, we stared at each other and asked if maybe one of us moved the bed accidentally, but nope. Tapping and knocking. There had been various instances where there had been knocks or taps on windows and doors, both at night and day, also heard by nanny, brother, uncle, father, and me, helping me find a thing. This was while I was on an online class. The teacher had asked us to have some markers. I started searching because I knew that there was some piece of cardboard that was sitting on my mom's desk that fell out of nowhere. That thing had been there for more than 2 weeks, just sitting there. It was like in the process of falling. It threw a small plastic vase that had some things in it. It was a marker, and I was pleasantly surprised. Hesitantly said and thanked the air. Anybody who's still awake, let's all hesitantly thank the air. See ya. I lived behind a graveyard. Yep, that's right. My family house backs up to a graveyard. In fact, we back up to one of the oldest cemeteries in the state. From my understanding, the land in my neighborhood was developed on in the 1970s was originally a fruit tree farm. Each of the homes on the street has at least one fruit tree on their property as a relic of the farm. My family had an apple tree. I know that these stories should always be taken with a grain of salt. I consider myself a pretty level-headed person. My parents are physicians and we operate under a very practical, realistic way of navigating life. And even with that understanding of how the world works, we've experienced things that have never been able to be explained. Growing up, the house always gave me an uneasy feeling. I constantly had the feeling I wasn't alone. I'd had something knock on my window in the middle of the night, and I've heard footsteps down the hallway. I've seen an apparition, seen things fly off the table, and had countless other experiences, big and small, that were just normal occurrences. My mom also had interesting experiences, including old toys turning on when they had no batteries, things pushed from behind while gardening, seeing unexplained things from time to time. There'd be periods of more activity and periods of quiet. During the active moments, we would refer to the house as being loud. It was the loudest when nobody but us, but it was the loudest when one of us would get sick. Perhaps one of the strangest moments was when we found a bone in our backyard. The bone was examined by our local forensics team. It was concluded that the bone was part of the end of a human femur, with an unknown origin. They didn't give a date, but they did say it was likely several hundred years old. Weirdly enough, we found it by accident. One morning, it was just sitting on the top of a flower bed, maybe 20 feet from the house. And at this point, the bone's family lore, and we've never been able to explain its existence. There's never been any evidence to suggest somebody was buried outside of the cemetery lines, but it certainly makes you wonder. No other bones were ever found. If you're ever wondering what they did with the bone, well, we kept it. Actually, when a very quick investigation concluded, a police officer came by to drop off the bone. Weird move, but we didn't really know what to do, so we took it. Since that moment in 2006, it sat on the mantel above our fireplace. The bone ended up setting in motion a specific series of events that ended up coming to our family's aid later on in life, so we keep it up as a reminder of that moment. I lived behind a graveyard, too. My mom got locked out of the house. I wrote a while back about the bone I found in my graveyard, or in the backyard of my family's home, and some of the weird things that I experienced. Here's another unexplained moment. In my college years, I lived in the same town as my parents, about 15 minutes away. As an adult, I'm close with my parents and I see them regularly. So the morning my mom called me, I assumed she was going to ask me if I wanted to go get dinner or to come over. However, when I answered, I was met with a wavering voice. "Can you come over? I locked myself out." "You did? How? Which door?" "The front door. Can you please come over?" And as I pulled up to the house, my mom was standing at the front of the driveway, and her body language said that something was wrong. I made a snarky comment about needing to hide a key away. Then I walked her to the front door, and as I unlocked the door, I realized it was a deadbolt that was locked, not the doorknob lock. It made me pause before opening the door, realizing that you can't open the door with the deadbolt locked. And as I pause, she laughs and says, "You're not going to believe me." "Oh?" Went to take out the trash, and when I closed the door behind me, I even jiggled the doorknob to make sure it was unlocked, and it was. But the deadlock was locked, not the doorknob. I know, that's why I'm freaked out. When I went to go back inside, I realized the door was locked, and here's the thing, don't make fun of me. Now we're standing in the entryway, and she points to the glass panel next to the front door. You know what I'm talking about? Those decorative glass panels that would be set next to front doors? Well, she points at it and says, "I swear I saw somebody walk past and I looked inside. I swear it was Mark." She's one of 4 siblings, 2 of which had at the time this story and recently died from old age. She wasn't that close with either of them as they were significantly older than her. When they died, I know she felt conflicted on not having close relationships with them, and I know she felt more alone in the world with both of them gone, regardless of their relationships. We did a sweep of the house, checking every room and hiding spot. I don't know what they were looking for or what we would have done if we had found something or someone, but after an uneventful search, we both laughed about the whole thing and left shortly after and got to class. She was the only person in that house all day. Before he left, Mom and I both scolded the house. Knock that shit off. This wasn't the only time Mark showed up, but it wasn't the most unsettling. Did you hear that? This was experienced by my son and myself 3 years ago. My wife's mother had passed away in late June 2021. At the time, my son was 11. It was just me and him in the house while my wife was trying to get some things organized at her mom's house. My son and I were sleeping in our 4-bedroom home. We have wooden floors, so the floors tend to creak when we walk on it. This happens in a lot of older homes. While we were sleeping, I wake up to the sound of someone walking with a walker. An aluminum walker, to be exact. Those of you that have heard the sound they make could relate. I stay laying down and I could literally hear it going down the hallway. Then I hear my son wake up and asks if it's me. I quickly popped out of bed and went to the door. As I opened my bedroom door, my son opens his as well. He says, "What was that?" I saw a worried look in his face. I lied to him and told him that it was me walking, and that really was a bird flying through my house. Then he said it sounded like Grandma's walker, and again I lied and said that it was probably me making that noise. Get back to bed. Get some sleep. It was 2:43 a.m. after all. This shit gave me the chills and creeped the shit out of me. After a few months, we had a family over and we were sitting in the dining room talking, and the back door just slammed shut. No wind, no earthquake, no nothing, just slammed shut. Family was like, "Oh shit, what the hell?" That's when the truth of the sound of Grandma's walker came out. I told the family very quietly what had transpired, and how my son and I both heard the sound of an aluminum walker going down the hallway. My son was listening from his room. Sonic ears. He came out and said, "I knew you were lying to me. I knew you heard Grandma's walker too." To this day, there's so much weird shit going on in this house. It all started after I lit a candle. It was supposed to be help to guide her mom to the other side. All I think it did was open a damn door to, who knows where. This is giving me the chills just writing it here. Ghost in the apartment. My father was involved. Whatever I ask him about what happened that night in the apartment, he insists it never even happened. He's the type that stays away from the paranormal, including speaking about it. This incident happened when I was a baby, young enough for a baby to cry in the middle of the night. My crib was set up right next to my parents' bed, close enough to check in on me. My mother heard my cries and was about to get up until my dad sat up and said, "Don't worry, I'll get her." He went around the bed and picked me up, sat me in his arms and left the room. My mom sat her head back down on the pillow, listening to me cry in the kitchen as my dad paced back and forth. This was when it happened. My mother felt something in the room, but didn't see it really turn, and something grabbed the back of her head. She said it felt like a hand. Grabbed her and lifted her head back up, and she froze. Bent her head back, making her neck bulge out. It was as if something was trying to snap her neck. At that moment, she screamed out my father's name. Her head fell back onto the pillow, and she quickly turned to the door and saw it. A white figure darting out of the room and into the hallway. My father, meanwhile, heard my mother scream, and he ran toward the hallway. Saw the same figure dart out and run into the hallway bathroom. My father, with me still in his arms, ran forward. Turned on the bathroom lights to face whoever was in there. Found no one. Went into the bathroom to see my mother sitting up in shock. "Did you see that?" My dad nodded. They realized quickly that it was a spirit, a malicious one, and they both spent the night in the living room. They moved a few months later. I asked my mother if she ever saw it again, or see anything out of the ordinary, things moving out of place or cold chills. But she said that was the only incident. Whenever I bring it up with my father, he denies it and tells me your mom's lying, or I don't remember that happening. That was until a few years ago he let it slip. Years of denial shattered when my mother and I were talking about other ghost stories. My dad listened to our conversation and said, "Remember that apartment when we saw one?" The moment it came out of his mouth, I saw his expression morph into surprise, like a secret he wasn't supposed to tell. I said, "I thought you said you didn't remember." And he just went quiet. Red door, yellow door. Is it real? Is it fake? Is it psychological? Is it paranormal? Nobody truly knows. It's just suspicion that people go off of. Writing this will probably get me into trouble, but I need help. I really do. I've played Red Door, Yellow Door. I made a lot of discoveries. I have a whole book written about what happened, and what we think it was really about. We had lots of suspicion. The Shadow Man is a real entity, and after all this, my friend who went to the game feels watched all the time. He's seen him, seen the doors in the rooms when he shuts her eyes. She. It's not as much anymore, but she still is scared of the dark. We pushed the limits and we did things that we weren't supposed to, like not getting him when we saw him. We thought it'd be funny and we had no idea what might happen. I didn't go in, I just put my friends in, but the thing was I was the only one who could put them into the game. I don't really know why, we worked out a lot, but not that one. It all wore off after a while, the excitement of it. So we just kept the book. And we means me, nobody else wanted it. The book is right next to my bed and I've never been the same. I feel watched and I'm scared of the dark and I wasn't before. I've seen him, and my sisters have seen him in my bedroom. I think that I have to destroy this book. I need somebody who knows that they're, really what they're doing to give me some advice. This book has notes on what we think happens, the background of this entity, and a lot of things I think the Shadow wouldn't want people to know. I might be crazy, but please don't think I'm lying or faking it because nobody believes me, and I thought this was a paranormal page, so maybe you might believe me and help me. As far as I know, nobody's really explored Red Door, Yellow Door as much as I did. There's no documents on it, and I know it's quite hard to get your head around. Doesn't sound real, but I'm desperate for somebody to help me. My phone's glitching so much as I type this. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, but it was fine before I started typing about all this. Locked bathroom door keeps opening when I shower, plus some odd stuff from the past. Well, it all started back in college. I was laying in bed one night and I had one roommate, but he was gone in his girlfriend's dorm that night. I was laying there in my bed and I started seeing a shadow of some sort move across the ceiling. I then started hearing a footstep across the carpeted floor. This was a very small dorm, by the way, no bathroom. And to continue, I saw the shadow on the ceiling. I hear the walking. Covered my head with the blankets in fear and shock and decided to lay completely still. Like that would do anything. And then maybe less than a minute later, I hear and barely feel my top blanket, down blanket moving, like a hand was moving on it near my legs. I could also hear it as well like a hand. It scared me. But for reference, I was staying in a dorm at UNC, the University of Northern Colorado, which is said to be the most haunted college in the U.S. Then some other time I was staying in my girlfriend's dorm room. It was a larger dorm than mine, and she had just one roommate. Her roommate and that roommate's boyfriend stayed the night in her bed while I stayed the night in my girlfriend's bed. So on that night I remember all of us asleep. The roommate woke us up, I guess, at some point in the night to something or someone saying her name right by their bed. It's a woman's voice. She told us that, all morning, I guess, that she was the only one that was hearing it. Guess she freaked out and jumped out of her bed. Boyfriend didn't hear any of it as well, and neither did me or my girlfriend. Activity of the paranormal calmed down after college. Nowadays, when I shower, I'll get off the toilet before showering or out of showering, and the door's just open just a hair, like an inch. Lock the door every single time. I've even checked after noticing to see if in fact I locked it, and it is locked but opened. Talked to my friends, and they and myself think that there's a spirit following me. When I was a young kid, I remember getting off the school bus and hearing somebody calling my name. Yet my neighbors were gone on vacation. My dad was gone at work. No one else in the area knew my name. So that's why I think something's been following me for more than a while. Perhaps a good spirit. A lot of weird things happened to me. Okay, so a lot of weird things have been happening, but almost every incident is possibly explained by something normal, like my bedroom door closing gently on its own. My window was open, so it could have been from that, even though there's really no wind blowing. But every situation is like this. I hear floorboards squeaking on my stairs when no one's upstairs or anybody even near there. But it's an old house and noises happen, right? I often hear or feel somebody walking into the room when my back is turned. I look back fully expecting to see my son or my husband trying to sneak up on me and startle me. There's never anyone there. I've also had the sensation of somebody gently grabbing me when no one's around. That's been happening since I was a kid, and I'm currently in my late 30s. But there's some things that completely freaked me out. I was standing in the hallway talking to my son. I noticed a shadow on the wall above the doorway next to us. I assumed it was caused from sunlight coming in through the bathroom window behind him. The shadow was moving like my son was talking to me. Then he walked away and the shadow stayed. First, I thought it was actually my shadow. I moved and the shadow stayed. It was still moving about like that when my son was there speaking to me. I tried putting my hands up in front of the window to block the sunlight, but I just couldn't get my actual shadow to reach up that high in the wall no matter where I stood. The window is unusually high up on the wall. You'd need a ladder to see into the bathroom from outside. I actually recorded a video of the shadow to show my husband, but I can't find it. I could have sworn I saved it to my Google Photos, but it's not there. The incident that freaked me out the most was when I was opening the bathroom door to exit the bathroom. The door swung open so hard that I thought my son was messing with me, and he grabbed the door from the outside and yanked it from my hand. I looked immediately through the small opening on the hinge side of the door to catch him in the act, so to say, trying to scare me. I was yelling, "Nice try!" But nobody was there. Visiting Grandma in the cemetery. My maternal grandmother died in May of 2017. That was after suffering with heart problems for about a year. My family and I visited her at the hospital when she fainted. She never regained consciousness and was on life support for the final day of her life. I don't know her that well, and I really wasn't that close to her. A few weeks after her death, I dreamt of her. She messaged me in the dream. It was in a language I didn't understand. The words looked like they were upside down or even backwards. I was in a garden. I was receiving her messages through texts and like a very large tablet or phone. This is how we last communicated when she was alive. I only ever spoke to her through the phone. In December of 2017, we visited her at her gravesite. We went in the day and noticed a Christmas tree inside the chapel. My mom immediately wanted to buy an ornament for the tree since you could add the name of the person buried at the cemetery and their birth date. However, we had other things to see and do as my grandmother's buried in a cemetery 3 hours away from our home. We were touring the city she lived in. That was as my mom lived there as a teenager. We went back at night close to 9 p.m. My sister drove us there, and there was pretty much 8 of us in the car. In the day, we met 2 office ladies and spoke to them for a while. It was windy and rainy at night, and I remember feeling incredibly freaked out. I didn't want to be there any longer. I saw my mom and my sister go into the chapel and put the ornament in the tree. After they came out, the door shut behind them. In the car, we're all freaked out, but figured it was the wind. My mom and sister went to say their last goodbyes to my grandmother. As they walked back to the car, I noticed that an office lady was walking with them. She was conversing with them and laughing. She waved her goodbyes and walked away. My mom and sister got in the car, made a comment about the weather, and I asked, "Why was the office lady here?" They turned around to me with shocked looks on their faces and told me, "What office lady?" The new house. I bought my house in 2013. I was aware that before we moved in, an elderly lady had lived there for around 4 years before passing away. We never learned if the woman passed away in the house, but I wasn't really worried about it at the time. And this is just for context, as I'm not actually sure to this day that everybody actually died in the house. First occurrence was June 2013. One night before we moved the furniture to our house, my wife and our 2 toddlers were painting. It was getting late. My wife decided that she would take the kids and head to my parents' house for the night. While I was painting alone in the master bedroom, I heard the toilet seat slam down violently in the guest bedroom on the other side of the wall where I was painting. I mustered my courage and walked around the corner. Down that hallway, stepped into the bathroom and turned on the light, only to find the toilet seat was up. Second occurrence, December 2013. It was around Christmas time. We just finished uploading up the car to head back to Florida from Texas. I'd just gotten into the car that parked in the garage facing the road. My wife was inside checking that everything in the house was set for a week trip. Shortly after I had sat down, just started the car. My wife sat down next to me and shut the door. Almost immediately after my wife sat down, I saw a figure of a person walk behind the car in the rearview mirror. Look at my wife. I asked if she saw that. With a cold look of fear in her face, she muttered, "Yeah." I searched the house for 15 minutes and found nothing. Last occurrence, 2016. It was late and I was heading to the office playing Minecraft on my PC. I fell asleep while playing in my chair with my shirt off and woke up to the touch of a hand on my chest from behind me. While still half asleep, I started to open my eyes and I felt nails digging into my skin and yelped. I went into the living room, flipped on the light, and had 3 claw marks on my left side of my chest. Additionally, my wife had just been given 2 Japanese geisha dolls that were set on the mantel over a fireplace. I got a really eerie feeling upon looking at them as I walked into the living room and threw them away. So this may have been a separate entity. The dolls were bought in an antique shop and were a gift. Childhood Hatman. When I was a kid growing up in rural South Carolina, I lived in a very broken home. My grandfather raised me until I was old enough to start school. Then I went to live with my parents and brother, who were about a year older. My dad was a truck driver. My mom worked at a local truck stop. My parents were very abusive to each other, and my brother and my mom was extra mean towards me. Anyways, there was this figure that stayed around the house that in the past year I've learned is the entity described as the Hatman. The Hatman would make itself seen during all hours of the day and night, both in the home and around the property. Anyone who spent any time around the home or had seen it, they'd probably seen him. One night when my mother and her coworker friend got off from work, they decided to grab some food and hang out at the house, middle of the night. Mom's friend had her boyfriend tag along with them. The boyfriend saw the entity in the house and it scared him so bad he ran out and refused to enter the house again. And at one point my parents had a preacher come pray over the property, even though they weren't really religious people. But nothing changed. The strange thing is that I never was really afraid of the entity. I actually found comfort in knowing it was around and would get slightly excited when I would see it. My home life was really bad at the time. My parents beat each other routinely, and that's when they get along. They'd be pretty violent, my brother and I. Looking back, I wonder if things being so terrible was the reason I wasn't afraid. Figured it couldn't be much worse than my reality. We continued to see this entity. A few things happened, and they happened quickly, so I'm not really sure what the break was. We moved into another home across town. About the time we got moved in, my father got a DUI, resulting in him losing his truck driver's license and needing to change his life in a hurry to keep from losing everything. Right after he got his DUI, within 2 weeks, he and my mother went to church and changed their lives forever. Never went back to that old lifestyle. Dad eventually became a preacher years later. Never saw the entity again after the move. I never liked this cemetery. My mom's father died when she was around 18. Ever since I can remember, she frequently visited his grave at the cemetery, decorating it and visiting it and so on. When I was too little to be left alone and my dad wasn't home, she would take me with her. Ever since I can remember, I've hated that cemetery. Being there always made me anxious, scared, and gave me bad vibes, whatever you want to call it. I'd always refuse to get out of the car at first, until inevitably being alone sitting in the car got too scary, so I'd get out. The grave isn't far from where you'd park your car in the pathway thing, so I could get out and join my mom easily. Because of this, there's a tree nearby between the graves and the road. Getting out of the car always made the feeling worse. Even if I was going with my mom, I couldn't wait to go home. This went on for years, till a few years ago. I was around 16, I believe. My mom told me a story that literally made my jaw drop. Hadn't got out of the car during that visit, and when she got back in, she said, "You know, you've never liked being here ever since the first time me and your dad brought you as a baby." Then proceeded to tell me a story that made the whole thing make sense. Apparently, when I was a little baby, old enough to sit up on my own and such, my mom and dad took me to the cemetery to visit my grandpa's grave. I was sitting in the grass, happy and all. They were keeping an eye on me, but weren't like all eyes on me. I was looking up in the aforementioned tree between the graves and the road, and all of a sudden I started screaming, like I was being actively stabbed or something. I was terrified. My parents scooped me up, checked me over, and there's no answer bugs on me in the ground where I was, but I kept crying until they left, eyeing that tree. I don't remember what I saw in the tree, or I would have described it, but whatever it was scared me so bad it must have scared me or something. After she finished, it made so much sense to me why I never liked the place. I was always so anxious to be there. That'll happen. My house is haunted. Please help. So we just moved into a new place. It's brand new, 2024. It's a trailer in a trailer park. We've lived there for a little over a month now, and just recently have been experiencing some unexplained events. One night, me and my dog were laying on the couch, kind of falling asleep, when all of a sudden we hear a loud crinkling noise coming from the bedroom hallway where the kids sleep. Except my kids were staying the night at my mom's. My dog heard it and jumped up. It was creepy, but I shrugged it off. A few days later, my kid was in bed, and it was like 1 a.m. I heard a voice. Checked out my kids, and they were dead asleep. Just didn't sound like their voice. Again, shrugged it off because maybe sleep talking, but, well, the other night we all just had a living room sleepover. We're all sleeping in the living room, and while everybody else is sleeping, I heard a loud voice say, "Hello?" from the kids' bedroom hallway again, followed by tapping sounds. Now, the next day I went to check out the kids' bedrooms. Stepped on a toy in my kids' room, and it was the same voice. However, you need to push a button to make this go off. This is when I'm officially scared, convinced this isn't explainable. My fiancé then left out of town a couple of days with the kids to visit his dad. Last night was the worst night of all of them. Bathroom fan next to my son's room turned on. I went and turned it off, started walking away, and I heard my son's fan in his bedroom turn on, and I ran to my room. Got in my bed, and there was banging on the bottom of the bed. It was so hard the bed was shaking. My heart started pounding. I called my mom crying and begging for her to come over. She came over, and I just left straight with her that night. I'm one to look at every logical explanation before thinking of paranormal activity, but there's no explanation for this. There was banging and pounding on the bed really loud. I don't know what to do. My fiance goes out of town for work for 3 months, and I'm scared to be alone. Sleep paralysis or just a bad dream? This just happened. I'm wide awake and a bit freaked out. So just to preface this, I'm staying in Vegas at a popular downtown hotel. So basically, I don't know if I was dreaming or not. Pretty sure I was, because after this, I felt like I woke up. I was laying in bed and it sounded like somebody was using the bathroom, which is to my left and closed. I hear the door close and loud footsteps walking toward the foot of the bed. Then it feels like someone is climbing into the bed onto me. My head starts feeling very strange. I don't know how to describe it, but I got the feeling it was trying to enter me. I don't know, it was like the feeling I got. But whatever it was on top of my chest. I was struggling and couldn't speak fully, and I was trying desperately to wake up my wife. I could still use my right arm, which I could use to nudge her, but she didn't wake. During this, I'm trying to speak, but I can't fully speak. It was like I could mumble a word out here and there, but it was a fight. When I would look where it would be on top of me, there was nothing. There was just blankets. As if they were like up and over it, but the entity didn't reveal itself. I'm not sure how this concluded, like I said, but it felt like I woke up. There are details about the room during the event that make me think it was a dream. I think things are different, but I don't know if it was a separate dream or not. Before coming here, I was reading reviews about this hotel and a woman had similar experience. It sounded like she was sure it really happened. But after reading that, I rebooked my room in a different tower. So yeah, I've never in my life had sleep paralysis. And the more I think about it, the more it sounds like sleep paralysis, but this is weird for sure. My wife just woke up saying she had a dream where we were running and something was chasing us, but we couldn't see it. But earlier, said that, well, I was just laying there. I don't know what to think right now. I'm supposed to be here in 2 more nights and we're considering leaving, but we think we're going to give it another night. Second time's the charm. An old man keeps appearing to my family. My dad, my oldest brother, and a family friend had both seen this old man at different points in their life. When my dad was about 14 in his childhood home, he went downstairs to get a drink. He doesn't remember what time it was. It could have been 3 a.m. or it could have been 11 p.m. He doesn't remember. The living room door was already open. The hallway light was shining into the living room, making it dimly lit. My dad went to walk into the living room, but noticed an old man sitting in the chair in the left-hand corner. It was as he were facing directly into the room. My dad said he didn't feel scared or intimidated, he was just confused. My dad and the old man were just looking at each other for a solid 10 seconds before my dad walked into the living room, went to the kitchen, got his water, and came back. When he came back out into the kitchen, the old man was still sitting there, but his body was still the same direction as before. But the old man's head was facing my dad's direction. My dad walked past the old man once again and went back to bed. The next morning, my dad asked his dad, my granddad obviously, who his friend was and who was in the house. My granddad said he didn't have any friends over. About 20 years later, when my family moved into the house I now live in, I wasn't born at this point. My brother, who's about 7 years old, was the last one into the house. As you walk in the front door, the staircase is slightly to the right, but basically in front of you. My brother started screaming and crying, and my parents came running through. My dad asked him what was wrong, and my brother pointed up to the top of the staircase and explained that there was an old man up there staring at him. Just after Christmas of 2019, so not that long ago, my mom had 2 of her friends over. They've never been in the house before. My mom shouted me down, and she told me to ask a friend who's a bit older, but he just saw at the kitchen door. I asked him. He explained he looked up and saw an old man just standing there looking across at him, and then he just disappeared. I asked him for more details, but he struggled to describe what the old man looked like. He could only say that he looked relatively normal. I think I astral traveled and saw suicide. I was in high school when this happened. I've never had another experience like it. It was the most vivid dream I've ever had. Also, the only dream where my perspective was above the scene, so to speak, rather than inside of it. I was in a house and it was very dark. I don't have a body, but it didn't seem odd to me at the time. I didn't recognize the house and I'd never been there before. I was in the living room looking around. Wooden floors, red drapes, fireplace, doorway to the left, all the lights were off. I could still see inside from street lamps outside. I noticed there was a body of an old man hanging from the ceiling. He was hanging from a cord. He was clearly deceased. I'd never seen this man before. I was staring at him and didn't notice anybody enter the room. A grown man screamed, "Dad!" It startled me so much that I snapped awake. It felt so real. It was like the scream was right next to me. My ears were still ringing from the noise. Walked around the house to see if anybody was awake. Maybe the noise was my family or a TV or something. But only my mom was awake. It was really late, like maybe 3 or 4 in the morning. She groggily looked at me and asked what I was doing. I asked if she heard a noise. She said no. I'm confused and just tried to brush it off, but I had a really bad feeling about my grandfather. I decided I would call my dad the next day just to be sure. Came home from school and called him first thing. Said he was fine and asked about my grandfather. He said my grandfather was fine too, and I sighed in relief. He said it was funny I asked because my grandfather's friend had committed suicide that night. Was found by his son in the living room. I was speechless. I didn't say anything about my dream because my dad's very judgy and quite skeptical. The whole dream aside, I thought it was so strange because I'm not close with his side of the family at all. I'd never met that man before. Don't know why I would have traveled there. I think my dad may have experienced a dimension shift. First of all, my dad hates liars, so I know for a fact he wouldn't bullshit me and wouldn't keep a lie up for years like this. My dad and his friend Jamie were doing an all-nighter. They were about 17 years old, and we were out of their hometown. They went and sat down at a local primary school at around 2 or 3 a.m. They sat at the front entrance. The playground is around the back of the building. My dad says he closed his eyes and he has no idea if he fell asleep for 10 seconds, a minute, or even an hour. He has no clue. But he suddenly woke up to Jamie standing above him, looking down on him. My dad asked him what he was doing, and Jamie said something along the lines of, "Oh, nothing, I need to piss." Jamie started to walk away and about to turn the corner. My dad could see Jamie's shadow getting smaller and smaller. My dad once again closed his eyes and then fell asleep, and again doesn't really know how long he slept for, but once he woke up to Jamie standing above him again. Confused, my dad asked him what he was doing. Jamie gave the exact same response of needing to go piss, and he started walking away again. My dad suddenly sat up and watched Jamie's shadow get smaller and smaller. Obviously, my dad was confused, so we got up and walked down, and my dad turned the corner a few seconds after Jamie. He looked down the long path, and Jamie wasn't to be seen. My dad got freaked out and left the premises. Then a big gust of wind went right past my dad, but didn't get to my dad, and it freaked him out even more. My dad ran home. The next day, my dad went up to Jamie's house and asked him what the fuck happened. So after my dad explained his side, Jamie looked really confused. Jamie explained that him and my dad were at the big tree in the playground the entire time with a big gust of wind hitting Jamie. When he turned around, my dad was gone from the entire area. So my dad and Jamie were both with each other, but in 2 places at once, and one of each set disappeared. Anybody have a theory on what this could have been? Ghost in Daytona Beach. In 2012, me and my boyfriend stayed with a couple of their friends that lived in Daytona. The house the couple lived in was from the 60s and had a very weird vibe about it. I mentioned to my boyfriend I didn't like walking through the house at night. We slept in the back bedroom, which was a futon and a chair in front of a closet facing the bed. Well, on our 7th day, there I was ready to go home. My boyfriend and I were having a kind of a rough patch. I was over it and I wanted to be home. That night I had a lot of weird dreams, so I thought. I dreamt my grandpa in his Sunday clothes talking to me and giving me very good advice. Then asked about my boyfriend, asked what we were fighting about, and he told me that I needed to decide to be fully in this relationship or leave, but that my boyfriend was a good man and he's worth fighting for. Again, we were in a weird place. We're married now. Congrats. Anyways, it feels like a very, very real conversation, and at that point I woke up and lifted my head up and above my boyfriend and I saw him. I saw the old man sitting on the chair watching me, and he just kind of fizzled away. I gasped so hard I woke my boyfriend up and he said I was white as a ghost. No pun intended. So we decided it was time to pack up and go home. I didn't tell my friend because I wasn't sure she would believe me. Saying we're leaving because we saw a ghost is crazy. So a couple of months later she was in town at her mom's place. We were just hanging out and she asked me why we left Daytona so abruptly. Told her the entire story. She got chills and said, "Wait." She calls her boyfriend and says, "Tell Rachel about your extra house guest." Her boyfriend then explains him to a T. Said he wears a black suit dressed for church, and he's a grandpa. Said he's never seen him, but his neighbors see him in the yard often and ask about him. This absolutely 100% confirmed that I saw a spirit. A very kind one at that. What the fuck is it? For the past couple of years, I've had some weird things happening in my home. I always try to brush it off as I'm just tired as hell and seeing or feeling things, but I don't even know anymore. From time to time, I'll see shadows that are darker than dark, if that makes sense. They'd be peeking around the corners at me. As soon as I turn to full-on look, it'll pop out of view. It's been a time when I was turning off the lights in the front of the house and I was heading to bed. In the process of walking down the hall, I thought something again darker than dark, like dashed in front of me. Maybe the size of a small, medium dog. Literally stepped out of the way. I shrugged it off and I went to bed. Most recently, I've been feeling something sit on the edge of my bed when I'm home alone and asleep. I'm a light sleeper, so the feeling always wakes me up. One instance, it sat on the edge where I was facing. Felt the mattress sink in and heard the spring, and it scared the shit out of me. There's been a time when one of my child's toys went off in the middle of the night. Of course, I was home alone. The toy was like a DJ set where you have to touch the record for it to make scratching sounds. I heard the scratching noise while sleeping and it woke me up. Went into a room where it was still making that noise. Her TV was turned on in the middle of the night while I was alone. It was on a station about politics, which I know she doesn't watch. She was like 5 at the time. So I remember a few times my daughter was getting dressed for school and I had her door closed. She would open the door and ask, "Say, Mom." Then she would say that she heard her door handle being moved around and thought it was me trying to open the door. It's just us that live in that house, so not sure if something's in my home or if it's good or bad, and I'm not sure if I'm just batshit crazy either. What do y'all think? I think we all have at least a teaspoon of batshit crazy. Don't know if this belongs here, but a friend told me to ask. We had originally planned to stay in North Carolina for a week and then go down to Florida to stay with some of my childhood friends. But 2 days into the trip, we left back for Europe. That's because my girlfriend and I had some weird, unexplainable experiences. I'll try to keep this as short as possible. We rented a quite sizable cabin on a farm ranch in North Carolina. first night, my girlfriend woke me up by yelling at me and hitting me, telling me to stop. To my knowledge, I wasn't doing anything, but she told me that she felt like I was playing with her underwear while she was sleeping. I told her that that'd be impossible because I was dead asleep and regrettably didn't believe her that anything had happened. I've since apologized countless times. The next night, after spending the next day ziplining, we were physically exhausted. Went to bed early, around maybe 10:30. I don't really have a tendency to dream or remember my dreams, but in the middle of my very deep sleep, I heard my father thunderously shout my name. He had been dead for 2 years now. I woke up extremely scared. The room was completely silent. There wasn't any bad weather outside. I immediately remembered the night before and ripped the duvet off my girlfriend. Her underwear was pulled loose, but still covering everything important, and there were scratches on the inside of both legs that were not there earlier. I would know for obvious reasons. I woke her up and she thought I had done it again and had caught me in the act. I convinced her otherwise. She said she felt uneasy and wanted to take a shower. It was now 3 a.m. I was confused about what had happened. Well, she was in the shower, and her theory was just that my dad had woken me up because he could see an evil entity with my girlfriend. Again, I'm not a believer, but my girlfriend really wants to go visit a priest or a medium or something of the sort. Also, she hasn't slept well since. Nothing has happened. She doesn't blame me. Do you have any theories or advice as to what happened and what we should do? Haunted airbed and breakfast experience in Henderson, Nevada. This happened to me recently, when me, my parents, and my parents' friends' families all stayed at an airbed and breakfast in Henderson, Nevada. We stayed here for 5 days and 4 nights. When we got there, my mom chose the room adjacent to another room. By the way, me and my dad stayed in a separate room because my mom's a big snorer. Each room had like a sliding mirror closet. During the first 3 days, every time I went to my mom's room, I'd hear the sound of the room adjacent to ours closet door slide open and then slam shut. I didn't think anything of it. Thought it was the couple doing that, to pick clothes maybe. When me and my mom were in that room together grabbing stuff from the suitcase, we'd hear that same sound. Both didn't really think anything of it too. On the 4th day, everybody in the airbed and breakfast was just eating at the dinner table celebrating 3 people's birthdays, which were sort of belated or early celebrations. My phone had ran out of battery, so I went into my mom's room to grab her fast charger. That's when I heard the sound. I got goosebumps, but I didn't think it would be serious. I got spooked, so I charged it and dashed out of the room to my dad to tell him what had happened. That's when me and my parents all spilled the beans about the sounds that we'd been hearing. The couple that slept in that room said they didn't hear anything, but they were heavy sleepers, so of course they wouldn't. We found out that all the time me and my mom heard it in the day, the couple wasn't even in the room at the time. Another thing spooky happens, but I'm not really allowed to say it here. Anyways, last day everybody was outside saying goodbye one last time. My dad was in the house checking inside a room just in case. That's when he heard footsteps down the hallway. Haunted? Maybe. It's pretty old. Can't explain the noises. Couldn't have been the satellite. Could have been a tree or neighbor's house. Spaced out to hear anything. Yeah. Who was in my room? This was back in probably 2018 or so. Me and my sister were sharing a room, and I was around 14, so I wanted privacy. The only space that we had open was the basement. The entire basement was around the size of a small bedroom, less than 150 square feet. Side note, when we first moved in and cleared out the basement, there were dozens of old pictures or brown film strips and old trinkets, so it was already weird. Anyway, I moved everything down there, and the first night was great. Got good sleep, everything was fine. However, The second night I couldn't sleep, and when I did, I'd jolt awake. At about 1 a.m., and I had a clock in the room, by the way, I woke up. That's because I heard somebody coming down the steps. So I was watching my sister come down and just stand in the doorway staring at me, which I thought was weird because she's absolutely terrified of the basement and refuses to go down there. So I asked her what she needed a few times, and she didn't say anything but sat in the bed instead. So I tried going to sleep because I was tired and I had school the next morning, but something felt off. I kept asking my sister what she needed, and instead of talking, she was grunting and pointing in the corner towards the blocked-off area the boiler was in. I didn't see anything, so I turned my flashlight on and looked again, and still nothing. I turned my flashlight toward my sister, and she's bolting up the stairs, but whatever, I brushed it off and go back to bed, still hearing footsteps as she's walking back to her room. So, I asked her the next morning why she was in the room and what she was pointing at. This girl looked me dead in the face. I was not in your room last night. I'm scared to even walk past the door. So who was in my room? After she told me that, I got all my stuff out of the basement, and after school, never stepped foot down there again. Ghost kid or something else? It's been a while since this has happened. My best friend and I were living together in an apartment for about 2 years now. Never had any issues. Now this starts during the COVID lockdown. We didn't really have a lot to do, so we were just sitting in our living area and watching some TV and having tea. We suddenly saw the coffee table move a little. We ignored it. Things kept happening. Glasses literally flew out of cabinets, stuff kept falling off places, and guess you could just say that we didn't take it seriously, so we joked about it. Oh yeah, there's a ghost in our apartment, it's harmless. That started a series of violent front doorknob turnings from the outside and banging at her door. It wasn't possible for a human being, the building was very safe. We confirmed it with security. This one day I had a dream where I was waking up from my bed. I was seeing a little boy. He was dressed up like it was like the early 2000s. I remember asking him who he was and how he'd get in here. He tells me his name, and I vividly remember it because of what will follow. And then he says, "What do you mean, get in here? I live here." He then runs into the bathroom and vanishes. I woke up from the dream because of a phone call, and surprisingly it was a call from a cop who was asking me if he's speaking to XYZ. The same name as the little boy from my dream. Freaked me out a lot and told my BFF about it, and she was creeped out too. But after that, we had a lot of things happen to us. I eventually moved out, but my BFF and her boyfriend lived there, and she complains about hearing steps outside her room all night. I had a little sleepover with her recently. Completely felt somebody pull my leg. Someone randomly also told me my aura is dark. If there's something dark attached to me. Whatever that's going on in my house has me sleeping in the living room. I purchased a home roughly 2 years ago. That was after living in an apartment that was located right behind a cemetery. I have videos on my profile that showed 2 of the many things that have happened there. Here at the house, seems like they were either followed or what was already there just kept doing its thing. That includes my 3 children, a female that's 12, 10, and a 5-year-old male. I'm a single father, and this thing does not bother them, only myself. It all started about 3 days after we moved in. I was in the kitchen, and you can see the hallway that leads to the kids' room. I saw what looked like one of my kids run down the hall and into the rooms. Right after that, all 3 of my actual kids came running in from the front door from playing outside. I just thought, okay, whoa. After that, I would sleep in my room on the opposite side of the house from my kids' rooms. Feel like one of them was coming in and laying on the bed. I'll look over to ask if they were okay, and no one will be there. On one particular night, the same thing happened, only this time I felt a kid's arm lay across my back. I rolled over, and what looked like a girl smaller than my daughter jumped out of the bed and went to the bathroom. And this thing moved, I mean it moved. Went around 12 feet in a matter of roughly a second. Since then, it doesn't fail that at least 2 times a week something paranormal happens. I can either hear a door in the house close and I'm at home and the kids are at school. The occasional voice of a man or a woman having a conversation somewhere in the house, and, of course, the bed indents. It got to the point where I had 3 paranormal investigators come and we all saw the girl run behind the kitchen island. It's not scary things going on, it's more that I feel uncomfortable sleeping in my room, so I just lay on the couch with the TV and a few lights on. At the corner of my eye, I could still see something darting in the hallways. Guardian spirit or generational hallucination. The women in my wife's family seem to have a guardian. This doesn't appear to affect women who marry into the family, or any of the men inside of it, or married into it, just the direct descendants. When one of the girls or women are having issues like stress, depression, or anxiety, or marital strife, this guardian seems to appear. When they look out the window toward the street at night, a Civil War soldier will be pacing up and down the street along the property line. He'll have his uniform on, his cap on his head, and a long rifle over his shoulder. Apparently, he'll look at them and nod, then continue his sentry duty. This is unclear if he's a Union or Confederate soldier, but they can tell he's a Civil War soldier. But they can't make out enough of the uniform to be able to determine much more than that, so... Well, it also appears that they can only see the soldier if others can see him. They haven't said anything. I was skeptical when my wife told me about him, but after talking to a number of her cousins, her mother and her grandmother, they're all in different states, they all describe the same person and experience. They all have claimed to have seen the soldier numerous times throughout their life. This leads me to believe that this has been going on for generations, that the women have a guardian spirit. They also say that they have a sense of safety and peace come over them and they're able to get a good night's sleep. They also tell me that they know the worst of what's good. Well, what they're going through is over. At least that's once he stops his sentry duty. I don't know if this is an actual spirit or a shared multi-generational hallucination. However, the simpler and more likely explanation is that it's a protective spirit, maybe an ancestor. Either way, the soldier provides a feeling of safety and peace. Weird experience, ring doorbell, and unwelcome brother clone. I won't go into too much detail, but my brother, his wife, and son were going out for a meal at a well-known buffet in London. Before leaving, they said their goodbyes. Nothing strange there. Until the doorbell rang and he came back an hour and a half later, which I immediately felt odd about, as the drive to the buffet place is at least 30 minutes minimum, meaning that they would have had to drive 30 minutes each way and only eat for 30 minutes. I didn't question it at first. My brother came in when I opened the door and said he was full. It looked like he was waiting for his wife and son to come in from the car, so that's at least how it seemed. Anyway, I turned around and went upstairs back to my room. About 20 minutes later, I got a WhatsApp message from my brother telling me that he's finishing up dessert. He'll be leaving in 20 minutes. I assumed that he meant that he was going out again elsewhere for dessert. I had guessed the buffet dessert wasn't good enough, so I told him to leave the key out when he leaves so he can let himself back in. That's where the confusion comes in. He said, "What do you mean?" "At the buffet, and you already locked the door and I left, didn't you?" Thought he was joking at first and came downstairs to double check, and I noticed the front door was left open. I rushed to the door and locked it immediately. Checked the Ring doorbell app to make sense of everything. There were no doorbell press alerts and no motion alerts recorded. Both me and my wife heard the doorbell, and I definitely let someone or something in. Checking my brother's room after his permission, there was no one there in any other rooms in the household. A week has gone by, no other strange occurrences so far. Let's hope it stays this way. Not too much activity, thankfully, in my life. I don't have much to report for ghostly behavior in my 55 years, and I'm okay with it. Maybe some minor activity or encounters. My house is circa 1900, but doesn't seem to have much of anything happening, which is good. I can see a funeral home from my kitchen window, so I always am curious that nothing's wandered through. Well, maybe I have these Harry Potter candles hanging from my bedroom ceiling. They went up for Halloween and just never came down. The batteries are all dead now, soon to be replaced as Halloween approaches. But as they were getting to the end of their battery life, this happened. I woke one night to one of the candles turning on and off. I said aloud, "Hey, can't you see I'm sleeping here?" The candle stopped for the night. When I woke up at maybe 5 a.m., the candle soon lit up. I said, "If you're trying to communicate, turn it off." And it turned off. I asked for it to come on. It did. It seemed to do exactly as I asked. So I said, "I have to get in the shower and I don't have time for this." It stopped. After my shower, I was getting dressed and said, "I have a few minutes. If you're trying to communicate, turn on the candle." It came on. Gave it instructions. Turn on for yes, leave off for no. Went through a few questions like, "Did you used to live here?" and "Are you related to me?" All no responses. If I remember correct, I asked if I was just passing through and got a yes. Laid down some ground rules like, "Don't scare me, don't wake me up, don't jump out at me." Never heard from it again, despite some attempts. Battery eventually died, and I replaced it once and still nothing. That one died too. We'll see if anything happens to replace the batteries. Maybe September. Maybe later. See ya. Same voice whispering names. When I was younger, I used to hear a woman's voice not only shout whispering my name, but my brother's names as well. More so theirs than mine. One instance, I was with my brother E. We were looking through our VHS collection to find something to watch. That's when I heard the woman whisper his name. He didn't seem to hear it. Another time, I was walking down the hall at school. Class was going, so nobody else was around. I heard that same voice whisper my name. I turned around to see if it was a friend or somebody I knew, but nobody was there. The freakiest instant, I'd stayed home from school one day I had a cold. I was lounging in my mom's bed reading a Goosebumps book. Across the room on a tall dresser, she had one of those touch lamps that would get brighter with each touch, and after the third tap, it would turn off. Out of nowhere, the lamp just turns on by itself. I look up at it and I stare at it for a minute when it happens again and the light gets brighter. Then it happens again and again until it goes off. I keep staring at it for a minute or so, and when nothing else happens, I go back to reading my book. Then it'll happen again, going through each level of brightness until it turns off again. Right after it turned off, it sounded like an I shit you not, somebody crawling across the floor on the other side of the bed, and then that same female voice harshly whispers my brother's name. I immediately jumped up, launched myself off the bed and onto the door before running to the living room and putting on SpongeBob to help calm my nerves. It hasn't happened in years, though, but it used to happen a lot. That last incident, however, that genuinely spooked me so much that it's literally burned into my mind. I'll never forget the sheer panic I felt when I heard something crawling across the damn floor. Anybody experience anything similar? Need help with my room. Hey guys, I'm 18 and living with my parents waiting to leave for college in August. My room is haunted. Started around 3 months ago. I'd periodically wake up in the middle of the night anywhere from 2 to 3 a.m. I would hear breathing from the corner of my room. At first I would naturally think it's the window, the fan, or my mini fridge, but the noise would only happen during these hours and never during the day. I also know this is never a figment of my imagination due to me being sleepy, because one time around a month ago I was up playing Minecraft till around 2 and I heard the breathing in my right ear again. This scared the crap out of me. Ran to my mom's room to prove it to her and she came in to check it out and it disappeared. But out of reason, wake up at 2 or 3 a.m. every night and I can't sleep in that room. It's because I've woken up to a voice speaking into my ear. It once said the name Terry. My family has not known anybody named Terry, and my grandparents owned the house before us. Nobody was named that. And it also woke me up from a dead sleep saying, "Yep." Nothing happens to any of my family members, just me, which is why I've been kind of scared. Things only happen in my room. The final straw for me, which scared the shit out of me yesterday, was me and my grandpa prayed over my room together. While praying, her phone rang extremely loud out of nowhere with an unknown caller. We didn't even pick up. The energy in the room shifted. She said that she felt that there was something in that moment. The fact that it didn't like when we prayed is pretty scary to me. I don't know what to do. My parents just don't believe me at this point. I've kind of made it into a joke with my friends, but it's really destroying my sleep schedule and I'm stressed to high hell. Please help me. How do I handle this? Experiences regarding a gut feeling. It's been bothering me. Well, I guess not necessarily bothering, but sitting with me ever since the night it happened. It was typical for me to travel on the highways late at night. It was about 12, and it was winter in a tourist town, so the roads were pretty dead for miles. I've been on the same highway now for about 12 miles, and my exit's coming up. So I decide it's about time to get over to the far right lane. Not even seconds after I enter and center myself into the right furthest lane, my body prickles with this awful feeling. I swear on my life it was as if somebody started yelling in my ears, "Get over now!" I've never felt such a pit in the bottom of my stomach like that before, and I listened. I swerved back out into the middle lane, and as my tires still graze over the lines, the massive bloated corpse of a deer comes into view. I'll admit, I've got a bit of a heavy foot in a small car low to the ground, so would have hit that at about 75 miles an hour on an empty road. I truly believe I wouldn't have walked away. We don't really have deer in our area, so I've never experienced a body in the road or never really had any reason to swerve. But this one had clearly been there a long time. It wasn't until I passed the deer, barely missing by a couple of inches, that I realized what had happened. How did my body know? Did something else tell me? It was just so clear and just not one of those coincidence moments. I spent the rest of the drive home shaking like a leaf, feeling like I was one choice away from not making it home that night. I want to know if other people have maybe experienced something similar, whether it be a near-death situation or something entirely different. My lovely granny who raised me said hi to me this morning. She died last month. This year I'm celebrating my 30th birthday. It's going to be the first time since birth I'm not celebrating this moment with the brave lady who raised me, along with my grandfather. My grandmother died after years and years of suffering. It's a relief, but damn, it hurts. A few hours before her death, the last day I saw her, I slept a few hours to recover from this terrible night as she asked for mercy. And in this dream, I saw her dead laying on the bed. Her husband held her and cried. I immediately sent a message to my companion to tell him about this disturbing picture I've seen a few times, since the idea of losing her caused me huge anxiety. Then, right after this nightmare, I learned about her. She passed away as I was peacefully sleeping in my bed. It's been a month she's gone now. It's strange, but I totally stopped dreaming about her. And this morning I just woke up in my family's house. I heard the distinct voice saying hi. It was nice and sweet, and I responded yes. That was as my grandfather, who sleeps in his room next to mine, answered, "Yeah?" I asked him if he was calling me, and he said no. He used to work in a funeral home for years as a counselor. I know grief may lead to hallucinations. Have you ever had a dream about your loved ones who eventually died moments ago? Do you think it's pure coincidence? A simple sign of empathy, since I felt extremely worried about her. Do you think I myself talked while I was asleep? I know a lot of my friends confirmed I'm a sleep talker. But anyways, that's not the most thrilling experience I witnessed, but I'm curious about these two moments. First, the dream. Secondly, the call. Respect your belief. I'm open-minded. Feel free to share. Take care. So this was years and years ago. I'm making myself sound old, but this happened when I was living with my mom. So, the same house I grew up in, and always believed in this stuff, by the way, so not my first. But this encounter, I was standing in the kitchen. When you walk in from the front, you walk in the living room with no walls in between the kitchen and in front of the fridge board. I was just looking around. That's when I'd seen someone pass right next to me and go down the hallway. I looked down the hall, no one was there, everyone was in the living room. I turned around and looked at my mom, and she just stared at me like, what the fuck? So I asked her, did she just see that? She says yes, and looked like my biological dad when they were young. My next encounter was when I was sleeping. I woke up and it was like 3-something a.m. I had to go to the bathroom, so I just got up to use the bathroom, but I noticed the light on in the kitchen. Before I can look to see the direction of the light, I look at the garage door, which is diagonally across from the hallway in the kitchen. I see an Indian chief standing there dressed in things they wear to, show that they're chief. You know, the feathers on top of the head and the staff. I literally just woke up, so I'm, dazed. I look at where the light's coming from, and it's the stove light. There were pots and pans that I didn't do the night before. So I was like, I've got to be dreaming, and went to the bathroom. Closed the door and did my thing, and then I just opened the door and the light's off, and he was gone. Mind you, if anybody steps in the hallway and walks by the bathroom, the floor creaks. Never creaked. I told my mom about it the next day, and she said it could be possible because we lived where the Trail of Tears used to be. So my mom's husband took me out of the woods behind the house and showed me an Indian burial ground. I was flabbergasted. Great Dane Ebony. Back in the early 90s, I was in my 20s. As a young adult, we tend to hang out with friends till late at night. I was with my girlfriend and her brothers over at their house. No drinking or smoking. We weren't really into that sort of thing. We were actually all into fitness at the time and really taking care of our health. My girlfriend's family had a big, beautiful black Great Dane named Ebony. Huge dog. It looked big and mean, but she was the sweetest dog ever. So one night we were hanging out on the weekend as usual. We had just finished working out, and they all just kind of were weight training equipment, and it was all in the backyard. They had a cousin named Joe who used to come by with friends quite often. On this night, he came over with his friend Taylor. Taylor had been over before several times on several occasions. We were all just talking in the yard, and all of a sudden Ebony started to howl. A deep howl that I had never heard from her. And the thing was, she was howling at Taylor. We were all looking at her and telling her to stop, but she wouldn't. The howling continues until Joe and Taylor were going to take off. They walked away and got on their motorcycles. I believe they both had Suzuki Gixxers. About 2 hours go by, and her cousin and Joe come back and says Taylor's dead. He crashed on his motorcycle. Everyone was distraught and saddened by what had happened, and we were all talking about Ebony, how she was howling at Taylor. We were looking for the reason that she was howling at Taylor on this night, and on the night he passed away. Perhaps the Great Dane Ebony saw something that made her howl at him. Even while I typed this, I was getting chills as it brought back a very creepy memory of something that we could never understand. Did my girlfriend's dog see some sort of grim reaper? Is that even possible? My dad's experience, a Southern Baptist pastor, has always haunted me. This was probably around 2006 or 2007. At the time, we were living in my hometown. It's a tiny rural village in Virginia Valley, surrounded by the Appalachian Mountains. My dad was a youth pastor at our small church. We were living in the parsonage, which is a house owned by the church, which houses one of the pastors. It was in a rural area of the community, surrounded by farms and cornfields. It always creeped me and my 3 siblings out. There's so many other instances I could share, which explains why all 4 of us now jokingly refer to that old house as haunted, even though not really believing in ghosts. But this one still lives on in my mind. One night, my dad was up late working on a sermon, sitting on the couch in the living room. My youngest sister, about 6 at the time, walked out of the room, presumably sleepwalking, wearing a white t-shirt of my dad's. She walked into mine and my sister's room, and we were sharing it. She didn't come back out. My dad got up, got her, and brought her back to bed. When he got to our room, he realized that somehow she wasn't in her room. He looked everywhere, in the kitchen, the laundry room, etc., trying to figure out where she went. Eventually, he went into her room. She's just, the room that she shared with the youngest sibling, and there she was. She was asleep in her bed, wearing purple pajamas. My dad had 2 masters in theology and is still a pastor to this day, and he has no solid explanation for what he witnessed. It really weirded him out. The only reason I know about the story is somebody at our church told him the story one time and asked him about it, and he confirmed that it was true, and that he never wanted to tell us because he didn't want to scare us. He knew how scared we were in that house already. Definitely the weirdest thing we've encountered. I hope to never, hope I never hear something like it again. Things have been disappearing and appearing in different spots. So to add a little bit of context, nothing weird has ever happened in my house. But a few months ago, I started to lose things that I'd just been using. For example, I'd been drawing with some colored pencils. But when I went to search for the black color, I couldn't find it. After some time, I put all the pencils inside a pencil case and looked around my desk to see if I could find it. It wasn't there. A day or 2 later, I went into my room after school, and it was there, right at the top of my desk. Before anybody says anything, no. No one could have put it there because my mom and I leave the house in the morning at the same time, and she still hadn't come back when I found it. And if this event doesn't convince you, I had something even worse happen a few weeks ago. I was choosing which clothes to wear to school the next day, and I was putting them into my bed. And when I was all ready, I picked them up and went to pick up my glasses too, so I could take them downstairs to watch TV while eating dinner. I don't really wear them all the time because I can see without them, but since one of my eyes is short-sighted, the eye doctor told me to wear them when I look at things from afar. But, of course, I couldn't find them. Started looking everywhere and eventually lifted the bed covers, where I did not only find my glasses, but some socks that I'd placed on the top of the rest of my clothes just a few minutes ago. And mind you, this pile had been on the top of the covers, so there was no reasonable way for the socks to go under them on their own. I've had some instances in which I've known where the objects have been hidden, but it isn't very common, and every time it's happened after I've said, "Give it back," out loud, I have no idea why this might be happening. So if anybody can help me find out, that'd be great. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Everybody say it with me now. Give it back. Strange goat shadow monster. So this was back in 2017, late summer, when it gets dark around 8 o'clock. Me and my class was camping in the woods for some reason, don't really remember, but it was all getting ready to sleep and end the day. I was the last person to go through the woods too. I went to the toilets and ended up going on my own down a dark path where you can very easily get lost. As I was approaching the path through the woods, I look up over the tree line. I heard a sharp sound. I see a shadowy figure that looked almost goat-like. It had pointed horns that were completely straight and larger than the trees. They could change size. My only reason to believe that it was able to change size is because after freaking out at the first sight of it, I tried throwing a rock at it. That's when all of a sudden it shrunk and disappeared through the tree line. Ran back up to campsite where the teachers were, and I told them about it, and of course they didn't believe me. But I know what I saw, and I'm not somebody to fake things in my mind or lie about things that can hurt someone. I told them all it's dangerous, not to go back even during the day. I stayed clear of that path while the others didn't during the last 3 days of being there. And all the children my age all came back with some type of injury that they couldn't feel or didn't even know about. If anybody can give me some information as to what it may be, it would be greatly appreciated. The one thing I can think somewhat resembles it is Krampus, but it wasn't, I think. I encountered this in 2017 in the United Kingdom. It's in the area called Suffolk, and I've lived, well, from then on as if something is always behind me with bad intentions. But I've never seen whatever I feel. I still warn people to this day that they shouldn't go towards forest paths. Odd experience with scent. My grandmother passed back in September. She was a great lady and, well, saying that she helped raise me, that's an understatement. When she passed, I inherited her favorite sewing machine. She was a tailor and a seamstress her whole life. It was one of her favorite possessions. It needed some TLC, but it was still very cool, and it was a 1930s model Singer. It was a beautiful cabinet. I ended up putting it in my living room and put it next to a small urn that was containing some of her ashes. I've had many friends talk about seeing or being visited by dead relatives in dreams and whatnot, but if they were particularly close in life especially. I don't generally believe in that, but I was secretly hoping I'd hear something from her after she passed. Never happened, so I kind of forgot about it and moved on. So 3 or 4 weeks ago, my significant other and I were just talking in a cleaning living room. Conversation was pretty standard. Thought we were trying to decide on takeout or dinner. I walked over to dust the sewing machine and was hit with what I can only describe as a wall of scent. It was overpowering and extreme. It's like exactly how I remembered my grandmother and her house smelling my entire life. It only lasted a few seconds and stopped me cold. So strong it was like she was standing right next to me. The sewing machine in her house, was there pretty much her whole life. But it's been in mine since September. I've been cleaning it regularly. It doesn't smell like her house anymore. I haven't smelled that scent again since. Not sure what caused it, but I'd like to think that it was her telling me that she was at peace or just saying hi. Either way, it may sound odd, but I miss the way that her house smelled. I'm grateful I got to experience it one more time. I know what you mean. Woke up to shit flying. Everyone has their ghost, and this one's mine. But it's strange because I don't know how it could be a ghost. Anyway, read. You'll see. I was 17 at the time, living at my grandparents' house for the summer in Lewes, Delaware. Our house is a 55-year-old neighborhood with all new houses. Therefore, no way it could be haunted, you would think. And the second floor to myself, which was a bedroom and living room area and a bathroom. The house had great plumbing and heating and electronics, so there's no way the house would shake. The way my grandparents were is there's no way laundry machines would be on at this time of night. So anyway, I was sleeping in bed one night, and out of a dead sleep I woke up. I leaned forward and stared at a painting on the wall. Don't know why, but I just stared at this painting. A few seconds later, the painting just fell straight to the ground. The lamp, the alarm clock, and the small dresser next to my bed then flew about 3 feet forward and banged loudly on the ground. I immediately hopped out of bed screaming like a girl and turned on the light. I turned around to look at the situation, and yeah, the picture was still on the floor. The stuff was still on the floor too. Stood there in shock waiting for it not to be real, but it was. After calming down, I assessed the situation. Back at the picture where it hangs on the nail in the wall, and well, it was made out of cardboard. Looks like it ripped down through the picture like it was too heavy. And below the picture was the power outlet with the clock and the lamp plugged into it. Cords must have been wrapped around the dresser nightstand, which resulted in everything flying. But why did I wake up to stare at the painting? Something that happened to me one night at a graveyard. My friend and I used to work at an internet cafe restaurant around 2014 to 2015. It was a weird business, but don't get me wrong, it was fun. We used to go there at around 4 p.m. and close at 2 a.m., even though we were supposed to close at 11:30. Mostly because we liked to invite our friends to play some TF2. One day after one of our gaming sessions, we closed and we were heading back home. We rode my motorcycle to get back home, but we always passed through a graveyard. Usually we stopped the motorcycle and walked through it because of the dark and weird bumps in the road. So, we were walking through the graveyard that day. My friend was walking the motorcycle. I suddenly got scared, like out of nowhere. I felt something. I told him right away, "Hey Ed, I feel scared." He responded saying that I had never been scared to walk through there before, and as a joke he turned to the graves and said something along the lines of, "All you motherfuckers, if you got the balls, do something to us." It was obviously a joke challenge. It's not like the dead are going to rise to prove themselves. As he finished his sentence, I heard a loud bang to my side. The motorcycle jumped up a little bit. The wheel exploded, and that's what happened. The wheel was perfectly fine, then it exploded straight out of nowhere. Never ran so fast in my life. I abandoned him, my motorcycle, and everything. I ran as if my life depended on it. It might have, for all I know. We were pretty much just talking recently, and I asked him if he remembered this, and of course he didn't forget. How could anybody forget? Never figured out how something like this could really happen. Starting to believe in ghosts a little bit. Another unexplained phenomena while I was a medic. For a span of pretty much my whole career, I've worked for an aeromedical, which is a helicopter service. We were hospital-based, secluded on the top floor of a hospital at a helipad. As a matter of course, while getting ready for work, I would tie and then double knot my boots. This will be important later. Nothing sucks worse than having your boots become untied until, well, I guess, the most inopportune time, you could say. Plus, it was a potential safety issue. While working a 12-hour shift in our comm center, many unexplained things would occur. For instance, we would hear loud banging, like somebody was hitting the wall with a sledgehammer. Not everybody would hear it, but usually more than one of us would. Maintenance could never track it down. Also, although my boots, because the double knots would never come untied unless I was at work, not only would they come untied, they would end up woven into the wheels of my chair or even crudely tied to them. One night we were really slow. All aircraft were on the ground at their bases. We decided to play a card game called Uno. Pulled a table over and began to play. Out of nowhere, a large drop of water from the ceiling to the middle of the table. Saw it, but heard nothing. Two of the people played just heard it. They didn't see it. One person saw it and heard it. The thing is, I saw it fall and hit the table, but the table was bone dry. We all agreed that the helipad was haunted, but the spirit or spirits weren't malevolent, but more like playful pranksters. Still, at times, you felt like you were being watched, Skinny person, no face, tall, pointed limbs, and a blue suit. As the title says, I saw something that looked like that. Skinny person with skin where they should have a face. They were tall, they had pointed limbs, and a blue suit. I like to walk around my neighborhood at night. I don't live anywhere rich, but it's a nice neighborhood with nice people and no history of violence or anything like that. I always take these walks, and this has never happened before, so I've heard noises in the past, but I've just brushed them off as teenagers meeting late at night or maybe even wildlife around the area. But tonight, when I walked out of my house, I got the intense feeling of being watched. Felt the hair on my body stand out. Tried to brush it off and continued on with my walk, and during this walk, I thought I saw somebody duck and hide behind a car. I couldn't quite see what they looked like. When I went to look, there was no one there. There's nowhere they could have run because, it was an open area. The only cover being that car. I continued on with my walk like normal. I looked behind me for a few seconds just to make sure there was no one there. I tried to be aware of my surroundings. And then when I turned back around, I saw that person. I first saw it out of the corners of my eye, and then my eyes fully landed on it. Saw it standing there, and I know what I saw. But then not even a split second after my eyes fully landed on it, it disappeared. Later on in the walk, I would see black splotches that would randomly disappear and reveal the area behind them. I don't know what it is, but if somebody can help me or tell me what I saw, tell me if it's dangerous or if I'm just going crazy, that would mean the world to me. Please help. My friend's nephew got possessed. This happened when I was 16, staying with my best friend at an old plantation house. That's in Inverness. I had a very old shack out back in the property. We had been on the Ouija board earlier and afterwards. I sent a video camera on the staircase aiming at the Ouija board. After watching the recording, we noticed orbs coming out in the back into the Ouija board. Didn't even know about the orbs at the time, just thought it was cool. Didn't realize that we captured something very interesting. Really wish I still had that tape. But later that night at around 3 a.m., my friend's nephew, who's about 3 at that time, came out of his room walking in a daze. We asked him what he was doing. He didn't answer. So we asked again, but he said his name. He looks at us and says, "Izza, not Nicholas. My name is Samuel. I live out back in the slave house." This was not Nicholas's voice. He had never heard somebody speak in that slang. He then turned around, went back to his room, and went to sleep. I asked my friend if Nicholas had ever spoken like that, and he just slowly shook his head. We were freaked out, but not scared. Nothing ever felt benevolent. 42 now, starting to realize that my life is on a downward spiral to death. Honestly scares me. Just want to be with my family and friends again after this life. When I start to doubt myself about it, I remind myself about what I experienced that night. It hasn't been religion or anything like that makes me believe there's something after. It was that experience that night. I know what I experienced, and I know that somebody entered back into our reality for just a couple of minutes. They had to be somewhere else. That's what makes me feel comfortable when thinking about death. I don't know if that would do it for me. Is it possible that my workplace is being haunted? I've seen items falling on their own or even being slightly thrown. It's difficult to really say if it's something paranormal, but I will say that sometimes I'm just left scratching my head. The weirdest thing I've witnessed myself was hearing footsteps coming up the stairs. We have some metal stairs that lead up to an upper department. First time I noticed this, I was working in the upstairs area alone when I hear a set of footsteps coming up. I immediately thought it was my superior coming in to check on me. I even responded by asking him a question with my back turned to the stairs. "Hey, you want me to come work on this next?" And when I heard no response, I turned around and I'm left confused. I checked the stairs, I see no one, the whole area was empty. This hasn't been my first time. I've experienced this only a handful of times while working there, and you can hear somebody walking up the metal stairs. The weird thing about all of this is that a year before working there, somebody had sadly passed away gruesomely in that general area. So, what do you think about all this? I'd love to hear your thoughts or your experiences. Have you had this happen in your workplace before? Alright, y'all, I literally experienced the footsteps again at work, but this time I have a witness. It was just me and my coworker upstairs trying to get some work done. She was talking, we both heard some footsteps. We both stopped, looked at each other for a split second. I quick run to the stairs to see who's coming up, and there was absolutely no one. So I asked her if she heard the footsteps as well. She said yeah. She looked a little stirred up. She thought it might have been another coworker. But anyways, I just shrugged it off and told her to finish getting her work done. I'm just glad somebody else is there to witness it. This has been the absolute first time someone else was present when the footsteps happened. I've had some weird things happen to me. Spirits. As a kid, I often called for my parents in the night. It was because I was afraid of the dark. I was afraid of what was in the dark, specifically in my closet. As normal and cliche as it is, I always felt much safer when the doors were closed. However, there would be times when if I slept with my back facing my room in the doorway, I'd get the feeling and mental image of a large figure either coming from deep my bed or maybe materializing in my room and running its fingers down my back. There were two forms it takes. One is a woman, and I can't tell if she's young or old, but she seems sad and angry. I think she lost her child, because her touch, as frightening as it was, tended to be more gentle, though I could feel the rage in her. She tended to materialize more in the room. The second's far bigger, and its touch more frightening. It's this giant figure draped in seaweed or rags or something. Like a mummy, but not all stiff and decomposing. Seems more remorseful, but still has something horrific behind it. They don't seem to be very active now, and since I'm much older, I haven't really been in tune with them, you could say them. But my odd theory is they're somehow connected. Possibly they lost a child. Or maybe they were together and suffered. I also felt things in my dad's office, the living room, and the guest bathroom. My parents have been in this house for nearly 30 years and haven't really had anything odd happen to them at the time, but as far as I know, there isn't anything that happened in the house before them, or the land it's built on. Maybe they're attached to the house, or maybe they're attached to me. But at college, they can manifest as easily because of my current state or the sheer number of people around me. Boarding school. I have a few stories from when I was in boarding school in the middle of the jungle in Southeast Asia. We had smaller chalets that fit 2 people clustered all over our college. These chalets had a front door to a smaller common area that leads to 2 doors to separate the 2 bedrooms. It was around 1 or 2 a.m. I was just finishing with my revision for the night, and I was just about to call it a night. Heard the front door open and immediately slam shut. Thought my roommate was having a bad night, so I called his name, no reply. Thought it was a bit weird, but didn't think much of it to give him some space. Heard the same thing happen to his bedroom door, so I just left it. About 30 minutes later, I start hearing loud banging from his room. It sounded like all of his cupboards and shelves were being opened and slammed shut super violently. This was when I got up to check on him. I was also worried that somebody had gotten into his room and was trying to steal stuff. Please note that this college was notorious for monkeys sneaking in and around our rooms trying to find food, so I was looking out for them as well. When I opened his bedroom door, everything looked normal. Nobody was in the room. I got freaked out and went back to my room to call my roommate. That's when he picked up the phone and he told me he was staying over at his friend's place for the night. That's when the noises started kicking off again. At this point, I'm too freaked out to go back to his room, so I locked the door and stayed in my room. I thought that my mind was just playing tricks with me, so I started to look out my window to see if anybody was messing with me. That's when I saw one of the security guards walk by our chalet. After a quick chat, the guard told me that he was called in for a noise complaint. He had been hearing the noises as well, and to stay in my room and to not interact with or entertain or whatever it was. He told me that these types of things happen regularly since we were in the middle of the jungle. College in the jungle. I like it. Chair scraping in deceased uncle's apartment. My uncle passed away several months ago. We have an apartment building just for family. Every member has their own floor. My uncle had the top floor. We left everything how it was in his room, so he looked around and put everything back exactly how it was and how he wanted it and checked a drawer. Especially because he was extremely organized, clothing folded perfectly and sorted. His quote-unquote son had no idea if it really was. Well, his girlfriend has a big piece of shit that forced him to... What? His son? No idea if it was as his girlfriend. Okay. Missing comma. I got this. His son, no idea if it really was, as his girlfriend was... Mistakes and ghosts. Oh, joy. His son, no idea if it really was, as his girlfriend was a big piece of shit who forced him to be with her, along with it being revealed that his son has hit him many times. We also know that he definitely didn't want to leave. He was under the thought that he would get better and soon be able to go home. But basically ever since, every couple of nights around 1 to 4 a.m., you'll hear chair scraping sounds from above. In the apartment right below his. He's got the top floor, like I said, and it would be a very distinct sound. Tried to reproduce it and found that only chairs that make that exact sounds were the ones from the table you'd always sit at. One time it was so loud a family member came to us angry thinking that we were making a ton of noise, just for the sound to start again upstairs. Pressing our ears against the door, we could indeed hear it was coming from inside his apartment. Everyone feels our former home has a presence. To begin with, I don't believe in any of this. But with that said, I'm definitely at the stage. I'm familiar with this stage. Now, the odd thing is about this tale is that we built the home in question. There were no prior occupants. My wife and daughter will firmly state that our entire time living in that home, something was amiss. There were always doors opening and closing, chairs moving. In particular, my office chair made a very distinct sound when rolling across the hardwood floor, which they swear they heard frequently when in the rooms beneath the office. Thought I was like home numerous times when I was not. Of particular note, my daughter has a friend who considers herself empathic. She was always at her house. After a year plus of that, she confided that she loved being at her house because we weren't alone there. My wife swears that once we were on our way on business and she heard me come home early one morning, stomp about, enter my office, move my chair around. I was pissing her off by not announcing my presence nor responding to her. I stood in the bedroom doorway before turning away. Of course, I was still 2 days from being home. The dog would react to all this, which really set my wife and daughter off. Pretty routine, right? Well, we sold that home 6 years ago, moved to a tourist destination. A few months ago, the mother of the person who bought the house asked my wife if anything odd ever occurred there. She stated that herself, the other mother-in-law, and the owning wife have all had recurring incidents. They all have them convinced of an active but harmless haunting. They state nobody mentioned our experiences to plant that seed in their heads. Little Ghost Boy. This was back in 2010-2011. It was only my 10-year-old brother home. I was playing most fun games in our dining room, computer room, and drinking pop out of my mom's vintage Coke glass. I accidentally dropped it and broke it, and my mom was prone to exploding. My brother suggested that we clean up the house, and maybe she won't be as mad. I agreed because I definitely would be getting all of her anger from the day, and I told him to go grab and clean up a small bathroom while I tackled the dining room where I broke the glass. Now, to understand the layout, if you walk in the front door, you're in the dining room. Front door to your left and the computer and dining area to your right. In front of you is the kitchen, and through the kitchen to your left is our bathroom. The stairs that lead to the second floor is in the front room right around the corner. As I was cleaning up the glass, I heard running from the kitchen. Ran right by me, and when I looked, I saw my brother run up the stairs. I heard the footsteps all the way up, and I seen him run by me around the corner. I yelled up and said, "Dustin, what are you doing?" "Thought you said that we should clean." My brother popped his head out from the bathroom and said, "I'm cleaning." My heart dropped because I know for a fact no one else was home. I asked him if he heard the footsteps going upstairs, and he said, "Yeah, I thought it was you." I told him that I had in fact not went upstairs. Hadn't even left the dining room. We carefully went up the stairs, and I brought a kitchen knife with me. We searched all 3 rooms, and the closets, and everything. Nobody was up there. What I thought was my brother was not my brother. It wasn't even a real person. I know what I saw. That was a little boy running around the corner and up the stairs. The Faceless Man. Think about this a couple of times a year. I've looked it up but never found anything similar. This happened a few years ago. One night, my now wife and I were driving back from Sonic. We lived in a very, very small town in West Texas. It's raining, but not heavily. Puddles on the ground, wet enough that it would be weird for somebody to be walking around. And on top of that, there's lots of roads with little or no lighting, so lots of the roads are mostly dark at night. We were driving down one such road when this happened. As my wife and I were driving, I looked to my right and I saw what I can only describe to be a faceless man. Not deformed, but faceless. His face was white, or really all of them looked white. He looked almost like a blur. His arms seemed impossibly long, almost down to the ground, or moving in just unnatural ways. The arms are swinging back and forth aimlessly, but also very fast. Best I can describe this man's movements is that he looked like he was glitching. We weren't moving fast, probably 25 miles an hour, but we were in a residential area and I looked at him as long enough as I could, and I had time to wonder what I was looking at before he went out of my view. For a second, I even wondered if something was using a weed whacker doing yard work. but it was 9 o'clock and raining. I said nothing to my wife, assuming my eyes had just played tricks on me, and it was dark, and maybe the rain blurred the window. I don't know. A couple of hours later, my wife asked me if I noticed the man on the side of the road that had no face. Still the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. Anybody know what this might be called, or anybody who's experienced a similar experience? Lady still living in my house. Since as long as I can remember, I've been very sensitive to feeling atmosphere and energy in a room, especially when I was a kid. I still feel it now as an adult, but I just learned to not be affected by it as much. So when I was still living with my parents, I'd always say to them that I felt like something else was living in our home. There was one specific spot where I felt it the most. It was next to the balcony door in my parents' bedroom. I had to pass that spot every day to get to our bathroom, and I would always turn on all of the lights and run past. Also, my dad had a lot of difficulty with falling asleep in that room, but he's always been skeptic of the paranormal. I've moved out of my parents' home years ago, but last month my mom asked a professional to come over and check on our house, just out of curiosity, and after this topic randomly came up in the conversation. So now comes the eerie part. He, the professional, he comes over and walked straight to the spot that I'd always been pointing out. We didn't give him any information or anything. It was so weird. Turns out it was an older lady that had lived here before us. She had been staying with us for the past 15 years after she passed, and apparently she used to love to sit in that spot to look at the garden. She didn't have any bad intentions, but we still asked her to leave. My dad's sleeping issues disappeared, and I felt a lot calmer being in that room. Still don't know if I really believe it's real or not, but it was just so weird to have my feeling confirmed by somebody that's had, experiences with these things. Anybody else who's experienced anything like this? Oh yeah. I don't know what's happening. So since I was little, I've been very curious about the paranormal, and also obsessed with the story my mother told me about one of her experiences at her old job. Till 2 years ago, I never had any experiences, but the activities increased. My first ever experience was in the middle of a class where I felt someone touch me in the back several times. Couldn't be any of my classmates because I was in the back. And from that day on, I've had several things happen to me in my house. I've heard very uncommon names in the country where I'm from. And I've had objects thrown, feels like I'm being watched and stuff like that. But there are 4 occasions that I can't forget. 1. I've seen an old lady going from my bathroom to my parents' room, and I've actually talked with my parents and aunt and uncle about this. My aunt told me that fit the description of my great-grandmother. 2. Heard a male screaming, "Get out," when I was going to go back to sleep. 3. So everybody knows the Shadow Man and stuff. I saw a tall, skinny man completely white, almost like he was made of light, just standing on my doorway looking at me. I didn't feel safe at all. 4. This one happened pretty recently. So I think about 5 days ago I asked my mom about the place in which she had the experience I talked about in the start. That's because I always had an image come into my mind when I thought about it. I was basically asking her, "Oh, is there a large dark table made of wood?" She kinda looked surprised and just confirmed everything I asked. I never saw a photo of the place, so I was just kind of in shock. What intentions does this entity have? Okay, so here's what happened. My parents' house has somewhat been always haunted, from moving shadows, moving stuff, and strange sounds in the night. Anyways, a long time had happened since the last occurrence. But then about a week ago, my mom was in her room taking care of 2 of my nieces, 4 and 5 years old. They were all watching TV. Obviously, they were alone, but when suddenly they heard 2 knocks at the door of the room, my mother proceeds to ask, "Who is it?" A high-pitched voice says in a very smooth tone, "It's me." My niece starts screaming, "It's a ghost, it's Uncle Nino." Because I used to play with them that I'm a ghost and I can chase them throughout the house, and I was doing some errands with my girlfriend at the time and nowhere near my mother's house. So then she stands up and she also thought that it was me playing a joke on my nieces. But when she opens the door, no one was there. She then proceeds to check the house cameras and no one is in the house. A week passes by, and yesterday she was again alone in the house with only the dog in her room. She hears somebody tries to open the door and the dog gets startled and starts sniffing and looking at the door. She asks again, "Who is it?" And a now angry male voice responds, "It's me!" So she runs to open the door and again nobody was there. My mother starts cursing and saying, "If you have nothing good to say, please leave this house." Closes the door. Anybody know what this means, or what does an entity like this want? I'm concerned because I've heard that when an entity can communicate, it means it's very powerful. I fully believe my mother because I've experienced paranormal stuff in their house before, and well, she wasn't the only one to listen to that thing. Please help. Weird music and beeps coming from my air conditioner in my hotel. At 9:05 a.m. I've been hearing music from my air conditioning system. Thought this was really weird because, well, Hilton hotels don't really do this from my memory. But this was the first time I was in a Hilton hotel in this town in Wisconsin, so I was really perplexed by it. However, the music stopped at 9:20 a.m., being followed by classical music which mashed into the original music again, ending at 9:26. I had left the bathroom, which I told my brother who was sharing the room with me. I was traveling with my family. I asked if he had heard any odd music. He replied with, "No, all I hear is beeping sounds." I was kind of shocked, because I didn't know that there were even beeping sounds since I didn't hear them at all. Could have been that he thought I was talking about the presence, so he probably said that. But I just felt literally off by that. I heard the beeping sounds until 9:33 a.m. That's when I started thinking of how I also heard weird sounds from my air conditioner. It had been turned on and off, making weird noises. I also started hearing the music in the other rooms. Is this how the hotel wakes up its guests? Well, I'm in the hotel right now, and I still hear the music in other rooms. Been to several Hilton hotels and branches of it. It's just a Hampton Inn hotel, and well, haven't been to a Hampton Inn hotel in a long time, so maybe they changed policy. But why wouldn't they do that for other Hilton hotels, which I'd been at a few days ago? If you don't believe me, I can give you a video of the audio I took on my phone. I don't know how to do that yet, but please let me know what's happening at my hotel. I don't know, but I like it. Man completely transforms. This story is not my own, but happened to be my dad's closest friend. We'll call him Dave. He's a very rational man who trusts science, openly scoffs at the paranormal. He's never touched drugs, so to hear him tell this story and be genuinely frightened was shocking for me. Here's his story as he confided to my family. Dave had just concluded a business deal and was celebrating down the pub. He happened to see the man's son, so he got to chatting to him. We'll call him Alan. Alan was friendly enough and asked Dave to visit his house. He wanted to do this on the weekend to continue their chat. The weekend came and Dave again found Alan to be a good company. That's when something weird happened. As Dave sat there, Alan morphed into a completely different person. His facial features, hair, and skin tone, they all just changed. Then, as Dave looked on, only his clothes and voice were the same. Dave was absolutely shocked and tried to rationalize this by suggesting it was a trick. Alan told him this was no trick. This was how he was. Sadly, he has as much detail as Dave got. In shock, he excused himself politely and rang his partner to fetch him. He was too scared to go to the bus. Me and my family couldn't stop laughing. Dave, usually the type to laugh along, got visibly upset. I suggested that he'd been drugged. He said he'd not been offered anything to eat or drink and hadn't been robbed. Personally, I still think he was drugged, but I'll have to admit the reason for such an action isn't clear to me. Thoughts? Unexplainable sense of fear before seeing a spirit. When I was around 6, while staying at my grandmother's house, I'd been left alone in the living room. That was while she was taking a nap upstairs. I think I was messing around with some Lincoln logs, which I got this sudden sense of dread that I was being watched. Keep in mind, I was very often left alone in this room, and always comfortable with being alone anywhere in the house. I was really familiar with it. But for some reason in that moment, I just felt like something was very wrong. I remember looking all around the room and seeing nothing and hearing nothing. But that feeling of fear just kept growing and growing and ended up jumping into the couch in the corner of the room and hugging a pillow in an upright fetal position. After a minute or two, I started crying, still looking all around the room, yet still seeing nor hearing nothing. Go on for what felt like half an hour. It's when I saw a blurry blue silhouette that kind of resembled my grandma in the corner of my eye in the hallway leading to the kitchen, I'd be startled. It disappeared within milliseconds. For some reason, the feeling of fear would disappear just as quick. My grandma must have heard me cry a bit louder when I got startled because she came down to check on me. I told her what I saw and she started to cry herself, saying that it was her late mother trying to greet me. But if I'm honest, I don't think that's the case. I think it was just a greeting. And I think I was so irrationally scared before I saw her. Why did it leave so quick? I remember watching a video about a year ago from YouTuber Mr. Balin, where he narrates scary stories, and there was one about a plane crash and all the paranormal stories that came from it. One being where 2 stewardesses were in the same situation I was having, not seen a spirit, and it made me wonder if there was a name for this kind of experience. Confusion. GUI. Around 2200, my little 3-year-old niece, who was playing from the floor in the library while I did my homework at the desk, got up and lit a flashlight in her hand. She told me she saw GUI. GUI means ghost in Mandarin Chinese. She had worn down and anxious sort of a look on her. Brought her closer to me and asked her where she saw one. Without looking back, she swung her head pointed to the right corner of the ceiling where none of the lamps and small lights were. I freaked out internally, grown as I am. The library is spacious, with high ceilings, and the house is ancestral. She looked straight into my eyes with somewhat scared and anxious eyes. So I had her sit on my chair, got up and asked her to describe how it looked like. She told me it looked human with red eyes. I then looked at the dark corner, pointed it with the flashlight. She looked at the corner and then looked at me. "No GUI," I said. She stared at me, scared still, and wanted a hug. So I carried her and turned all the way on with all the big lights, and we both went down to the library and asked her if she wanted food. She nodded and we went to go get some. About 10 minutes after that incident, I kind of freaked out for the second time. Not so sure if kids can fix something like that. A few minutes after she ate, I brought her and her older brother to play with in the room, and distracted by the call I took immediately after eating without much thought, I decided to go back to the library to continue my work. And that was only to find out all of the lights were turned off. I closed the door again, went to bed. Fuck that. Good night. Tiny green guys. So back in '95, I was 12. I finally decided to play Ouija with my dad. I should preface that my dad used to do a lot of seances and other occult things like tarot. As a result, he had some pretty unsettling encounters that he told me about, which I might post about another time. But anyways, we go through the game and we ask the usual questions. I distinctly remember how unusual the movements of the glass piece felt. Didn't feel like controlled or natural movements. Later that night, we started watching TV. Kept seeing these little green human-shaped figures pop up in the corner of my eye. Whenever I'd try to look directly at them as usual, well, nothing was there. This goes on for about 5 minutes. My dad starts laughing and says, "You see them too, huh?" I thought he was trying to scare me, so instead of telling him what exactly I saw, I said, "See what?" He laughs again and says, "Those little green guys." This comment was one of the scariest things I've ever experienced to this day, and I never touched a Ouija again. That last piece of this story involves going outside with him so we could smoke, and our sort of black inside-outside cat hissed at us. Also hissed at the house and jumped off the van and ran off down the neighborhood. Didn't come back until the following afternoon. He also knew something was seriously wrong. People say Ouija is fake, but depending on who is using it, their openness and location, I think it opens areas that shouldn't be opened. It's been at least 30 years. That moment still sticks with me, and I've never considered that game again. Abandoned school ghosts. This story happened in my hometown. I think when I was about 8 or 9 years old. My hometown's very small, though there are multiple neighborhoods and occasional abandoned houses left to rot. At that time, I didn't really know much of the town history, but I did know of an old building that was called, well, our town's name and then school. Like, the old town name school. And that was by my classmates and teachers. But anyways, one day I was walking to school, and since the abandoned building was on my way, I took a glance at it. In one of the windows of the house, I saw a pure white curtain. It was flapping around because of the wind. Behind the curtain were 3 elderly women. They seemed to be having a conversation before looking down from the window at me, making eye contact. I still have a very vivid memory of the look on one of the women's faces. Face of confusion. Quickly broke eye contact and continued walking to school. I don't remember what happened that day except for that strange experience. I don't know what I saw that day, if it really happened and if I'm supposed to see it. For all I know, it could have been a dream, but the only people I've told about this experience were my mom and my friend. My mom said that I saw ghosts, like a past student of the school. But other than that, she just laughed it off. My friend, on the other hand, was creeped out by the story, so also telling me that I probably saw ghosts. And for extra information, there is no reason for people to be entering the building, and there's no accessible entrance that I know of. The area around the building's all covered with weeds, vines, and bushes. All windows and doors are boarded up with wood, and nobody investigates the building's area. I was not sleeping alone that night. It was 2010. I was still very young, scared of the dark and unnatural from the early age. Like most people, I was deeply curious of these things. The house we owned at the time was quite big. Only a singular floor, but it had this really long corridor, maybe 15 meters throughout the entire house. The layout of the house was quite peculiar. The kids' room was on one side, with the kitchen and living room being in the middle and my parents' room being on the opposite end. One night as I was drifting off to bed, I felt uneasy going to sleep alone. My parents don't mind me coming into their room to sleep as they know I was, in the dark and just wanted to get some sleep at night. The procedure of sprinting down the hallway was nothing new to me, terrified me to primal levels. But I could feel safe after I was snuggled in my parents' bed. My parents' bed was big and pretty comfortable. It was quite high off the ground too, so it wasn't an uncommon place to go, during hide and seek. The sound of the carpet while crawling under it forever stuck with me just because of how distinctive it is. I laid silently in my parents' bed. I was content, and I was safe. After about 5 minutes of laying in that bed, that sound, it was there. I heard 4 or 5 drags of someone or something quite heavy under there. Then nothing. My siblings were all asleep. There were no pets in the house. Just my family and whatever was under that bed. Tucked my head under the blankets, silently sobbed, terrified, waiting for the morning to come. I did actually get some sleep, but I'll never forget what I heard that night. Strange experience about frozen time. It was the summer of 2021. I, a 22-year-old female at the time, was sleeping, but I felt the urge to go to the bathroom, so I got up. I remember checking the time on my phone, and it was 7:43 a.m. Went to the bathroom, which is next door to my bedroom. Asked my mom, who was in there doing the laundry, to exit the bathroom, doing my business, seeing a cockroach. I exited the bathroom, telling my mom about the cockroach, and then I went back to bed. I want to say I suffer from a lot of sleep problems. I usually feel very sleepy during the morning, but not that time. I was feeling restless and energetic, but I was forcing myself to calm down, fall back asleep. Obviously, I had trouble falling back asleep, but since I suffer from insomnia, I have some methods I can use. So when I noticed they weren't working, I checked the time again. Since I know that if I ever go over a 15-minute mark, I won't sleep for a while. And surprise, surprise, it was still 7:43 a.m., down to the dot. That freaked me out, but I tried to stay calm. I checked the time on Google to see if my phone was having a glitch or something. It gave me the same result. I think that at least 10 minutes passed between my waking up and my checking the time. After forcing myself to relax, I managed to fall back asleep. Later in the morning, I asked my mom if she felt anything out of the ordinary, but she said no. She also told me that all of our house's electronics were working just fine. I don't do drugs, and never once in my life, and, well, carbon monoxide poisoning isn't a possibility. Already checked. Something is going on in this house. Kinda need advice. So, I live in the middle of nowhere, Ohio. I believe in the paranormal since I was 7, since I had my great-grandmother visit me after a funeral. But anyways, the reason for this post, I've been home alone for the past month. Almost because my aunt is in the hospital, which is kind of weird to me anyways. She got blood clots in her lungs suddenly after visiting her doctor. It was right after my grandma passed. So, my grandma passed away in the house recently. My grandpa passed away in '92. Thought I was going crazy for a moment last week because the funeral home gave me a silk rose after they got her. We had it flat on the vanity. I suddenly was standing up by the mirror. I did eat for pee and, well, I caught a lot. Whoever it was said that I'm an entity. I asked, "Did you say entity?" Clear as day on recording into my ear, and I heard, "Yep." I said, "Thank you for your time," and I heard like a male British voice say, "Always happening, isn't it?" Needless to say, I left the bedroom fast. Haven't slept in it. Now I have poltergeist activity going on and the lights flicker. I did get my grandma's ashes back recently, but it doesn't feel like her, if that makes sense. I have plans to sage my house and encourage whomever to go into the light, or if they're evil, they need to leave permanently. Just afraid that this will make things worse for some reason. Should I trust my instincts? Not do it, or just ignore it and sage my house? Any advice would be appreciated. The Little Boy. It was a couple of years ago. I had fallen and broken a piece of my shoulder. I had to go in for an operation. All went well and I was on the ward by myself. That night at 2 a.m. I awoke and looked next to the bed and I saw an outline of a woman with red lipstick and smoking a cigarette. was dark around her, so I couldn't make out any of her features. I only saw the smoke coming from the cigarette. She let me in. It was a raspy voice. I thought that maybe the pain meds had caused me to see her. She asked me again to let her in, and I froze. I'm a small guy, I'm 6'2", and at that moment I felt like a small child. I tried to move away from her and close my eyes. When I opened them, she was gone, but I could still smell her cigarette. Thinking nurses were playing a trick on me, I walked into the hall and a little boy was running around. He was 5 or 6 with blonde hair. Now, you need to know the nerves have desks in the hallway in case they need to get up and help a patient at night, but all were asleep. Couldn't understand why they didn't wake, or maybe even out of fear just went back to bed and must have dozed off waiting for morning. I asked the nurse about the little boy. She told me that little boy had passed in the afternoon yesterday. Told her about the red-lipped lady smoking. She went pale. She said that this wasn't the first time she visited, but as the story goes, if you let her in, well, you're not long for this world. She said the 5-year-old boy was having nightmares about a lady smoking. She must have visited him, and, well, he let her in. It's been 5 years, and I keep waiting for her to be next to my bed asking if she can come in. Hand under bed as a child. I'm now 20. I haven't experienced what I'm about to tell in a while. When I was 4 or 8 years old, I lived on the 3rd floor of a 4-story house. Before continuing, let me give you some background on the house and the apartment. When we first moved in, I remember there being a pentagram painted and burned into the floor of one of the rooms. However, my parents didn't think about it and ignored it. That seems difficult to do. We would experience multiple things in the house, such as toys turning on by themselves, or intense shaking of the house, or random knocking on doors, footsteps above when no one lived there. And to me personally, I'd see shadows outside of my window. And by the way, there's no balcony or anything that's pretty high off the ground. But back to the main story. I remember sharing a room with my parents while growing up in this house. I vividly remember telling my parents that every time I'd put my hand under my bed, God, in quotes, would grab it. And something would grab it, would hold it pretty firmly. And looking back years later, I realized it might not have been God. I also made my cousin, who was my age at the time, do the same, in which he agreed that something would grab his hand. I can still remember the coldness of the hand and how firm it would grip. Still remember struggling to get out of the grip that I had on my hand. This happened to me on certain occasions because I truly believed that I had a connection with God underneath my bed. That's a positive way to look at that experience. Dream of the other side. Now, I don't know if this is considered a ghost story or not, but a while back I had a crazy dream of the afterlife from both heaven and hell's point of view. From my dream, I remembered I was standing in a really dark environment. I couldn't see anything around me. It was so black. All I could see in front of me was a soft reddish glow. But in this dream, it was neither hot nor cold, and the environment was actually quite comfortable. I remember certain objects around me. It was hard to tell what they were, but I looked up toward the reddish glow in my dream. I remember seeing these 4 elemental-style creatures changing shapes. But it looks like they were made of a fog, a dark fog, but they had white eyes and horns. They kind of reminded me of the newest creature from the newest Ghostbusters movie, but I had this dream long before that. And in this dream, as I looked at the creature, it's like looking the same. They were talking to me, trying to tell me something, but I couldn't make out with what they were saying because it was in a language that, well, wasn't of this world. After they finished speaking to me, I felt myself get sucked backwards through a tunnel of debris. The next thing I realized, I ended up in the clouds. Everything around me was bright, and I was able to see everything around me. As I looked up, there were 3-element type creatures, but this time they were made from the clouds. Looked more human. They spoke to me and told me it wasn't my time. I must go home now. And then I woke up. Tunnels in Florida. When I was 12 years old, I experienced something very strange at the Clearwater Beach Resort in Naples, Florida. I remember this day vividly, still question where I was and if I was safe. I was in our family hotel room trying to get on the 8th floor where the pool and my family were at. I didn't realize it before, already beginning to take the stairs for the first time, not thinking it would be anything unusual. I saw a sign saying, "Once in stairwell, the doors will not unlock until floor L." As I walked down the stairs frustrated, I assumed floor L was just the lobby. This was maybe just a faulty staircase. However, the further down I got, it seemed the wallpaper began to fade and more pipes and metal machines were everywhere. Once I got to the bottom, which just looked more unfinished than the upper floors, there was a door with a different sign, and it just said, "You can exit here." I walked through that door, and again it locked behind me. I found myself in a yellow brick hallway with purple ceilings and cement floors. There were purple pipes lining the walls, and there's nowhere to go but straight through this twisting yellow hallway. Eventually, I got to another door that said exit. I wound up in a parking structure 5 buildings down the street. I simply just walked back from there. Luckily, I had my phone on me and still had videos of the hallway and the weird mumbling sounds. Does anybody know anything about this, or has this happened, or does it possibly have a logical explanation? Knocking won't stop. So my wife, 19, and I, 20, just moved out of my parents' house to our first military house. Everything was just fine. The night our household goods arrived from the movers, about 2 months after we moved in, we were in bed and heard a voice echoing in the hall. I opened my camera app, and on the stairs we can hear crystal clear voices. So naturally we lose our minds and call the police. While hiding in the bathroom, footsteps come to our bedroom door, then knocking on the door. I got disconnected from the police 2 or 3 times before they finally were able to take any info and come. Nothing was found. The whole house was locked, and I just looked like a fool in my PJs. Fast forward 2 months later, to this past month, I constantly heard knocking. That was when my wife was at work. I went around the house moving furniture to see if it was hitting on the wall somehow, but nothing replicated the sound. The second I go to sit back down or go to my office, there it is again. My cat runs upstairs when it occurs, and my dog gets set off every time it happens. She's never been set off the way knocking does unless she physically sees a person at her door or the window. My mom is spiritual and has seen many interactions with what the family believes to have been paranormal. She told me to cleanse the house, use salt, cinnamon on the first, and simmer a pot. First it worked wonderfully, but now nothing seems to stop the knocking. I'm constantly paranoid and sometimes wonder if my brain's making up the sounds, but the reactions from my animals make me think otherwise. Lady screaming in the middle of the night. I was sleeping over at my friend's house one night. After playing some video games, we decided to go to sleep. It's around 3 a.m. and I randomly woke up to the sounds of what I thought was my friend's mom arguing with someone. All I heard was a woman screaming and crying, "$7? You did it for $7? About 3 or 4 times. Each time increasing in intensity. $7! My friend was asleep next to me, but no matter how much I shook him, he wouldn't wake up. The most I got was a moan of him brushing me off before rolling over. At first, I felt very awkward, so I stayed inside my friend's room, not wanting to get involved in his family business. It wasn't my place to. But when the screaming got even more intense, I thought if I didn't try to stop the situation from escalating, someone was going to get hurt. So despite how much I didn't want to, I got up and walked toward the door, grabbed the door handles as a lady's beginning to scream again. "You did it!" And I opened the door. And in the instant I opened the door, the screaming stopped and it was dead silent and pitch black without a single light on the rest of the house. I flicked on the light. Nobody. I said, "Hello, is everything okay?" No response. Shut the door, literally dragged my friend off the bed so he had no choice but to wake up, told him what happened, and we stayed up the rest of the night. The next morning he asked his parents if something had happened that night before. They both said no. They had slept all through the night. Actually, one of the scariest experiences of my life. $7. You did that for $7? My orphanage is 120 years old. My experiences. One day I go to sleep at around 12. I wake up at 3 in the night and I begin to hearing loud demonic whispering of children playing right next to my ear. Eventually I get annoyed, and grunting isn't doing it. At some point I chalk it up to kids playing outside or shitting around in the yard outside. But it doesn't get quieter. It's in my ear at this point. So I look outside and I realize that it's pitch black outside. There's no kids and nobody who's there. Another time my roommate went to sleep earlier than usual. I ended up staying late up at night, maybe around 2. I hear footsteps going into the secondary bathroom to the hallway. It's not anybody in the orphanage nor a caseworker because we all have bathrooms in our room armed with a shower. So it's like cruising around my bedroom back and forth. It stops when I start praying to Jesus. I should also mention that this is a heavily Catholic-centered orphanage. We have regular priests who come in the summer to teach us about God. I'm usually not religious, but I thought using the name of a higher power would help. Anyway, I mentioned the name of Jesus several times, and each time they stop momentarily before cruising between my bedroom and going to the secondary bathroom. Somehow it turns on the sink, and I can hear her doing that for more than a minute. I go outside and I see that the hall is pitch black. Nope. Immediately went back to my room and slept throughout the night. Creepy Ryokan experience. We just left Hakone after having the best time. I can't shake off the paranormal experience I had on Ryokan Onsen. That's where we were staying for 2 days. My husband and I are in Japan for 2 weeks to celebrate our second wedding anniversary. We thought an onsen experience would be a nice treat, so we booked a Japanese-style villa with a private onsen. The villa was quite far from the Ryokan entrance. We always had to walk a few extra minutes to get back and forth. The staff informed us that the Ryokan is 140 years old, so beautiful and looked straight out of Spirited Away, which was perfect since we're both Ghibli fans. On our last night there around 12:30 to midnight, just as I was about to sleep, I heard a loud bang on the wall. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, but it seemed close to the main door. At first, I thought it might be somebody knocking, but I didn't want to check because I was scared and a bit of a coward. I figured it was too late for any of the staff to be bothering us. So I tried to ignore it and kept scrolling on my phone. But then there was another loud bang. This time I couldn't determine where it was, like the wall or the ceiling or what. I looked to see if my husband had heard it, but he too was sound asleep. I started getting really scared thinking of all the Japanese horror movies I had watched as a kid, like The Ring and The Grudge. I tried to push these thoughts aside and go back to sleep, but I kept waking up as if somebody was trying to wake me. It was honestly one of the scariest experiences I've ever had. Was she possessed? One evening I was having a burger with a friend at the station, which was empty, when we saw a girl. She was walking towards us. She was talking to herself as if conversing with someone. She said, "Oh, look at them, they're eating." She approached us and started asking questions, our names and what we were doing, etc. She seemed a bit weird already because of her look, and also she was a few times mentioning the moon, but we ignored it. But then she looked straight into my eyes and said, "I'm the same like her." When I asked what she meant, she told me to look up at the moon to find out. We were scared and she seemed to enjoy it, laughing maliciously. When I said enjoy, I really mean it. It made her so happy that we stand up from our place and step away. Her eyes were especially unsettling. Brown with very small pupils, despite it being nighttime. Her hair was cut very short, 5 or 6 millimeters, and her teeth seemed a bit sharp. After talking to us, she walked away speaking nonsense and appeared confused, mentioning her boyfriend was Arab, among other things. I got answers that probably she has mental problems, but I don't believe that. I believe she has something inside her. I know the story doesn't sound crazy, but it was scarier to actually see it and live it. I'm trying to figure it out. What could be her religion? Why does she mention the moon, and why did she say I'm the same like her? A brush of a cat's tail. This story happened when I was 14. I often slept sleepless nights playing games on the family computer. It was the only way I can really play games. The night was like any other, playing games until about 5 a.m. And as I was playing games, I felt hungry, so I decided to get some food. The kitchen was the next room over after all, so I got up, went to the kitchen, walking over to the oven with some food in my hands while waiting on my food to cook. I felt a cat's tail brush against my leg. I looked down thinking it was my cat, but there I shook it off. I was just thinking I may have brushed my leg on a box or something. I went into the other room back to the computer, just seeing that my cat was asleep on some pillows in the corner. I decided to sleep and to call it a night. The next morning comes by and my dad told me something that still haunts me today. My dad said to me that a cat was hit by a car and passed away next to our house. I told him that I felt a cat's tail. He didn't believe me. Years have gone by and I still think of what happened that night. Maybe the cat was trying to let me know he was there, or he felt comfortable being around me. Was this a visit of the paranormal? Or did I just imagine the cat's tail brushing against my leg? And the cat that was near the house was just a coincidence. I still stay up late, but I haven't seen or felt that since. The Dark Watchers of California. So I live in the forest. And to be more specific, in Santa Cruz Mountains. Not by choice. It's one of the cheaper places in the Bay Area. I'm careful because of this. I have a strict rule about talking about paranormal things that lets us daylight out. Like Wendy or other skinwalkers for various reasons. Mostly I don't want to call them to me. I know that they're around, but that's a different post. Last summer I was laying in bed half asleep when I felt someone looking at me. Figured it was one of my pets and looked over toward the laundry room. The doorway is off my room in sort of a hallway that used to be outside the house and is now part of the small, sort of an extension. That was what my landlord added before I even moved in. You can see into the dark room without much effort. After a few seconds of looking at the dark, I noticed the classic shape of one of the Dark Watchers. It was just standing inside the doorway. He didn't have the red eyes, and for some reason, I wasn't alarmed enough to, wake my sleeping boyfriend next to me. There was just this sense of, oh, okay. I went back to sleep. A few days later, I told my boyfriend, and he looked it up. This article, they aren't malicious as long as I'm not trying to hurt the land, which I'm not. Just kind of creepy and thought I should share. Went away sometime last winter. That was when I quit a very stressful job I had at a local restaurant. Only very occasionally see it now. Nothing in the past few months. Something that happened last night. No idea what it could be. Little bit of backstory. I've been able to see things for a certain degree since I was young. Witchcraft runs in my family. I played a Ouija board before when I was 14, now 18. There's a shadow man and a female spirit in my bedroom. These spirits like to turn on my fan. The fan has a button that turns it on, and nothing else can turn it on. This happened last night at around 2:30 or 2:44 a.m. last night. I had come back from the hospital at around 1:30, fell asleep next to my partner. I woke up and there was a face about 4 or 6 inches away from mine. I could fully see in my dark bedroom and looked Caucasian, blue eyes, bald, no eyebrows or facial hair. I could also feel the bed sink down as if somebody was over top of me holding themselves up. I spoke calmly. "You need to get up." I got off and stood by my laundry basket about 3 feet away from the foot of my bed. I felt it get off the bed as my bed rose and moved. My partner was still sound asleep. As it stood by my basket, he said it again. "You need to get up." I could only see its face as the rest of him was completely black and no physical features could be made out. I asked, "What?" But it didn't say anything back. I sat up and a few seconds after that it was just gone. I went back to sleep after a few minutes and nothing else happened for the rest of the night. Story. Hi everyone, this paranormal experience is not my experience, but my mom's experience. My mom grew up in a small farm city in Mexico. One of her brothers lived in the capital of Mexico. She said she and my uncle were really close to each other and she saw him as her best friend. In 1974, he passed away. But before the family received the news, my mom said she experienced something paranormal. The evening my mom and one of her sisters were feeding the animals, they both heard loud cries. My mom thought it was the kids that she babysat, so she went to go knock on the house. When the mom answered, Mom said that the kids weren't home even though they were with their dad. So, my auntie excused it for a different child, but my mom said the cry sounded sad, like if a child was lost trying to find their way back home. She said she got headaches, but my mom tried to ignore it. Ow. That night when my mom was getting ready to sleep, she said she heard somebody calling her name. It sounded far away. It sounded like that person was hurry. My mom thought it was one of the other brothers, so she went to his room to see if it was him calling her. When she entered the room, she saw him asleep. So she said excused as her being tired and went to sleep. The next morning, the family received the sad news of my uncle's passing. My mom likes to think that the crying and her hearing her name being called was him saying goodbye to her, but I don't know what to think, if it was a mimic or what. Have you ever seen videos of people encouraging paranormal entities to move something and then freak pull and yell, "Nope," when it actually happens? I find it kind of annoying. Okay. I often see videos that seem credible, or at least very plausible paranormal occurrences. Sometimes people in the video tend to antagonize or encourage entities to announce their presence after they clearly already suspect or know something is there. And when a paranormal occurrence happens, these people freak out and declare "nope" or scream out of fear after it actually happens. Like, what do they expect? Seriously, find it annoying. In my experience with paranormal entities, most are malicious. Most people don't realize that the entities tend to be more scared of the living than they are of the entities. People do not know or realize that they have strength from their very own life force, consciousness. Consciousness in and of itself is extremely powerful. A lot of entities are not actually conscious, but do exist in a sort of pseudo-intelligent form. Enough that they can interact with the environment. Also, many don't realize the amount of pure energy entities need to interact physically with the corporeal world. Malicious entities tend to be very powerful. That's why they can interact more. But they're still not as powerful as the living. Sheer willpower alone from the living can overpower paranormal entities. And this is why malicious entities want you scared, because when you're scared, your willpower becomes compromised. Those that don't scare easily tend to be left alone. Three messengers from God. About 2 years ago, I fled a house I was assaulted in. I took my savings and drove up and down the majority of the East Coast. I went south to Florida. As I started working my way back up, I started wondering if I should head west. I've always wanted to go west. In Washington, D.C., I was outside the Walmart. A woman passed me and several minutes came back to ask me if I believed in Jesus. She said the Spirit had told me to come back to talk to me, to tell me that I needed to turn around. I thanked her for her message later that night, and I was heading north again. Laurel, Maryland, a man approached me, told me that I was going the wrong way, that I needed to turn around. He said very little else. Waterville, Maine, a man approached me to ask for a lighter. We smoked in silence side by side a few moments before he spoke. He said, "I'm God's third messenger. God says you're going the wrong way. If you don't turn around, you will die." I didn't continue further north or head west. Went back to a town I knew I had plenty of resources, got a job, and saved just enough money to repair a series of car issues as they happened. It's been some time since these three strangers all approached me with similar messages, but the last one sends tingles down my spine still. I feel kind of like a crazy person for asking this, but it doesn't feel like these things are a coincidence. What exactly did I experience? Have you seen these spirits? Dark-haired woman in nightgown and Victorian man in top hat. Of all the spirits I've crossed paths with in my life, there are two of them that have been seen by many of my friends and acquaintances across the globe. These separate entities seem to have, they've appeared to many people, especially people I know since their childhoods. They always appear as, respectively, a young woman in a white nightgown with long, greasy black hair, and a tall Victorian-seeming man with a black cloak, a hat, and occasionally red eyes. My ex living in Texas, they once saw the woman when he was a child. He woke up one night sleeping in the same room as his sister to find the woman standing over him. She was leaning down into his face and watching him. He remembers that he thought it was his mother. His sister saw the spirit too. A friend of mine living in Alaska saw her when she was a child. The woman rushed through the room and disappeared. And this friend too thought the spirit was her mother. As for the man, he's appeared to my friends in England and Canada, as well as here in the US. He also just stands there and watches you from his tall height. I have a theory that he's the spirit of Jack the Ripper. Has anybody else ever seen either of these spirits or heard of them? Who are they? I don't know if I would chalk it up to that. What the hell did happen 4 years ago? I've never told about this to anybody. That's because I don't believe in the paranormal. I always thought this was bullshit, and honestly, I still don't believe. But since this event, I still don't really understand if it was real or my mind projected something weird for a few minutes. This situation happened 4 years ago. It was January. I was alone in my apartment in the summer. but my parents would come for a visit in a few hours. It was too hot, and almost every night I had a great idea of taking a cold shower. Since there was nobody, I didn't close the door of the bathroom, but the shower glass door was closed all the time. While I was taking a shower, I saw something walk in front of me outside the bathroom. This thing went to the left and to the right 4 times. The first time I thought this could be my imagination, but the second time the figure passed through the bathroom. I turned off the shower and yelled, "Anybody here?" I thought it was my parents, but nobody answered. The figure made the same trajectory, right, left, right, left. The 4th figure stopped outside the bathroom and it was looking at me for 10 or 15 seconds. Then the figure went to the left and opened the door. I yelled again, but nobody answered. Got out of the bathroom and walked to each part of the apartment. No one was at the home, only me. Sometimes the situation gives me the shivers. Glowing light above the bridge. I feel this story is kind of anticlimactic, but I've been thinking about it a lot lately, so I wanted to share. I was coming over a bridge about 5 miles away from where I was living at the time. On the phone, I was with my ex. All of a sudden, I saw a glowing round light arc down the sky towards some houses below them vanish. It vanished when it got just about eye level with me. I was driving towards a ridge with houses on it. Let's say the height was about level with the ridge, but clearly in the air or ways in front of it. When it vanished, it was at the level of the houses partway up the ridge. I want to call it a fireball because of how bright it was, but it wasn't fiery. Just a circular, steady, very bright glowing light. I don't remember what time of day it was, but the sun wasn't low in the sky, because if it had been, I would have been driving into it. That would be a significant part of the memory. I remember being super excited telling my ex, and of course he wasn't very impressed. A couple of months later I realized how abusive our relationship was. Began the divorce process, which has nothing to do with the light, but it is interesting because I feel it definitely took help from my spirit team to finally get through to me how pernicious he was, and how subtle the abuse dialed up over the years when we were all together, but, well, I'd like to think that the light was a friendly signal, perhaps warning me that the longer I stayed, the less my light would shine. Hallucinating. I think it's safe to talk about now, since this happened well over 6 years ago. I've always had trouble sleeping. So what I'm about to tell you might have been a hallucination. Back when I was living with my dad, we lived next to a pretty decent forest. The drive to school was going past, well, that same said forest. One day, me and my dad got into a small argument about who knows what, but we sat in the car silent looking out the window. Going past the forest, I could have sworn up and down I saw a tall figure next to one of the trees. Almost half its size. Now, I couldn't really get any good detail, but the body was black. The face was white. And for a split second, I couldn't see any face. I brushed it off, trying not to think about it because it was so literally, well, it could be anything. But it made me so uneasy for the rest of the day. Now, the reason why it might have been a hallucination is because I just finished Marble Hornets. So maybe it was just my preteen imagination running wild on, little sleep. But that feeling I got from it, the instant, it's not real, stuck in my head, and the fear that I had, that was real. Now I know this slender man isn't real, but it was weird that I saw it just a day after I finished the YouTube series. No, I've always saw like shadow figures and stuff, but that was completely different. Hearing a Ghost, Worcestershire, UK. So this ghost story takes me back a long time. I grew up in the village of Pershore, Worcestershire, England. It's a moderately ruralish farming community in the Cotswolds. During the summer of 1978 was when I was 18. I was working as a laborer for a local farmer called Mr. Plant. His nephew was Robert Plant of Led Zeppelin. I would often finish late at night around 11 p.m. and then walk back across the fields to my parents' house. It was a warm night and I decided to rest and sit on a gate. I'd been sat there a couple of minutes and I heard what sounded like a horse galloping fast along country lane. As the noise got closer, I could hear a whip. The creaking of the saddle and a horse neighing and panting loudly got closer and closer. Somebody was driving that horse at full speed along that lane. I looked down the lane in the darkness and I saw nothing but the noise was getting closer and closer. The noise got very loud and then passed me, then faded. There was no horse and no rider. Safe to say that it was a bit bizarre. I hadn't been drinking and fully expected to see a horse and a rider, but only the noise passed by me, no apparition. Sure, it could have been a human horse and rider, but even in the darkness, I think I would have physically seen it. Whilst I am a believer in the paranormal, I'm always open to people's ideas on debunking things. Dead relatives. So this is my dad's story, and I know for a fact that he wasn't lying about this. Now, I've heard 2 encounters about paranormal activity, but the one that he told me a few days ago still haunts me every second. So around 20 or 30 years ago, my dad, grandma, and grandpa and his great relatives all lived together. However, my great-grandma was driving down from Noosa. She was going to see her sister before she passed. She passed unexpectedly of a heart attack while down there. The day that this paranormal encounter happened, my dad, grandma, and grandpa went to Sunshine Plaza. If you're in old Australia, you might know where it is. So when they returned home, my dad and grandpa see my great-grandma, who had passed on the couch reading a newspaper. But the thing is she wasn't meant to be home for another few days. But they didn't know that, so brought it up with my grandma, to which she broke the news that she had died earlier that morning. The second story. This happened a few months ago. It was about 12 or 1 a.m. My dad works really late hours at his office at home. However, he feels something pulling his shirt. Thought that it was me or my brother, but it turned around and only saw nothing. My dad told my mom and he told me what happened. He looked so shaken up from it. Somebody whispered hello in my bedroom. Me and my wife were about to go to sleep. She was already in bed while I was standing up folding my clothes and getting ready in bed as well. And look at my wife. I heard it. A crystal clear voice of a child that whispered hello. My jaw was down on the floor while I was trying to ask my wife what the hell it was. She didn't hear anything, but I heard it very loud and very clear. My wife figured out that something spooky happened, but I couldn't speak. I was having chills all over my body. Tried to get down to bed. I wrote just down on my phone what happened and showed my wife who got the chills too. The voice came right from behind her. Still, she couldn't hear it. The child sounded happy and welcoming. I didn't feel any threats to leave, but I couldn't sleep very well. I was way too excited, kind of way too spooked. Lately, there have been a lot of weird things happening in our home. For example, somebody always pulls the plug to the computer and the lamp in our home office. You can see the office from our living room, and sometimes the light turns off and nobody's been in there. Whenever we go in there, the plug is half plugged out, so you don't see directly that it's off. Almost like somebody's pranking us. I believe this must be the child that is among us, and the gecko among me. Someone was breathing down my... So, My grandma's farm. For security reasons, I will not say precisely where, but in Norway. It's now been in my family since the mid-1600s. But the walls inside the walls are from, we think, long before that, around the late 1300. So that makes it over 500 years old. Back to the story. So I was just watching a movie with some of my family in my grandma's farmhouse, sitting in a rocking chair 2 or 3 meters from the others, when I feel breathing just behind my neck and up my ear, and a voice that sounds like an old man who says, "Onsen." In English, it's the equivalent of "oh no." I abruptly turned around and asked my mom if she said something since, well, she was behind, but 2 to 3 meters or so from me. She said no. I asked the others if they said that. I told them later what happened, and my mom told me a story of 20 years back when she was at home after she was done studying. She slept in the bed, and she usually didn't sleep at all on the farm, but she always got the feeling that someone was either lying next to her, watching her, sleeping, or what. This happened both when she slept and when she was walking around the room. After some weeks with this, she changed rooms to her childhood bedroom and it stopped. To this day, she doesn't like to sleep in that room any longer than she must. Now, no one pretty much sleeps in it, because it's so messy in there. I feel like something is following me. So I live in a house with just a top floor and a bottom floor. My entire family only uses the bottom floor, because that's where our rooms and bathrooms and kitchen and everything else is. Our upstairs is strictly for storage and a dumb garage that we don't use. Think about it as an attic, sort of. Well, yesterday I was coming upstairs to find wrapping paper for my friend's birthday present. I felt something brush or tap my shoulder. At first, I brushed it off as my hair just slightly touching me, but it gets worse. Walking across the hallway to a random room, I see a shadow in the corner of my eye peeking out from the room next to me. I freak out and just freeze and slowly turn around to get a full view of the figure. I kid you not, I make eye contact with what appears to be a tall black body. No mouth, no eyes, no face. Literally just limbs. We stare at each other for a second and then he hides again. I literally scream from the top of my lungs and run downstairs, and as I do run downstairs, I feel it coming closer to me. I felt as if it was breathing into my neck. I make it downstairs, shut the door, then bang, it shuts the door back at me. I don't know, this wasn't my brother because he's a baby. This wasn't my dad because he was at work. Weird thing that happened in 2015. I have this weird thing that happened in 2015. I still to this day can't fully figure it out. I was sleeping, and in my dream I was watching myself sleep clear as day. Not so odd, right? Like I've heard about that happening before. Now, the next part of the story is what is truly odd. The next morning when I woke up, my mom had mentioned to me that she went to the bathroom and she was watching TV. My bedroom door was open that night. She said that she'd seen a shadow standing over me, like it was watching me sleep. She thought it was odd, but went to the bathroom and back to watching TV. I then told her what I was dreaming about. She was shocked, and we both still can't fully figure it out. What do you all think? Was it me, as in my spirit, or could it have been something else like a ghost or some sort? We've had many run-ins with ghosts in this house. This house was built in the early 1800s. We've lived here for about 25 years now. Had many odd, weird run-ins with ghosts, and I've used a ghost box and some weird stuff, and, well, direct answers to questions that 5 or 6 people all heard at the same time. Tall black figure. This event happened about 2 years ago at my old house that I've recently moved out of. really never had a weird feeling to it, just seemed like a nice old house. That was until I was a stupid teen and decided to make a Ouija board out of paper with the name Zozo on it. Then I guess you could just say stuff started happening. And honestly, looking back on it, I probably made all this happen. Didn't even really get rid of the paper. So one night I was in my room on call with two of my friends. It was getting late, probably 2 or 3 a.m. I just saw this black thing in the corner of my eye. Wow, black blob. Never seen that there in life, but anyway, instead of going away when I turned my head, it stayed and it became clearer. It was taller than my ceiling, pure black. Can't recall if it had horns or not, and had this red jewel or crystal floating in its chest. Now I've seen some weird stuff in my dreams, and with dolls and stuff, but this takes the cake. Fortunately, I didn't sense any malicious energy, but it did scare me. I still feel its presence, at least ever since, but I don't know if I could have been imagining things. You tell me if it sounds familiar. Something in my house is trying to hurt me. Okay, so for context, I know my house is haunted. I've known since I was little, and I'm okay with sharing my house with them, since they never did anything to warrant my concern. There have been numerous times where I went outside at night and saw a man hanging on a tree in my backyard. It's the same tree every time I see him. I've also seen the Hat Man as well as other shadow figures. But a few days ago I was home alone. I saw out of the corner of my eye a shadow figure peeking his head into my room. Its hand gripped onto the side of my door frame. It had 3 lanky figures with canine-like claws on it. I looked up to see if I was just seeing shit, and I wasn't. It was still there, but when I looked up it quickly moved back. This morning after I got changed, I noticed my thigh felt weird. It was burning and it felt like I got a paper cut. I checked, and there were 3 faint but noticeable cuts on my leg. My mother always told me if I hear or see something in sequences of 3, it's a mock of the Holy Trinity, it's something demonic. There's no way those 3 cuts got on my upper thigh by any other means. It's not small enough to be my friend's guinea pig's nails. Not big enough to be my nails. I suspect a gecko. I think there is someone or something in my room. I don't know if this is the right sub for this, but here we go. So I've been noticing that every time I close my room's door ever since my baby started crawling, not my brother, the lock button pushes itself, and I notice this when I open the door. When I'm about to leave my room, I feel the click of the doorknob unlocking. I know that I never push the lock button. I just know that I never do, and I live in a 90s home with pretty basic technology. One time I thought about the door being locked just before opening it, nothing, no lock, and then again I don't really think about it. There it is, the button's pushed. It seems that when I'm conscious about it, when I'm about to open the door, there's no lock. But when I open without thinking, I feel the click of the button being unlocked. I didn't mind this until about a few minutes ago when my 1-year-old was playing with me, then turned the door direction and started waving and babbling. She was looking at me and suddenly turned her head toward the door, like in a 45-degree angle. I recorded a part and let me know if I could see it on the video. I know that a couple of grown-up kids used to live here. The dad unfortunately passed away from cancer in that room. What are your thoughts? White glowing human-like figure. When I was in grade 4, I was walking in the playground of the school with 2 friends. I was in the middle of my friends. My other friend, Brianna, was on the right, and my other friend, I don't know her name, so I'm just going to call her R. R was on the left. All of a sudden, Brianna started freaking out and pointing over the cage fence thingy and towards the woods, frantically yelling, "Look, look, 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 look!" I said, What? As I looked around confused, that's when I finally saw it. There's a pure white figure of a man calmly walking left with his hands in his pockets. After a few seconds, it walks behind a skinny tree and didn't come out on the other side. It disappeared when it walked behind the tree. Laura was yelling, What? But she never saw the white figure like me and Brianna did. I told my teacher and all the other students about it when we had to write about something crazy that happened recently, and well, I was reading mine out. I was telling them about the incident and nobody seemed to believe me, not even the teacher. The teacher had a smile on her face as if she thought my story was ridiculous. I felt confused and hurt while everybody smiled and quietly giggled. That's a crappy feeling. Seeing figures when coming out of sleep, but they're still there even once I'm fully awake. I have a long history of paranormal experiences, but I've never really indulged them as much because I get so scared. The last few months have been having this strange experience where I wake up in the middle of the night and I can see this transparent figure that's moving on the side of the bed where my husband sleeps. Even once I'm fully awake and my eyes have adjusted, it's still there, moving around. It often looks like an arm reaching toward me. I usually freak myself out, turn the other way, and try to pretend it's not there. I've talked to people who astral project, and they've said it could be that, but it also feels like it could be spirit energy of some sort. Any ideas? What should I do? Can't really react much as my husband and baby are always asleep in the room with me when it happens. My whole life I've had paranormal experiences, including a very intense and violent haunting in the old house I rented. And I've seen figures before, but they weren't transparent like this. I've tried to tap into that seeing, but I freak myself out every time. Any advance for learning into paranormal experiences, or rather leaning, instead of just instantly feeling terrified. For at least 2 years, I heard a tapping noise on my window at night. I live in rural Alabama. My neighbors at the time all lived at least 400, maybe 500 yards away. They were all elderly. Some of them were my great uncles, so I have no reason to suspect it was them. When I was 15, I slept in a small room, and the head of my bed was adjacent to my window, basically a foot away from where my head was when I slept. Can't remember exactly when it started, but every night as I was trying to sleep, I would hear a slow, dull tapping on my window. I always kept the blinds closed, but I was always too scared to look out. It never seemed to last very long, and it went on for roughly 2 years to the point that I got desensitized to it. There were no bushes or trees near my window, and it was high enough off the ground that you'd have to be at least 6 feet tall and stretching to reach it. As I said before, I got desensitized to it, and now it randomly pops back into my head and I realize how creepy it is. I used to tell my dad and grandpa, and honestly, I don't know if they ever believed me. I don't think they ever heard it. My dad attributed it to a local meth user, but that still seems like an odd thing to do when we had plenty of stuff to steal. It screamed so loud and my sister's voice begging for me to come to the second floor. Something screamed so loud and my sister's voice begging for me to come to the second floor and save her, or it's going to hurt her. It was exactly this, "Brother, please save me, brother, please come save me." The voice came from the second floor and it happened about 4 p.m. or noon. Thought it might be crazy, but my father, who's in 2 rooms away, also heard it. Wanted to go up right there, but around 3 p.m. I saw my sister go out with my mother, and I wasn't sure that she wasn't home, or if she were, I would have seen her. My father and I went up there to the second floor only to find nothing. Didn't see anything. I don't know what would have happened if I'd gone up there alone myself. This happened 18 years ago in 2006, but to this day I still get goosebumps. One more incident happened with me a year later. It was much more like a poltergeist, a very violent one. We'll talk about that in a separate post. What do you think? What was it? Still can't figure it out. Also, my house has a history of haunted incidents since 1995. These are the only ones I witnessed. The second time I heard the lady's voice. This is the second time I've heard the same lady's voice talk to me, except this time I wasn't asleep. I was wide awake doing actual chores around the house. We were in our first house in California. I was vacuuming the floor because it was just a normal Sunday chore maintenance day. My wife and the kids, they were watching TV. That was because they were working on the movie and I was just finishing up the section before I went and joined them. As I was vacuuming the floor, I heard a female ask me what I'm doing. I responded, "I'm vacuuming. What do you think I'm doing?" And as soon as I said that, my wife was wondering who I was talking to. I told her, "Well, you asked what I was doing." She said I never said anything. I proceeded to ask her, who did the kids say something to, and she said no. Well, at that point, I knew that the lady spoke to me once again, except this time it was a lot more clear that I wasn't asleep. I've been trying to find ways to reconnect with her again, but still, I've yet to hear her voice for a third time. Tall, dark figure in the woods. I'm new to this stuff, and I'm not too interested in going too deep into it. I'm not expecting anybody to believe me, but I wanted some answers or theories on what I saw. So a few weeks ago, I was cruising down some back roads with a friend. That's when he decided to take a small road off the main one. It was one lane and covered by trees, and about half a mile down the road, we started getting cold chills and feeling uneasy. We got to the end, which was a bridge and a driveway barely wide enough for my Jeep, and looked like it was about to fall into the creek. Decided to go back up into a turnaround spot and get out there when I got the feeling to turn around and look back again. It's about 20 feet away. A 7-footish skinny figure that looked like somebody threw a dark black blanket over themselves, moving slowly and smoothly toward my friend's side of the Jeep. Whatever it was got pelted with gravel, and we almost crashed a few times while I was going 85 down the road. Once we got back on the main road, my friend realized that we were crossing the bridge on the main road where somebody offed their head a few days ago. What really messes me up is that he didn't see it, and it was going towards him. Anyway, if anybody could tell me what y'all think, it'd be appreciated. Possible spirit I keep seeing, but never seen a spirit in my life before. We move a year or so just recently, about a month, I keep seeing what I think is a spirit. It comes and goes mainly when I lay down with my youngest for nap time. What I see are small, almost sparkling comets moving around. But this morning they merged as I reached my hand out toward them. They reached to me. My mother-in-law, I never met, said that she had passed before I met my husband. But we have a teddy bear made from one of her coats. The sparkling always comes and goes through this bear. At first I thought it was just light reflecting or seeing issues, but when I look around, it's as if there's only one spot in the room. We also recently rearranged the entire room, and still they originate and leave the light and the bears in the corner. Any insight would be appreciated, and as I'm 31 and never experienced this before. I don't really look for paranormal things or even really into that type of stuff, but I do really enjoy reading people's auras, so I do have a lot of practice in seeing things others sometimes don't. Intelligent Orb Encounter. Hello everybody, I want to share an encounter I had when I was about 14 years old in 2008. I was home alone one evening and was playing computer games. I was in the lounge room when out of the corner of my eye I noticed something move. I turned to look at the object that caught my attention. The best way I can describe it is a ball of glowing white, like nearly see-through light. When I locked eyes on this object, it reacted in a way that gave me the impression that it was surprised that I was able to see it. It then quickly hovered through my lounge and down the hallway as I watched in disbelief. It made minimal noise, and the noise itself is hard to put into words, but I can describe it best as the sound of a light breeze of wind. I didn't get the feeling this orb was evil or had any hostile intention, and to this day it remains the biggest unanswered question of my life. I'm not one to easily believe in the paranormal, but it does have me scratching my head all these years later. Was it a spirit? A visitor from another dimension? A trick of the brain? Whatever it was, it moved intelligently and was aware and surprised I was able to see it. Any feedback or theories or even personal experiences are welcome and appreciated. I think my dog is a ghost. Okay, so last month we had to put my family dog down, who's 8 years old. Since then, my grandfather, grandmother, and I have all heard her walking with the jiggle of her collar tags. My grandfather hears noises from her bed at night like she's moving around in it. The other day I was cooking and felt something brush against me like she used to. Out of the corner of my eye, I swear I saw her. Been cooking kind of weirdly. Haven't really come to terms with the fact that she's gone, so when I saw her, I reached down to pet her, which obviously when I looked, she wasn't there, I've also felt her jump on my bed at night. The bed will move down like somebody got on it, but none of the other dogs jumped up. Finally, I think the craziest out of all of these, my neighbor told us that we should put her ashes, the collar, and favorite toy in her bed. When we placed her ashes down, the power completely turned off, then came back on a few seconds later. It's never happened before. I think that this is her, but it makes me sort of sad because I've always heard that spirits stay on Earth if they've unfinished business. Her dying younger than most dogs makes me think that she died at the wrong time. It wasn't supposed to be her ending. I know my mom when I see her, and that is not her. Last year, 2022 in August, I went on a trip to Alton Towers with my ma. It was for my 17th birthday. Though we didn't stay long due to medical reasons, I'd like to think that we had fun. However, whilst cleaning out the photos on my phone, I found the photos taken from that trip. I remember most of the photos being taken, and some looked completely unfamiliar, especially the one photo taken in the Smiler line. That was with her, and she made a point the day beforehand to stay clear of the ride due to the incident a few years prior, and so we did. And though I was definitely there, my mom was not. There was a person there, a lady that took her place on each one. Even the ride photos, but not her. It doesn't even look like her. At the time, Ma was brown medium hair, heavy makeup, and jewelry on. The lady in the photo had short blonde hair and was very pale. I showed this to a few other family, and, well, they all said that it's definitely my ma. But I showed it to a friend, and they said it was a random person. I should probably get that straightened out. Something sinister in the cabin. I just got back from a mini vacation with my wife in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. The cabin was in a populated area, but hidden most of the road from a hill. My first impression was that it was a little bit eerie, but I brushed it off and assumed it was just because of horror movies. The energy inside felt a little heavy, nothing I couldn't handle. I'm very sensitive when it comes to paranormal energies, and I've lived and worked in haunted places all my life. This cabin was different. The dark energy was overwhelming. Didn't sleep until daylight for 3 days when we were there. I had to sit in the living room where I saw shadows in the cord on the wall-mounted phone swing and suddenly start and stop again. There was banging noises and the sound of somebody walking through the hallways. Absolutely couldn't take being in the bedroom. It was filled with mirrors. My wife would wake up every morning around 3, being able to fall back asleep. The third night I couldn't take it anymore. The dark feelings almost had me in tears and an anxiety attack. Left the next evening, taking a loss on our last night booked at the cabin. I just hoped that whatever it is didn't follow me home. The noise that follows me. When I was growing up, my mom had this type of metal cradle and basket used for storing fruit. It was broken, and when it rocked, it made a very distinctive sound. Removing items from it, bumping it, whatever, the sound was a common occurrence. I found myself annoyed at constantly hearing it, and one day I mentioned as such. Pretty soon after, I started hearing it at night. Get up to check, thinking something was out there. I'd enter the kitchen to see it rocking by itself. Thought there was some explanation. I just went back to bed. This was one of the least odd things that went on in my childhood home, so I barely even reacted. I don't believe that the house is haunted because my mom built it. However, the land is a different story. But Mom's house and its weirdness is a topic for a different post. Anyway, I heard that noise all the time, even after the basket was gone. When I'd move, I wouldn't hear it for a while, but eventually the noise will find me again, and I'll hear it at night when I'm alone or feeling low and emotional. I can never find the source. Something tried to lure me to my death. I was out hiking along the river during the summer. That's when the river water was pretty low. It's still a good 300 yards at least from one side of the riverbed to the other. While I was focusing on taking photos of a rock formation, I started hearing what I thought was a man yelling my name at me from the other side of the river. But when I started looking for the person yelling, I saw really nobody there, despite being able to hear them. Out of nowhere, I heard the same very loud and distinct guttural male voice screaming, "Help me," and the sound of breaking branches. I don't know why, but rude instincts told me to run as fast as I could to the other direction, despite normally wanting to run toward danger when help is needed. Literally ran until I was lost and hopped someone's back fence only to be greeted with a ton of bones all over their backyard. Took an hour running around like a chicken with its head cut off to find my way out again. Been looking for news reports of police, like something about an assault or something out there would explain the screaming, and I never found anything. So what about the pile of bones? Dragged into a dark room. I was around 10 years old. My family used to go to bed at the same time, all 7 of us. We would say goodnight to each other from our bedrooms when we were all tucked in. I know it wasn't even 5 minutes after all the lights were out when I had to get my last pee in before going to fall asleep. Got up out of bed maybe, making my way down the hall to our 2,000 square foot house. Feeling the wall as I walked, when the room on the right came, I knew the bathroom was on the left. The door came, and I felt a large hand grab my right ankle with a muscular force, drag me into the center of a small bedroom that was vacant. Screamed to the top of my lungs like bloody hell. My mom and stepdad rushed into the room to investigate the matter. I said somebody grabbed me. I was hysterical, barely able to word a sentence. My parents checked the locked window and the closet that didn't have any attic access, and the only odd thing about the room was a yin-yang symbol on the inside of the closet that was painted. Beneath it was a depressing note somebody had left about their life. My mom tried to scrub it illegible, but we bought the house and wasn't completely successful. I don't even know how to explain this. Like an hour and a half ago, 9:30 p.m. for me, I left my dorm room on the 10th floor and went down to the 8th floor to mark my attendance. Signed the attendance sheet and then returned to my room to work on my homework. However, 1 hour later, the warden informed me that I hadn't signed the attendance sheet. I was so confused. Went downstairs again to check, and indeed my attendance was not marked. I looked at the names above and below mine to verify I hadn't mistakenly signed in their spaces either, as there were no overwrite pen marks. I clearly remember going downstairs to sign the attendance sheet. I now have a penalty. To prove I left my room, I even have a video recording I took of the view from our floor just outside my room. Plus, my roommates also saw me leave the room, and I'm so freaked out right now.